In the world of medicine where every second, every minute is a thin line between life and death, only the most brilliant minds can stand firm in the city's top hospital. Among countless outstanding doctors, there exists a name whispered, like a legend, a genius among geniuses when seemingly hopeless emergency cases kept coming in. When the entire operating room was plunged into chaos and despair, he was the only one who made time seem to stop. They called him the Hand of God. Shin Yu-sung, I can still save him, was a statement full of certainty and determination. But the person who had just been pronounced dead was now undergoing surgery, which was utterly absurd. What can you do? Because Shin Yu-sung was the gold standard in medical technique, he was the one who could bring the dead back to life. Like the hand of God, once Yu-sung picked up a scalpel, any difficult surgery could be solved, and the celebration party tonight proved it. Even though he was the one with the biggest contribution, this time, Yu-sung wasn't very happy because he didn't know since when. He had lost his personal rest time every day for him repeated in the operating room. Known for being able to save even the dead, Yu-sung was called the Hand of God. At first, he felt it was a good thing because saving one person would make 10 people happy. However, doctors with that talent were not many, in fact very rare. Therefore, after patients flocked in upon hearing the rumors, Yu-sung didn't get a single second of rest. He was even treated like a portable medical device for VIP patients. Was this nickname really good, or was it meaningless? Not only was he physically exhausted, but his spirit and relationships around him also gradually worsened, and Yu-sung couldn't even remember the last time he spent time for himself. Earning money was good, but now he didn't even have time to spend it. He had to accept it. Yu-sung thought the rest of his life would be like this forever. But life is impermanent. While he was about to go home and crack open a beer to reward himself, in front of him appeared the blinding headlights of a car rushing towards him. Before he died, Yu-sung's whole life flashed by. Ironically, it was all scenes from the operating room. Could it be that the rare genius just ended his short life here? No, perhaps. Yu-sung's story will continue. The scene suddenly changes from modern to an ancient castle. From the small house, a calling voice echoed. Along with that were countless questions of why. As Yu-sung slowly opened his eyes, he saw his hands had now become chubby, and before him was the happy face of a couple. Yu-sung was bewildered, letting the mother of this body cherish him, dazed, not knowing what was happening. The last time he was conscious was when he was on his way home from the hospital and ended up being hit and killed by a truck. For that reason, this scene confused Yu-sung. He didn't know how he was still alive, and these two people were very strange to him. The young couple loved this boy named Ray dearly, lying snugly in the arms of the body's father. He was shocked to realize his body was tiny at the same time. Yu-sung vaguely realized he had been reborn as their child. A scratch on his hand caught the mother's attention. The boy's father also wanted to call a priest, but surprisingly, the mother insisted she could heal it. Yu-sung thought she was talking about medicine, but one thing he didn't expect was that the woman in front of him could use healing magic. It only took a few seconds for the scratch that should have left a scar as to now be completely gone. This meant that Yu-sung had been reincarnated into a new world, a world where magic exists. The peaceful night sky covered the small house with the gentle sound of the wind blowing inside. Ray groggily opened his eyes and looked around. He sat up and looked out the window. It's been a while since I've slept this much. He sat there pondering. It has been 3 months since Ray was reincarnated into this world. During that time, he had learned a few things. First, this world was different from his previous one. It's what you're thinking. A typical fantasy world, a world where monsters and races similar to humanity exist. Because of that, humans are attacked by monsters. As a result, people had to choose paths that required risking their lives to become stronger. One rather interesting thing Jay realized was that they decided to develop magic rather than science. Every time he watched his wounds being treated, it seemed to him they relied on magic instead of medical techniques. For even the most common things, the last thing he realized was that this wasn't a dream, but his new reality, and for some reason, Jay could still retain the memories and knowledge of his past life. He never thought he could be this relaxed. Again, now that he thinks about it, he never had a chance to love himself. Because of his job, if it weren't for the car accident, he would have probably died from overwork anyway, so he just lay down and enjoyed it. Since I've been reincarnated, I should also enjoy the moments I have. When will I be able to sleep this well again? A faint light shone on the potted plant in the room, the rare peace he had after being reincarnated as a young boy, carefree. Ray closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, then realized something. Huh? What is this? It's like a thin thread passing through my body. What is this cool sensation? I feel so refreshed. Is this the mana? Ellen Sen mentioned it doesn't seem easy to control. If I try to force it, it will scatter everywhere. I have to focus precisely on where the mana thread begins and ends. Mana should work the same way as blood. I'll try to visualize the flow of mana like a bloodstream and feel it fill my body. An endless flow of mana just like that. No need to rush, just slowly. Time passed. Autumn leaves fell gently in the blink of an eye. The cold winter arrived. Scene changes to another place. Ray's holding a flame in his hand. He shouted with joy. It finally worked. He didn't take his eyes off the flame in his hand and chuckled to himself. Haha, to think I could do this. a technique to control the flow of mana to shoot a fireball. It was worth the 3 years of effort I put into it. Although I succeeded in understanding the flow of mana and memorizing the potential paths it could take, the problem was I couldn't understand how this book explained mana control. Ray carefully read every part of the book. The book told me to store mana inside the body and control it when needed. Since mana is said to be drawn from our surroundings, a question popped into his head. Why does it need to be stored inside us in the first place? Above all, this seems to limit what we can do with it once it's stored. No matter how you look at it, it's not efficient. Jay came up with a hypothesis. What if we let mana move naturally without trying to store it? Wouldn't it be easier to draw mana from our surroundings and use it? In that case, we wouldn't have to worry about the quality of mana anymore. We could even avoid mana circles, although this is a dangerous method. Not written in the books, it's worth trying once. He smiled again. I never thought it would bring results, and beyond my expectations. I need to try it more. At this moment, Sen stood outside, observing him and whispered, "Look, I can't tell you how proud I feel every time I see Ray reading a book whenever he gets a chance." She covered her mouth and giggled. "I'm telling you, our child will definitely be a mage," Elle retorted. "What are you talking about with his physique? He needs to train as a swordsman." She waved her hand. "If that happens, our lovely Ray will be forced to become a lump of muscle like you." Elle sighed in frustration. At least a handsome lump of muscle inside. Ray heard all of that and thought to himself, if they keep talking that loudly, what's the point of hiding it from me? Sen felt a little worried in her heart, although I feel proud of our little Ray. Don't you think our child is too focused on books? What do you mean? She continued. Don't children his age go out and play with friends? I'm just worried that all our Ray wants to do is read books. Elle reassured. Come on, there's nothing to worry about too much. Most people worry. My child doesn't like reading books, right? I even said I want to raise my child to be a great mage. But what's wrong with that? Sen looked at her little child, unable to say anything more. Back to Jay, he thought this still wasn't enough. I need to create a perfect path for mana to flow through as perfectly as possible. The next morning at Jay's house, Sen burst through the door full of energy. Is our lovely Jay here? Yes, Jay, holding a book, looked up and replied, yes, I'm here. She couldn't stop worrying again. He's reading again. Even though I'm proud that my child is here reading books, I still want my child to meet friends his age and play. Is it because I haven't had a chance to play with him? Seeing his mother say nothing, Jay felt confused. After a moment of silent thought, Sen approached and asked Jay, do you want to have fun with me? He was surprised. Play with Mom. A thought flashed in his mind. Is Mom going to teach me magic? I'm sure she's trying to play with me so she can teach me a few things. Jay became excited and immediately agreed. Yes, let's play. But Sen paused for a beat, called Jay in a soft voice and hugged him tightly. To think my child is this excited just because he gets to play with me? I should have asked him sooner. A moment later, Jay was taken to another place. A bewildered look appeared on his face. Mom, where are the books? Why are we at the door? She replied. That's right, you don't need to read books today. We're going to play outside. Jay immediately turned around and refused the offer. Oh no, I think I need to study more. I can't spend time playing outside when I should be practicing. Sen was proud of Jay and lovingly hugged him. I didn't think you were so eager to learn. What am I to do with you? She tried to persuade him again, but it'll be okay for today. Don't you want to see what it's like outside? Let's go out and try to have fun. Only then did he think about it. Now that I think about it, I've never been outside after reincarnating. I don't even know what this world is like. All right, I think one day is fine. Having decided, he replied, okay, let's go out and have fun. Sen was overjoyed. Perfect, let's go right away. Stepping outside, Jay's eyes seemed to light up, taking in the entire view. He looked at the whole scenery around him, which was so close, yet he never paid attention to it once. For 3 years I've spent reading books at home. I never even thought about going outside. Looking at the leaves, the huge towering windmills, I was imprisoned by myself. A gentle breeze blew by, refreshing Jay's soul. Seeing him standing there motionless, Sen spoke up. Jay, what are you doing? Why don't you try exploring? Jay looked up and started to walk, taking his first steps outside, then running quickly across the vast green field. At this moment, Jay seemed to blend into nature. The scent of flowers and wild grass stirred his heart. Then he stopped in front of a cliff, gazing out at the magnificent scenery around him. The beautiful scene before him made him gasp in awe. Before I was reincarnated, I never had a chance to take care of myself. I was forced to live under pressure. Surviving was the best I could do. I've never felt so liberated like this before. However, I'm glad I was born into this world. Jay called out. Mom. Sen hummed a reply. Jay turned his head to look at her, smiling happily. He said to her with his most sincere words, thank you, Mom, for bringing me outside. In a certain hospital, there was an emergency case. Song had to use all his strength with the nurses to quickly push the gurney of an emergency patient. A repetitive life where I'm with patients all day. He never rested his hands even for a few short minutes, and during surgeries, someone was always rushing him. That voice was always echoing. Doctor, the next surgery will arrive in 5 minutes. After the surgery ended, Du Sung collapsed. I'm exhausted. Now I have no strength left. I've reached my limit. But the voices of nurses and patients kept holding me back. Save me, doctor. You need to go. Suddenly, somewhere there was a soft voice calling Jay. Jay Sen's voice. Woke him up. Jay startled awake from the nightmare that always haunted him. She smiled gently, stroking his head as she spoke. Did you have a scary dream? Hearing his mother's voice, he gradually calmed down and thought to himself, ah, it was a dream. I was having such a nice time. And then I dreamed of something like this. Jay struggled to open one eye under the bright sun. In front of him, the strange city he had transmigrated to appear. This isn't the world where he had to work non-stop. Thinking of this, Jay's mood became much more relaxed. He was now a carefree child. That's right, I've been reborn into this world. I will definitely not live the same way I did in my previous life. The scenery here seemed to have a filter on it in Jay's eyes. Even the house he was living in was very different from his previous life. Jay and Sen returned after a stroll outside. Seeing her, his father happily greeted, I'm home. He looked at his wife and child, smiled, and didn't forget to ask, welcome home. Did you have fun playing? Jay answered excitedly, yes, I did. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. That's right. He reached out and tugged on Sen's skirt, calling softly, Mom. Jay's eyes widened at this moment. Please, teach me magic. Hearing the request of her precious son, Sen couldn't help but be moved. She exclaimed, wait a minute, then uncontrollably fell into her beloved husband's arms. How can my child be this cute and adorable? She couldn't stop exclaiming. You want to start training already? If you want to, I'll always be happy to teach you. Seeing Sen's reaction, he could only give a wry smile to get through it. He felt a little awkward inside. Even though I've seen this reaction many times, I still can't get used to it. A moment later, Sen began to teach Jay his first lesson. Since this is a request from Jay, shall we begin then? She started with the most basic human element. A small flame appeared from Sen's hand, burning brightly. Jay was extremely intrigued by the unprecedented magic. Seeing Jay's intrigued reaction, Sen was surprised by her son's reaction, so she was determined to teach Jay thoroughly and clearly. Ah, this is fire. Isn't it interesting? Jay gave a forced laugh. Seeing him like that, Sen blushed and mumbled to herself. Or is it not impressive enough? He thought to himself, that's because this is magic that I've used a few times before. At this moment, Sen thought of something. She called him. We should sit down first, shouldn't we? Jay obediently replied, yes, ma'am. Once seated properly on the bed, Sen started again. The thing about magic is, the central light that radiates will gather the surrounding energy sources to create what the user wants. With the magic you want to use, transform it into mana. The formula for success is with an activation word and with an activation action. That's it, easy right. Then she used the earlier flame as an example. Just follow the formula, concentrate your mana, point at the air and shout fire and there will be a flame. I see the basic knowledge is just applying the formula. Jay became even more curious. Mom, I have a question, Sen replied. Okay, student Jay. He started asking questions like short answers on a final exam. Mom, can mana be converted through another method? Sen was a little surprised. A different method. After thinking for a moment, Jay began to give his explanation. What I mean is taking fire as an example. Suppose we have 3 red mana particles. You burn the mana. Then it will turn into blue mana and you gather the mana you want to burn. Finally, applying physics and using friction will create the desired flame for the user. At this point, he asked another short answer question. Instead of converting mana 3 times, why not make it simpler? Although if you do that, the mana will quickly disperse. Sen had been staring wide-eyed at her son, who suddenly had so many bold ideas. Oh my. An advanced question, huh? She thought for a moment. That's right, and it's not impossible. Looking at him, if those 3 actions are combined and then stabilized, it might be possible. Then she and Jay looked at each other and laughed. That's in theory. However, Jay still had some thoughts in his heart. He rubbed his chin to steady himself, which meant looking at his small hand. Jay clenched his fist in a complete state. Can I add more attributes? While thinking, he performed the second step, spreading his 5 proud fingers. Suddenly, a surge of mana shot out from his hand, so powerful it went straight to the ceiling. To the astonishment of Sen and himself, he looked at the result of his first try. Like a VIP top-up bonus, he thought to himself, I did it. Elle from the next room also ran out in surprise, asking, what was that just now? What happened? Sen was just as surprised. Looking at Jay's happy and innocent face, she had no idea what was going on. She thought to herself for a moment before he used magic. I did not notice that when he uses magic, the mana flow is always moving. An indescribable worry flashed in Sen's eyes. Jay looked up at the ceiling in this life. He was still asking himself about the repeated life where he stayed with patients all day. But have I ever not felt it? The stream of thoughts separated him from reality. Forgetting about his parents in this world, Jay kept muttering to himself as expected. It is easy to understand when you think of it as an atom, and if you start combining mana, like a compound, you do not need to add mana. Looking at his appearance, he looks more like an adult than a kid. Sen thought this child Jay is so strange. Sen suddenly teared up, staring at him. No, I was too focused. Jay returned to his innocent smiling self and asked Mom, is something wrong? She answered awkwardly. It is just that Mom is very proud that Jay can use magic. Jay scratched his head smugly. Really? Looks like I am a genius. Sen beside him also cheered. Our son is so amazing. That night, when only the moon and stars were in the sky, Jay was sleeping in his room when he was startled awake by someone's voice. It is a serious problem. What should we do if he gets taken to the academy? At this age, to prevent that from happening, we must do our best. Elle was sitting at the dining table holding her hand, trying to reassure Sen. Jay overheard a part of it and thought, are they talking about me? Elle sighed again. I know it is not as easy as I say. Sen replied, Jay is a genius that appears once in hundreds, no thousands of years. If he gets noticed by the Academy, Sen's voice trembled involuntarily. Jay in his room turned over. He started to get curious about the Academy. I do not know what kind of place the Academy is, but it seems I could be taken there. Thinking this, his hand clenched slightly, making a resolution in his heart. To prevent that from happening, I need power. I just wanted to learn magic for fun. But I've changed my mind. I need to achieve absolute power. The wandering thoughts from before once again sent Jay into a deep sleep. Many years have passed. After a peaceful night, the scene gradually brightened. A hard-working bird was already singing on a high branch. Sunlight from outside streamed through the window, lighting up the entire room. On the desk, the candle had burned more than half. There were also a few half-read books. A young man with white hair stretched after a long sleep. Looking out the door, he mumbled, it is already morning, and hurriedly got out of bed. The young man scratched his head, blaming himself for being a heavy sleeper. I cannot tell how much time has passed, so should I go exploring now? At this moment, a radiant face with intelligent eyes was revealed. This young man is the 5-year-old Jay, remembering the time before. After awakening and controlling his mana, Jay began to work on his goal. Jay's experiments and research on magic increased in level. Not only that, he also threw himself into practicing meditation with magic every night, and his talent for understanding mana was proof of his rapid growth. Besides practicing his techniques, Jay also constantly honed his knowledge to enhance his future professional abilities. Because of that, due to the enormous amount of mana he absorbed during this time, his hair had turned pure white. Back to the present, Jay, now a teenager, suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, I need to bring this too. Then he diligently wrote something down. I do not know how much of my medical knowledge I will use, but let's just give it a try. At this point, the words he wrote on the board could be clearly seen. I can heal anyone who is sick. Taking a deep breath, he thought, but before I go, maybe one last time. First, a blazing red flame erupted. Second, a vortex from the air twisted to form wind. Finally, condensing water and moist air to form ice. He pointed his hands straight into the air, directly using mana to use all three elements. Satisfied with the result, the silver-haired Jay cheerfully rejoiced, it is perfect, so I should really go now, huh? With that, he strode straight into town. A small wooden plank was placed on the ground by Jay. It was the stand for the small sign he had written earlier. Looking around the area, Jay mumbled to himself, this seems like a reasonable spot. This is a bit embarrassing. At this point, Jay blushed, cleared his throat a few times, then took a deep breath and shouted like a madman, I can treat anyone who feels unwell. Bring anyone. Seeing the 5-year-old kid shouting like that, the local people just found it funny. What a kind young man. You are right, the people there whispered to each other. I have not had a laugh like that in a long time. Me too. From the crowd, a kind man advised Jay, hey kid, go play Saint somewhere else. You should not make fun of sick people like that. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Jay was a bit taken aback. Who do these people think I am? After a few seconds of shock, he regained his composure. No, I expected this. Let's just wait a bit. Sure enough, waiting a bit turned into waiting from morning till dusk. Still, no one asked him for treatment. In the end, his first day of business was a failure. I cannot believe no one came. At that moment, he got up thinking, I guess I cannot help it. I should just go home for today. In his moment of despair, someone came up to him. The person asked, can you really treat sick people? Just as tears were about to fall, someone asked that. Jay was a little surprised. A young girl about his age, her clothes looked like those of an upper-class girl. She asked again, no matter what kind of patient, right? Seeing Von Alicia, he thought to himself, will this be my first patient? Before Jay could answer, Von Alicia rushed forward and asked for the third time, can you really treat them? Jay shuffled back and replied, well, I need to examine them first. The little girl pursed her lips, looking straight into Jay's eyes with a scrutinizing gaze, and Von Alicia bluntly criticized him, showing her distrust. I knew it. It is absurd to think an idiot like you could cure anyone. These words were like an arrow piercing his chest, which made Jay truly angry. Hey Shorty, he yelled. Von Alicia had just turned to leave when she was pulled back. She looked at him annoyed. What Shorty Jay's face darkened. Every word came out clearly. I may look like a useless 5-year-old on the street, but there's not a single patient in this world I cannot treat. Stop judging by appearances. His words and confident aura were like a filter, making him sparkle. Seeing Jay like that, Von Alicia blushed slightly. He is a foolish kid. Who would have known that, in the body of a 5-year-old teenager, was a skilled doctor who was at the hospital more than at home. Looking at his face now, Von Alicia thought, but what is this strange feeling of trust? Thinking this, she reconsidered. Right, you are right. I am sorry. Von Alicia held her blue dress, curtsied slightly, bowed her head, and introduced herself. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the only daughter of Viscount Gat. After introducing herself, Von Alicia frowned and emphasized again. Not Shorty. At this, Jay smiled awkwardly. My name is Jay. He thought to himself, is she a noble? No wonder her clothes look so luxurious. Then the two had a short conversation before the sun disappeared below the horizon. Why are you suddenly using such formal language? Just speak like you did before. Von Alicia said in a low voice. Anyway, the patient I mentioned earlier is my father. His eyes widened, remembering Viscount Gak and how she had sadly recounted her father's illness. The skin on his chest turned red and developed into a lump. Then it swelled up into a ball. Hearing these symptoms, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be a malignant tumor? He frowned like a doctor. Then we should go take a look. If this is an emergency, every second counts. Suddenly, his expression fell. But if it's a tumor the size of a ball, it might already be too late. With this in mind, he ran nonstop, following Von Alicia home. A moment later, Von Alicia's footsteps stopped, and she led him to a mansion with high walls and a closed gate. Von Alicia looked at him. "We're here, let's go inside." Jay reassured himself. Of course it's big. This is the house of a noble after all. Before she could even reach the door, an elderly man ran out calling loudly, "Young miss, you're back." Von Alicia replied, "Butler." She ran and grabbed the butler's hand, her voice trembling. "How is my father?" he stammered in reply. "Young miss, it's about the Viscount." The impending news shocked Von Alicia. His condition suddenly worsened, and he has passed away. She couldn't believe what she just heard. "You're lying." Immediately, Von Alicia ran towards her father's room. The butler called after her helplessly. Young Miss Von Alicia ran as fast as she could, telling herself, "No, no." She burst the door open. Von Alicia called out with tears streaming down her face, "Father." The Viscount was lying motionless on the bed, while the Viscountess cried non-stop. She softly called Alicia, unable to bear it. Von Alicia ran to her and sobbed, "No, father, please." At this moment, Jay appeared, observing the patient's condition. "Can I take a look?" A stream of black aura floated in the air. In the middle of the Viscount's chest, the tumor was pitch black. Jay focused on its faint pulse. He thought to himself, "It's quite weak, but I can still feel it." Then a glowing mana orb appeared in his palm, and he declared he's still alive. The Viscountess and the captain of the guard widened their eyes at his words. Von Alicia gently grabbed the hem of his clothes and whispered, "Jay, my father." She looked at him with teary eyes. "Please save him." Jay smirked. He looked at her with a reliable expression and replied, "Don't worry." Jay's presence made everyone in the mansion curious. A man walked up and asked, "Who is that kid?" The Viscountess next to him replied, "I'm not sure." It seems he came with Alicia. Hearing this, the man became agitated. How can an unknown commoner be allowed into a Viscount's mansion? After hearing that Jay could save the Viscount, the guard's eyes widened as he spoke. "Wait a minute, did he just say he could save the Viscount?" The maid beside him added with a trembling voice, "He's probably just a con artist. Maybe he intends to steal something valuable." The Viscountess was very worried about her husband, so she didn't pay much attention. She said calmly through her tears, "This isn't important right now. I just want to cling to the last bit of hope that this boy can perform a miracle." Then she looked at his bright and trustworthy face, placing all her faith in the young man before her back to Jay's case. He looked at the tumor on the Viscount's chest, thinking, "I can't believe this thing could grow so large, and even rot to the point of turning pitch black like this." Thinking this, a sharp blade appeared from his fingertip. "First, I have to focus my mana to form a scalpel." At this moment, the guard and the butler saw his strange action. Their faces turned pale. The guard immediately shouted, "You, what are you trying to do?" Jay's ears rang from the guard's shout after the deafening noise subsided. Jay turned to ask the guard, "What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm trying to treat him." He shouted again, "Don't be ridiculous. How can you treat him like that?" Seeing the patient's family distrusting the doctor, he made a threat. "If you don't trust me, I can stop right now." "No problem at all." He was rendered speechless. This bastard. Seeing the guard's overreaction, the Viscountess spoke up, "Captain." She looked at him, her face clearly weary for now. "Just trust this boy." Being reminded, he had no choice but to accept. "I understand, my lady." Then Jay casually waved the guard away. Yeah, shut up and go somewhere else. You're bothering me." Unable to do anything, he gritted his teeth. This arrogant brat back to the task, he let out a sigh. "When I poke this tumor, it oozes pus instead of blood." Looking at the lump again, he made his diagnosis. This is no longer a tumor. This is an area of skin made necrotic by toxins. A hint of worry appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a blue mana began to swirl around Jay. He began to roll up his sleeves. "Well then, shall we begin?" He manifested his mana to form a sharp surgical blade. "First, I have to cut away all the necrotic parts." He began to insert the blade at the base of the lump. The onlookers all stared wide-eyed at his technique. After removing the lump, the next step is to open the chest. "Then I'll make an incision here on his chest." Suddenly, something caught his eye, making Jay flinch behind the ribs. His 2 lungs were dark red. He thought to himself, "Just as I thought. His lungs have also started to become necrotic. I wonder how long it's been like this." Then he continued with the surgery, but from another perspective. You could say he's quite lucky. This necrotic part isn't very large, so even if I cut it all out, he should be able to recover. A new stream of mana appeared, making the Viscount's chest glow. After dealing with the root cause, he began using mana to create medical sutures. "I'll stitch the cut area with mana thread." He was completely focused on the chest wound. The onlookers were completely silent. No one dared to speak or even breathe loudly. The butler stared at Jay's back and mumbled the boy that the young miss brought here. He hesitated. "I truly have no words." Looking at the bright face and his intense concentration, he thought to himself. He not only has an aura that his peers of the young Mrs. Age do not possess, but also the masterful movements of his hands. At this moment, his mana-covered hands were still moving with ceaseless grace. Threads extended from all 5 of his fingertips, twisting in a few basic patterns. He thought to himself, for the final step, I'll finish with a knot. Watching him, the butler felt he was as skilled as a puppet master. No, like a god of puppetry. Jay paid no mind to the other's stares. He was only focused on his work at this moment. The butler spoke softly. That boy might actually be able to perform a miracle. The maid beside him glanced at him upon hearing this. Then the maid looked at the young man before her. She, who had initially seen him as a con artist, had now changed her mind. I agree. A moment later, Jay stopped his hands and wiped the sweat from his forehead. All right, almost done, looking at the Viscount's chest. The pitch-black tumor was removed and the neat stitches on his chest were complete. Now, I just need to help restore his heartbeat a bit. Then he began chest compressions to stimulate it. I'll use mana to perform emergency resuscitation. His mana now acted like a defibrillator's current, Jay thought. I just need to assist with his heart massage. One push sent the current into the heart, making it beat strongly once before stabilizing. Hearing the first heartbeat, he smiled brightly. It's done. He's alive. The surgery was a great success. He quickly turned to inform the family. But something made him pause. The Viscount's family was staring at Jay like you're some talented weirdo with a strange treatment method. Jay stared at them wide-eyed, wondering what their expressions meant. Then he glanced at the Viscount. The corners of his mouth were bleeding. Jay realized it as well. Blood suddenly started circulating in that dead body, so he's hemorrhaging. To an ignorant outsider, the guard gritted his teeth and hissed, "You bastard." He pointed straight at Jay's face and blamed him. I knew it. I knew you were just a quack. Seeing his agitated reaction, Jay raised his hands with a wry smile and quickly explained, You again. I'm sorry. Please allow me to explain. He didn't give him a chance to speak. You're still trying to make excuses to escape blame. Looking at the Viscount's complexion, he asked, But he's alive now, isn't he? The guard ignored the result and just roared, Are you still being stubborn? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. In what ways, Lord Piccolo alive? All I see is a blood-soaked body. He felt helpless against this stubborn guy. That won't be a problem. He's really alive. The guard just kept yelling, Shut up, I can't believe you cut open a noble's body. Are you even human? Jay let out a sigh. Wait a minute, let's see. As the situation grew chaotic, a soft voice called out, Jay. You told me you could definitely save him, Fawn Alicia yelled. I trusted you. He unconsciously took a step back, trying to say again, Wait a minute, let's see. He's really not dead. Looking at her father's motionless body, she mumbled. But now, he's like this. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. My father died because I brought you here. Seeing her become so regretful, he immediately explained to reassure her, Von Alicia, he's really healed. Just wait and see. Jay was starting to question life. Why is everyone like this? Is it because they have no experience with surgery? Before he could finish the thought, a sharp sword was pointed straight at his chest. You lowly commoners, not only did you harm the Viscount, but you also deceived the young lady. It was the voice of the guard captain. He ordered the other soldiers present. Pinning the blame on Jay. Wasn't desecrating the Viscount's body enough for you? Seeing their reaction, he swallowed his bitterness and took a deep breath. Jay slowly said, I went through so much trouble to save him. And not only do I not get a single word of thanks, but you also point a sword at my face. His voice was filled with disappointment. Jay looked the guard straight in the eye and asked him, What did you just say, that I'm a fraud and a murderer? He frowned, a flash of anger in his eyes. You've all messed with the wrong person. After being berated by the guard, he became harsh. Jay thought to himself, I know their reaction is infuriating, but standing proudly alone facing the people before him, Jay knew in his heart, medically speaking, if you consider the standards of this world, their reaction is actually quite normal. At this, Jay's face darkened and he repeated word for word, I'll say it again. The treatment was a success. We just need to wait for him to recover. I'm leaving now. As he spoke, he walked straight toward the main door. Before leaving, Jay glanced at the crowd, who had just pointed their swords at him and warned, And I'm warning you, don't you dare block my path. Knowing he was the target, the guard couldn't help but get angry and hiss. Unable to control his anger, he gripped his sword hilt and swung. You arrogant bastard. Jay stopped and took a deep breath. He used his magic to create mana chains. They bound the guard's entire body. Jay clenched his fist and mumbled, Bind. The guard recognized what had bound him and he was a little surprised. A binding spell. How can he use this kind of magic? The accompanying soldiers looked bewildered, seeing them standing still without taking action. The guard scolded. What are you all doing? Get him quick, he added. He can't use multiple spells at once. Hurry up. His subordinates immediately replied, Yes, yes, sir. But again, Jay opened his hand and the word bind rang out. The armored men who were about to seize him were also tightly bound by the mana chains. Disbelieving what Jay had just done, the guard's eyes widened as he stammered dual magic. Seeing the amount of mana radiating from him, the guard couldn't help but be surprised. He can use dual magic at his age, he thought to himself. Just what is this brat? What is he? A moment later, the mana retracted back into Jay. The bound men were also released. Before leaving, Jay left one last message. This is the final warning, don't get in my way. After completing the surgery and leaving the mansion, after all that trouble, it was already dark. Jay rubbed his head. The difference in medical knowledge is really huge. But this is too much, he mumbled to himself as he walked. In a moment, he was at his front door, silently blaming the guard. How dare he treat me like some ignorant, fraudulent brat? But he was my first patient in this place. As he unlatched the door, he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Stepping inside, he sighed about his fate, just as I thought. My medical skills are useless here. Suddenly, while Jay was spacing out, a voice called out to him. You're home very late. Only then did he realize someone else was home. Oh no. I was so lost in thought, I completely forgot. The person who had just called out to Jay was his mother. Mrs. Sen frowned unhappily. What time did I tell you to be home? He stammered 7, and what time is it now? Do you know how many bad people there are in this world? You're grounded for 2 days. Unfortunately, for Jay, no matter what world he was in, mothers were all the same. Being late meant being grounded. Jay had nothing left to say. He could only listen to the scolding. At that moment, he had only one thought. Even here, I'm still treated like a child, and so the night grew later. The last light in the house was extinguished while Jay was sound asleep. Meanwhile, at the Viscount's mansion in the Viscount's room, the room stirred with a strained voice. What the hell just happened? Who was that kid? Von Alicia called out softly. Father, he had now woken up and seemed to be in discomfort, and Von Alicia and the lady saw his reaction. They were startled and quickly turned to look at the guard, who was also gaping. The Viscount is alive. How? How is this possible? The guard was still in his sword-wielding pose, bound by Jay's mana. His face turned pale. Is the Viscount really alive? The lady could only sigh. Von Alicia's words of distrust flooded back into her memory. She cried emotionally, how do you expect me to believe you? Or the guard pointing his sword at Jay's neck and speaking with contempt. You lowly commoner. Just thinking about it made the Viscountess want to dig a hole and hide. She spoke up. I didn't even recognize our savior. We have truly made a grave mistake. The Viscountess endlessly blamed herself and gave an order to find Jay. Take responsibility for this and go find him right now. This directly damages our family's reputation. The guard cried out in confusion, me. Suddenly he could move freely. He yelled the magic. As he spoke, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The lady helplessly turned to leave, tossing back one sentence. Find him and apologize directly for your rudeness. The guard replied. Yes, I understand. At this the butler looked thoughtful. This is quite interesting. How could such a young man be able to perform such a miracle? Suddenly, another voice chimed in. Could he be a saint? Her words made everyone's eyes widen. A saint, they asked. They continued their lively discussion. But I've never heard of a saint who can use magic. Me neither. A while later, the Viscount was sleeping soundly in bed. Someone exclaimed, look at the Viscount's relaxed expression. Look, he must have just fainted. Everyone saw that, right? The royal guard suddenly blurted out if it was not a saint with the ability to bring the dead back to life. Then how could this be possible? So to know about the saints, we need a brief overview of human history. Who are the saints? Ancient records have recorded that they are the ones chosen by the gods. They possess immense divine power and can also hear the words of the gods. They are greatly loved by the gods and are even their representatives, and the reincarnation of the gods. Hearing this, the lady was a bit doubtful. But really, that boy. How come I have never heard rumors that our kingdom has a saint? Could it be a yet unknown saint? And Von Alicia shared her mother's thoughts. That's right, isn't this an illness that even the archbishops couldn't cure? Another person chimed in, confirming the speculation. The one who cured the Viscount must certainly be a saint. The butler looked worriedly at the royal guard and asked, so how did you treat a saint? The captain turned his face away in shame. I am very sorry for my foolishness. I have caused the Viscount trouble. The lady was no better, taking responsibility herself. No, didn't we all just stand by and watch indifferently? This is all of our fault. Von Alicia beside them was also filled with regret for her wavering faith. Jay, know that saint, let's go meet him and apologize. Suddenly, a soft voice asked, what is everyone talking about? These words startled Von Alicia. Father, the Viscount was being helped up by a maid. He clutched the stitches on his chest and asked with difficulty, you all just said, a saint, I'm asking you. What in the world happened while I was unconscious? Von Alicia lowered her head and whispered, yes, a saint has healed you, father. Hearing this, he clenched his fists. So I was able to wake up thanks to that saint. Realizing his benefactor had been insulted by the guards, even though he had just woken up, he berated them harshly. And yet you dare to be proud of your own rudeness. Suddenly, the Viscount's body twinged. What the hell? Seeing this, the royal guard's eyes nearly popped out as he yelled, Lord Viscount. He angrily scolded, stop shouting. Looking at his hand trembling with anger, the Viscount gave an order. Use all the manpower in this mansion. Use every means possible to find him. The order echoed throughout the room. At the same time, Jay, who was reading, felt his ears itching. Is someone talking about me? On a beautiful morning, on a path leading into the forest. Cian enthusiastically cheered for Jay. Good luck, Jay. He began the formula to concentrate his mana. He raised his hand and said heal. He healed it until it was broken. The branch broke in two. This made Jay stare in stunned surprise. His mother, seeing this, teased him. Oh my, your failure is so adorable. Unable to accept it, he tried again with fire. He shouted, "Fire, it looks strange." He continued to experiment with light. Cien next to him was already wearing 3D glasses and holding popcorn. Feeling that normal magic was still working correctly, he tried again. Heal. Just like before, it went from bad to worse. This is unacceptable. Jay started to throw a fit. Why isn't this working? Why, Cien? Seeing how childish he was, burst out laughing. Now, let me explain. Listen carefully. She began her explanation. Healing is a spell that uses mana to enhance the target's life force. Hearing his mother's words, he thought to himself, that's way too simplified, not one for just theory. Cien prepared to demonstrate for him. Try to imagine you are using your mana to create a layer that envelops your target. She focused her mana on the broken branch. A light shone out, and the branch suddenly grew wooden fibers to cover the wound like this. Heal. In an instant, the branch was whole again without a single scar. There. Cien smiled reassuringly. It's not that difficult. Try again. I understand. Jay reluctantly agreed to try again. Yes. Suddenly, something caught Cien's attention. Rustle. What was that sound? A forest animal appeared before the mother and son. It was a deer. The most noticeable thing was the blood on its leg joint. It seemed to have a serious leg injury. How unfortunate. Just then, Cien had an idea. She cheerfully said to Jay, "Perfect, Jay. Why don't you try treating the deer?" He asked back. The deer. She added, "Think of it as practice." Her words seemed to make sense. He rubbed his chin and thought, it needs help anyway. I guess this is better than practicing on a branch. So Cien sealed the deal. First, to save the deer, you have to make it stay. Try to approach the deer without startling it. Seeing her expression, Jay had a bad feeling. Why does it seem like Mom is enjoying this? Then he began his deer-catching quest. As he got close, he stepped on a branch, making a loud noise. Due to its animal instincts, the deer was startled and frightened. In an instant, the deer bolted. He shouted, "It's running away." Cien looked at him encouragingly. Go on, Jay, catch it. He had no idea what she was up to. He chased after the deer, wondering to himself, why am I doing this? He gritted his teeth and ran with all his might. Is it really worth it for the hand of God to put so much effort into learning healing? And then he answered his own question. Of course, I have to do everything I can to save as many lives as possible. He cast a spell to catch the deer. A hand swung out as the binding spell was cast. Thinking back on what happened in the past, Jay remembered the strange attitudes and gazes mixed with wariness from the people in the Viscount's mansion. He realized something. The people here, rather than understanding my modern medical knowledge, feared it because it was unfamiliar. At that moment, the flashback ended. Jay had successfully bound the deer. He looked at it happily. Gotcha. After bringing the deer back to Cien, he examined it for a moment and concluded, it runs surprisingly well for having an injured leg. He tried to pet it, but the deer seemed more scared than anything else. All right, lie still. I'm going to heal you. Cien cheered Jay on. Good luck. Then, an immense amount of mana was released from Jay. He thought, if it's the kind of magic they're used to, Jay mumbled to himself, I will definitely make this work. At that moment, Cien was slightly startled. The magic radiating from him astonished her. This terrifying flow of mana, but how? Meanwhile, Jay was trying to push mana into the deer to heal it. On my honor as a doctor, I will definitely take this next step, he shouted. Heal. A blue light radiated throughout the forest. Nothing could withstand a hit like that. The deer let out a cry of pain and then went still. Jay and Cien silently blinked at their patient. It took about 3 seconds for the mother and son to realize the deer had been healed. Well, it was healed to death, not just healed of its lameness. They were both confused. Oh dear. It died instantly. What just happened? It was supposed to be healed. Jay sighed helplessly. Thinking about how he failed to save a life as a doctor, he frowned in contemplation. Use mana to create a membrane and enhance life force. Isn't that what Mom said? Looking at Cien's smiling face, he felt puzzled. Why can't I figure out how to heal when every other mage can? Thinking this, Jay looked into his palm. Or is it because of the mana path that I have? Jay then formed a hypothesis. Suppose I use heal on a person, an elderly patient. Young doctor, can you please heal me? Then I would apply the formula. Of course, just a moment, heal. And the old man would smile and thank me. Thank heavens. How can I ever repay you? And then it would be his funeral. Then his family would put up a tombstone for him. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Jay's spine. I have to stay away from healing magic from now on. I can't risk anyone getting hurt. After the mana stimulation that helped the deer log out, he returned peace to the forest. That night at Jay's house, today, Sen made a super delicious steak. Elle was amazed and wondered, is there a special occasion? What's with the steak? Sen didn't answer him, just smiled mysteriously. Instead, she turned to pinch her son's cheek and boasted, our genius son can't be healed? That's what you said. How adorable. These words made Elle laugh so hard he almost choked. The couple then burst out laughing to tease Dam Ray. It was from that moment that he became extremely determined. He would never learn healing magic from now on. The scene changes to a beautiful morning in the Holy Empire of Gaia, at an exquisitely carved statue of a goddess. My era, my era. A man knelt before the statue, constantly whispering, my lady. His pupils contracted. Are you calling for me? This person was the Pope of the Holy Empire. The statue then emitted a resounding voice, find him. The statue's voice rang out again. Find the new white-haired saint. Somewhere on a trail in a deserted forest, a squad of soldiers was led by a knight on horseback. They were chattering excitedly. Have you heard about the new saint? Of course I've heard about him. We already have a saintess. I can't believe another one has appeared, one person replied softly. I heard this new saint is quite young. What does age matter? He was chosen by the gods. They couldn't stop chattering and wondering about the saint that the holy god mentioned. Having another saint must be a good thing for us, isn't it? Isn't this an unprecedented event in history? To find out the reason for this hot topic of the soldiers' gossip, we need to go back 10 hours earlier, before the Holy Empire's troops were dispatched from the Holy Empire of Gaia. A loud voice was heard. My goddess. The Pope knelt before the statue, talking to himself. Finally, the goddess has. Thank you. Thank you, my goddess. His eyes widened as he looked at the statue. What important matter do you have? That voice rang out again. Go find the white-haired saint, located in the country named Cilia. The Pope continued to listen for the message, but after waiting a long time, nothing else came. He then asked, Is that all? The voice replied. What more do you want? This sharp exchange confused him. The Pope asked naively, But there are many white-haired people in Cilia. Can't you give me another clue? Above the statue's head, a ray of light shone, along with guiding words. This new saint is 15 years old. Find that person and bring him to this holy empire. Hearing these words, the Pope was startled and obediently agreed. Yes, my goddess. This servant will go find him right away. Then he turned and shouted loudly outside. Eugene, are you there? The one who was called answered immediately. Yes, your holiness. A young man with golden hair appeared. He was Aaron. Aaron's eyes widened as he asked, You were looking for me? The Pope gave an order. Go and prepare a delegation at once. Send them to Cilia immediately. Aaron obeyed without question. Yes, your holiness. I understand. The Pope, however, was still very confused. A new saint. Back at Ray's small house, he was reading when Elle called him to learn swordsmanship. What do you think? Ray was a little curious. Swordsmanship. He smiled. The more ways you know to defend yourself, the better. Ray hesitated and thought for a moment. He felt that this offer made sense. Remembering the life he was living, Ray thought to himself, compared to my previous life, where I could easily get daily necessities, this is a place where I have to risk my life just for an apple. Then he closed the book and looked at Elle. All right, I'd like to try learning. He got excited. Great, should we start right away? Before leaving the house, his father asked him, But what's with these glasses? He dodged the question. It's just a habit. A moment later, the sound of two wooden swords clashed. Elle smiled. For a beginner, you're pretty good. Ray, on the other hand, was pale. Wait a minute, it's a good thing I learned kendo before. He seems a bit too aggressive. Watching Elle swing relentlessly, he thought to himself, Is this what you call just exchanging a few moves? Ray's eyes lit up. If that's the case, he gripped his sword's hilt tightly. His action took Elle by surprise. He then asked, What's wrong, Ray? Are you giving up already? But Ray was taking a deep breath to channel mana into his sword. When he was done, he replied softly, Not at all. I'm just changing my tactics a bit. Pointing the tip of his sword forward, he smiled. Elle was also quite surprised by his precious son's talent, sword aura. Then the two of them clashed. He didn't hold back and swung down. Seeing the sharp strike, Elle felt excited. All right, but his joy was short-lived. Ray's sword strikes came continuously. If this keeps up, I'll lose. He gritted his teeth. I have no other choice, since it's come to this. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Elle thought to himself, I'll have to use sword aura too. Seeing his father change his sword technique, Ray's eyes widened. The sword was now enveloped in blazing flames. With one swift spin of his sword, Elle successfully knocked Ray down. He fell hard onto the ground in pain. Seeing this, Elle felt sorry for his son. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Ray! Scene change. The town market was now bustling with people. Nearby residents kept whispering to each other, Aren't those people from the Intelligence Guild? I've seen them a lot lately. I think the guild is looking for someone or something. A person in a hooded cloak silently listened to the conversations around them. Then he moved on. In a gathering place, a few men were talking. Found anything? The other replied, No. Still haven't found anyone. But seriously, how are we supposed to find someone if all we know is their age and hair color? A young man in blue frowned in annoyance, complaining about being overworked while being pestered about daily progress. The pressure is too much. The guard revealed his face from under the hood. Someone else said, Look, he's coming again. He asked, Have you guys found anything yet? The young man in blue looked openly annoyed. Look, Sir Knight, finding a needle in a desert would be easier than this. The guy next to him chimed in. A 15-year-old, white-haired kid. How are we supposed to find him with just that information? Seeing the attitude of these lower-class people, the guard gritted his teeth in anger. These useless bastards. Suddenly, the memory of the Viscount's threats came flooding back. A pair of glasses was thrown to the ground, shattering. A voice shouted, "You mean you still haven't found him? What kind of work are you people doing?" The guard bowed his head and spoke in a low voice. "I am very sorry, Lord Viscount." Unable to find his benefactor, the Viscount furiously vented his anger. "Do you think he's just an ordinary kid?" he rambled on. "He is a saint. Good heavens, if people find out how badly we treated a saint, what would happen?" He then mentioned an even more important issue with a grim face. "There will definitely be a war. The Holy Empire might declare war on us. Do you want to destroy this family? Go find him now. Right now." No matter how he was treated, the guard could only swallow his feelings. He humbled himself and begged, "Please, everyone, do your best. I'll pay whatever it takes." In his heart, he reminded himself, "I have to find him." Suddenly, a young man spoke up. "Did you just say you'd pay whatever it takes?" He gave a mischievous smile. "In that case, let me handle this for you." He finished with a sly, squinting smile. Back to the swordsmanship lesson with L. Ray's hand was bleeding. He whimpered softly. "Ah, it hurts." Seeing him like that, Elle couldn't help but feel sorry. "Damn, that looks bad. I'm sorry, son." To ease his worry, Ray smiled reassuringly and replied, "It's okay." Sen appeared just then and saw the long cut on Ray's hand. "Ray, what happened to your hand?" She ran over, worrying about Ray while scolding his father. "It looks like his bone is broken, dear." Elle sighed, while Ray felt a bit awkward. "It's okay, Mom. I can heal it with magic." Even though he said that, Sen was still quite worried. "Let me help you now." This time he refused. "No, I want to try it myself." Then a circle of energy appeared and surrounded Jay's injured arm. As soon as the chant ended, the energy shone even more powerfully than before. Sen couldn't hide the surprise on her face as the wound on his arm was now gone. It's completely healed. It's just like it was before Sen's eyes became more dazed. But how, at that moment, she met her husband's gaze. Elle asked again to be sure, "Didn't you say last time that the kid couldn't do it?" She nervously explained to Elle it's because the kid killed the deer with a single blow. Hearing this, Elle could only think of his wife's delicious steak. It's enough to know its origin. Over here, Jay mumbled with a broken chin. "I guess I have to explain everything again." Jay took a deep breath to compose himself and then called out, "Mom, Dad, I have something I need to tell you." Then a conversation began among the three of them in the small house. "What is it, Jay?" "The thing is, He frankly revealed his secret to his parents. "I'm different from normal people. Day must have gotten a perfect 30 on the Group B exam in his past life. But he probably barely passed literature because no one understood a thing he said." Sen spoke up, breaking the silence. "Even if you do look like that, but..." Just then Elle whispered softly into her ear, "Honey, what's important?" The two seemed to have come to an agreement, and then he offered words of encouragement to Jay. "Even though we don't know what's going on, Jay, whatever you decide, Mom and I will always be by your side." Sen smiled. "Even if you bring home an elf wife. If you're happy, we'll accept it. It's good that you're not prejudiced, but you're overdoing it." Back in the small house, Jay explained his secret, so Sen and Elle wouldn't think he was going to marry an elf wife. "So it was about your mana amount, we thought. Instead of using a magic circle to store mana, your body lets it form on its own. It's like being born a VIP player, unlike a free-to-play grinder who needs an inventory bag." Mom used all her knowledge to clarify, because pure mana is stronger than stored mana. "So that's why your magic is so strong." Hearing this, Jay seemed to have an epiphany. "So if I use a healing spell on someone who can't handle mana, pure mana," and then the image of the delicious venison turned steak appeared in his mind. The three of them returned to the main topic. Sen seriously expressed her thoughts to Jay. "Son, I think you're a genius, but you used our family's secret arts to..." Elle interrupted her again with a completely opposite attitude. "I'm sure you can't use it on ordinary people. What a useless talent." "Just kidding." But Jay was thinking differently. "That's right, I can't use my magic to save ordinary people. If I want to save more people like a doctor, I have to think more carefully." Looking at Sen and Elle's worried faces, he thought to himself, "That's right, I need more surgical experience." He glanced down at his hands that had been through so many emergencies. Suddenly, Jay spoke up. "I'll be right back." Elle asked, "Where are you going?" Jay made up an excuse, just for a little walk. He now had another secret. He couldn't tell them he was going to perform surgery. However, before leaving, he had to get past Sen. She warned him, "Don't follow strangers, you hear?" He helplessly reassured her, "Mom, I'm a grown-up now." Elle also smiled. He's at that age where he wants to have fun. Then he left just saying, "I'll be back soon." Outside the border of Balu Village, a man was carrying a pile of luggage on his shoulder. It's an eye-opener. Balu Village is bigger than I imagined. Then Glasses continued on with one eye. One eye said, "I was planning to just pass through, but maybe resting here would be good." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. "Hey, Mr. Traveler, can I ask you something?" It was the young man with bangs hired by the guard to find Jay. He held a piece of paper and asked, "Have you seen a kid who looks like this?" Glasses replied, "A kid, huh?" He looked at the sketch, which was like a Picasso painting. The guy with the bangs described him: blue eyes, white hair, and Handsome. The two men looked again at the abstract drawing by Bangs. Handsome, one eye bluntly criticized, "This drawing is hideous." Hearing that, Bangs snatched the paper back and yelled, "How rude, I just asked if you've seen him or not." Glasses wasn't one to back down and retorted, "How would we know? What's with the attitude?" Bangs and Glasses kept bickering back and forth. But he didn't know that the person he was looking for was standing just a few meters away. This seems more complicated now. Wait, did he say? Viscount watching them bicker, he thought to himself. Is it because there are more people? But then he recalled what Bangs had just said about the Viscount, who also flexed a few things. He's spending a lot of money to find this person, Glasses replied. No, that's why I'm asking. Who is this kid? Bangs heard the traveler's naive question and answered coldly. If I knew, would I be searching like this? Apparently, that kid is an outstanding genius. Suddenly, Bangs' gaze landed on something. Meanwhile, I was guessing the Duke was looking for someone and wondered if it was me. The person Bangs' eyes landed on was a young man about 15 years old. Black hair, blue eyes. He immediately called out, "Wait a minute." Jay and Bangs were now face to face. He leaned in close to his face to scrutinize him. Jay asked softly, "What is it?" In his mind, Bangs was reviewing the description. Blue eyes, white hair. Found him. It's definitely him. After a moment of inspection, Bangs excitedly turned to the person behind him. "Hey, tell the guild I found the kid." Then he smiled at Jay. "Hey kid, I'm not a stranger, I work for the Information Guild." Before he could finish, Jay cut him off. Knowing the Viscount was looking for him, he immediately agreed. "I understand, I'll go with you." Seeing that the kid had no hesitation, Bangs was a bit taken aback. He casually asked, "Didn't your mother teach you not to follow strangers?" Jay gave him a strange look and readily replied, "Would a stranger ask something like that? In that case, I won't go." Seeing the bewildered look on Bangs' face, Jay was willing to explain. "You said the Viscount is looking for me. I need to check on the patient, so I'll go." He replied, "I'll call for a carriage, so wait a moment." So the two of them set off. Jay was now curious. "Can I ask you something?" Bangs asked from inside the carriage. "Patient? What did you mean by that? The sick people at the Viscount's place?" Jay didn't know how to explain it simply. He hesitated. "That's right." Suddenly, Jay's demeanor turned grim. "I really want to know what they're doing." Seeing the expression on the 15-year-old brat, a chill ran down Bangs' spine. "Don't tell me. And this kid is a little crazy." The two of them fell silent. A while later, the carriage stopped. "We're here, let's go." Jay excitedly stepped down. But his smile vanished as soon as it appeared. A young man shouted loudly, "Welcome." All the maids and butlers bowed in unison, shouting, "Your Holiness, welcome, Your Holiness." They lined up on both sides, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Jay's face went blank. "You're calling me Your Holiness?" After receiving a special welcome from the line of respectful servants, Jay was feeling a bit awkward. In front of him was a lavish feast. Jay was extremely flustered. "I'm not the saint you're looking for." The Viscount slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "How can you say such a thing about yourself?" His face was filled with emotion and admiration as he clutched his chest. "You saved my life, you saved my family." The Viscount then shouted out of emotion, "You have blessed a sinner like me, there's no way you're not a saint." Jay watched the man's emotional state change constantly and felt dizzy. It was just medicine. How am I supposed to explain this? Suddenly, a soft voice called out, "Sir Jay." The Viscountess was also happy to see him again. "We cannot ignore the fact that you brought this family back to life." Then she called for her young daughter. "That's right, Alicia, come and greet him." Alicia took a deep breath. She stepped out in a sweet puffy dress, her face blushing. "Sir, please allow me to thank you for saving my father." A little surprised, Jay glanced at her. "Alicia," he thought to himself. Seeing the girl, Jay couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. "Weren't you the one wondering why I was brought here?" She answered awkwardly. Hearing what his benefactor just said, the Viscount could not help but be stunned. He started to turn and scold Alicia. "I thought I taught you better than this. I always told you to apologize whenever you do something wrong." Seeing her being scolded like that was beyond Jay's imagination. The Viscount then shouted, "Now, quickly ask for forgiveness for what you have done." Jay finally realized his joke had gone too far. "No, there is no need. It was just a joke." He frowned and scratched his head, confused. "Why is everyone acting like this? I already said I am not a saint." As if suddenly remembering something, he glanced to the side. "Wait a minute." He saw the maid from the surgery. He asked, "Where is the person who was with me?" Her eyes widened as she answered honestly, "I am not sure. It seems he was in a great hurry." Meanwhile, my doer was running somewhere with all his might. Incredibly, he still suspected that silver-haired kid from earlier. Is that kid really a saint? At that moment, my doer revealed a sinister look and smile. "This is important news. I must report it to the guild." With that thought, he dashed off. Back with the Viscount's family and Jay. He was still stunned by the Viscount's behavior towards me. "I guess nothing bad is going to happen, right?" A maid poured a cup of hot tea. "Is the food to your liking, sir?" "Yes, everything is very delicious." He kept acting awkwardly in front of Jay. "We went to great lengths to ensure you would enjoy the meal. I am very glad you like it." Jay picked up the steaming teacup. "I do not think it could be any better." Hearing Jay's words, the Viscount felt grateful and said, "I am grateful for that. There is no need to worry. because you will be enjoying meals like this every day in the Holy Nation. Suddenly, the topic shifted from gratitude to eating like this every day in the Holy Nation. Jay was completely stunned as if hit by Alicia's first skill. Jay asked again to be sure, "What do you mean?" The Viscount's eyes widened in surprise. "Have you not been informed?" Then he explained with a brilliant smile. "I heard the delegation from the Holy Nation has arrived, ready to take you back." The news hit him like a ton of bricks. His nerves tensed up. Jay slammed the table and asked, "Who is here to take who? And more importantly, how did they know I was here?" The Viscount became a bit cautious. "We have heard many rumors that the Pope himself received a message." The confusion on Jay's face grew. He turned pale. "What kind of message would make him need me?" The Viscount replied softly, "About that." He began to explain things about the Holy Nation. The Holy Nation is a country blessed by the gods. When necessary, the gods send messages to the saints of the Holy Nation. He asked curiously, "The gods can communicate directly with humans?" The Viscount was not entirely sure. Communication is not quite right. More accurately, they leave signs or send visions. It is said that those who are suspected of being saints have a halo that follows them. If one is considered a saint, then that person is quite different from others. Is he the new saint? So radiant, Jay thought. What is with the light? But he was still in shock. So what will happen to me? The Viscount, not noticing his expression, replied cheerfully, "You will be going to the Holy Nation. Congratulations, Sir Jay." Jay froze, the words hitting him like a blow. That night at Jay's house. "How is Jay?" Sen looked at her husband. "He must be very tired. He has not come out of his room." He replied with concern, "It is best to let him rest." Meanwhile, Jay lay sprawled on his bed, his spirit crushed. The message, the Holy Nation. Then he buried his face in his pillow and cried. That night, the moon was bright and clear. Only Jay's heart was screaming, "I just wanted to live a comfortable second life in this fantasy world." The next day, at the Syria Palace, along the luxurious palace corridor, people were whispering to each other, "Do you know who the people in the palace are?" A maid started gossiping, "I heard it is the saint from the Holy Nation of Gaer." The other person sounded surprised, "A saint has come to our kingdom." The two whispered as they walked, "I wonder what she is like. They say she has been blessed since she was a small child. I have heard that as well." The rumored saint is described as having waist-length hair and eyes that sparkle like rubies. The other added, "Rumors say she is so beautiful it feels like a ray of light is always shining upon her." Really? I am so curious. If we are lucky, do you think we could meet her? That would be amazing. And so, this became a hot topic of gossip among the palace servants. As the two left, inside a room, a curtain was parted. A voice called out softly, "My lady, may I enter?" The girl with the long hair replied, "Yes, come in." The door opened to reveal a shoe with a cross emblem. "Thank you. It is almost time for the banquet." There was a hint of anger in the girl's voice. They really do not let anyone rest. The young man seemed timid, clasping his hands. "If you could please prepare yourself." The girl replied, "I understand. I will leave in a moment." Suddenly, she stopped as if remembering something. "Oh, right. The person with a proud demeanor and a nonchalant gaze is the saint the two maids were talking about, Saint Iriel of the Holy Nation of Gaer." She looked at the young man. "What of the news about the saint I inquired about?" He replied, "Ah yes, I have good news." He then placed a white cloth on her shoulder and whispered something. The corner of Iriel's mouth turned up slightly, her face growing even more radiant. She thought to herself, "He has finally appeared. The one Iriel has waited for so long. Someone who can understand me." A normal morning in Jay's ordinary house. But Jay was not feeling normal. His face was strangely gaunt and pale. All day, he sat sullenly at the table, holding his head. "I have tried my best, but I still cannot think of anything. If I get caught by the Holy Empire, it is all over. Just thinking about having to wear a white silk robe and having a live stream light attached to the back of my head makes me so annoyed. This second life, which was supposed to be peaceful, is going to be even harder than my first. I will have to kneel and pray to a god I do not even know the face of for the rest of my life." He could not help but scream in panic. "No, this cannot be." Seeing him, Sen asked curiously, "Jay, what is the matter, son?" He looked at his parents and wondered, should I ask them to run away with me? But after thinking it over, commoners cannot fight against royalty. It is impossible. Even if we tried, there would be nowhere safe to escape to. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. "No matter how hard I try to run, the Holy Empire will chase me to the very end." Seeing Jay's strange behavior, Sen rushed over worriedly. "You've been acting so strange since last night. What is it?" Jay looked hesitant, wanting to speak but holding back. "That the royalty is coming to chain me up." Suddenly, he ran outside, throwing a line back at Sen. "I will be right back." Sen watched his back as he disappeared. Sen and Ao turned to each other. Something definitely happened to him. The kid. Scene changed to a peaceful land where a voice rang out. "So, this information is correct, right? Two men were talking on top of a city wall. That kid is the one the Holy Empire is turning every place upside down to find. My doer looked at the paper in the other man's hand, repeating the word saint. The paper showed an illustration of Jay's face in an abstract style. The man was a little skeptical. My dear gave him a serious look. You know you can trust me. You are the first person I have given this information to, right? The man with the sharp, slanted bangs smiled. Of course. I have already sold this information to the Holy Empire. Now, we just need to find where this saint lives. The two continued their conversation. I have sent men to search the outskirts of this city, just as you requested. Since he appears to be from a lower-class family, he is likely to be found there, right? My duo rubbed his fingers together in the money gesture. Unlike us, everyone else will just be blindly searching around this village. That is why high-quality information is so important. It saves time. Maze shifted his gaze and said, and as we agreed, I will return as soon as the Holy Empire pays the fee. He looked towards the distant forest. Maze saw this and asked curiously, what are you thinking? He pointed directly at the circle of light ahead. Have you people investigated that forest yet? Maze was surprised you were investigating that area too. He casually replied, well, that is why I brought it up. Would not that be a very convenient hiding place for that saint to hide? In Maze's mind, the image of an elf appeared. Holding a bow, his face filled with fear. No way, if the saint tries to hide there, he will die. He was referring to you know who you know they hate humans. He frowned in agreement. You have a point. He glanced at the forest again. He thought to himself, there is no way he is in there, right? But they would never have guessed. Inside the quiet forest, filled with sunlight and fairy dust, a figure with silver hair strolled leisurely. Hoping to come up with a good idea while walking around, he pondered as he walked, but he still could not think of a way to escape those people just then. A thought flashed in his mind, is running away. The only option. The thought had just barely formed before Jay dismissed it. But that would mean I would have to run for the rest of my life. I do not like that at all. Finding a suitable rock to sit on, Jay sighed, let us cool my head for a bit. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, a chill ran down his spine. He immediately jumped up into a defensive stance inside the deep, lightless forest. Something was coming. He frowned, guessing the Holy Empire so soon. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement, so Jay sat down again. He thought to himself, I cannot sense any presence anymore. Suddenly, a sound from another direction caught his attention. He hurried over to check it out, stopping in front of a large tree. Suddenly, a voice spoke out. A human. Jay was quite surprised. His nerves were on edge. The voice echoed again. Little human, what are you doing here? More doubts appeared in Jay's mind. What is this? A forest spirit or something? He gave a wry smile and replied softly, I just want to rest for a bit. The tree bluntly told him to leave. Then leave, human. This is our territory. Jay sat back down on the rock, letting out a breath. All right, I will go. Just let me sit here for a bit. But the voice repeated, I said, leave now. Its volume increasing. He was a little annoyed and confused by the voice coming from the large tree, but he had trespassed on their territory. Being a reasonable person, he stood up intending to leave. First, the Holy Empire now. This can. Not anyone. Leave me in peace. He pointed at the tree. I am leaving right now, all right, just like you said. But let me see your face first. His threat was like that of a 3-year-old. It had no effect at all to live up to his title as the king of stubbornness. The silver-haired Jay decided to sit back down. If not, I will just sit here. I do not mind. The tree grew angrier. Get lost. He did not even bother to look, showing his contempt. He straight up lay down, not giving a damn. From behind the tree, a figure peeked out, issuing a warning. Do not say I did not warn you, human child. He was fine with whatever. If you will not listen to my condition, then fine. You think you have the right to chase me away, without even showing me your face. Once again, the forest was silent. Suddenly, a murderous aura flew towards him. It was a girl trying to attack him. Ray's eyes snapped open. In that dangerous moment, he deployed his mana, defending against the person's attack. A pair of green boots landed on the ground. Now Ray was finally satisfied, facing the one who had tried to chase him away. He thought to himself, damn it, I did not expect that thing to suddenly attack like that. A spark of excitement appeared in his eyes. If my mana had not been active, I would have been a goner. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as if not believing what was in front of him. Slender arms holding a bow and arrow, long pointed ears. Before him now was a humanoid girl, but her ears were completely different. An elf facing an elf. Ray was not scared at all. Instead, he was a little curious. There are elves here. Fia looked at her own hand. Her mana was flaring. You blocked my attack. Clenching her fist, she voiced her suspicion. You are no ordinary human. Are you hearing that? Ray laughed heartily. The elf girl looked annoyed at the sight. Well, not exactly. She started making hand signs. A source of mana was gathered, and Fia shot towards Ray. She yelled, you cannot stay here anymore. Seeing the situation was getting tough, Ray was forced to activate his mana. The two sources of mana clashed, creating a huge explosion. It threw them both back due to the impact of the explosion. Fia seemed a bit dazed. When she saw Ray was still unharmed, she could not hide her surprise. He is fine. Fia now began to doubt Ray's origins. Impossible, a higher race. Hearing her words, Ray's face soured as he repeated, wait, what? Higher Fia pointed straight at his face and demanded in a loud voice, I have changed my mind. Human, follow me. I will let you stay in the forest, but Ray did not seem interested. He pointed behind him and gave a forced smile. It is okay, I have to go home now anyway. However, Fia was a rather stubborn girl, refusing her would be a bit difficult. We respect strength. This is the law of the Grandin Forest Elves. I will invite you to our village. He realized this was quite interesting. There is an entire elf village in the forest. He glanced at the girl in front of him. Remembering her offer, Ray's resolve wavered a little. Even though she attacked me first, she does not seem like a bad elf. Should I go? But for now, there was still no way to escape. Ray decided, all right, but you have to promise not to attack me. Going deeper into the forest, the grass and trees here were lush. Ray trailed behind Fia. I just remembered, what is your name? She replied coldly. I am Fia, from the Grandin Forest tribe. He looked up, biting his fingertip. Fia, your name is beautiful. Suddenly, Fia became agitated, spinning around to glare at him. What? In an instant, she turned back around, her cheeks, blushing. Well, it is not that beautiful. Ray could only give a confused wry smile. Huh, he scratched his head in confusion. Anyway, my name is Ray. At the same time, Fia also announced we have arrived at the village. He did not get any more friendly responses. He kept trailing after Fia after a while. Ray's eyes lit up and his cheeks grew warm. Surprise flashed across his face. Before him was a village with wooden houses in the trees. Ray wondered, this is an elf village. It was truly an eye-opening experience wherever Ray went. He was dumbfounded, his eyes darting everywhere, so they really live in the forest. I have never been in a forest before, so suddenly Ray noticed several pairs of eyes looking at him. They whispered, a human. Why is a human here? The gossip also mentioned her. Fia brought back a human. Why did Fia bring a human back? Walking through a strange village, being stared at with scrutinizing eyes, he thought to himself, they are being defensive. I expected this. But just then, a girl with short shoulder-length blonde hair called out, Fia, you are back. Fia, replied Siri. Siri asked curiously, who is this human kid? An assistant. Fia did not hesitate to accept it. His abilities are decent, so I brought him back. Seeing Ray surrounded and questioned by other elves, Siri hesitated a little. She whispered into Fia's ear, you call him an assistant, but look, the kid cannot even protect himself. Fia must have understood Siri's thoughts. She began to recount how she met Ray. I thought so at first too. I tried to chase him away, but I could not. He is stronger than I thought. Hearing that, Siri was a bit surprised. She asked again to clarify, your attack had no effect. No way. Or is he a Fia? Cut her off, glancing at Ray. He was getting comfortable with the person he liked and replied, I tried to confirm, to see if it was a higher level race or not, but it wasn't. Silly looked at Ray with a scrutinizing gaze and casually uttered 2 words. Really? Fia then changed the subject. What about Era? The two of them looked up at the treehouse at the same time. It was a house that was always closed up. Silly said softly, she's still not awake, Fia added. Still not awake? Huh, I see. Just then, Silly remembered something important to say. That's right, the elder is looking for you. Fia replied, I'll go right now. Then she turned and called, let's go, Jay. He immediately ran over. I knew the elves would. Be wary of an outsider like me, but it's not too serious, is it? Fia frowned in annoyance. What do you expect? Who do you think brought you here, huh? Watching Fia's back, he understood. I get it. You mean you're the trustworthy one here, right? After that, Fia led Ray to a large house. She knocked a few times and announced to the person inside, Elder, it's Fia. The door opened to reveal a rather young woman. She smiled and said, come in. Fia, I've been waiting, come in. After saying that, the elder stepped back to make way for Fia, and Ray walked in. Seeing that the elder didn't look well, Fia asked, Elder, are you all right? She replied, of course. Suddenly, the elder's eyes met Ray's. She asked, is the boy human? Fia answered frankly, yes, I brought him here because he seems strong enough to be an aide. Compared to what Fia said at first, and her words about him being an aide, Ray felt something was wrong. He raised his hand in protest. No, wait a minute. I never said I would be an aide or anything. A moment later, the elder put down a glass of red liquid. Fia sat beside him, trying to persuade Ray to take the deal. Do it. There are a lot of benefits. First, you can come and go from the village as you please. You'll also be considered a friend of the elves. The elder watched the two chatterboxes. They seemed to get along very well. Ray explained helplessly, no, I mean, I don't need those things. Suddenly, the elder interrupted their conversation. Fia, I called you here because I have something to tell you. Keep this a secret from the other elves. Okay, Fia seemed quite surprised. Knowing this was important, her expression became more serious. Yes. Then she looked at Ray. Human boy, could you step outside? He slowly walked outside to wait. Ray could only lean on the railing outside, letting out a sigh. Told me to come in, then told me to get out. What a drag. He looked at the scenery of the elven village. He thought to himself, Saint of the Empire or aide to the elf tribe. Neither choice is particularly good. Ray grimaced. My life is such a roller coaster. Back at the Syria Palace somewhere, is there any news of the saint yet? The other person replied, my apologies, your grace. Two young men were kneeling on the floor with their hands clasped. There is no news yet, a girl's voice rang out. Finding the saint is the Lord's wish, Iriel arrogantly questioned them. Doesn't this just prove that you are being lazy in your search for him? Being blamed so mercilessly, the two men sobbed. No, we will do our absolute best, she growled. Your best. A gloom covered St. Iriel's room, but there is still no news to this day. If you've done your best and still have no results, then it just proves you're a bunch of useless fools. The two begged her with trembling voices, please just give us more time. We will definitely find him. Seeing their sincere attitude, Iriel felt she had achieved her goal. She agreed with a condition. Very well. I will trust you one more time, but I am not as patient as the Lord. I expect you to keep your promise. With that, Iriel turned and walked away. He didn't know what they were talking about, but suddenly, Fia's loud voice could be heard from outside. What do you mean clan leader Era died because of Mana? The elder sighed. She crossed her arms grimly. Her breathing has already stopped. She was also cursed and on the verge of death. After that, she never woke up again. Fia's eyes widened with shock. A moment later, the elder's door opened. Fia stepped outside in a gloomy mood, leaned against the railing and sighed. Ray saw her and grew curious. Fia hadn't said a single word. She just glanced around, then turned her sad gaze towards the house. High above, Fia continued to let out sighs. Seeing this, Jay asked, is the person in that house sick? She whispered. She really is sick. Suddenly, Fia felt something was wrong and shot up. Wait, you heard everything, Jay replied calmly. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Suddenly, he turned his gaze back to the treehouse and let out a sudden gasp. Seeing this, Fia smiled sadly. Are you worried? A human like you is worried for an elf. Why, we are different species. Ray looked up and replied softly. You're right. We are different. How can we understand another species when we haven't even understood ourselves? He suddenly gripped the wooden railing tightly. But that doesn't mean I can't worry about them. Who I choose to worry about is my own business. Even if that person is from a different species, Jay's aura changed at that moment. He wasn't like a 5-year-old boy, but a dependable young man. His words made Fia's heart skip a beat. In a small house in the village, Fia was now staring at Ray constantly, even while he was drinking tea. Her eyes seemed to have a rose and heart filter when she looked at the silver-haired Ray. Fia's young heart skipped a beat, realizing her own unusual state. She panicked a little. Fia quickly held her head and asked herself, what's wrong with me? Just then, Ray turned to her. Fia, there's something I want to ask you. Blushing, she stammered. Go ahead and ask, he replied. It's about the elf Era. You said she was dead, right? Jay wanted to give it a try. He said boldly, can I help her? Jay's tone and words took Fia by surprise. Huh. Seeing her stunned look, he explained, I want to heal people who are sick even if they are from another race. At this, Fia frowned doubtfully and asked, you think you can do that? He looked down. I'm not sure if I can do it myself. But even so, I will still try my best to help that elf. Fia squinted at him, her brows furrowing deeply. What you're saying isn't believable at all. He looked at her speechless. Jay was now quite calm. He mumbled to himself, then suddenly a sharp blade made of mana shot out from his hand. This strange act from Jay made Fia instinctively move away, drawing her sword defensively. What is it, Jay? Without a word of explanation, he just grabbed the sharp end of the mana with his other hand, directly stabbing himself in the thigh until it bled. The pain made his face contort as he cried out, Gana. His strange behavior made it impossible for Fia to understand. What do you think you're doing? She rushed over to see the hole in his thigh made by the mana, and asked worriedly, what should I do? Not letting Fia worry for too long, Jay started using his mana and chanting a healing spell. A ray of light shone out and filled the whole room. Fia couldn't believe her eyes as she witnessed the phenomenon. She mumbled, the mana is... Instantly, all the mana from before gathered at Jay's thigh. The large wound began to close. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain outside Fia's house. Other elves were also drawn in by Jay's mana. What's happening? That mana... In their eyes, a powerful source of mana was bursting out. A moment later, he stopped finishing the healing process. Fia was extremely surprised because the gaping hole had healed without a trace. She stammered, the wound is healed. She said this while looking at him in utter shock. After showing Fia the demonstration, he stood up, looked at her, and asked, if there is one person in this world who can help the elves, then that person must be me, Ray declared boldly. After witnessing the healing, she ran to ask the elder for permission late one night, but she flatly refused, saying, I will not allow it. Losing her composure, she asked again why. The elder simply replied, it would disrespect the reputation of the Iriel clan. For the elf village, reputation is everything. Let alone that person is the elder of the Era clan. Someone who is highly respected by others, even if it is with good intentions. But using a method of unknown origin, I cannot allow that to happen to the Era clan elder. Fia still didn't give up. She still wanted to persuade the elder, but we really want to save her. The elder raised her hand to cut her off. She looked at her with a cold gaze and said, leave. There was nothing more Fia could do. Her eyes lowered in sadness. Beside her, Jay was thinking to himself, what good is respect if she dies? The sun was setting in the west, casting a golden glow over the leaves and branches. Fia said softly, I'm sorry, I failed. She seemed to have given up. I really thought we could do it. Jay immediately comforted her. It's okay. There's always a way to solve things. Hearing these words of encouragement, Fia felt a bit better. Suddenly, Jay burst out laughing and asked, can I continue exploring the village? Fia had regained her composure by now. She replied, of course, you're allowed to be in the village. And it seems the other elves have accepted you too. Yes, Jay smiled slightly. Thank you. Then he had another idea. I think I'll head out in a bit. Fia's eyes widened with curiosity. What really? He looked at her, a smile still on his face. Yes, actually, I still have some things to do, hearing that Fia had no reason to keep him. If that's the case, I guess I have no other choice. Then he waved goodbye to her. I'll be back tomorrow, so don't be disappointed. At these words, Fia's expression turned menacing. Who said I'm disappointed? Hurry and go before I change my mind. He felt he should leave quickly. Yes, see you tomorrow. Watching him leave, Fia smiled to herself. Jay followed the path from this morning. But after he left, the sadness returned to Fia's face. She turned to go back to the village, but when she wasn't looking, Jay quickly veered off in another direction. His pace quickened. From the treetops, he looked down at the house with the closed door. It seemed he already had his own plan. A golden light shone from the roof of that house. Jay frowned, thinking, I can't just ignore a patient like this. He then boldly grabbed the doorknob and pushed the door open. Inside was a forest full of flowers and grass. Jay couldn't believe his eyes. It's so spacious in here. Looking at the door ahead, he thought to himself, this space must be as big as the entire treehouse. With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. His pupils contracted at the sight before him. In the middle of the room, someone was lying completely still. She had a beautiful face and platinum blonde hair, like a sleeping beauty. Jay thought to himself, who is that elf? A young woman in a white dress lay there, her long legs hidden beneath the flowing fabric. Someone was sleeping. Seeing this, Jay couldn't help but be mesmerized. A few seconds later, he slapped his cheeks to snap out of it. So this is what it feels like to be captivated by beauty. Stay focused. I can't lose my composure in front of a patient. After composing himself, he gently took her hand. He leaned close to Era's face to check her breathing and quickly made an assessment. Her pulse and breathing are normal. I'll have to check something else then. Jay changed his grip on Era's hand. His hand emitted a blue light as he frowned and thought. I'll use mana to check her internally. The mana spread out like a net. Jay frowned once the scan was complete. There's nothing wrong with her body. Is it just the end of her lifespan? Impossible. He couldn't help but feel frustrated and helpless, muttering to himself, I can't believe there's nothing I can do for this patient. I'll have to research more about the diseases in this world. Just then, a dark aura suddenly appeared, seeping into the air. Jay's eyes narrowed as he sensed it. Wait a minute, he glanced at Era, wondering what is that smell. Without hesitation, Jay gently turned her over. Impossible. He was shocked to see gruesome purple patches all over her back. Bedsores. Jay's expression was a mixture of outrage and disbelief. They haven't checked her body this entire time. This is what they call respect nonsense. Jay sighed and muttered, I need to find some disinfectant. He began to think of a plan. Before Jay was a pool of water. In his hand was a bowl made of leaves. Jay went to it, bent down, filled the bowl, and then cast a spell on it. Heal. He thought, if I use magic, healing her directly would be too dangerous. Then while chanting a spell to clean his hands, he thought disinfect. I can only do this one step at a time. Jay dipped his hand into the water, then he slowly moved it towards Era's back, thinking to himself, Clan leader Era is highly respected by others. Even with good intentions using a method of unknown origin, I cannot allow that to happen to clan leader. Era. Jay's expression was filled with worry as he worked. I hope they don't say anything about me touching their goddess, but he couldn't help but feel pained when he saw her bleeding and ulcerated back. Jay snorted in anger. They did absolutely nothing to save her. They just left her like this. They have no right to say anything to me. Then he began the treatment carefully. Jay worked diligently in silence. He worked until the sun went down. Jay looked over and muttered, it's already sunset. He shook out the white cloth in his hand and looked back at Era's back. He thought, until I find the real cause, this is the most I can do for now. He began to calculate his next steps. I have to check again tomorrow. The next day elsewhere, a voice rang out. Sanctus, where are you? Some soldiers of the Holy Nation reported. Anxiously, we'll hear from the search party soon. They're turning the entire empire upside down. It's only a matter of time now. Issa leaned on his hand and asked, when will you people ever understand? She frowned, her annoyance clearly visible. I've already told you I'm not very patient. Are you testing my patience? Seeing her attitude, the two men couldn't help but tremble. They explained, that's not it. Please spare us. As she stood up, Iredale flatly refused. Forget it, she declared, I no longer believe what you say. I'll have to take action myself. Prepare yourselves. And so she gave the order. Meanwhile, Jay was wiping his sweat and sighing. He looked at Era's back, which had improved significantly. The sores are getting better. They should be healed by next week. After that day, time flew by. I would sneak into Era's house to treat her. First, I'd wipe her down with disinfected water. Then I would help stretch her contracted muscles. For the rest of the time, I would study the books in her library to learn more. He brought a book to sit beside Era and read, then exclaimed, you drew this. It's so bad. No matter how much I tried to talk to her, I never got a response. Still, I kept talking to Era about the things I saw on my way here and what happened with Fia. I told her even the smallest thought that crossed my mind. Like that, a month went by. One day, like any other, Jay gently opened the door and greeted Era. I'm here again. He smiled and continued. Fia has the day off today. I had some tea with her before coming here. But the atmosphere around Era felt a little different. Jay immediately grew confused. Ha! He quickly ran to her side. Era Jay noted with concern as he observed her. Her breathing is getting weaker. The woman before him was slowly losing her will to hold on. Her breathing, it was fading. Panicked, Jay leaned down beside Era and spoke anxiously. What do I do? I didn't expect this. He frantically looked around, trying to find a way to help Era, who was enveloped in a faint aura. Where's the oxygen mask? The moment he said it, Jay remembered he was no longer in his old world. His fists clenched as he cursed bitterly. That's right, this isn't a hospital. He gritted his teeth, almost screaming in helplessness. There's nothing I can do right now. And then Jay's gaze returned to the clan leader, the woman lying motionless, who had suddenly worsened. A panicked Jay grabbed her shoulders and shook her forcefully while shouting, Era. You can't wake up, Era. His eyes widened with rage, his mind filled with a series of questions about Era's condition. Why? What is the problem? There are no external injuries, nor is she poisoned. Her vital organs are still functioning fine, so why is this happening? Era's mouth was slightly agape as she struggled to breathe, which only deepened Jay's anxiety. He mumbled, there has to be some way to help her. Then, his eyes widened as he thought of an option. The only way Jay looked at his own hands. He wondered to himself if he could use his healing ability, but Jay was still worried about the potential unfortunate consequences. Can Era withstand my mana? That very thought made him laugh. With a self-deprecating smile, Jay reminded himself as he turned to Era, he slowly steeled his resolve. To save her, I risked my life, studying to become a doctor to save people, and now at such a critical moment, I can't think of any other way than to gamble with my patient's life. Jay clenched his fists and sealed his decision with two simple words. All right. As he said that, Jay closed his eyes and his hands began to glow as he used the divine power he possessed. I have to try everything I can. Temporal magic circles appeared and formed a rather large-scale formation above Era's head. The shapes of the magic circle and the incantation language appeared in Jay's mind, and a swirling light began to gather in one spot, startling the people nearby. They all turned their gaze towards the formation, full of questions. That mana, it's the same power from before, isn't it? Jay directed the light onto Era. His expression grew more focused as he pleaded earnestly. Era, I believe in you, please hang on, and then he chanted the spell aloud. At the same time, a blinding light shot out. A strange phenomenon occurred with Era's body. Lights began to surround her, then lifted Era into the air under Jay's control. The light then wove itself into a sphere of energy that enveloped her. More and more curious onlookers gathered nearby, growing anxious. Their voices grew louder. What's happening? Then, upon seeing the light, he created one of the people present there. Kia gasped as she looked up. Could it be? She rushed over, shouting his name, Jay. As she ran, Kia thought to herself, that boy, he still hasn't given up on Era. Since when? Various thoughts raced through Kia's mind. Along with it came a sense of shame. A human like Jay is trying so hard, while her own kind, I mean the entire elf race, what are we doing? The door was quickly thrown open with considerable force. Kia screamed his name when she saw Jay healing Era Jay. The light swirled continuously. Jay was completely focused. A pained grunt escaped him as his body reached its limit, yet he pushed himself on. Just a little more, and then Jay stopped. Though his mind was still filled with doubt, is it over? Both Jay and Kia then turned their gaze at the same time, to watch the cocoon of energy enveloping Era. Era, please. Era's entire body was lifted even higher. Kia was caught in the blast, thrown back by the force of Jay's power, and slammed against the wall, crying out in pain. The caster himself, Jay, suffered the same fate, hitting the ground with a painful thud. Yet Jay's eyes never left Era. She looked completely healthy, much better than before. And then Era slowly began to awaken. Jay, fighting through the pain, managed to smile and softly called out, Era. Those were the last words he could utter before losing consciousness. In the dark void, Jay's own voice mumbled. Where am I? He sensed his surroundings. It feels like I'm in water, then he remarked. It's so comfortable, he greedily thought. I want to rest a little longer. A voice echoed faintly. From her appearance, it was Era. Let me remind you, the humans are under my protection. Jay wanted to argue, but Era, this person. His vision was blurry and indistinct. When he saw Era talking to someone else, that person even tried to do something unacceptable to your body. Jay mumbled in shock. Era. Is that Era's voice? She declared scornfully. I don't want to hear it anymore. You all abandoned me for the past 25 years. This boy was the only one who decided to help me. Elves, huh? Era's voice continued to resound. Isn't it ironic? The one who saved me in the end wasn't one of you who always worshipped me by saying that we revere you, but this insignificant human. Yet Jay let himself drift in the current and thought her voice is so. He felt as if he could melt into that soothing voice. So nice. He then awoke in the real world with a piercing scream. Era Jay shot up from the comfortable bed, then looked at his own hands. He moved them slightly and wondered, was that a dream? A voice from nearby made Jay turn. Human, were you calling for me? Before him stood Era, smiling gently. She replied softly, I'm right here, Jay. He was so moved, his brows furrowed as he softly called out. Era. She reached out. Then he just hugged a blushing Jay and started to explain his actions. That picture you saw in the book. Jay's mind nearly exploded when Era finished her sentence. I just drew it when I was bored. Don't pay it any mind. He blushed and stammered out a question even though he already knew the answer. You heard what I said. She brought her face close to his. She chuckled as she confirmed, of course I heard everything. A tear suddenly welled up in the corner of Jay's eye. Seeing this, Era couldn't help but ask, why are you crying? And before he could say anything else, Era spoke directly. Thank you. You were the only one willing to care for me at the end of my life. If you had given up on me, we probably wouldn't have been able to meet like this. She tilted her head and changed the subject. By the way, I still don't know your name. He smiled politely and answered, my name is Jay. Era pondered for a moment thinking about the name Jay, then she smiled gently at him and commented, that's a nice name. In a house bathed in the green light from the trees, Jay was lost in thought. He glanced over and spoke. Era, now that you're awake, we should probably go outside. The other elves are very worried about you. She didn't seem too keen on that idea. Running a hand through her hair, she replied, no. They didn't even bother to visit me once in 25 years. What is there for them to be worried about? Her gaze grew intimidating as she questioned him in return. Do you really think I would get over my anger that quickly? Her attitude was somewhat frightening to Jay. He asked curiously, when did you regain consciousness? The question confused Era. You mean I regained it on my own? Jay continued his questioning. You were conscious even while you were unresponsive. Era explained simply, I've been conscious the entire time. I was aware of everything that happened during that time. Her answer left Jay astonished. Then with wide disbelieving eyes, he asked again, you mean to say you were actually conscious while you were unresponsive? Then he exclaimed, so you were just lying there, unable to move your own body this whole time. You could only lie there and wait. Jay looked at her and continued. He said with admiration as he took her hand, you fought so bravely and won. Era's expression immediately turned to one of bewilderment. Confused tears began to fall from her eyes. Era thought I've hated humans from the very beginning. Humans started all of this to this day. They show no remorse. That's why I hate them so much. Jay gently took her hand, cherishing it, and enveloped it in his healing light. But in Era's blurry vision, she saw Jay. There was nothing wrong with his body. Was it just the end of my life then? No way, she thought. This person said he would heal me. He touched me. At first, I was furious, but he's different from the others. She was incredibly curious. You don't want anything in return. You gave me all your care and effort. I've never received anything like this before. She recalled the words Jay had confided in her. Before coming here, I had some tea with Kia. It seems the elf's palate is a bit on the sweet side, isn't it? And he concluded that the elf's tea was a little too sweet for his taste. Jay continued, in the book there's a flower called a dihor. It's planted in the front yard, right? Era couldn't help but admit, that's right. Come to think of it, you're a lot like those flowers. Sacrifice and a smile. That's the meaning of the dihor flower. Era recalled his every word. You drew this. It's so ugly. His blunt words made her embarrassed. I know my drawing isn't good. But hearing it so bluntly still felt a bit strange. Then Jay turned to look at her, and he gave a gentle smile that made Era yearn for more. If I could just once respond to your words, I would wish for nothing more. A single tear fell, and then many more followed. Era burst into tears, overcome with gratitude. He didn't stop her. Era thought to herself, thank you, Jay, as she threw her arms around him. Her actions spoke the words she couldn't say. Thank you for not leaving me behind in the forest. They're still far off, Jay exclaimed. He and Era ran together. Leading the way, she replied, I can feel them. A moment later, Era announced, they're almost here. Her words made Jay wonder, just how many of them are there? Surely they didn't bring an entire army just to capture me when they finally arrived. The scene before them was shocking. Large bloodstains were splattered everywhere. Ahead, Kia stood alone, surrounded by the holy knights. Unable to contain his anxiety, Jay yelled out Kia. Her body was covered in severe injuries. She stood there silently, gasping for breath. Jay pushed through the knights, rushing to her side. Get out of the way. Kia, why didn't you listen to me? The men noticed his features, white hair. A young man. They immediately guessed he was the saint. Then the knights knelt on one knee in unison. We are honored to be in your presence, your holiness. A pair of blood-stained feet approached as the voice spoke. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, your holiness. The owner of the voice, who was covered in blood, introduced herself. I am the Saintess Iriel Belyis. Please forgive my appearance. At this somewhat messy appearance of mine, Dave frowned, looked over, and did not answer. The elf chieftain couldn't let it slide. She scowled and stepped forward. Jay immediately sensed trouble was brewing. He hesitantly called out Era. The knights began to shout at her. Halt, you may not approach the Saintess. Era scowled, giving them a warning. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Her words left the knights stunned. Huh. She and Jay approached to support Kia, asking with concern, are you all right? Kia endured the pain and growled, I have to stop them. I have to stop them. Can't let them reach the village. Must stop them. But her injuries were too severe. As she said this, she started to collapse, alarming both Jay and Era. Jay carefully examined her wounds, thinking, her shoulder is covered in blood too. How could she have endured all this alone? He then took Kia's arm and gently lifted it. I'm setting the bones, so this might hurt a bit. At that moment, Iriel interjected inopportunely, Saint, please come with me to the holy nation. Tens of thousands of our people are waiting for you. Jay ignored her, tearing off his sleeve with his teeth and using it to bandage Kia's abdomen. Iriel, however, calmly continued, "The deity has guided you, so you will achieve great things. It is time for you to step out into the world." Hearing this, Jay frowned in shock. What, he asked, confused. Achievements? What achievements are you talking about now? Iriel answered nonchalantly. That's right, is following the will of the heavens, not an achievement, a great work that we have always strived for is only just beginning. Jay repeated her words in disbelief. Great work. He looked over at the injured Kia, then asked, "Is this situation what you call a great work?" At this, Iriel's expression turned cold. I made a clear request, and she was the one who refused. One cannot defy the will of the deity. Besides, a reward was already offered. I even warned her with force, but she still refused to listen. She added as if it were nothing. Besides, she isn't dead yet. Jay retorted irritably. So because you weren't given permission, you decided to trespass on their land and use force to abduct me. But Iriel, holding fast to her ideals, replied emotionlessly. There was no other way. Seeing they would not agree, Jay calmly asked again, "And you think I'll just obediently follow you?" Iriel's eyes grew cold and sharp as she replied in a dark, threatening tone. "I do not wish to use force on the saint." Just then, Era, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain her rage and spoke up. "I'm speechless. You cause a ruckus in our territory and dare to use force on our benefactor. In that case, I will show you this power you're so proud of," she declared coldly. Hearing this, Iriel was openly contemptuous, an elf making threats against our holy nation. Era scowled and stepped closer to her. "You'll soon find out if my words are bravery or mere arrogance." Iriel cut in dismissively. "You'll find out faster by experiencing it firsthand." The knights behind her, also displeased, rushed toward Era. "How dare you act that way toward the saintess? How dare you speak so arrogantly to your superior?" And then in a single moment, all of their swords shattered. The knights were terrified. Era, now radiating killing intent, stared them down. Anyone else want to try? The group froze before her powerful aura, then wisely knelt at her feet. "Mercy, please spare our lives." She looked on with a contemptuous sneer. "Is this the force you take so much pride in? Can you achieve greatness with these men?" Iriel looked at them like they were garbage. Their faith is easily shaken. Era scoffed at her words. "So stubborn. It seems your deity only granted you strength. You, on the other hand, seem unaware that you're shackled by your devotion to the divine." Feeling insulted, Iriel wasted no more time. She began to concentrate power into her fist, and then charged at Era. "This is taking too long." She did nothing but quietly chant and hold on tight. Instantly, iron chains appeared from nowhere, binding Iriel tightly. She was unable to move. Era placed her hands on her hips and jeered. "How does it feel? The power of the holy nation that you have so much faith in has been bound by a mere elf." Iriel remained defiant. "The power of the holy nation is more than just this," she said, with profound determination. "By any means necessary, we will bring the saint to the holy nation, even if it's only his corpse." And then a loud slap echoed. One of Uriel's cheeks swelled and reddened. The one who struck was Era, who warned in a low voice, "Don't you dare speak so freely with that filthy mouth. The saint you wish to take is more important to me than my own life. Even if it means I die right now." Iriel still couldn't seem to believe what just happened. Era glared, bringing her face close to Iriel's. "I will wipe your disgusting kingdom off the map." Just then, Jay's voice cut in. "That's enough, Era. That's enough." He calmly reminded her, "I already said I will go to the holy nation." Iriel's face lit up with joy, but before she could celebrate, Jay added, "However," he finished coldly, "I have conditions." Instantly confused by his words, she asked, "Conditions?" Jay held up one finger and began to list his terms while she was still bound by Era's spell. First, he stated boldly, "I will not become a saint just for the sake of your god. I will become a saint by my own will, and I will stop being one when I choose to." Iriel was immediately displeased. "Stop being a saint. That is not permitted." Before she could finish, Jay held up a second finger. "Second, if anything like this ever happens again." "I can't say what will happen," Iriel asked. "What will happen?" He replied nonchalantly, "I already told you I don't know. I'll probably just leave the holy nation and try being the saint for an enemy nation." He made such a shocking declaration so casually, which shocked Iriel. What, her heart was in turmoil. A saint betraying God? And then Iriel reassured herself, "It is fine anyway. If he betrays God, then all the holy arts he possesses will be gone." Then she continued to ask, "Is there anything else?" Day calmly crossed his arms and said, "Of course there is more." He held up another finger. "Third, give me access to all the libraries in the holy city." Finally, a condition that satisfied Iriel. "That is simple enough." But Day immediately threw cold water on it by adding another finger. Fourth, Iriel shouted, "There is more." He made his demand. "You must compensate me for the entire duration of my work. That is a given. But what about clothes, food, a house? You will provide all of that for me, right?" Iriel suddenly became wary and questioned. "Compensation? What do you mean by compensation?" Day immediately made a coin gesture with his hand. "Come on, do you even have to ask?" "Of course I mean money." This greedy attitude left Iriel speechless. The knights could not stand his arrogance and angrily interrupted. "That is enough, Saintess. A saint holds an incredibly noble position. Why must we accept these conditions?" Another clueless one added, "That is right. Besides, what kind of saint would demand money? Surely God must have made a mistake." This sentence was like hitting Iriel's trigger. She seethed with murderous intent, growling, "You dare say God made a mistake. The two knights cowered together. Please forgive us." Then she started to negotiate. "Among the conditions you have just proposed, I am not sure about the first one, but I will accept all the rest." Day let out a careless sigh. But the first condition is the most important one." Iriel was rendered helpless by his fickle attitude. "Oh God," then he returned to the topic. "And fifth," Day extended his hand towards Fia, who was resting by a tree, and proposed, "Apologize to me." He added solemnly, then turned his head to ask the elven elder. Era let her go. She was not very willing, but she did as he asked. And after Iriel was released, she hesitated and said, I cannot apologize." She wore a troubled expression. "Please understand my position. I am merely a saintess carrying out God's command." Day sighed. He obviously was not going to let it go easily in question. "Understand you. Then who was it that refused to consider the elves' perspective and threatened them first? Who was that, I wonder?" Iriel defended herself. "I had to do that to get you to come with me, because you ignored all of our previous requests." Before she could finish, Day concluded, "So in the end, you cannot apologize, right?" Iriel closed her eyes and firmly confirmed, "Right?" To keep the situation from getting too tense, she explained further, "If a simple apology would solve everything, I would apologize as many times as needed. But our responsibility is immense. A single word could incur God's wrath." Hearing that Day had nothing more to discuss, "Is that so? Fine." He turned around and spoke coldly. "Then let us end this. Go back and tell your God to find someone else to be the saint." These words irritated Iriel. Then Day glanced at the elven elder. "Let us go, Era. We still have to treat Fia." She agreed almost immediately. All right, the two of them just ignored the saintess and walked to the tree to help Fia up. Seeing this, Iriel became hesitant. "Wait." She reached out, wanting to stop them. "Hey, wait." Iriel placed a hand on her chest and expressed, "Although I cannot apologize, I will do my best to help her. So please be generous." Day cut her off coldly. "Nobody needs your help or anything." He turned his head and glanced at her. "I just want you to say sorry." After saying that, he ignored her and walked away. Iriel looked like she was about to cry. Day carried Fia on his back and called out to Era, "Let us go." The sun was setting amidst the canopy of the forest. Era's voice rang out. "Will it really be okay?" she advised. "It is not too late yet. As soon as you agree, they will welcome you." Day stood firm in his ideals and replied, "I do not regret it. If that is a place full of people who do not know how to apologize for what they have done, I would rather not go." Hearing that Era had a question, "Why do you have to sacrifice for people who are not your own kind like this?" He smirked and replied, "I just want to do what I want." Hearing that, she continued, "What is it that you want?" Day did not hide it, a happy life. This answer made Era even more confused. "Then you should become a saint even more." Day did not deny it. Being a saint is good too," he added. "But even the little things bother me. Helping someone who is sick living like that is peaceful, is not it?" He smiled, looking up at the sky, living in a small place. "But feeling happy is enough to satisfy me." Era also smiled as if she was helpless against him. She complimented, "You really are special." The sun was setting, painting the sky orange-red. Iriel stood silently as if deep in thought. She recalled Day's words before he left. "Then let us end this. Go back and tell your God to find someone else to be the saint." Iriel was pensive and said nothing. Suddenly, a knight approached and spoke. "Saintess, there must be some kind of mistake, right? Otherwise, how could someone like that become a saint?" She quietly repeated, "A mistake, huh?" Suddenly, she took off her armor, shocking the knight. "Saintess, what are you doing?" Iriel gave an order. "You all return first." She made a shocking decision. "I am going to the elven village." In the village deep within the forest, two young elf guards were starting to gossip. "Will Fia be okay?" "It is hard to say. Fia's condition is very serious right now." Suddenly, the two of them noticed someone approaching from a distance. Immediately, the two young men went into defense mode, ready to attack at any moment. "Stop right there, human. You are not allowed to take another step." Iriel raised both hands and quickly explained, "I did not come here to fight. I came to meet the saint you like." The two young elves were puzzled. "Our village has a saint." Although they were a bit suspicious, not just anyone could enter the village freely. They did not accept Iriel's request and even warned her, "Even if what you say is true, we cannot let a human into this village. Get out of here right now. If you take one more step, we will consider it an attack." Iriel had to take a step back. She conceded and pleaded, "If that is the case, then at least help me pass a message to that saint. Tell him that I came to see him." The elf with the bow immediately refused. "I will not." "You should go back." She humbled herself once more. "Then please let me wait here." She spoke up, assuring them, "I absolutely will not harm you." The two young men exchanged glances. Then they came to an agreement and relented. "Then go wait over there in the distance. If you come any closer, we will attack." Iriel bowed gratefully. "Thank you. I will not get any closer, do not worry." They stared at her small back as she walked away. After Iriel was out of sight, one of them speculated a saint. Could it be Day finding a suitable spot? Iriel put her luggage on the ground. She took off her shoes and began to pray. The mana within her began to activate. At that moment, a golden holy light enveloped Iriel's entire body. Over here, one of the young elves saw that things were not too tense and spoke up. "First, let us just let Day know, shall we?" The other one agreed and nodded. The sun was slowly disappearing below the horizon. One late afternoon deep in the elf village, Kuya's injuries had been treated carefully. But based on her current state, she was still in a deep coma. Jay sighed in relief, stretching his shoulders. She's out of danger now, so I can finally relax. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Jay, are you in there? He went to open the door. What is it? One of the two young elf guards reported. There's someone outside the village looking for you. Hearing this, Jay's heart skipped a beat. They even came all the way here? He misunderstood and anxiously asked, how many of them are there? 10 or 20? The young man looked confused. Huh. It is just one person. Jay froze. He wore a skeptical expression. Just one person? A while later, the sky had turned dark. He went over and said to the elves, I am here. They immediately called out to Jay. A cheerful young man ran over and put his arm around his shoulder. Where did the host of the party run off to? Jay gave a forced laugh. You guys are still having fun without me, huh? He quickly got back to the main topic. Ahem, so who was looking for me? The young man hesitated. Ah, about that. He pointed in a direction. Over there, Jay followed his finger and saw. Ariel was still in a praying posture, the same one since she arrived, making him click his tongue. What is she doing all the way here? Then he walked closer to her and spoke. Hey, Saintess, are you looking for me? Ariel did not answer. An elf approached and said, it is no use. She has been like that since sunset. That is at least 3 hours, right? Hearing that, Jay was speechless. He observed Ariel and said to himself, she will probably get up soon. Should I wait? In the end, Jay really did wait. He waited the entire night. And then, at dawn the next day, Ariel let out a breath. She stretched her stiff neck from holding the same position for over 10 hours. At the same time, Jay's tired voice rang out, how can someone in this world pray for a whole day like that? Ariel's eyes shot open. The first thing she saw was his impatient face of Jay. She was so shocked she could not process it, stammering, holy, he cut her off. Holy what? What are you doing here? Ariel did not dare to look him in the eye. She turned her face away to avoid his gaze. I have something to tell you. Jay immediately asked to apologize. She said awkwardly, I cannot apologize, but instead, I want to do something to show my sincerity. Hearing that, Jay looked disgusted. So you will not apologize, and that is why you came here to salvage the situation, right? Ariel immediately panicked, pushing herself off the ground, wanting to get up and explain to him. That is not what I meant. Her rambling was making Jay a little annoyed. So how do you plan to show your sincerity? She expressed guiltily. Because of my position, I cannot apologize, but I will stay here and atone until all the elves forgive me. Jay analyzed calmly. If you are missing, the holy nation will come looking for you, right? Then the two sides will just start fighting again. Have you thought about that? He asked bluntly, and Ariel replied softly. Of course, I have. That is why I was praying. Because I have spoken with God, the holy nation will not be able to come for me as they please. Her words were a bit hard to believe. Jay showed a skeptical attitude. So how can I trust you? She sighed. It is true, there is no way for you to believe me. Then Ariel continued, but if I really am lying, would not the elves here be able to tell if I am lying or not? Besides, the number of people here could easily overpower me in an instant. All right. Jay stared at her, wondering whether to trust her. After a moment, he finally chose to trust her. All right. Jay only made one request. Do as you please, but in return, whatever you do has nothing to do with me. If the elves make you go back, you have to do it. Not expecting anything more, Ariel showed a joyful expression. All right, thank you very much. Then he turned his back and scoffed. As for Ariel, she reached out and stammered, hey, holy. Jay turned back, annoyed. What now? She hesitated. The thing is, Ariel was currently dirty all over. She asked shyly if I want to take a bath. Then where am I supposed to bathe? Jay gritted his teeth, silently assessing the situation. She is so troublesome. Another clear day with sunlight, gently shining down on the old forest. After cleaning herself up, Ariel began to pray again. Holy power enveloped her entire body. Nearby, 2 elves were watching her. One young man said in disbelief, from yesterday until today, she has been kneeling like that all day long. The other one wondered, does not she get tired from kneeling like that? Just then, they noticed someone approaching and exclaimed, Jay, you are back home? With a bag on his shoulder, he replied, yes, you've all worked hard. An elf asked, but Jay, are you just going to leave that girl like that? He also glanced in Ariel's direction and wondered, what exactly is God that she has to go to such lengths? Sunset fell upon the small house at the edge of the forest. Jay opened the door and entered, calling out, I am home. Inside, he saw his parents being lovey-dovey. Eo saw Jay and casually greeted, oh Jay, you are back? He held back a laugh. Just continue whatever you two were doing. His father wanted to explain. No, it is not that. Jay. By the second call, he had already slammed the door and gone into his room. Jay tossed his bag on the floor and flopped onto the bed, sighing. I am so tired. I do not have any energy. Suddenly, he fell into deep thought. He recalled what had happened earlier. Era had frankly advised Jay, I hope you will go to the Holy Nation. While taking care of Kuya, he asked in surprise, what did you say? She put her hands on her hips and gave serious advice. You are Yustaf's brother, so I cannot hold you back. I am very happy that you are thinking of us, but seizing an opportunity when it comes is very important. Back to the present. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking to himself, Ira is right. I promised that I would go to the Holy Nation to study medicine and cure all the diseases that cannot be cured here. After thinking it through, Jay sat up. He opened his bag, took out a book, and said to himself, that is right. Jay's determination grew. I cannot miss an opportunity like this. A moment later, a high-pitched scream came from inside the house. What? What did you just say? Along with the question, a fork dropped to the floor. The speaker was Sen. She asked in disbelief, you are going to become a saint, and what do you mean you have to go to the Holy Nation? Jay was silent, not trying to hide it, and admitted the truth. That is right, he was leaving. Sen knew her son too well. She hid her tears, covering her mouth with both hands. Are you serious? Io also asked another question in disbelief. When are you leaving? Won't you be able to come home? At this point, Jay finally spoke. I plan to leave tomorrow. I am not sure when I will be back, but I will definitely return. Sen covered her face, her voice choked with sobs. No way. Io hugged his wife and continued. Saints have to live their entire lives in the Holy Nation. Jay once again assured them, I will come back. I definitely will, Mom. Suddenly, Sen rushed to hug her son. Why do you suddenly want to become a saint? Io acted strong, comforting his wife. Honey, he is about to leave. Why are you crying and making him sad? Even as he said that, his own face was covered in tears. Until you come back, I will take good care of your mother, so do not worry. Just go and come back, son. Jay's eyes also welled up with tears. He smiled brightly and replied, I will take care of myself. Seeing him trying to be strong, his father teased. You did not cry when you were little, but now you are crying as a grown man? Jay retorted, I am not crying. Besides, you should not be the one to talk, Dad. The next morning in the elf village, Ariel sat on the ground and let out a long sigh. Her stomach was rumbling violently. Ariel clutched her stomach and groaned. She was so hungry it made her mood gloomy. Earlier, Jay had pointed out to her, that grass is edible. Just eat it, he said, then waved and turned to leave, not forgetting to add one more thing. So, self-sufficiency is a virtue. Ariel looked at the strange plant that Jay had pointed to, which was emitting a suspicious aura, and wondered, eat that thing? She tried picking one and held it up, but some sticky liquid from it dripped all over her hand. Ariel showed her deep disgust. But out of sheer hunger, she ate it anyway, and then her eyes shot open with an indescribable expression. She thought to herself that it was so spicy and bitter she could die. Then, her stomach began to protest. Ariel broke out in a cold sweat, clutching her stomach as two elven guards watched. Witnessing that tragic scene, they could not help but turn pale. What? She ate it raw? Is this the kind of penance humans have to endure? As for Ariel, her mind was screaming only one thought. Water. Water. Luckily, there was a lake nearby. Ariel ran for her life towards her only salvation. Then, without hesitation, she jumped in. Ariel put her face to the lake's surface, drinking gulp after gulp. Just then, Jay's damn face appeared in her mind. Ariel's heart filled with resentment. Saint, what on earth did you tell me to do? Now, under this clear blue sky, Ariel lay stretched out on the ground, letting out a sigh, her face clearly showing her exhaustion as she wondered. Maybe I should just give up here and go back, she thought, sighing wearily. Then she convinced herself, no, this is a trial from the Lord. I must be patient. Just then, a figure approached. Hey, Saintess, get up, Jay said, looking down at her. Get ready, we're going to the Holy Kingdom. Hearing Jay's words, Ariel asked in astonishment, what? Jay repeated, I said get up so we can start heading to the Holy Empire. She stammered, does that mean you've forgiven me? He immediately shot her down. Of course not. Hearing that, Ariel's eyes welled up with tears. I knew it. He sighed and reminded her, go get ready first. I have to say my goodbyes before we leave. Just then, a female elf approached. Jay, you're back? Jay quickly replied, yes. How is Fia? She unexpectedly announced, we were actually waiting for you. I heard Fia just woke up. Go see her. After that, Jay hurriedly ran towards the house, calling out, Fia. He joyfully threw the door open and called again, Fia. She was surprised. Jay. He said, somewhat relieved, I'm so glad you're awake. Are you okay? Is everything all right? Fia replied softly, fortunately, yes. Just then, Era walked in. It's good to see you've recovered faster than expected. Jay asked with a smile, did you come because you were worried about Fia too? Era crossed her arms, putting on a cold front, and replied, I'm just fulfilling my duty as the clan chief and taking care of the other elves. Meanwhile, Fia, flustered, tried to throw off the blanket and stand up. Chief Era, I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Era raised a hand to stop her. It's fine, don't move. You haven't fully recovered yet. Suddenly, she noticed the bag on Jay's back. Era said assertively, it seems you've changed your mind. Jay didn't hide it and calmly replied, yes, I will go to the Holy Empire. Because this opportunity might never come again. I think I'll follow your advice and do everything I can. Era lowered her eyes and gave a slight smile. That's the right decision. Then you should leave soon. These words startled Fia, and she let out a loud, huh. Then, realizing she had been a bit disrespectful, she lowered her voice and glanced at the chief. Ah, I apologize for shouting in front of you, Chief. Era replied calmly. It's fine, don't worry about me. Jay interjected at the wrong moment. Yeah, if you have any questions, just ask me. As soon as he finished, the two female elves' faces darkened. Era asked in a low voice, are you mocking me? Fia didn't let it slide either. How dare you? Jay bowed his head apologetically. I'm sorry. Fia returned to the main topic, asking, where are you going? I thought you were going to stay here. Don't tell me you're going with those people to the Holy Empire. She guessed. Jay rubbed his chin and confirmed, I'm not exactly going with them. I was already planning to go anyway. But you're right, I'm going to the Holy Empire. She immediately asked, for how long? Jay hesitated. I'm not sure, but probably a few years. Hearing that, Fia's face went blank, confusing him. Then she smiled cheerfully and said, all right then, I was worried for nothing. Have a safe trip. Fia's attitude made him a little disappointed. Oh, okay, I'll be back. He scratched his head, forcing a smile and thinking to himself, I forgot that wood elves have a different concept of time. Suddenly, Era spoke up. Is that all you're going to say? Can we talk for a moment? Jay was curious, but agreed. Huh? Yes. With that, he left. See you later, Fia. In Era's house, her expression was completely calm as she said, I want to give you this. Please accept it. Hearing there was a gift, Jay immediately became a little excited. You want to give me something? What is it? Era requested, give me your hand. He obeyed and placed his hand in her palm. Like this? Era placed her other hand on top of his and began to chant, this is my mark, and it will be proof that I am always with you. A blue light flashed where they touched. When Era let go, Jay stared in shock at the back of his hand. A mark had appeared there. What is this? Era placed a hand on her chest and confidently admitted, it's me. Jay looked at the mark, then back at her, completely confused. Then his jaw dropped as he guessed. This is a type of contract, the one that forces humans to see wood elves as their masters. I heard they use this to enslave humans, until they die. Seeing his horrified expression, Era spoke up to stop his wild thoughts. Whatever you're thinking, it's not that. It's just my mark, don't worry about it. Jay repeated in disbelief. A mark? Era answered, yes. It's a seal made for my magic that I've placed on you. It's like I'm giving myself to you as a gift. I believe humans would call it possession. Her words made him a little embarrassed. Possession, huh? She gave him a gentle, affectionate smile. I will always be with you. I hope it will protect you on your journey, Jay. He observed the mark on his hand carefully, then broke into a bright, grateful smile and said, thank you. I'll see you again soon. Afterwards, as dusk fell, the sun had nearly set. Ariel was smiling to herself the whole way. Seeing her so cheerful, Jay gave her a judgmental look. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, why are you so happy, Saintess? Ariel, feeling ecstatic, replied, of course, I'm happy. How could I not be happy when I'm finally returning to the Lord? Jay was speechless, thinking to himself, living in the wilderness must have been hard for her. She urged, let's go, Saint Jay. Looking towards the forest, Jay replied, yeah, let's go. He looked towards the sky as the sun gradually disappeared behind the treetops. A gentle breeze blew across his face. Just then, Ariel asked, do you have any regrets? Jay continued to look into the distance and replied firmly, I'll be coming back here anyway. He returned to the old topic. And the conditions I mentioned still stand, right? Ariel winked and said, I think we'll have to discuss your first condition a bit more. But the others are fine. Naturally, Jay's expression was full of disgust. After that, he didn't bother arguing and just turned to leave. Jay thought to himself, this is going to be a long journey. After that, Jay and Ariel set off. In just a short while, it was dusk. The two arrived at a small town. Jay held the map, thinking to himself, where is it? Earlier, Ariel said there was a place we needed to visit before going to the Holy Land. Earlier, Ariel had held the map and instructed him. First, we're going to the Imperial City, not the Holy Land. Jay repeated, confused. The Imperial City? She pointed at the map and began to explain. Exactly. Because our companions are in the Imperial City of Celia. We will go to Celia and join up with those companions. And finally, everyone will head to the Holy Land together. She sighed contentedly. Then we'll have to travel with great enthusiasm. Jay wondered to himself, why is she so excited? He thought, rubbing his chin. It takes about 3 days to get to the Imperial City. If I use mana to speed up, it would only take about a day. I'm not happy about it. It feels like we're taking a pointless detour. If I'm going to run all day, I should stretch a bit. Seeing him stretching his legs made Ariel curious. What are you doing? She asked in disbelief, holding the reins of a horse. You're not planning on running, are you? Jay looked at her like she'd asked a strange question. He replied innocently, Isn't it faster to run? Ariel was so exasperated she could only sigh. Oh my god. She tried her best to explain, even for me, traveling like that using divine power would be a risky challenge. And of course, it's impossible with just mana, for a saint who doesn't yet have divine power. Jay closed his eyes, calculating silently. If it's my own mana path, there's no way it's impossible. It's faster than a horse, but she bought that horse to travel comfortably, and I just dismissed it. After figuring things out, he said nonchalantly, So what? We don't have to sweat too much. That's great. Ariel, who had already mounted the horse, said, I only bought one as a backup for emergencies. Is that okay? If you feel uncomfortable traveling together. Before she could finish, he interrupted, I don't know how to ride a horse anyway, so I couldn't ride by myself. As he finished speaking, he jumped on. Ariel spurred the horse on. The two set off sharing the horse, and Jay felt a bit excited. Let's go! To Celia. After riding for a while, the sky grew dark and Ariel spoke up. We'll rest here for tonight. Jay piped up, I'll cook. Wait a moment. After saying that, he pointed a finger and whispered, Fire. Immediately, a flame erupted from the stone stove. Ariel asked in amazement, You activated a spell just with the activation word? You're very skilled for your age. Are you the commander of the second squad? Jay replied while opening his bag. Of course not. He hung a pot over the flame and pointed at it again. He chanted water. Ariel watched his every move, thinking, The bowl is ready. Now for the ingredients. Suddenly, among the things Jay took out, there was one that she remembered vividly. Then Ariel looked in horror at the plant that had tormented her stomach and shouted, Wait a minute, don't put that in. But it was too late. He had already put it in the pot and casually asked, Why? It's delicious. Try it. Ariel thought, still frightened. How can something so spicy and bitter be delicious? Jay understood, let out a sigh, and asked with a smile, Have you eaten the leaves of this herb or just the root? Ariel hesitated. Well, of course He explained, Actually, with this herb, you only eat the root, even though its leaves are more nutritious. Their taste is too bitter and spicy to swallow. Ariel looked enlightened, but her expression was still dazed. No. So what now? Jay handed the bowl of cooked soup to Ariel. Come on, relax your face. Just give it a try. It has a very special flavor. She took it with both hands. Thank you. It looked very ordinary. Steam rose from it, and as Ariel looked at the bowl of soup, she thought, It smells quite nice. It looked delicious. She scooped a small spoonful and brought it to her mouth. Then, a look of amazement spread across Ariel's face. It's so delicious, she thought. Then she quickly started eating from the bowl. Jay thought, puzzled, Why is she eating so fast? She's more surprising than I expected. He reminded her with concern, You'll get indigestion if you eat like that. Eat slowly. She listened and replied, Yes. Sometime later, the two of them stood on a cliff. Before them was a vast city. Ariel exclaimed, Look, that's the royal capital, Celia. The two of them rode into the city. Jay looked around and thought, The market is quite large. This is the royal capital, after all. Ariel asked, It's completely different from the outskirts, isn't it? Do you want to look around for a bit? Now that we're in the capital, there will be an army escort. Jay marveled to himself. So this is the royal capital, Celia. He wondered. This is my first time here. I hope there won't be any problems. At that moment, they arrived before the royal castle's gate. A guard approached. My lady, you have arrived. The guard then asked, May we know the identity of the person behind you? She slyly turned to him and asked, Isn't that right, Saint? He didn't bother to argue and stated directly, I am the Saint, Jay. The guard was stunned. My apologies, we did not know. Please come in. The two walked on the red carpet into the royal castle. A priest who was already waiting spoke. Welcome, my lady. You must be tired after such a long journey, Ariel said. The mission in the royal capital, Celia, is complete. Tomorrow I will leave here for the Holy Land. Please contact our home country. Tell them I will be returning with the Saint. The priest bowed and said, I understand. I will inform the Holy Land and prepare for the journey. After they left, she turned and said to Jay, Well then, Saint, please go and rest first. I will show you to your room. Jay opened the door to the assigned room. It was spacious and magnificent inside. It was so grand he was amazed. Jay stood at the doorway, thinking, Isn't this on the level of a 5-star luxury hotel? I was too busy to visit a place like this before. But now I'm here. Ariel asked from behind him, Are you satisfied? He replied enthusiastically, I tend to spend a lot when I'm satisfied. Hearing that, Ariel was relieved and turned around. The Saint also needs to rest. I'll be leaving now. Jay put down his bag and asked, "We're leaving for the Holy Land tomorrow morning, right?" Ariel looked at him, didn't answer his question, and just gave a sly smile. "See you tomorrow morning." Jay watched her back as she left, confused. Huh, what was that? He was bewildered. Something feels strange. Then, Jay sat on the bed and sighed lightly. He changed into a nightrobe and lay on the bed. Tomorrow, I'll really be going to the Holy Land. Jay thought to himself, the Holy Land is where I'll live from now on. I wonder what it's like. Before he could think clearly, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Jay had changed his clothes. A voice called from outside the door. "Saint, are you awake?" Still a bit sleepy, he went out and said, I'm ready. Let's go." Ariel smirked. "If you're ready, let's depart." She had changed into appropriate formal attire. She smiled and said, "To greet the king." Jay replied calmly, "Then let's hurry and greet the king." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. "Huh?" he asked again. "Where did you say we're going? Who are we meeting?" Ariel stared intently at him. "We're meeting the king of the royal capital, Celia." His mind screamed, "Why do I have to?" He accepted his fate, but still complained a bit. "You should have told me beforehand. If you had told me last night." Ariel smiled gently and said, "There's no need to rush. It's mainly to say thank you and report that you'll be leaving." Jay scratched his head awkwardly. "No, I can't do that. If I'm meeting the king, I need to be mentally prepared for the etiquette and all the formalities," she explained with deep concern. "I didn't tell you because I was afraid the saint might lose sleep and have difficulty with the upcoming schedule." Is something wrong? Day wasn't moved at all and instead grew more cautious, thinking to himself, her being this kind makes me suspicious. This is bad. After that, they arrived at the royal palace. "Please come in. You've had a long journey." Someone asked, "Are you the newly chosen saint?" Sweating, Jay looked ahead and replied, Yes." The person sitting on the throne before him was King Diagator of Celia. He wondered, "So this is the king of the royal capital, Celia. Welcome. You both must be very tired after your long journey." Someone replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty, and for allowing us to rest before this audience." Below, Ariel curtsied and bowed to him, but Jay remained standing like a statue. At that moment, Ariel signaled to him, "Your Holiness." He seemed to understand her signal and said, "Oh." Then Jay quickly bowed as well. Ariel sighed, while Jay gritted his teeth, glaring at her and thinking, "You didn't tell me anything just to humiliate me, didn't you?" Then Diagator spoke with a thoughtful expression. "You may raise your heads." They replied in unison. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then he began, "I hear you are returning to the Holy Nation today." The two of them replied in unison, "Yes, that is correct." Ariel replied confidently, "The reason we are able to return to the Holy Nation is all thanks to your grace. My lord allows me to, on behalf of the Holy Nation, sincerely thank you." Hearing this, Diagator waved his hand and smiled. "I did nothing. The Holy Nation protected you during your journey." Ariel placed a hand on her chest gratefully. "It is because you allowed us to stay in the kingdom, Celia, that we were able to safely find and return with the saint. We will surely repay this debt." Hearing this, Diagator looked curious and stroked his chin. Repay a debt, you say? I will remember your words, to recall them whenever I might need them." Then he continued, "Ah, that reminds me. You are the newly chosen saint, are you not?" Jay looked surprised and introduced himself. "Yes, my name is Jay." Diagator scanned him with a scrutinizing gaze. He thought to himself, "No matter how many times I try, I can't sense any mana flow from him." And looking at his physique, it seems he has been trained in swordsmanship. His expression grew thoughtful. "Even though I was worried that another saint had appeared, it seems I don't have to worry about him. What a relief," he thought. Then he said, "I never expected to meet the saint and a saintess at the same time like this. What an honor." Jay was a bit surprised, but Ariel calmly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jay frowned and turned to her, "Hey, saintess, shouldn't we be leaving now?" At that moment, a voice spoke up. "Well then, I will now." At that moment, Diagator suddenly interrupted, "Oh, Saintess Ariel, you said you would repay a debt, correct?" She was slightly surprised but still replied calmly, "Yes, that's right. Is there something you need help with, sir?" Diagator hesitated. "Well, about that." A memory suddenly flashed back, and he began to explain. "To tell you the truth, my cousin, the daughter of the Prince of Silos, is very ill. Many priests have gone to see her, but not only were they unable to cure her, they aren't even sure what illness she actually has. I was hoping you could repay the favor by visiting her." Hearing this, Jay froze solid and thought to himself, "What? No way. Say no." Jay gritted his teeth, signaling to Ariel, "We still have a long way to go. Just refuse him quickly." Seeing this, she silently replied, "I understand." And then she finally responded, "There is no way I can refuse your offer, my lord." Hearing this, Day was completely shocked and snapped his head to look at her. "What?" Diagator was pleased with her answer. "Thank you. I was quite worried." But with a saint by her side, I'm sure the two of you will manage just fine. Thank you, Saintess Iriel. She forced a smile, her expression dark. This isn't what I was thinking. Meanwhile, outside, Jay sighed, seriously. Why is the road to the Holy Nation taking so long? Iriel didn't know what to say. In an awkward situation like this, all you need is a confident smile. Oh, about that, she said, finding an excuse to change Jay's mind. That's because you're a member of the Holy Nation now. You can follow me and learn how to use your holy arts. In the long run, it'll be beneficial for the entire world. Jay frowned in response. Won't it take even longer if we go to that prince's territory, and then head to the Holy Nation? She quickly replied to Jay. Ah, well, that's true. Then Jay agreed with her. All right, whatever. Then he smiled gently at Iriel. He did mention someone was sick, right? If we can help them, then why shouldn't we go visit them? Let's go as soon as possible. We go where we are needed. As long as it helps the patient, that's the true duty of a doctor. Elsewhere, the priest spoke up, looking worried. I apologize, Saintess. We've already informed the Holy Nation that we are on our way back, but I cannot permit you to visit the prince. I'm sorry, Saintess. Iriel quickly explained. It was an offer from the king of Celia. Please forgive me. But I was truly in a position where I couldn't refuse. Then the priest asked her, so what did the king promise in return? Iriel replied, he didn't promise anything. This is just to repay a debt for allowing us to stay here. Hearing this, the priest let out a sigh. Well, since he had a valid reason for the offer, I suppose we have no other choice. I will contact the Holy Nation and inform them that you will be returning to the kingdom later than expected. Iriel replied guiltily, thank you for understanding. We'll leave immediately to save time. On the way, an unhappy Jay put his hands on his hips, looking at the priest. Jay thought to himself, I've seen how people react to medicine after my first patient was treated. The reaction was completely unexpected. I wonder how my second patient in this world will react. As the sun began to set, the priest suddenly spoke up. We'll make camp here. While Jay was busy cooking, a flurry of voices suddenly rang out. Hey, look over there. Is that the saint? The chatter continued. Isn't he more handsome than the rumors about him? Go talk to him. Suddenly, someone walked up to Jay. Excuse me, saint, the person stammered, tucking their hair back with a slightly flushed face. Do you need any help? Jay replied politely. Ah, no, I'm fine. Another girl came closer and said excitedly, if you don't mind, could we sit next to you? We were just wondering what you were doing. Being surrounded by beauties for a change, Jay was overjoyed and replied, of course, I don't mind at all. Please, sit wherever you'd like, as long as you're comfortable. Hearing this, the two girls' hearts began to race. Thank you, sir. The girls gathered around him. What is this? Jay explained to them, oh, this is a type of plant that grows in the elf forest. As the sun continued to set, he finally managed to get away from the girls. He scratched his head wearily, thinking, why are these girls so energetic? I almost couldn't get away. Just then, a voice talking about the new saint caught his attention. He's so young, do you really think it's wise to follow him? He's just a kid who does whatever he wants. And he even makes all sorts of demands on the Holy Nation, another replied. Do you remember when the saintess was slapped by an elf? Jay hid behind a tree. Hearing this, he became furious. So that's how it is. Seriously, they think it's okay to talk behind people's backs like this? The woman continued, we'll only know for sure once we get to the Holy Nation, that he's just a puppet saint. Just then, Iriel appeared and spoke. What were you saying about me and the saint? Why don't you say it again for me? She gave a terrifying smile. A puppet saint, was it? Iriel asked again. Or did I perhaps mishear? Her eyes took on a demonic glint. May I ask why you were speaking about me and the saint? Perhaps there's something I don't know. But why don't you continue your chat? It looked like you had much more to say. The two of them fell, dead silent. She continued, if you have nothing to say now, then I will assume everything I heard is true, that it's the truth and your genuine opinion, and then I can do as I please. Isn't that right? The man from earlier answered awkwardly. Well, about that, we just thought that it was important to remind everyone of everything you have done. Iriel's gaze grew more terrifying than ever. Everything I've done? What does that have to do with you? Did I tell you to complain about it to everyone? You say you did it for my sake. But did I ever ask you to do that? Just then, the priest stepped forward, Saintess. He was sweating bullets. These children merely made a mistake. They still have much to learn. They meant you no harm, so please forgive them. He then pushed the man's head down. What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to the saintess, Iriel replied coldly. You think a simple apology is enough? You dared to speak ill of the saint behind his back, and called him a foolish child and even an ignorant puppet. And now you want me to forgive them? Faced with her barrage of questions, everyone was terrified, and Iriel looked at them, her voice stern. The saint is chosen by God. Your disrespect to the saint is the same as being disrespectful to God. Therefore, this is blasphemy. She continued, do you really think a sincere apology is enough to resolve this? However, if you fail to make me understand your reasoning, Jay was still behind the tree, hearing everything. St. Iriel said coldly, I truly don't know what will happen next. The girl from earlier trembled with fear, stammering, St. Iriel, forgive me. I shouldn't have spoken about you like that. Hearing this, Iriel shouted in anger, You're apologizing to the wrong person. You insulted a saint chosen by God, and you can't even apologize properly, she gritted her teeth. There are people who can't apologize even if they want to. Hearing this, Jay's heart felt heavy. What did she just say? Is she talking about herself? He thought. I know what it's like to bear a heavy title like saint. It's not easy for someone as young as her. She understands how that pressure can make people feel. Day chuckled faintly, I know that feeling all too well. He was called a surgical, his genius in his past life. Day let out a long sigh, wondering why don't I just go out? With that thought, he spoke up. Are you all done talking? He had just stepped out, finding it hard to listen anymore. Seeing him, the people called out, Your Holiness. Day continued, So that's what you all think of me? You think I'm just a child and a saint? Puppet. The girl who had been bad-mouthing him stammered in shame, That's not what we meant. The guy next to her also chimed in, We were trying to say, when suddenly, Day cut in, Come to think of it, you're not wrong. If I don't do anything, I'm just a saint. Puppet. Hearing this, Iriel unhappily shouted, Your Holiness. What do you mean, how are you a puppet? Day smiled and replied, Think about it. I have no holy power. What can I do just by going to the holy nation? Even though I was chosen by God, don't you think I'd make a perfect puppet? Isn't that what everyone is thinking? At his words, they just stood there, looking at each other. And Iriel denied what Jay said. Of course not. Who would think of you like that? I'm sure God had a reason for choosing you as the saint. Jay heard this and retorted. Wait, who said God chose me like that? I'm just saying that many people in the Holy Empire think of me that way, he continued, since they are the ones bad-mouthing me. Do you mind if I handle them myself? Iriel replied to him, Sure, go ahead. At this, Day spoke up and asked, If I wanted these people to be punished, what would happen? Iriel answered him, At worst, the heresy inquisitors will capture and kill them. Hearing about the heresy inquisitors, they fearfully begged, Your Holiness, please forgive us. We spoke without thinking. Please forgive our mistake. Day glanced at the people behind him, then pointed his hand towards these two gossipers. Everyone, I'm sure there are many others who joke about me. It's not just the people here who say things like, I'm just a puppet, or that I'm an arrogant child, or that I have no authority at all. He continued, I don't think what you all are saying is wrong. Just as you think I am young and I have no faith, power, ability, opinions, or any connection to you. Jay's eyes turned serious. That's why I will go to the Holy Empire for a few years to prove to each and every one of you. A confused man asked, What do you mean? The one next to him also asked, What are you trying to prove? Jay turned his back, clenching his fists. All of you who badmouth me, I will definitely make you regret it, and I will make those who disrespected me remember this moment. And as proof and a promise for that day, he held out his hand. I will not punish the people here. Hearing this, the two of them were deeply moved. Your Holiness, the young man said, with tears streaming down his face, I'm sorry. We should have thought before speaking about you. The girl beside him said the same. We will repent for this mistake and learn from it. We are truly sorry. Jay smiled gently. I hope I won't regret this decision. Furthermore, in the future and to achieve my goals, I will do my best to bring honor back to the Holy Empire. The bright full moon witnessed Day's words. I don't know how long it will take. It could be many years. But I will do everything I can to make you regret what you did today. Hearing this, everyone admired Jay. The atmosphere became strangely silent. A moment later, Jay returned to his spot to cook. Iriel spoke up. That was an impressive speech. Hearing that he called her name Iriel, she squatted down and teased Jay. To make you regret what you did today, right? He stiffened and grumbled. Go on, keep teasing me. Suddenly, Iriel turned to look at what Jay was cooking. Huh, isn't that the soup from last time? He replied cheerfully. Yeah, the priest ate my portion too. I'm quite hungry after all that. Do you want some? It's better hot. Iriel smiled. Yes, please. Just then, a shooting star appeared sparkling in the sky. Iriel exclaimed, Hey, look, a shooting star. She smiled brightly. It's been a while since I've looked up at the night sky. Do you think seeing a shooting star is a good omen? Jay looked up and thought to himself, a shooting star? My name in the past meant shooting star. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment, but I'm used to the name Jay now. He slowly opened his eyes and remarked, Now that I think about it, in my homeland, if you make a wish upon a shooting star, they say the wish will come true. Iriel asked in amazement, Really? Then she clasped her hands and started praying. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, What are you doing? Are you really praying? Day wondered, Does the saintess believe in legends? The two of them ate their soup while looking up at the starry sky. Iriel spoke up. Now that you mention it, we have something similar in the Empire. If you watch a shooting star with someone, you can die happily with them. Jay wondered. A happy death? Iriel immediately retorted. Of course, I don't believe in such things. How can death be happy? Then he also agreed with Iriel. I don't believe in that either. A happy death? I wonder what that feels like. The next day, the sun rose and everyone set out. Saintess, Your Holiness, you can see the Silos territory. Then they continued to announce, It seems we will be entering the Silos territory soon. The pastor turned back and asked the two, When we arrive, where should we go first? Ariel replied, since we're in a hurry, we must meet with the dukes all at once. Then she looked outside thoughtfully. Since there isn't much time, she continued speaking. We will treat them as soon as possible and head to the Holy Empire immediately. If we're late for the baptism ceremony, things will get complicated. Just then, they arrived at the Duke's place. He looked at them. Welcome. I have been waiting for you too. When I heard about you, I was eagerly anticipating your arrival. The Duke showed a delighted expression. I cannot express my joy that you've traveled such a long way for my daughter. Ariel solemnly replied to him, to bestow God's blessings upon the suffering is the duty of us saints, so please relax. Suddenly, the Duke's expression became a little uneasy. I apologize for being so abrupt, but could you please take a look at my daughter? I don't know what I would do if I lost her. It breaks my heart to see her struggle with her illness. And Ariel replied, I understand, we can examine her condition right away. Hearing that, he was overjoyed and clasped his hands. Thank you so much. I will do anything if you can cure her. Seeing this, Day glanced at Ariel. He thought, even though she hasn't done anything yet, they trust her this much. She must be good at being a saint and a person too. At this point, they were near the girl's room. A maid gestured, this way. The maid gently opened the door and announced, Mistress Layla, the saintess, has arrived. The two Ariel and Jay seemed to see something unexpected. This is but Day. Seeing the girl's body covered in red spots, couldn't help but think to himself. Half of her body is covered in a rash. He began to make a diagnosis. Based on my experience, this rash is a severe case of dermatitis herpetiformis. Why didn't they treat her before it got this bad? What have they been doing? Layla quickly pulled the blanket over herself with a sad expression. It's horrible, isn't it? At that moment, Ariel approached the girl with a suggestion. Layla, can you give me your hand? Layla gently placed her small hand on hers. Ariel used her other hand to hold the girl's, comforting her gently. It must have hurt a lot. From now on, everything will be okay. As she said that, a yellow light enveloped Layla. The blinding light made the Duke shield his eyes. He exclaimed in awe. Amazing, holy power. The light gradually softened. Layla was so surprised she could only utter, huh. The girl raised her hands and saw they were no longer covered in the rash. My skin, it's better. Looking at her hands, Layla burst into tears. My hands are better. At this point, Ariel also spoke. The treatment is complete. Then she turned to the Duke. You must have been very worried. Everything is fine now. The Duke looked like he was about to cry. My daughter, my daughter. The father and daughter hugged each other, overcome with happiness. Layla cried out, Father. The Duke replied, Thank God you're well again. He turned to Ariel, crying, Thank you so much. You truly are a saintess. My child has struggled with this disease for 8 years, and I had completely given up hope. I will never forget this debt, Ariel said with a gentle smile. There's no need. This is also a blessing from God. Jay, watching from behind, was amazed by what had just happened. This illness seemed to require long-term treatment. I can't believe she cured it with just a touch. He clicked his tongue, wondering if medicine truly meant nothing in this world. As night fell, the Duke cheerfully presided over a lavish banquet. Now, please eat and drink to your heart's content. It may not be much, but I've done my best. And Ariel politely replied, You didn't have to. This is more than enough. Thank you for the meal. Lord Hoppo then spoke up. Just as the rumors said, I knew the saintess was exceptional, but the rumor couldn't possibly capture your kindness. I want to sincerely thank you for treating my sister. Ariel then put down her wine glass and calmly replied, It was my honor. I will be sure to convey your gratitude to our Lord Gaius. Hearing this, Hoppo praised her. You truly are the saintess from the rumors. So humble. Jay, beside her, didn't seem very pleased. The Duke noticed and asked with concern, You've been very quiet. Is the food not to your liking? Hearing this, Jay gave a forced smile and replied, No, that's not it. I was just thinking about something else. Please forgive me for causing you concern. And Ariel spoke up to diffuse the situation. The saint has a lot on his mind. Please don't be too concerned. Hearing that, the Duke replied, If the saintess says so. Then Ariel turned to whisper to Ray, Saint, what's wrong? Is something the matter? He replied softly, No, I'm just tired. Hearing that, Ariel continued, Is that so? We've been arranged to stay the night at the castle, so please get a good rest. Ray replied with a slightly stiff expression. Is that so? He was lost in thought, recalling how busy he was in his past life. Why did I pour so much blood, sweat, and tears into becoming a doctor? Countless voices echoed in his head. Even though I was reborn in this world with my old memories, that knowledge is of no use. Then he wondered, do I really have to forget my past as Baek Jong-sung and just live a new life as Jay? Just then, a voice rang out, waking Jay from his daydream. Saint, are you asleep? He remained indifferent and said nothing. Then Ariel continued, Saint, I don't know what's going on, but please don't lose faith in yourself. She began to offer words of comfort. Everyone doubts themselves at times, don't they? I hope that whatever is troubling you won't destroy everything you've built so far. Instead of being so anxious and weary, I really think your prickly and humorous side suits you more. Her words only made him more irritated. Ray pressed his lips together, sat up, and thought, Don't lose faith in yourself. That's what she said. His eyes grew determined. That's right. Even if I'm Ray now, I'm also the former doctor, Baek Jong-sung. I just need to find something that only I can do. And Iriel continued from outside, what I'm trying to say is, I just want to tell you not to give up. And as she finished her sentence, Ray appeared before her. He smiled and said, thanks. You've helped me a great deal. Hearing that, Iriel replied, what a relief. Suddenly, Ray called her name, but Iriel asked back, confused, yes? Jay continued, is this the first time you've comforted someone? His question angered Iriel. She yelled, what's that supposed to mean? In Layla's room, the Duke's voice was filled with indignation. She was fine yesterday. Are you telling me she's not completely cured? Then he shouted, get the Saintess back here immediately. Just then, Iriel arrived. What's wrong? The Duke said distraughtly, the symptoms have returned. Did your treatment really fail? All right, Iriel quickly replied to him. The treatment was completed. I'm not sure why the symptoms have come back. I will treat Layla one more time. The Duke looked downcast. Suddenly, Jay called out to her. Wait, Iriel. She was surprised. Huh? Saint? Layla's expression had turned gloomy again. Don't look. Then Jay approached the girl. Layla, can you give me your hand? The Duke thought judgmentally. How can a newly appointed saint possibly treat something that even the Saintess couldn't? Then he spoke aloud. I think it would be better to let the Saintess. Jay's expression turned serious. If what I suspect is correct, I am the only one who can treat this girl's illness. At that statement, the Duke asked, confused, what do you mean, the only one? Jay replied to him, any treatment from the Saintess will be ineffective. We could have the Saintess treat her, and it would be fine for a while. But we are leaving after this. What will you do if the symptoms return? Hearing this, the Duke realized he had a point. Seeing this, Jay continued, what she needs right now is not the Saintess's healing. He placed a hand on his chest. In a firm voice, he said, she needs treatment from me, the saint. The Duke was a little worried. But I've heard that you possess no holy arts. What exactly do you intend to do? Jay replied coldly, my treatment does not require holy arts. I will use all the knowledge I have to cure her of this disease. That is how I will treat her. Just then, Layla spoke up, Father, the saint is right. If we don't trust him, I don't think we have any other options. The Duke faltered at her words. Layla continued, we've already tried everything else. If there's a way to cure me of this condition, I want to place my trust in the saint. Hearing that, he finally relented. All right, if that's what you want, I permit it. He pleaded, please, please save my child. Saint, from the bottom of my heart, I implore you. Jay replied firmly, I promise. I will certainly cure the young lady. From the following day, I decided to investigate the cause of her skin condition. The first thing was to maintain hygiene, as that is the most fundamental step towards good health. I checked everything, but when I saw that they washed the blankets, tablecloths, and clothes once every day, we could rule out hygiene as the cause. Additionally, the castle is protected by a magic shield, so we can infer that external parasites are not the cause of the illness. However, I noticed a problem stemming from her meals. There was an ingredient that almost all of her meals contained, and that was wheat flour. It's not just bread, the most consumed food in the world. Even meat dishes tend to be served as side dishes or are coated in flour. Furthermore, her condition would flare up after she finished eating. With these clues, I suspected one thing. Wheat flour contains an amount of insoluble protein called gluten, and her illness is dermatitis herpetiformis, a condition also known as a gluten allergy. It's not difficult to treat. Jay racked his brain up, trying to create a remedy to treat the girl. Unfortunately, there was just one problem. In this world, there were no useful medicines. A world where pharmacology was still undeveloped. He instructed the maids, because it will be very difficult to make medicine, using plants that I am not familiar with. Even if it takes a long time, the only thing I can do is to change her diet. Jay began to explain, from now on, please remove everything I list from her meals. In her room, a weary Layla wrapped herself in her blanket. A maid called out, Lady Layla. The girl replied in a small voice, what is it? Ray spoke from outside. My lady, it's Ray. May I come in? Hearing this, Layla hummed in acknowledgement. She sat up and straightened her clothes. Saint, please come in, Jay replied. Sorry for the intrusion. He walked in with a radiant smile. Good morning. I came to check on your condition. Jay then observed the rashes on Layla's body and thought to himself, it's gotten worse than before. I knew her meals were causing this. Layla replied sullenly, all right. Then Jay spoke up. I'm going to tell you some things you need to be mindful of. Hearing this, Layla asked confusedly, things to be mindful of? What do you mean? Jay raised his hand and explained seriously. That's right. From now on, I want you to avoid any food containing flour, like bread for example. And even if your body feels itchy, try not to scratch. Layla was extremely surprised. What? Avoid bread? Jay chuckled and replied, well, yeah. This is everything I can do for you. The girl couldn't believe what she was hearing and thought to herself, no way. Bread is my favorite food, but I can't eat it. Is he lying? Should I call the guards? Thinking this, Layla spoke up. So, you're not going to do anything else? Like using magic to treat me? Or, Jay laughed and replied, what I'm telling you is a form of treatment. And to prevent it from spreading any further, he continued, once a day, we will have to squeeze out all the blisters. I will do it myself, because I also need to check on your condition. Then Jay slowly backed away. That's all. Well then, please get some more rest. The most important thing is to stay healthy. Layla wondered to herself, will my illness get better if I stop eating bread? Does that make any sense? As Jay came out, he met Ariel at the door. She asked him, Your Holiness, how is her illness? Jay's expression was serious. It's gotten worse. And Ariel was worried about that. Your Holiness, I understand where you're coming from, but don't you think it would be better if I were to treat her? He looked at her and said, You treated her, but it came back. If we try using your treatment one more time, it will just come back again. But Ariel stubbornly refused to accept it, but to say that changing her diet will cure her. If that's the case, then why didn't we do that from the very beginning? And she continued, I have great faith in you. However, the king doesn't trust you that much, and you know that we are not in a position where we can stay here much longer. After hearing Ariel, Jay also became thoughtful. She's not wrong, but Ariel misunderstood him, looking at her and blushed. Even if you stare at me with those pouting eyes, I can't do anything more about our situation. Jay didn't care. He clenched his fist, determined. Right now, it doesn't matter whether I can cure Layla or not. What's more important is this will decide how. I will treat patients from now on. Then he spoke up, 1 week. Just give me 1 week. By then, I will surely have cured her. Ariel remained silent. And the next day, a shrill scream echoed from Layla's room. I don't want to, the girl shouted irritably. No, Jay. Seeing this made him even angrier. He brought the water to her. Drink. You haven't drunk nearly enough of your required amount today. 3 liters a day for a total of 21 liters in a week. This was the amount of water Layla had to drink. Layla cried her eyes out. I don't want to. How can just drinking water work? The girl thought. This isn't even holy water, so why do I have to drink so much water? Jay reassured Layla. When you're having an allergic reaction, drinking water is the best thing for you. Trust me and just drink. When a foreign substance enters the body, the immune system creates a chemical. Although this chemical is produced as a defense mechanism to protect the body from the invading foreign substance, in people with allergies, this chemical is produced in excessive amounts and can cause toxic reactions. He continued to hold out the glass of water. Come on, drink. When that happens, drinking enough water allows the body's cells to function properly and minimizes the effects of the allergy. Therefore, this is the best way to treat her condition. With an excited look, Jay poured the water into her mouth. Drink up. Layla collapsed in pain, thinking, there's still one more glass. Layla's tears fell. How can he be a saint? He's just a handsome lunatic. 4 days passed like this. At first, Layla was only allowed to eat salad. After being forbidden from eating starchy foods and forced to drink lots of water, she hated me. However, Layla decided to trust me, because she had no other choice. As a result, Layla looked in the mirror in amazement and exclaimed, Your Holiness, look, is this real? My skin is back to normal. Her condition had improved at a remarkable speed. Jay replied, I promised I would cure you. Layla smiled brightly and said in an admiring tone, The symptoms really did get better after I drank enough water and stopped eating bread. It's unbelievable. At that moment, Jay winked at her. Even so, we still have to be careful. We must continue with this treatment method. Understand? Layla's initial annoyed expression was replaced by cheerful acceptance. Yes. Jay stood with his hands on his hips, thinking, although I was worried that people in this world would react differently than in my world, it seems I don't need to worry about that anymore. Now, it's just a matter of time until Layla is fully cured. At least, that's what I thought. On the 6th day, another problem arose. Layla threw food everywhere, breaking all 8 plates. She screamed and cried, bread. Layla began to experience withdrawal symptoms. Carbohydrate withdrawal symptoms include stress, anxiety, difficulty concentrating, and irritability. The maids were helpless before the scene. In this world, starch is the key component of individual rations. When someone tries to avoid eating them, the appearance of symptoms of withdrawal is only natural. However, if she eats carbs before the treatment is complete. At this thought, Jay looked extremely furious. Just like a demon. I can't let that happen. All my efforts up until now will be for nothing. To distract her, we need something to help reduce these symptoms. Layla cried a river, craving bread so much. Don't cry, you'll get dehydrated. In that case, Jay used a knife to carve a game piece. Someone spoke up, Your Holiness. It was Ariel. She was confused to see Jay staring at the piece in his hand. What are you doing here? He replied, I'm creating the opposing pieces for a game. How does this look? She asked confusedly. A game? But why so suddenly? Jay held the piece in front of Ariel. All right, could you take a look at this for me? Jay asked again, what do you think of when you see this? Ariel didn't understand. You mean the white object in your hand? Looking at the piece, Ariel guessed, a castle. Does this represent the Holy Kingdom? It also looks a bit like a crown. Jay asked again, so you think it looks like a crown, huh? Ariel replied nonchalantly, yes. But before she could finish, Jay shook his robes and exclaimed, it worked, Ariel. Follow me. She was still dazed and confused. Huh? In that time, Jay had already dashed off like the wind. Ariel was annoyed. How dare he leave me behind like this? Just then, in Layla's room, Hoppel spoke up. Your Holiness, I was told that you summoned me, he thought with suspicion. This seems to be the first time you've ever summoned me. Is there something I can help you with? Jay replied excitedly. Precisely, Duke Hoppel. I need your help. What I'm about to show you will help with Lady Layla's withdrawal symptoms. However, I need your help. Layla looked at the piece in Jay's hand. Are you talking about the object in your hand? Hoppel also asked, what is it? Jay laid out the pieces on the board. This is a game called chess. Hearing the unfamiliar word, the two of them asked, chess. Jay began to explain the rules. Right. From now on, each person is the commander of their own army. The rules of the game are very simple. All everyone has to do is capture the opponent's king by moving the pieces. This is a game to see who is the better commander. He picked up the king piece. However, there are also movement rules for each and every piece. The three of them, Layla, Ariel, and Hoppel, looked dumbfounded. You mentioned rules, sir? Day replied, yes. The piece I am holding now is the king, just like how a king is respected, and minimizes all unnecessary movements. It can only move one square, but the queen is completely different from the king. As long as it's not captured, it can move in any way you want. Similarly, each of these pieces has its own rules for movement. I'll explain them one by one. Hoppo stroked his chin. Interesting. Although the rules are simple, there are so many possible moves. The game is quite complex. It would also be useful for training troops for actual combat, Layla said excitedly. I'm sure Father will love it. At this point, Day interrupted them. Now I've finished explaining everything. How about a game, my lady? Would you like to play against Ariel? Then, Ariel and Layla sat at the chessboard. Ariel said, shall we begin the game now? Layla replied excitedly, of course, Saintess, I won't go easy on you. Day crossed his arms, watching and thinking. Good, she seems really interested in this game. As long as she likes this game, it'll help her take her mind off the withdrawal symptoms. Suddenly, Ariel's voice rang out, checkmate. Is that what I'm supposed to say? She was overly confident. What do you think? This is the power of the Holy Kingdom's Saintess. Even if you run, there's no escape. She then gave Layla a teasing look. Why don't you surrender now? I will pardon you if you become my subject. Her words brought Layla to tears as she finally accepted the truth. I lost. Ariel laughed out loud in excitement. This game is so much fun. At that point, Hoppo shouted, Saintess, please allow me to have a match with you. Ariel saw this and taunted him. Are you trying to get revenge for your sister? Then she replied confidently, I welcome any challenge. You may go first. Everyone will eventually kneel before the power of the Holy Kingdom. Ray watched everything unfold and thought to himself, this is going better than I thought. It seems they really like this game. A voice rang out, cutting through Ray's thoughts. Checkmate. Ariel collapsed in anguish but had to accept the truth. Lord of the Silos Duchy, you are truly formidable, Hoppo replied confidently. Did you think our domain would lose so easily? He said with a slightly cunning expression. Saintess, please make your next move. I will show you what our domain is made of. Just then, Day interrupted them. All right, that's enough. Don't get too carried away. For now, I think this is the best way to distract the young lady from her withdrawal symptoms. However, an unexpected change occurred. A shout was heard again. The Duke entered, looked at the chessboard excitedly. It's a game called chess. It was created by His Holiness, the Saint. Hoppo boasted about the game to Duke Silos. Hoppo immediately replied happily. It has a complex system and is a wonderful game. Father, you could consider applying the tactics in this game to commanding the army. The Duke looked at the chessboard and thought, to think he created such a perfect game. I'm sure Sir Day is truly the child chosen by God. It's incredible, if I can use these properly. After the Duke became interested in chess, things started to get strange. Day thought to himself, the deadline we agreed upon has already passed. Why haven't I heard anything? Suddenly, something caught Day's attention. Who are these people? Seeing that the servants had also started playing chess, Day was utterly surprised. The servants are playing chess too. Then he looked over at people making chess sets. Are they making chess pieces? Why is everyone bustling around these chess pieces? I'm only just noticing. Why is everyone playing chess? Voices echoed everywhere. What are you doing here? Waiting for two chessboards to become available? Day had a judgmental look on his face as he took in the scene. even though chess was just a game meant to help with Layla's withdrawal symptoms. He exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? I never thought it would spread throughout the entire Silos castle like this." Day and Iriel had an audience with the Duke of Silos. The atmosphere was subdued. Iriel broke the silence. "We have come at your invitation." The Duke replied politely, "Greetings to you both." His eyes shifted to Day as he thought in disbelief. The saint cured Layla's illness in just a short week, and he even created the wonderful game of chess. It's unbelievable. To be able to do all that at such a young age. Then he spoke with gratitude. "I can see that Layla's condition has improved a great deal. I want to thank you for everything you've done." The Duke bowed his head from his seat to show his sincerity. "As a father, it was agonizing to see my daughter suffer like that. Please allow me to thank you for putting an end to her suffering." Iriel glanced at Day and said modestly, "I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to the saint's treatment." The Duke immediately replied, "Please do not belittle your own efforts, but it is true that I am most grateful to the saint." He gestured for an attendant to bring a box. "To apologize for my previous rudeness, and as a token of my gratitude, I would like to offer you a gift." As Day looked at the object inside and quickly recognized it, the Duke began to explain, "It is the ring passed down through generations of this domain's lords. It was gifted to us when we saved a dwarf." Day held the box with both hands, exclaiming in shock, "This? Why would you give me such a treasure?" The Duke replied frankly, "It is my gift of apology, so please, accept it." Day looked conflicted on the outside, politely refusing. "I cannot possibly accept something so valuable." But inwardly, he wore an expression of greed. "All right, a rare item." The Duke reassured him, "Please don't worry, just accept it." He prompted, "Don't just hold the box, please put it on." Day complied, put the ring on his finger, and said gratefully, "Thank you very much." Seeing this, the Duke seemed pleased. He thought to himself, "The saint has put it on." After wearing it, Day admired the ring on his finger, marveling to himself, "This is great, but it seems a little loose." As if reading his thoughts, the ring immediately resized to fit perfectly, making him exclaim in amazement, "The ring shrank and fits my hand perfectly." The Duke laughed and explained, "Since it was made by dwarves, it has many other abilities." Day gave a radiant smile and said, "Thank you for this precious gift. I'm still not sure if I can accept it," the Duke replied. "I am sure the dwarf who made it would also be very happy to know that it is being worn by a saint." He then suddenly changed the subject. "Oh, that reminds me. I heard the two of you are heading to the Holy Empire tomorrow. Is that right?" Day confirmed, "That's the plan." Hearing this, the Duke added, "In that case, please allow me to sponsor your trip so that the two of you may travel in comfort. Such a long journey will be tiring, so please rest well before you leave. Once again, I thank you both very much." Night fell, and inside their room, Day and Iriel sat talking. "I'm glad everything finally went smoothly. He's very kind, isn't he?" she replied. "I don't know. Don't you like that he's flattering you or something?" Day looked at her judgmentally and thought, "Why does she have to be so negative?" Just then, there was a knock on the door. He quickly turned his head. "Huh? Are we expecting anyone?" Iriel was also puzzled. "I don't know either. I don't think so." Day wondered to himself, who could it be at this hour? The door opened a crack. Outside were two familiar faces. Happo spoke politely. "Please excuse me for visiting so late." Layla, standing next to him, continued, "I heard you two are leaving tomorrow." Seeing the two of them, Day said, "Oh, Sir Happo and Lady Layla." Happo frankly stated their reason for visiting. "We were not only able to meet the legendary saintess and saint, but you also cured my sister's illness and created the game of chess. I wanted to express my gratitude to you both." Day scratched his head in embarrassment. "There's no need. It was nothing." Iriel smiled and replied, "We were also very happy to meet you. Unfortunately, we can't stay any longer, as we have too many things to do." Then he came up with an idea. "If you two would be all right with it, would you like to join us for a picnic in the garden tonight?" Day asked. The painting, Star Picnic by Happo, shows how we can watch the stars from the garden behind the castle. We really wanted to show you two that view. Iriel glanced at him and said, "That sounds wonderful. What do you think, Your Holiness?" Jay, also looking forward to it, agreed. "Yeah, that sounds like fun. Let's go." Layla smiled like a blooming flower. "Really? I'm so happy." Happo also said happily, "Thank you for agreeing to our suggestion. Please rest while we go and prepare everything." After saying that, the two of them left. Jay said loudly, "We'll be waiting." Then, only he and Iriel were left in the room. She kept giggling with an unreadable expression, making Jay wonder, what's so funny? Iriel looked up at him. "Isn't this our farewell party?" "I just find it cute," she confided. "Because I was always busy with tasks from the Holy Empire. Everyone always seemed to be afraid of me. I've never had a chance to make new friends like this. Maybe the world changed while I wasn't paying attention." Iriel said emotionally, "I've never felt this way before." Jay closed his eyes as if he understood. Ah, he thought, remembering, when he first met Iriel, He recalled the Saintess's emotionless face. She was very cold and blinded by her goal, and she was also very violent. But that Ariel isn't here anymore. She asked if the world had changed, but the one who really changed, he thought to himself, was you. As Ariel was lost in thought, he urged her, "Are you just going to stand there brooding? Let's go." Ariel snapped out of it and quickly replied, "Oh, okay." At night, the backyard was brightly lit. Someone's voice called out, "The Saints are over here." A table full of carefully prepared refreshments was nearby, although it wasn't a grand feast. But the important thing is that we're all here together. Jay suddenly remembered something and reminded Layla, "Oh, I forgot. You have to avoid eating carbs after I leave. If you eat them, your illness will relapse." The little girl asked worriedly, "I'm not completely cured?" He explained, "No, because your body treats the substances in carbohydrates as toxins. It's very difficult to cure completely." He offered her a solution. "But how about this? If you try not to eat them for, let's see, about 5 years, then it might get better." Layla was shocked to hear that. 5 years? I can't go that long without carbs. Hoppo came to the Saintess's rescue. "Saintess, I have prepared something else for you too." Jay wondered, "What is it?" Meanwhile, Layla was crying her eyes out, mourning the fact that she wanted to eat bread. He raised a finger to the sky. "For you too," he said, as the whole area lit up. Then he began to chant, "Light." Immediately, fireworks bloomed in the night sky. Jay, moved, looked up at the scene. "It's beautiful," he exclaimed. Hoppo said happily, "Really? I'm glad you two like it." Jay turned and asked, "That must have cost a lot of mana, right?" He scratched his head shyly. "This might be the last time we see each other. So I wanted to do everything I could." Hoppo's kindness moved Jay. He closed his eyes and spoke. "If that's the case, then allow me to return the favor." Hoppo repeated excitedly, "Return the favor?" With that, Jay also pointed a finger at the sky and chanted 3 spells in succession. A sparkling light exploded, and then a bolt of lightning flashed. Jay's response was a brilliant fireworks display. Even grander than before, they covered a huge part of the sky. Even the servants in the mansion could see it from their windows. Duke Silos also watched the fireworks from his study. Layla, deeply moved, cupped her cheeks and exclaimed, "Your Holiness, that's amazing. I've never seen such beautiful fireworks before." But Hoppo wore a slightly forced smile to have such an advanced level of magic. "Your Holiness, you truly are. I will never forget tonight." Jay smiled brightly and said, "I'm glad we could make this memory. This beautiful memory with everyone," he thought to himself. "There were times I wavered because of magic's convenience. I even denied my own goal, but in the end, I was able to confirm that my medical skills are useful." Amidst the shocking scene caused by the fireworks, Day reminded himself, "I can make new friends and create beautiful memories. I will continue my journey of saving people." After one last stop, we headed towards the Holy Empire. Jay and the Holy Nation's army set off towards the Holy Nation. Although there was still a long road ahead, thanks to the Duke's support, as we started our journey smoothly. Everyone in the group was aware that all of this help was thanks to Ray. The group following him cheered excitedly. "I can't believe we're enjoying such a lavish meal in the middle of the wilderness. Thank you, Your Holiness." As time passed, Jay's status continued to rise. He looked at the sky, thinking, "I've gotten used to camping outside. It's been many days now." Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hello, Your Holiness." Jay noticed and looked over. A nun smiled and said, "We were inspired by the game called chess that you created, and we formed a group to learn and practice playing it." She brought a chessboard and suggested, "If you don't mind, we were hoping to learn a few moves from you." Following behind her was a crowd of people, which startled Jay. "Why are there so many of them?" He spoke up. "Huh? Why would I mind? I was getting bored anyway." Seeing him agree, she joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Holiness." "Yes." But before she could get too excited, Jay put on a mischievous expression and added, "In return, I won't go easy on anyone, not even the beginners." They were immediately terrified. The nun felt a bad premonition about this, but she was already in too deep. Yes. And that was the beginning of the Holy Nation Army's chess tournament. Check. His first opponent was the nun. Jay moved a piece and said, "Check." She was shocked. In just 4 moves, the second victim was a knight. Check. He held his head in disbelief and yelled, "How did you do that in only 4 moves?" The Holy Nation's army had no idea that Jay had once participated in an international chess tournament. Once again, he said, "Check." And everyone lost in just 7 moves. Some only lasted until the 4th move, and just like that, Jay became invincible, leaving a strong impression on everyone. He started looking cool. Not only that, the army's prejudice against him also improved. The victims who lost to him immediately turned into his biggest fans. "I knew it. He's an undefeated master." And so, another day passed. Everyone fell asleep. The next morning, Jay had a question. Why do I get the feeling we're just going around in circles? Is it because the road is too difficult? Iriel answered, it will get better once we're past this area. The road to the Holy Nation isn't far now. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? That's good news. The two of them were sitting together in a carriage. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently. What the? A knight looked ahead, shocked. And sure enough, someone shouted a warning. A group of giants has appeared. Get into battle formation. Jay, sitting in the carriage, pointed outside. It looks like some monsters have appeared. Are you sure we don't need to help? Iriel replied confidently. Of course. The knights will handle it more efficiently. He wondered, why don't we help them so we can get back on the road sooner? Even if there are only 3 of them, Iriel stared at him and added, besides, if we move, they'll have to adjust their formation to protect us. The knights will argue about it, and things will only get more complicated. Just trust the Holy Nation's knights. At a loss for words, Jay thought to himself, she's not wrong. But then, a giant monster picked up a large boulder and threw it towards the carriage without hesitation. A high-ranking knight quickly appeared and sliced the boulder in half. He gritted his teeth in anger. You're a stubborn bunch. To think a group of monsters would be this much trouble. We have a journey to continue. That man was the army's leader, Hario. He spurred his horse and shouted orders, platoon, adjust your formation to protect the saint and the saintess. The saint and saintess are waiting behind us. Make sure you prevent those monsters from reaching them. As he said this, a monster's fist was right upon him. Someone shouted in alarm, Sir Hario, look out. Heeding the warning, he quickly looked over. The fist was a split second away from impact. Just when everything was hanging by a thread, someone cast a shield. And it was none other than Ray. He slammed the large shield into the monster's body. Then, the shield vanished. Ray smirked. I knew coming out here was the right choice. You could have been killed, you know. Hario anxiously shouted, Lord Saint, it's very dangerous out here. Ray calmly gathered power into his hand and replied, it's fine. Looks like the giants are stronger than you thought, huh? With that, he held out his hand, and a mystical power shot towards the monsters. This is a triple magic spell, but he didn't stop there. He then cast Bind, Earth Spear, and Fire after the final incantation. A mound of earth covered in sharp, fiery spikes slammed directly down on the monsters. This sight left Hario speechless. When Ray was done, he asked if he was hurt. The old man, still stunned, replied, Thank you, my lord. Your protection saved my life. Ray winked and waved his hand. Don't worry about it. After all, we're here to help each other. Hario was moved, thinking to himself, if I remember correctly, the saint is only 15 years old. How can he use magic of this level? Ray sniffed the air and wondered about the smell of grilled meat. I wonder if monster meat tastes good. Meanwhile, Hario was still lost in thought. He only used a single activation chant to use a level 4 Earth Spear magic circle. And he even used Bind and Fire simultaneously. That's on par with a 5th level mage. No, that's not right. He might have reached level 6, a level ordinary people can't even touch. Iriel called out, Lord Saint, he immediately asked. What is it, Iriel? She walked over with her hands on her hips and sighed, why do you keep spreading rumors? That you're a magical genius. Ray looked disappointed. Is that all you wanted to say? She looked at the fiery mound of earth he had created and said, it's not that. It's just a gut feeling. There's no way a giant could be that strong. I have a bad feeling. We should get moving, before more monsters show up. Ray pointed forward. I think it's too late for that. In the direction he pointed, short, green-skinned monsters suddenly appeared. Pointy ears. Iriel exclaimed in surprise, goblins. Hario looked on with contempt. Just some puny goblins think they can stop us from returning to the Holy Kingdom? He volunteered, we'll take care of these. Try not to waste any time. A knight shouted in reply, understood. As soon as he spoke, he charged forward. You damn goblin, die. However, contrary to his expectations, the monster easily leaped up and dodged. A knight panicked. It dodged. Then, the goblin struck back with its claws. That one blow pierced right through his armor, making him even more panicked. But how is that possible? How can a goblin be this strong? There's no way a goblin is this strong. There's another one in the back chanting a spell. Ray observed the situation and hummed. It seems they're much stronger than normal goblins, huh? Iriel added, it seems so. I hate to say it, but I think we'll have to handle this ourselves. Iriel pushed off her heels, gaining momentum, and moved with incredible speed and grace. Everywhere she passed, the goblins fell. Ray watched her and thought to himself, Iriel, when it comes to physical combat, she's definitely stronger than me. Just as he was distracted, someone shouted a warning. Saint, there's a monster coming at you. Sure enough, a goblin was approaching him from above. Ray immediately cast Windblade, sweeping the monster away. After a while, Iriel and he stood back to back. She analyzed the situation. No matter how many we take down, they just keep appearing from somewhere. Ray agreed, yeah. If we let this continue, we'll lose control of the situation. Iriel suggested a plan. If we could just finish them all at once, that would probably solve it. Ray thought that made a lot of sense. All at once, huh? Why don't we give it a try? Even though it was Iriel's suggestion, Ray's response left her confused. Huh? What? Before she could finish, he yelled, "Hey, you goblins." Ray then provoked them by sticking out his tongue. The goblins immediately took the bait. They targeted him and charged. Ray continued to taunt them. "Bet you can't catch me." Iriel watched, her face turning pale. "Saint, do you have a magic skill for this?" Ray ran at an incredible speed, so fast that he became a blur. Behind him were the shrieks of the goblins. Suddenly, when he reached a tree, Ray stopped and turned around. The monsters immediately surrounded him. Ray breathed an inward sigh of relief. "There are more of them than I thought." He looked ahead, considering. "I wonder if this is far enough from the troops." Then, Ray formed a fireball in his hand. The goblins pointed at him and laughed mockingly. Their language could be roughly translated as, "Is that all you've got? This guy is hilarious." Ray pointed the fireball and smiled. "Looks pretty scary, right? Oh, so this isn't enough for you guys, huh?" And so, giving them what they wanted, he created dozens more fireballs. Ray, being very fair, said cheerfully, "Now, do you understand the situation you're in? I prepared one for each of you, so nobody gets left out." The goblins were frozen in shock. And then, the fireballs rained down all at once, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave reached the knights, who were a considerable distance away from him. Hario immediately realized that was the direction the saint had run off to. He yelled in that direction, Saint. Saint, are you all right?" When they arrived, there was a large crater in the ground, still radiating heat. Hario was bewildered. "What is this?" A figure emerged from the cloud of dust. "Don't just stand there and do nothing. After all, we still have a long way to go, right?" Ray said with a smile, brushing the dust off his clothes. "Let's get out of this forest quickly. I hope we don't have to face any more monsters." Hario finally snapped out of his daze. "Ah, right. We'll prepare to leave immediately." That evening, in the forest, Ray spoke up. "Iriel, I was wondering something." He asked by the flickering fire. "Are monsters normally as strong as the ones we fought today?" She replied, "They're usually not that strong. That's why the soldiers were so confused and had such a hard time dealing with them." And Iriel brought up another issue. "Speaking of which, Saint, your mana." Ray asked, "What's wrong with it?" She then explained, "After your baptism, your mana will disappear." Hearing this, Ray tried to process it. "Disappear? My mana? Does that mean it will completely vanish from my body?" Iriel held up a finger and explained, "If you are baptized in the Holy Kingdom, God himself will grant you holy power. But as you know, the human body can only contain a single type of mana, since holy power is quite similar to mana." She described, "If holy power enters your body while your mana is still present, your body will explode from being unable to control them both. That's why before your body can receive the full holy power, the mana inside you must be removed and gradually replaced by holy power." Ray had a question. "What about people who don't have any mana to begin with?" Iriel answered, "In that case, the holy power can enter the body without any issues at all." He exclaimed in surprise. "Really? So the reason mages can hold so much mana is because of their magic circles. But normal people without magic circles can't hold that much, right?" Iriel complimented him. "That's a good question." He continued with his speculation. "So does that mean people without magic circles can't be granted holy power, right?" Iriel quickly corrected him. "No, that's not right at all. God, it will create a vessel for mana within your body to ensure that you can use holy power should anything happen. With the energy vessel created by God, something we call a taboo will contain all the mana circulating within your body." That word caught Ray's attention. "Taboo?" Iriel explained, "It's a term that the other saints came up with." She lowered her gaze to her hands and continued, "Just as we cannot do the opposite of what God commands, we are also not allowed to say or do anything that violates our faith. People call them taboos." She said with self-deprecation, "Sounds funny, doesn't it? We can't even say what we want to." Hearing this, Ray spoke up. "Actions that defy the taboos. What happens if we do something that violates our faith?" he asked with a serious expression. Iriel grabbed a few twigs and said, "Remember when I mentioned the taboos raging inside your body? No, if you go against the taboo, then all the mana in your body will disappear." She threw some firewood into the fire as proof, and you will disappear along with them. Iriel watched the burning branches and slowly added, "Forever from this world." Then Day frowned. "Just saying one wrong word can make me disappear from this world? It sounds a lot like a threat for anyone who dares to speak profanities." And Iriel, avoiding his gaze, smiled and replied, "I have heard of a few cases about people who disappeared for that very reason." "Yeah, well, that is why I have to make sure I always understand everything. In any case, it will not actually happen to you like that. Just know that the mana you currently have will disappear someday." Then Day had another question. "I have one more question. If all the mana disappears and my body is filled with holy power. Will the mana never come back? Iriel answered, no. Not only will you be unable to regenerate that mana, but the magic circle inside your body will also no longer be able to function. Day quickly put it together. So I will lose my mana forever. She gave a strange smile, not denying it. Well, once you get used to it, you will see that holy power has its own merits. While you cannot use magic, you can provide it to others through holy spells, and you will still be able to help people during battles. Day crossed his arms, deep in thought. He thought unhappily, if it were not for this whole mana of mine disappearing, I would be very happy to be able to use holy power. If there is another way, I have to find it. Sometime later, his party arrived at their destination. Someone shouted, Saintess, we have arrived at the holy nation. Day looked out from the carriage. We are finally here. It took long enough. Iriel spoke to a nearby rider, priest. Once we cross the border, please, head straight for Salonia. The person replied, understood, heading straight for the capital. Day's expression seemed to ask, are you kidding me? We are going straight to the capital? You mean we are going to perform the ritual, without any rest at all? Not letting him misunderstand further, Iriel said, we are not holding the baptism ceremony right away. She said with a smile, the baptism is an event that everyone pays close attention to. By the way, if you do not know anything about the holy nation, then you will need to learn as much as possible before the baptism, okay? He somewhat agreed and asked, learning about the holy nation, that makes sense. It is very important to learn. So, who will be my teacher? Iriel answered bluntly, I will. She smirked. From small things like the baptism, to major things like etiquette, decorum, and the natural order of things, Iriel said with utmost confidence, I will be sure to teach you everything. Upon arriving at the mansion, Day could not help but marvel to himself. It already looks so grand from the outside, but the inside is even more magnificent. It is on a completely different level from Soloxia. Earlier, he had shouted in disbelief, all of this is for me? The two of them were standing before an incredibly magnificent mansion. Iriel answered his previous question. This is the residence for all the saints. It is a sacred place that even the Pope must request permission to enter. The staff who work here are all carefully selected, and they are all quite influential, so you have nothing to worry about. Once you are settled in, I will teach you everything I mentioned on our way here. She seemed to enjoy his suffering, adding, of course, I will be the one doing the teaching. Currently, Day was walking alone down the hall, wondering why the attendant assigned to guide him was busy. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Holiness. A very proper-looking maid gestured and said, I will guide you to your room. Please follow me. Day observed her and thought with amazement, wow, what an imposing aura, just as Iriel described. She is definitely someone of high standing. She cannot be an ordinary person. The maid led the way. This way, Your Holiness. He hurried to follow. Oh, all right. She led him to a lavish room. This will be your room. Day could not help but scream internally. What is this place? It is incredible. She continued, please rest well. I shall take my leave. He turned and replied politely, thank you. He surveyed the room in disbelief. To be treated this well, I am starting to feel the difference now. I have really become a saint. Only now did the realization truly sink in. The next morning, a voice rang out in the mansion. Your Holiness, pay attention. We do not have much time, so let us focus. Iriel had changed into a mature, teacher-like outfit, holding a pointer and winking playfully. Why have you not read the materials I gave you? Day was busy checking her out. He wondered why she was so excited. She placed a document on the table and began her lesson. Now then, if you look at the first page. Before Iriel could finish, he cut in. I have memorized it all. She was astonished. What? Day began to recite it like a student. He began to recite the rules fluently. The baptism takes place over 4 days and has 3 parts. A ceremony to welcome God, a pilgrimage to announce the new saint, and finally, receiving holy power from God. Among those 3 steps, the final step will take place at a holy site, with the saint in seclusion. During the baptism, the saint must not bow their head, and they may only greet others by placing their left hand on their chest at a 70-degree angle. There are 3 rules of table etiquette to observe. First, do not make noise while eating. Second, do not bow your head. Third, always keep your back straight with your elbows in front of your chest. So, did I miss anything? Iriel, slightly annoyed, crossed her arms. You actually memorized everything. Are you even human? He then posed a question. I have a question about the 3rd part of the ceremony. It does not specify what exactly I am supposed to do. I only know that I have to show my sincerity to God. What did you do? Just so I have a reference. Iriel replied bluntly, I did nothing. Day protested. Nothing? Stop joking around, I am serious. Iriel calmly confirmed, that is right. I just ate and slept for an entire week. After that, a flow of mana appeared on me, and I could feel holy power coursing through my body. Iriel said it as if it was something incredibly simple. Day was filled with skepticism. The holy power and mana flow just appeared naturally? Really? I mean, he is God, after all. Suddenly, Iriel frowned at him. You got all the facts right, but your attitude is the problem. She lectured him without holding back. Even if you have a superhuman memory, it does not mean you can adapt to these customs. Remembering and executing are two different things. After her speech, Iriel took off her glasses. Since it is mealtime, why do not we use this as a chance to practice? Day had no choice but to agree. Yeah, all right. At the dinner table, Day cut his steak with perfect form, and Iriel was left speechless. She was a little disappointed. You are doing quite well, he said smugly. Of course. Not willing to concede, she pointed at him challengingly. But there is still much more. You just wait. Her aggressive attitude left him confused. What now, are you trying to pick a fight? He asked, putting a piece of meat in his mouth. Why are you so strict? Iriel, waiting for him to slip up, seized the moment to remind him, hey, cover your mouth when you talk while eating. Jay was annoyed. But why? And Iriel winked, replying, exactly for situations like this. Petty nobles will scrutinize your every move, so we have to make sure they find nothing. Everything we've talked about now has to become instinct. Jay's mood sank. Seriously, let's just take a break. Iriel said with a sly look, how can we possibly rest? Not when I have such an important mission. Besides, I want to stay here with you. Suddenly, someone called out Saintess. The maid who had guided Jay yesterday entered. I'm very sorry, but please allow me to say this, Iriel asked. Yes. What is it? She bluntly reminded her. For a saintess such as yourself, staying in the residence of the new saint will attract too much attention and create rumors, detrimental to both of you. Jay immediately recognized her. Oh, it's her, she continued. I know this might be rude, but please understand that I only wish to help you both. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Iriel looked at the maid thoughtfully before speaking. What is your name? The maid, realizing her omission, said, Oh, I am, and introduced herself. Bellacrux Sirius. That name caught Iriel's attention as she thought to herself, did she just say Bellacrux? From the 3 great noble families? Among the many noble families throughout the Holy Empire, 3 families serve the saints. In addition, 6 families received the title of Shia for their achievements. Iriel wondered why someone so important, like her, would be chosen as a servant in the saint's residence. With that thought, she showed understanding and said, even though I joked about it, I understand the need to be careful. Jay quickly interjected, I should probably head back now. Iriel Bunker replied, all right, goodbye. Hurry up and go. She glanced at the maid. And you are Acleus of the Bellacross family, aren't you? I will remember you. Thank you for the advice, she replied humbly. It is my honor. Jay also repeated her name in his head, Bellacrux. He thought, if she has a title, she must be a noble. A noble working as a servant? The saint is more important than I thought. That night, Jay's door creaked open, while he had already fallen asleep. Acleus stood silently by his bed, staring at him with a terrifying killing intent. The saint. She reached out her hand as if to do something, but stopped halfway and clenched her fist. Acleus's face was cold, her thoughts unreadable. A moment later, she abruptly turned and left. The next morning, Jay acted as if nothing had happened, enjoying his tea. He praised her generously. Your tea-making skills are truly top-notch, Acleus, she humbly replied. Thank you, sir. This tea is brewed with petals extracted from chamomile flowers. The previous night, Acleus had silently slipped into his room, so quietly that even the perceptive Jay didn't notice at all. However, she did nothing, and the next day passed as peacefully as any other, as if nothing had ever happened. Iriel shot a sharp glare towards Acleus, who was whispering with another nun. There's something very suspicious about her. Later, she approached Jay and said, Your Holiness, I've been informed that everything needed for the ceremony is now ready. If you wish, please follow me. He was a bit surprised. I thought it was supposed to start in the afternoon. Why are we going now? Then Iriel chimed in to explain, there are still many things to prepare before the ceremony, you understand? Jay didn't understand and repeated, preparations? Iriel smiled slyly. Today, you have to impress a great many people. A while later, Iriel admired him and praised, the ceremonial robes suit you very well. Surprising, isn't it? Who could possibly take their eyes off you? It's my fault. I will certainly gather everyone and train them. Jay strode forward. Don't worry about that. We've arrived at the venue now, right? Acleus stood before the door and confirmed, Yes, Your Holiness. It's inside. The Pope and the high nobility are waiting for you. Jay froze, thinking, I'm so nervous. I have no other choice. Let's just get this over with. The door opened. Someone announced, the saint and the saintess are entering. Everyone present was immediately skeptical. That's the new saint? That kid is the saint? But then, a common purpose flickered in all their eyes. This is my chance. 2 nobles eagerly approached Jay to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Holiness. I am. It is an honor to meet you. If you don't mind, please allow me to introduce myself. Suddenly, a hand blocked them, protecting Jay from behind. Iriel sternly reminded them, I understand that you are all very excited to meet the saint, but the ceremony hasn't started yet. Behaving like this is not proper. After everything is finished, I believe you will have the opportunity to greet him." The two nobles immediately turned pale. "Saintess, you are right," Acleus also added. "Please maintain proper etiquette with the saint before the ceremony and absolutely refrain from any rude behavior." Someone recognized her as the young lady of the Bellacross house. At that point, no one dared to make a sound. "Yes, our apologies." However, they all had the same question. "Why is she wearing a maid's uniform?" Acleus stepped forward to lead the way. "This way, your holiness. I will lead you outside." Jay forced a smile. "We're already outside, aren't we?" She instructed. "When we arrive, please be prepared to say a few words about your readiness to officially assume the duties of a saint." Jay was shocked and yelled, "You want me to give a speech? This is the first I'm hearing of this. Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Acleus calmly feigned ignorance. "Is this matter that important?" Hearing that, he lamented internally. So this is what she meant by impressing a great many people. This was the implication. She offered a reassuring phrase, "Do not worry, your holiness." Iriel and Acleus said in unison, "Just say whatever you want, please feel at ease." Because everyone will automatically interpret it as they wish into what they want to hear. Seeing this chorus, Jay thought to himself, the middle class all think alike. Finally, he accepted his fate with a sigh. "All right then, what I plan to say is," Iriel interrupted, "Your holiness." She smiled brightly, encouraging him, "Good luck." Jay smiled back and replied, "I've got this." Under the clear blue sky, hundreds of people gathered below Jay's residence. He felt a bit of pressure, although I'm feeling a little better now. He wondered, why are there so many people? Did the entire population of the Empire come here? Acleus spoke up, "Your Holiness, please take this." He immediately asked, "What is it?" She explained, "It's a magical tool. If you hold this in your hand, your voice will carry much further." Hearing that, he refused. "Oh, I don't need something like this." Acleus reminded him, "I don't mean to interrupt, sir, but I think it will be hard for people to hear you." As soon as she finished speaking, Jay used his own mana to cast an amplification spell. Acleus was shocked, thinking in disbelief, "Magic?" Jay then began his speech. "I send my warm greetings to everyone gathered here today." A citizen was bewildered. Did he just say warm greetings? He continued, "I am Jay, the chosen successor, saint. God has chosen someone as young and inexperienced as me to be the saint. Truly, I don't know what else to say. I am just an ordinary boy who grew up in a rural part of this country. But even so, I was chosen to be the saint, and I have promised that I would choose some among you before arriving here. That promise is to ensure the holy nation will stand at the pinnacle of this continent. Allow me to declare that promise to all the people standing on this land. I swear that I will make the holy nation, the Gaian, the strongest kingdom on the continent." Jay gave a completely confident smile to conclude, then held out his hand. Surely, hearing a declaration from a child, especially about such important matters, might seem a bit ridiculous to you. However, something appeared behind him, astonishing Acleus. The audience was also greatly shocked. Jay placed a hand on his chest. "As long as you believe in and support me, I will also devote all my strength to support you." A giant fireball hovered in midair. The people below were stunned, murmuring, "A rock? Is that a meteor?" A ninth circle magic spell that only archmages can use. The new saint is an outstanding mage. And then everyone was won over, cheering in unison, "Long live the saint! Long live!" Jay snapped his fingers and chanted, "Dispel." The fireball vanished on command. The crowd's cheers grew even louder. "Long live the saint! Long live!" When it was over, he turned and asked Acleus, "So, where do I have to go now?" Still a bit stunned, she replied, "Please follow me, this way. Also, if you can, I hope next time you can speak a little quieter." The volume just now was a bit deafening. Jay lamented, "You're telling me this now?" At the cathedral hall, a small platform stood in the center. Jay spoke, "This is it? Huh, yes." Acleus confirmed, "Yes. Please sit inside the circle." He did as she instructed. "When you feel that your spirit is ready, please ask for an audience with God." Jay, confused, repeated, "Ask for an audience? What do you mean?" He lay down, thinking, "I don't even know what to say." Then, Jay closed his eyes and began to send his thoughts. "Should I greet him first? Hello, God. Can you hear me? Excuse me, God?" A moment later, he opened his eyes wide, stunned to realize he had fallen asleep. The so-called God didn't even show up. "I've gotten used to a warm, soft bed these last few days. Lying on this hard floor is making my back hurt." Jay looked around. Where's Acleus? Has she been in that same position this entire time? No way, she has to be tired. He sat up, lost in thought. "I guess I woke up because of Acleus. Not because my back hurts, of course." Seeing that he was awake, she quickly asked, "Did the God answer your call?" Jay, putting on a convincing act, lied, "Of course. His voice is still echoing in my heart." Hearing his passionate declaration, Acleus said hesitantly, "That's quite impressive. It took even Iriel a full day and night to accomplish that." Jay, committed to his lie, had to follow through and replied. Really, Acleus praised him profusely. "You are truly a genuine saint." He smiled awkwardly, feigning modesty. He says he did nothing, but that's just talk. But inwardly, Jay agonized. Should I tell her the truth? Meanwhile, in the depths of a dungeon, a voice echoed. With the appearance of the new saint, it seems we'll need to change our plans slightly. The dark dungeon was lit by the flickering flame of a torch. The person continued, "Our enemy is the holy nation, so we must decide carefully. Of course, we also need to wait for the right time." The speaker's figure then came into view. He wore a heavy cloak obscuring his face. He concluded grimly, "However, when the time comes, we must ensure that the holy nation is crushed to pieces at any cost." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice cried out, "He already performed the ritual." Another calmer voice spoke. "Why are you so worked up? That's why the ceremony was performed correctly." The hot-tempered man was confused. "What you said, the ceremony was ready." The calm one replied, "Yes. I heard that Marquis Harrow also urged for the ceremony to proceed." In yet another place a voice was heard. "Father, you called for me." A deep middle-aged voice replied, "Yes." Marquis Harrow asked sternly, "I trust you've heard about the new saint, correct? He also thought a holy mage capable of summoning an astral projection. We must ensure we can work well with him." Harrow placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "This is our opportunity. Although we missed our chance with that abrasive saintess, if we can seize this moment to win the new saint's favor." Barry, the Marquis's eldest son, smiled and replied, "We will be able to extend our family's influence far beyond the holy nation." Pleased that his son understood, he instructed, "Exactly, therefore. Make sure you build a relationship with him at the banquet. However, you must treat him with the utmost respect regardless of his age. Remember, he won't just leave. Just make sure you don't give him a bad impression." He quickly understood. "Yes, father." Then, walking confidently, he thought smugly, "Of course. Father, there's no need to worry, I've heard. He's just a puppet for the kingdom." Barry, greatly amused, wondered to himself, "How should I play with him, I wonder?" At the banquet, people were whispering about Jay. "Have you heard about the new saint?" "Yes, I heard." "Is it true the new saint is a commoner?" "He's incredibly lucky to be chosen and rise through the ranks so suddenly." "So that's the gist of it," Barry chimed in. "Perhaps we should teach him some basic etiquette." Ryan from the Ryan family suddenly noticed something. He said, "That person is Barry." Jack gritted his teeth. "That bastard. He never shows up to these kinds of banquets. Why is he suddenly here?" An announcer called out, "Lord Jack of the J Domain." Barry spoke up. "Welcome to the banquet, Lord Jack." He glanced over at the greeting voice and asked warily, "I wonder what wind brought one of the Jays here." Jack sighed. Lady Saris of the Magikrillin family said, "I didn't come here to see you, Barry." Then, changing her tone to address him, she asked, "Are you looking for someone?" "Lord Jack," he asked bluntly. "Has the saint not arrived yet?" "Oh," Saris exclaimed. "I suppose you haven't met the saint yet, have you?" Barry cut in. "He'll be arriving shortly." "Then why don't we wait for this saint together?" Hearing that Ryan spoke up, he must be caught up with something urgent, which is why he hasn't arrived yet. Barry suppressed his anger and played along. "Yes, that must be it." He cursed inwardly. "That shameless bastard." In Jay's room, his voice could be heard. "Was this custom made for me?" "Yes." He, now in a different outfit, said in amazement, "This is so comfortable. It feels like it was perfectly tailored for me." Acleus confirmed. "Yes, sir. Just as you said, I estimated your measurements on the day you arrived and sent them to the tailor. This suit was made precisely to your size, so it fits you perfectly." Hearing that, Jay was even more amazed. "You were able to get my measurements so accurately just by sight." Acleus replied humbly, "With enough practice, anyone can do it." He smiled brightly and praised her. "I knew you were talented the first time we met, but you're even more amazing than I imagined. That's so cool." Acleus paused, then replied with her usual deadpan expression, "Thank you. I will guide you to the banquet now. Please follow me." Jay's smile became a little stiff. He thought to himself, no reaction at all, huh? She's just like a machine. Back in the lavish banquet hall, Ryan remarked, "The saint is later than I expected." Saris agreed. "Well, I imagine he needs some time to get ready." Barry chimed in. "Anyway, have you heard what happened during the ritual?" Ryan laughed and said, "I've heard about it, but not the details." He speculated, "It seems we're about to hear a very impressive speech from the saint." Despite saying that, Barry thought smugly, he's just a commoner after all. Just then, an announcer called out, "Your attention, please, everyone. The saint has arrived. He's here." The three of them, Barry, Ryan, and Saris, all turned to look at the door. "He's here." Jay casually walks in, followed by Acleus. Barry thought, so that's the saint. He's a bit unexpected, completely different from what I imagined. That calm confidence. Everything is perfect. Then Barry approached and spoke awkwardly. "Hello, sir. I am Barry, the eldest son of Marquis Harrow." Jay smiled and replied, "So, you're from the Harrow family? It's an honor to meet you." He clenched his fist resentfully. I can't find a single flaw in him. At the same time, a few others approached to greet him. "I am Grand of the Grand family." "I am Sirius of the Marquis Grellin family." Jay responded with perfect etiquette. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Barry gritted his teeth. "At this rate, my plan will come to nothing." And so, he spoke up. I've heard that the saint was once a commoner. Is that right? Barry thought with determination. I need to provoke him to take the initiative, and I won't hide it. That's right. I'm from a small village in the Syrian kingdom, he continued. This must be your first time attending a banquet like this, right? After all, how could a commoner attend such a grand banquet? Jack immediately recognized Barry's hostility. Oh, look at this guy. But on the surface, he remained calm and responded with a smile. This is indeed my first time here, as you said. Commoners aren't allowed to attend banquets, Barry implied mockingly. Now that the Holy One is no longer an ordinary person, that rule doesn't apply anymore, does it? Are you overwhelmed by the banquet here? Jay stared at him and thought, ah, there are always people like this. They're never satisfied with what they have. They can't stand being quietly in the background, so they act all indifferent. And they get involved in politics to vie for status. Such awful, trashy people. After venting in his mind, he retorted, It seems you think a person's background defines their worth. Why is that? Barry said bluntly, For no reason. It's just common sense to me. Jay seemed to find this amusing. He was actually looking forward to dealing with people like this. They usually have in common that they dig their own graves by talking nonsense like that. This is getting interesting. Jay continued to reply, I'm not quite used to this life yet, so it's still quite difficult for me to understand everything you're saying, Barry retorted. That's right. I forgot. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and called out, Your Holiness. Jay immediately realized it was coming. Barry was sweating but still bravely mocked him. You were just a commoner like them before. As soon as he finished speaking, before Jack could do anything, someone quickly drew their sword. He was stunned as the hall instantly became agitated. Jack's blade was less than 2 finger widths from Barry's neck. Luckily, Jack was quick to block it, or blood would have been shed. Only then did Barry realize he almost died and screamed in terror. He felt like fainting on the spot. Jay shouted, What do you think you're doing? That was too dangerous. Luckily, I stopped it with my holy power, Jack said solemnly. Your Holiness, I am deeply ashamed. I sincerely apologize to you for this first impression. He knelt on one knee to admit his fault, then added through gritted teeth. However, I cannot let this idiot continue to disrespect you. I know it is very impolite, but I still couldn't hold back my anger. I beg for your forgiveness. Jay didn't understand and wondered what he was doing. Aklid then chimed in. Your Holiness, please allow me to say a few words. What the person from the house of this marquis just uttered are all blasphemous words. How dare he overstep his bounds to mock you like that? Jack chimed in. That's right, Your Holiness. I believe we should cut this Barris's throat and ensure his family is punished accordingly. We must make an example of him for others. Barris's face turned pale. Jay calmly said, Well, you're not wrong, Aclius. He gave the order, Bring Marquis Harrow here for me. She immediately obeyed. Understood, I will be right back. Just then, a voice rang out. That won't be necessary. Ariel glanced at the grim-faced man coming down the stairs. She said he had been watching everything from the second floor and was already on his way down. Harrow lost a lot of face. You idiot, Barry turned pale and stammered. Father. Then, without another word, he gave his son a thunderous slap, right across the face, followed by a curse. You fool. Now Barry was on the floor, holding his head. Harrow continued to hit him. This idiotic son. What did I tell you? How dare you disrespect his holiness like that? You're trash, and the words you speak are trash. He screamed to save his life. Father, please stop. This scene left everyone stunned, but they all had the same thought. We should stop him. Afterwards, the father and son both knelt at Ray's feet. Harrow even kowtowed. I sincerely beg you, Your Holiness, please forgive us. It is all because I failed to raise my son properly. Please forgive his rudeness. Saying that, he turned and urged his son, Barry, what are you doing? Beg for his holiness's forgiveness. He quickly complied. I'm sorry, Your Holiness. Aklid spoke coldly. Do you think that will be enough to earn his holiness's forgiveness? Jack, like a loyal guard, eagerly drew his sword and said, Your Holiness, if you wish, I can punish them right away. The only one still calm, Ray, raised his hand to stop him. Hey, stop, calm down. He looked down and wondered to himself, how should I handle this? Then he spoke, putting the difficult question to Harrow. Marquis, in this situation, what do you think would be a fitting punishment for your actions? About that, he stammered. Well, regarding that. Unable to speak, he gritted his teeth and thought, my son, Barry, lost his mother when he was very young, and I feel guilty towards him as a father for not fulfilling my duties. I swore not to let him live a miserable life. He must enjoy a good life, wanting for nothing. However, the promise I made, and so he stated frankly, if you would grant us the grace and forgive my son for his actions, as an apology and as my own penance, I will renounce my title and donate my entire fortune to the church. Ray spoke up, that is not what will solve this problem. Whether Barry is punished or not, you must also bear the blame for the wrongdoings caused by your son. He looked at the man and thought to himself, to think he would renounce his title and donate his fortune to protect his son. Only when the source is pure can the stream run clean. Then Ray called out loudly to Barry. He raised his head and answered, "Yes, you called for me." He asked, "Do you know what you did wrong?" No longer arrogant, he honestly replied, I have disgraced your name with my blasphemous talk." Seeing Barry's attitude, Ray's anger subsided. "I would have punished Marquis Harrow if he were as foolish as his son, but he seems to be quite reasonable. So punishment is not necessary." After thinking, he said, "That is not all. Your greatest sin was making your own father kneel. I was considering punishing you, but seeing the sincerity and the love he has for his son, I have decided to let it go." Barry hesitated in disbelief. Does that mean? In front of the bewildered faces of Aklu and Jack, Jay confirmed, "It means I forgive you." He quickly said, "You are so merciful. You're truly letting this go, Your Holiness?" Hera's eyes filled with tears. Seeing them so moved made Jay wonder, would it be a waste to just leave it at that? He added with a bright smile, "Provided you make that generous donation you mentioned earlier." Harrow immediately agreed. "Yes, of course. I would be delighted to donate any amount you desire. Just name the sum." Ariel, who had been watching, gave a forced laugh and thought, such a light punishment for something as serious as blasphemy. She blushed slightly as she looked at him, although I do think he handled it quite skillfully. Later in the backyard, Jack still couldn't let it go and asked, "Excuse me, Your Holiness, are you truly all right with this? You only need to say the word, and I can punish them immediately." Ray powerlessly stopped him from drawing his sword. "Just let it be. We don't need to go that far." Suddenly, a question came to his mind. Thinking back, he's been following me for some time now. It felt so natural that I didn't find it strange at all. Jack spoke up. "I know it's a bit late, but I've never asked your name." This question startled Jack. He immediately knelt and bowed his head. "I have made a grave mistake." Ray felt completely exasperated. "No, I just want to know your name." He introduced himself. "I'm Jay, Sia Jack of the Duchy of Jay." Ray was surprised to hear this. "Huh, you also have Sia in your name? What does that mean?" Aklu chimed in. "Sia is a title. The only people with the title Sia in their names are from the 3 families that serve the saint and saintess." Jack added, "It is a symbol of our loyalty to you, Your Holiness." Ray was enlightened. "Oh, so that's what it is. But are so many people necessary? I don't think I really need 3 families serving me. In fact, 1 is enough." Aklu said sternly, "Your Holiness, this is a tradition established long ago. Please don't feel pressured by it. Just think of it as the will of the heavens." Jack didn't miss the chance to express his opinion. "If you really think 3 families is too many and you only need 1, please choose me. I will definitely do my very best." At this moment, Aqueous gave him a death glare. Ray quickly tried to placate them. "I'm not going to force any family to retire, so don't start fighting with each other." He then asked, "So what about the other family? Why are only the 2 of you here?" Aqueous explained, "The remaining family is responsible for protecting you from the shadows. Their true identities must not be revealed to our enemies. Even we don't know who they are. However, we know they are always within a distance and necessary to protect His Holiness at a moment's notice." Just then, Jay suddenly noticed something. On a nearby tree branch, a figure dressed in black was sitting silently. Only now did Jay realize. So she was right. They are nearby. Now if I focus, I can see the energy they're emitting. He began to count. 1, 2, 6, then exclaimed in amazement, "Huh? There are 7 of them." Everyone but Ray had question marks appearing over their heads. Aquarius asked Jack, "Do you see anything?" He's confused too. "I didn't see anything." The person hiding in the tree branch mumbled, "I knew it." Even when he was young, he was still an impressive archmage. The next morning at Jay's mansion, someone greeted, "Hello, Sir Aqueous." She returned the greeting, "Good morning." She stood before the family crest thinking. A memory surfaced along with someone's teaching. "Remember, you are a Bellacross. If you can't even do this, do you think you can carry the family name?" Bellacross. The person in Olympus as a child, her small hands bleeding from sword practice, answered, "I'm sorry, father." The man she called father taught, "Those who serve the saint cannot be weak. Pick up the sword." Her small blood-stained hands picked up the sword again. There has never been a case of 2 saints coexisting at the same time. I thought that since there was already a female saint, there wouldn't be another one. However, to serve a saint, I need to try my best. I must endure hardship to train. I question my own purpose of existence hundreds of times a day. However, a few years later, as if God was answering my question, a new saint appeared. A voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. Jay, the saintess behind him, said, "Ariel will lead us to the next part of the ceremony." "What does that mean?" She seemed to laugh at his pain. "I've already told you. The more beautiful one has the duty of guiding you to the ceremony. What's so hard to understand about that?" "Damn it," Acleus cursed silently. To the saint, he responded humbly, "If you will allow me to explain, except for special occasions, only the saints can enter the ceremony location. It has nothing to do with appearance, Jay asked with a judgmental look. Is that so? Unable to laugh anymore, Ariel stuck out her tongue and played dumb. After that, he was led to a lush forest. Jay exclaimed, "Ah, it's great to be outside. I didn't know there was a forest like this." Behind the castle, Acleus spoke, "Sir." "This way," Ariel added. "We're almost there," Jay asked gruffly. "So?" He looked at the knights around him and thought, "Wait, there are holy swordsmen guarding this area. It's normal for a holy land to have many guards." Question marks filled Jay's mind. In front of him now was a long flight of stairs. Ariel said, "Sir, this is the entrance. You just need to go all the way to the top." His heart sank. "Seriously?" And Ariel smiled brightly and announced, "Because for this part of the ceremony, to show your respect to God, you are absolutely forbidden from using magic to go up." Jay couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "What do I have to do this, under the sunset sky?" Jay was still in the process of climbing the stairs. He cried out, "Wait a minute." He turned pale and asked Ariel, "Hold on. Can we rest for a bit?" She smiled slyly and teased him. "Come on, we've only just started. Are you tired already? It seems your stamina could use some improvement, huh?" Jay, frustrated, tried to start a conversation. "I had to travel all over the holy nation yesterday. You saw it too. You can trust me. Oh. 1,000 thanks to you, Saint," he panted, saying if I could use mana. These stairs would be nothing. Ariel coldly refused. "No. I've already told you, not just here. You can't use mana during the ritual either. Understand? From now on, you have to walk on your own 2 feet. Just keep climbing one step at a time and you'll get there." Ariel emphasized again. "You are not to use mana. You will see me when you finish this trial." Looking at the endless stairs, Jay still had a glimmer of hope, reassuring himself. "Hey, all right. It probably won't take that long." I don't know how much time passed. Jay, drenched in sweat and out of breath, said finally made it. He gave up and collapsed on the ground. What was I just saying? It took forever. He looked at the wooden house in front of him. Thank goodness, at least. There's a house here. It's probably an empty house. At least it's not a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Jay opened the door and went in. I only need to live here for a week. He put his bag on the floor, even though she said, I have to show respect to God. I still don't really understand what I need to do, because Ariel said she did nothing for the whole week. Jay was very excited and concluded, so this must be a vacation, right? Then I have to rest as much as possible while I'm here. A week will pass by quickly. At that time, I couldn't have foreseen the challenges that awaited me, and the harsh reality I had to face during my rest here. Time passed. Jay reached out to pick a fruit from a tree and said happily, "The apples are so fresh today too. These fresh, delicious apples." He opened his mouth. He bit into the apple and chewed with a fed-up expression, muttering, "I'm so sick of this." And then Jay, frustrated, threw the apple away. "Stop it. This is so cruel," he screamed. "I will definitely not use mana, and I'll be self-sufficient, doing everything from starting a fire with sticks and leaves to catching fish. But they didn't even tell me exactly what to do. Okay, isn't this enough? What more do you people want?" And I even grilled and ate it myself. They said, 1 week, just 1 week. Finally, eating with endless dissatisfaction. So what was that whole past month about, huh? At least tell me what's going on. Jay stood in the middle of the forest and screamed. Do they think I came here to learn how to survive in the jungle or something holy? As he finished speaking, he felt something unusual. Ah, wait, this is holy power. Its appearance surprised him. Did you finally answer me because I was angry? Finally, Jay was lifted off the ground by the source of power. A pillar of light erupted. He cheered joyfully. I have holy power too. Then he landed back on the ground, but something wasn't quite right, making him go, huh. With a serious expression, Jay thought, my holy power is gone. What do I do now? Suddenly, the source of power reappeared. Ah, just kidding. Yes, that's it. Then it went out again. No, what is this? Then the holy power returned, erupting. So strong it formed a pillar of light. Just then, and not unexpectedly, it disappeared again. Jay had a speechless expression and guessed silently, what the heck is this? Is God teasing me? Time passed, and the pillar of holy power appeared again. However, Jay was exhausted from practicing. He thought helplessly, I've been grinding for a whole month and still no holy power. Then Jay, furious, put on his bag, gave up, and went down the stairs. Forget it all. Appearing for just a little bit means nothing. It's even more annoying that I can feel the air around me is fresher thanks to the holy power. I've never been so disappointed in my life. My dreams are completely shattered. Can anyone help me? As if reading Jay's thoughts, someone's voice called out. Saint Ariel was surprised. Oh my, why are you? He shouted silently in his heart, Ariel. Jay was extremely moved, thinking, the first person I've met in a month. Even if it's Ariel, I'm still very touched. Did she know I was being messed with today and came to comfort me? However, in Ariel's eyes, his entire body was now completely covered in holy power. So much so that she couldn't even see him, which made her turn pale. Jay, on the other hand, still didn't understand and asked, what's wrong? She was incredulous. You mean you can't use either mana or holy power? He replied affirmatively. I haven't even tried using holy power yet. Ariel quickly asked, do you want to try? The ritual is over. Jay noticed Ariel's dirty dress, but what happened to your clothes? She gave a forced smile and replied, I sensed a powerful source of holy power. So I came here in a bit of a hurry. Hearing that, he reached his hand towards her and chanted, clean. Immediately, the dress became like new. Jay was also surprised by himself. But it seems I can still use mana normally, Uriel exclaimed. Thank goodness. Jay rubbed his chin and mumbled. I can use the mana in the air, so why can't I use holy power? Uriel smiled brightly and said, it's a shame you can't use holy power. But so what? You are still the one chosen by God, and you're also a great mage. If anyone dares to spread nasty rumors, just teach them a lesson with your magic. By the way, it seems that thanks to the holy power, the atmosphere around you is very pleasant. There's also a nice scent. Uriel moved closer and sniffed, making Jay wonder. A nice scent. What do you mean? She described it enchantedly. A warm fragrance that makes people just want to get closer to you. This one sentence helped Jay make a decision. He thought to himself, I should keep my distance from others, until I can control my holy power. Just then a loud voice called out, Your Holiness the Saint. We came to congratulate you on passing the ritual, Jack said clearly. Acklid added, Congratulations, Your Holiness. Jay laughed and replied, Acklid and Jack, you're here. Thanks, Jack said. Of course. We came as soon as we heard the news. Acklid added, Your Holiness, you've worked so hard. Before he could finish, both of them smelled something on him. Then Jack, without missing a beat, became overly enthusiastic. Let me take your bag. I'll carry it for you. Let me carry it. Do you need anything else, sir? Jay was extremely suspicious. What's wrong with you guys? Don't come any closer. He fearfully shouted the order. Stop it. Go away. I want to go home. Being tailed like this made Jay feel helpless. Why are you following me? Jack answered, matter-of-factly. As a member of the 3 tribes, I must always be by your side. Jay wasn't moved. Instead, he grew more vigilant. This is so suspicious. That night, at the residence's library, a sigh was heard. There's so much. Perhaps this will be useful for the time being. A pile of books and documents lay on the table. Before becoming the Holy One, I made a promise to myself to make the Holy Nation the greatest nation of all. Now that I've officially become the Holy One, it's time to fulfill that promise. The first step is to gain a thorough understanding of the Holy Nation, from its history and climate to its agriculture and commerce. I must understand everything down to its very roots. I have to read all of this. Jay put on his glasses and immersed himself in knowledge. He was filled with determination to make the Holy Nation the greatest nation. I must establish a new system, and he immediately set to work. When the sun was high, Jay gathered all the nobles of the Holy Nation. Most of the assembled nobles criticized the problems the empire was facing, saying he was unqualified. In response to their words, Jay suggested several adjustments in agriculture, commerce, and trade. Among his proposals was the Milpa system for developing the agricultural sector. It received a shower of praise from the nobles and was the first reform to be passed. Milpa is an ancient farming system of the ancient Mexican people. Countess Rain was the first to speak at the meeting. However, Your Holiness, regarding the clauses written here, what do you mean by using priests as mercenaries? Jay smiled and replied, It means exactly what it says. It's an idea to make the most of the priest resources we have, but to minimize the number of mercenaries we have to hire. An alarm bell rang in his mind. Here it comes. The next person to speak was Harrow. So you intend to send priests to the battlefield? Jay confirmed, Yes, that's correct. Countess Rain spoke again. In that case, the sacrifice of the priest will lead to the collapse of our holy nation. Moreover, the number of people who wish to become priests will also decrease. Jay explained, Of course, the priests will only be stationed in the rear lines. As long as the front line remains stable, we can minimize the number of priest casualties. The Countess, not letting it go, stood up. Even so, a battlefield is still a battlefield. Harrow agreed. The Countess is right. Not to mention, what if they're attacked from the flanks? Jay then calmly explained, I know that a battlefield isn't a safe place, and ideally, the priests would return unharmed after participating in battle. I will not force them to participate without a clear plan. I intend to dispatch a cavalry unit to accompany them to the battlefield. With a cavalry escort, the priest's safety can be ensured. However, using priests as mercenaries is just a contingency plan. Even if they don't fight on the front lines, they can serve as support to boost the soldiers' morale. Witnessing the casualties and sacrifices on the battlefield firsthand, as tragic as it is, will surely be an experience that is extremely useful for the priests. Countess Rain was determined to argue to the end. I agree that priests are a necessary force in combat, but aren't there plenty of other options if we need money or prestige? Jay crossed his arms and said, Using priests as mercenaries isn't just for money and prestige. In fact, those benefits are just a bonus. What we are truly aiming for is support from other empires. He repeated in confusion, Support from other empires? Jay began to explain. From the perspective of a kingdom that needs the Holy Nation's support, they can't do anything to endanger us. And since we're only lending them our forces, we can demand compensation if the troops we send suffer any casualties. The Countess was somewhat convinced, but still had doubts. That's true. We would gain more control if we lend soldiers to other nations. But even so, isn't doing so too risky? Just then, someone stepped forward and said, Using the lives of the priests as collateral, I think that's an excellent idea. Iredell smiled and raised her hand. I agree with the Holy One's idea. Her appearance surprised everyone, the Saintess. Earlier, Jay and she had discussed their strategy. She looked at the plan and analyzed it. I must say, while the Holy One's ideas are excellent, there are certainly inherent risks if we really use priests as mercenaries. Jay immediately asked, in that case, is there any way for us to win the trust of the nobles? Iredell didn't see it as a big deal and answered simply, all I have to do is help you. She placed her hand on the table. We don't need to win the trust of the nobility. We just need to overpower them. Iredell burst out laughing and stated her price. It's a quid pro quo, and I'll give you a discount. Just say, oh, most beautiful woman in the Empire, Lady Iredell, please help me. That's all. Jay sighed judgmentally. But now, her appearance had truly been a great help. It made him secretly admire Iredell's influence. It's truly impressive. It's no exaggeration to say that the entire nobility of this country sides with Iredell. So if she's on my side this time, it might be playing dirty, but it's the best way. I have no other choice. He put his hands on his hips, looked at the crowd, and declared, all right then, we'll consider this matter settled. If anyone else has ideas for promoting the development of the Holy Nation, feel free to tell me. Some of the nobles were genuinely convinced by him. I think his idea is quite good. I agree with the Holy One. And so, the Holy Nation gradually accomplished everything as planned. To anticipate the difficulty of reforming the farming system, we first implemented it in a small territory, and the public did not object to using priests as soldiers, as mercenaries, after receiving positive feedback from the priests themselves. Many kingdoms subsequently requested our priest forces as aid, and thus, the Holy Nation earned a significant profit. This helped promote further investment in agricultural and commercial improvements, helping the Holy Nation to develop further. Jay breathed a sigh of relief. He placed his hands on the windowsill, looking outside and thinking, to ensure that every sector undergoes reform smoothly. I'll need a specialist for each field. I have to find the right people. This will be difficult. I need to spend some time thinking about this. At the Holy Nation's library, the librarian yawned. A girl approached her. You look exhausted, she said. The librarian quickly stood up. Ah, Lady Eclair, you've returned. She replied, yes, it has been a while. Please, remain seated. It's been 3 months, hasn't it? The librarian replied, yes, that's about right. Eclair looked around and remarked, wow, the library is so crowded these days. That's strange. It's not usually this crowded, the librarian whispered. The Holy One has been coming here for a few days, she repeated in surprise. The Holy One? The librarian pointed towards Jay, who was engrossed in a book, and said, I bet they have all fallen for his handsome face. Then Eclair came over and pulled up a chair opposite Jay. She sat down and began, Are you the Holy One? He admitted it and then asked, Is something wrong? At the same time, he thought, Who is this? Why is she? Eclair looked at the books he had been reading, silently evaluating them. All these books are related to medicine. Thinking that, she used it to start a conversation. Are you reading these books? Jay asked again indifferently. Yes. Do you need something? Eclair picked up a book and pointed towards him. If you have read all this, you must understand most of it, right? Jay replied, Of course, to a certain extent. She brought up the topic. Then can you tell me how to treat a wound from a rusty sword, right? Jay took off his glasses and replied, Use holy light to stop the necrotic symptoms. And then heal it as usual? Eclair asked. Exactly, but do you agree with that? He answered bluntly. No. His answer intrigued her, so she probed further. Then how would you treat the patient? Jay explained his idea. I would cut away the surrounding necrotic flesh, Eclair asked confusedly. Cut it away? Why? He explained. Although people think that being cut by a rusty sword is the same as being poisoned, we can't be 100% sure of the consequences. It's just like being poisoned. If a rusty sword cuts into the flesh, you are not poisoned. Instead, the wound itself and the surrounding cells are destroyed. In that case, simply using holy light to stop the bleeding and then healing as usual won't lead to a full recovery. It's better to cut away the damaged flesh around the wound and then proceed with the proper treatment. He spoke at length, but Eclair focused on the key word and raised a question, So, what are these cells you mentioned? Jay panicked internally. I forgot. The concept of cells doesn't exist in this world. Without waiting for his answer, she continued. Anyway, regarding those cells you mentioned, they can't be healed with holy light, but isn't cutting away the rotten part a bit too barbaric? Jay himself partially agreed with this opinion. You're not wrong, but it's the best method. Hearing this, Eclair leaned back in her chair and concluded, as long as the patient can be cured, the method doesn't matter, right? Jay quickly objected, That's not what I meant. Suddenly, she slammed the table, stood up, and interrupted him. I completely understand what you mean. Eclair reached her hand out to Ray, proposing, Please allow me to invite you to the library. We can surely discuss this matter in greater depth there. Finishing her sentence, she changed the subject. Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Eclair, leader of the conservative priest faction. This name stunned Jay. Eclair? He thought in disbelief. Eclair? The leader of the conservative priest faction? This person is head priest Eclair? This is probably the first time we have officially met. But I've heard many stories about you. Eclair smiled warmly. If you have any questions about medicine, feel free to ask. What I'm curious about is why a saint like you is studying such an ineffective field, Jay said, looking at the pile of books in front of him. Even if you say so, why are you studying medicine? I thought you said it was ineffective. You call this studying? Eclair gently swept her hair to one side, revealing her other eye. I was hoping it could help improve my eye. However, Jay wasn't surprised at all. He asked in a low voice, "Were you born like that?" She was quite surprised by his reaction, thinking to herself. He wasn't surprised at all after seeing it, but outwardly, she smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right. I've been this way since I was born." Jay continued to ask, "Can you not see anything with that eye? Do you feel any pain?" "I don't feel any pain, but I'm not blind either." He asked hesitantly, "Would it be okay if I took a quick look?" Eclair agreed without hesitation. "It's fine. Go ahead." He stepped closer to observe. "Oh, this is a cataract." Hearing him, she asked in return, "A cataract? What is that?" Jay didn't answer immediately and probed further, although I'm not completely sure. "How is it at night?" "Can your eye see in the dark?" "That's right, my eye can see a bit better in the evening." "Then it's definitely a cataract. If you'd like, I can explain this condition to you," Jay said while picking up a piece of chalk and writing on the blackboard in the room. "Look this way. What I'm drawing is a normal human eye. This is the pupil, and this is the lens. When we look at something, the lens focuses the light and makes the object appear clearer to our eyes. However, in your case, the lens is cloudy, and the condition that causes the lens to become cloudy is called a cataract." Eclair gently touched her eye. "If it's a disease, then what? Why can't I be cured if it's just a disease? Can't it be cured with medicine? It might be because you were born with it. What can I do if even holy magic can't cure it?" Jay explained in a low voice, "Holy magic is for healing the damaged parts of the body. However, what if your body doesn't recognize it as an injury? That might explain why, as it can't be fixed by healing spells." Eclair pointed to her eye and said, "Then isn't it wrong that I can't see like a normal person?" He immediately answered, "That's only for normal people, since you were born with it. Your body doesn't recognize that there's a problem. In any case, you need to make your eye clear to cure this disease." "How do I make it clear?" Jay said with a casual expression. "How? We need to cut into your eye." Hearing that, she flinched and cried out, "Cut? You mean my eye? That's just one part of the treatment. We need to remove the cloudy part of your eye, and we need a replacement for that part of your eye." He frowned, thinking to himself, although it seems feasible to remove the cloudy part, there's no such thing as an artificial lens in this world. Even if we cure the disease, it's no use if she goes blind. Eclair stood aside, watching his pensive look. She smiled gently and said, "It's all right. There's no need to worry about a chronic illness. I'm sure I'll find a cure soon." Jay was stunned. "Me, unable to cure it. Even in another world, I can't cure a cataract?" "Eclair," he said with a determined voice, "don't worry, I can definitely cure you." Hearing that, she burst out laughing. "You're really funny. All right then, go for it. Follow me, there's a place I want to show you." The two of them went to another room inside. It was filled with various equipment and chemicals. This is my laboratory. This is the laboratory the Holy Kingdom set up for me to research medicine. Feel free to use it whenever you want." "Really?" "Yes, it gets pretty lonely here. It's the least I can do for a fellow professional." Ray smiled excitedly. "Thank you very much." And so, Ray began his research at Eclair's base. 1 month later. "Let's see. This is giant's blood, right?" He took out a small vial. He slowly poured it onto the glass dish below. After being exposed to the air for a short period, its property is very fluid. But it's already hardened as I'm speaking. It's as hard as jelly now. That's right. Blood samples from different monster species have different properties. If we can utilize that, we might be able to make some progress. Indeed. Jay asked Eclair in a low voice, "But isn't it impossible to mix the blood of different species?" "Yes, they have different physical constitutions, so they could die instantly." "Ah, there's one special case that's different from the others. The case of orcs. Because they have extremely good adaptability. So it seems to be fine to mix their blood with that of other species." Hearing her say this, he wondered, Extremely good adaptability. Is there some way I can examine it?" Scene change. It was late afternoon in the forest behind the Grand Palace. Jay was focused on foraging for some useful medicinal herbs there. After feeling like he had gathered enough, he slowly stood up and sighed. "That's enough for today." Just then, he noticed a rustling sound nearby, along with some kind of dark shadow. What is that?" Jay went straight to the spot and saw an orc and a giant. Both of them were knocked out. They had probably just fought. He quickly noticed their pained expressions. The orc's pain? Is he still alive? It seems he's in shock from losing too much blood. Looks like he fought a giant that was bigger than him. It's a miracle he's still alive. Then, he glanced over at the giant lying sprawled, out on the ground. Jay couldn't help but recall what Clay had said before. Unlike other species, in the case of orcs, because they have excellent adaptability, it should be fine to mix their blood with other species. He smiled, rummaging through his bag. This is the perfect opportunity for me to test it. I'll take this chance. Right after that, the orc suddenly cried out. It looked around dazedly and was startled to see the giant beside it. With teary eyes, it looked at Jay standing before it. Seeing this, he asked, "You're awake?" The orc screamed in panic. He immediately stopped it. "Stop. Don't move. Stay still." Jay quickly used magic to bind its limbs. "Calm down. I'm not going to kill you. I'm saving you. You've lost too much blood. So I gave you a transfusion of the giant's blood. I'm in a hurry, and I'm not done with you yet." He suddenly noticed a white fluid flowing from the orc's wound. Huh? What is this? Blood? But why is it so clear? It's slowly turning transparent. Jay laughed excitedly. Perfect. With this, I can do it now. The scene shifts to a brilliant, golden sunset sky, covering the dense forest. This must be the place Clay told me to come to. Jay thought as he walked. When I transferred the troll's blood to the orc, its color became clearer. I never expected mixing the blood of two different monster species would yield such a perfect result. If I focus on my research, I might be able to create an artifact lens. That way, Clay's cataracts can be cured. Now, I need to collect more troll and orc blood. Earlier, he had asked Clay, if I want to do research on orcs and trolls, where should I go? Orcs and trolls? She clicked her tongue and said, there's a small abandoned village called Gihyo near the outskirts of the castle. They say the surrounding forests are where orcs and trolls often gather. Without much hesitation, Jay quickly made his way to the village. Just as Clay said, the village was completely abandoned. Everything here was run down and old. He looked around, a little scared. Since it was nighttime, everything looked even creepier. So these ruins were once the village of Gihyo. I thought she was exaggerating, but I never thought it would actually be abandoned. Suddenly, he noticed something. In a corner, two children were sitting, leaning against each other. Were they abandoned too? Jay wondered. Soon after, one of the two children quickly noticed his presence. Jay didn't shy away and slowly walked over to them. Hello, do you want some of this? He took a piece of dried meat from his bag. Take it, it's okay. It's not poisoned or anything. I swear. Although the little girl was still very cautious, she reached out her hand to take it. Jay smiled, thinking, at least they trust me. The only thing I can do to help is to give the children food and this. He continued to rummage through his bag. Then he took out a small pouch. The little girl opened it. Inside were shining gold and silver coins. Jay said softly, take this and go to Salonia. This money is enough for the two of you to find a place to rest and buy food. The little girl looked at him, puzzled, and asked, but why are you doing this? For someone you've never met? Hearing that, he laughed. Just because? For no reason at all? Really, there's no reason. The little girl frowned, unable to understand his actions, but they still took the things and left. Jay didn't stay there any longer and continued to explore the village. He thought to himself, I can't believe I'm seeing this right after leaving the city. The current laws can't help children like them. I need to investigate this further. One day, I will bring prosperity back to this place to build the best version of the Holy Kingdom. The next morning, warm rays of the early morning Sunday filtered into the dense, desolate forest. Jay had been walking alone all night. Finally, he found a large cave. He slowly entered. Is this a troll's cave? Inside, a troll was sleeping quietly. Jay reminded himself to be careful. I can't let it wake up. He tiptoed slowly towards it. Then, Jay took a syringe out of his bag. Sorry for sneaking in. I'm just borrowing a little blood. After he was finished, he continued on his way to where the orcs lived. Hearing him, they all turned to look. I've come to ask you for a favor. The orcs immediately looked angry and waddled straight towards him. Jay forced a smile and asked, aren't you going to listen to me? He quickly used magic to bind them. Bind. Looking at the bound orc, Jay suddenly realized. Wait a minute, it's you? Do you remember me? I saved you when you were on the verge of death, remember? Calm down and listen to me. He smiled, pointing to the pile of animal carcasses beside them. I'm just asking for one favor. I'll compensate you. Will you help me? And just like that, the matter was settled peacefully. Jay held a test tube of their blood in his hand. He said, thanks to the orcs, I succeeded. First, I need to go back and get organized. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Huh, you're the little girl I helped last night. With tears in her eyes, she pointed ahead. What's the matter? What's happening over there? Over there, a little girl was being slammed hard against a wall. A large thug was holding the money pouch, sneering menacingly. Now do you see what happens when you do things the hard way? The kid growled. Give it back. What? Give me back the money. The kid glared at them. The thugs frowned, seeing the fierce aura emanating from the boy. You little brat, what did you just say? They raised a big club. You dare talk back to me? Stop. Fortunately, Jay arrived just in time to intervene. Seeing him, the thug yelled, Who the hell are you? Instead of answering, he asked, What are you doing? The thug quickly snatched the club. Let's see who you are. Jay silently scanned the area. So he stole the money. Then, the thugs immediately surrounded him. You look like you're from a rich family, but a rich guy like you shouldn't be in a place like this alone. Let me teach you a lesson. The leader of the thugs shouted an order. Get him. The whole group charged at once, but Jay just casually swung his arm, hitting one of them in the face. How could he take him down in just one hit? With a serious face, he asked, Do you want to continue? Did you really think things would go your way? But the men didn't give up. Attack. A few seconds later, they were all lying sprawled on the ground. Dust clouds filled the air. The boy hurried over to hug his little sister. Jay stood nearby and asked gently, Are you two okay? I'm sorry this happened. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place to rest. I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. Aklu said in a low voice, This is a sacred place. Only the holy ones and their people are permitted to stay here. We cannot allow children of unknown origin to stay here. All right. Jay pointed to the two children and said, Even if the holy ones are staying here, surely a place as large as this. Can't you let these two children stay? I'm sorry, but those are the rules here. He let out a soft sigh. Such harsh rules. I didn't even know they existed. He smiled and turned to them saying, Anyway, don't worry. I'll definitely find a place for you too. Then, the two children were stunned by the sight before them. How about this? This place should be fine, right? Before them was a fairly spacious two-story wooden house. This is where you two will live from now on. I just bought this house. I forgot to ask your names. Day asked softly. I just remembered I haven't even asked you two for your names. The little girl replied softly. We don't have names. No names? Well then, let's see. A name. I've got it. All right, how about this? Why don't we call you Chris? And your sister will be Mary. Those are very meaningful names where I'm from. Hearing that, the two children stared at him with wide eyes. Seeing this, Day was a little confused. Does it sound bad? You don't like it. No, that's not it. The little girl couldn't help but burst into tears. I don't know how to say it. I'm just so grateful to you. He looked at them with a compassionate gaze. Both children said thank you in unison. Scene change. In Iclay's laboratory, Jay is focused on tinkering with something. Iclay, beside him, called out softly, Jay, are you still working on that thing? What are you trying to do? Still concentrating on his work, he heard her and replied, just you wait. I'm doing all of this for you, Iclay. Finally, it's done. He had used magic and many other things to forge a brilliant jade green eyeball. She asked with a doubtful look, You said this is for me. Does that mean you're still trying to heal my eye? Are you still serious about that idea? Of course, he said with a smile. I've finally found a way to help you. Look at this. He took out a test tube. These are the ingredients that can heal your eye. Iclay couldn't help but be bewildered. That can heal my eye? What is it exactly? Where did you get it? This is buffalo blood. Buffalo blood? Are you sure it will work? Day slowly answered each question. I mixed it with orc blood. As you said, orcs can adapt to anything, unlike other species. I discovered this by chance. When an orc's body accepts other types of blood, the blood is purified in the process. Therefore, by introducing buffalo blood into an orc's body, we can create purified blood, leaving only the modifiable components. So, you're saying that blood can heal my eye, right? However, I need you to trust me. Eclair was still skeptical about this. I have to trust you. Day smiled and said gently, because we'll have to put it inside your eye to heal it. Hearing that, she was completely stunned. What? But do you mean you have to cut my eye open and then drop that blood into my eye? Are you really serious? But he said with absolute certainty. Basically, we will remove the damaged part of the retina and then insert this to replace it. Looking at Eclay's thoughtful expression, he thought, it's natural that she needs to think about it. She had never imagined that such a procedure existed. Then, Day pursed his lips, thinking about something else. To Eclay's surprise, he suddenly bowed. She cried out in confusion, What are you doing? Do you know what it means for a saint to bow his head? He said in a low voice, I understand why you're hesitant. It sounds impossible and undoable. That's why I want you to trust me this time. Your eye, I will take full responsibility and do my best to heal it. Eclay didn't expect him to be so serious. I can feel the sincerity in every word this boy is saying, his intention to heal and his sincere goodwill. I can feel it from the bottom of my heart. I think this is truly crazy. She smiled and said, All right, let's do it. Anyway, I can't use this eye anymore. If there's even a small chance, I'll take it. After that, Eclay completely entrusted herself to Ray, lying still on the operating table. Beside her, Ray wore full protective gear to ensure safety and sanitation. Everything is sanitized. Now, to use mana to keep the eyelids open. And after incising the retina, I'll remove the damaged part. And after replacing all the damaged parts, I'll replace it with an artificial retina. Although this step isn't very difficult, it's difficult without the necessary support equipment. It's tough. I have to do everything by hand. He focused intensely, doing one thing at a time. But who am I? I'm Baek Yusun, the Hand of God. A while later, Eclair awoke from her unconscious state, letting out a soft sound. Her eyes slowly opened. Hearing her, he asked softly, "Eclair, are you awake?" Eclair looked around in a daze. She shot up, unable to believe it. My eye. She could see perfectly with both eyes. She could see the sunbeams shining into the brilliant room. Eclair couldn't hold back her tears. Day, standing beside her, smiled gently. "How do you feel? Can you see clearly? How is it?" She still felt as if it were all a dream. "Yes, I can see everything clearly. Please tell me this isn't a dream." Hearing this, he watched her with a gentle gaze. Together, they watched the early morning sunbeams and the pure white birds flying outside. Meanwhile, at the temple, Harrow rushed in to report, "Saintess, this is an emergency. A large force is approaching the border. They are clearly heading for the Holy Temple." Iriel raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you talking about? An armed force is coming here? Where are they from, and how far away are they?" Harrow, panting from exhaustion, replied, "I just received the news, so I don't know the details, but it seems they don't belong to any specific nation. The force is led by a necromancer and an army of the dead." Scene change. At the edge of the forest near the city, the sky was now turning gray. A bluish-purple light illuminated the area as the sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Wherever they went, plants turned to ash. This dark aura engulfed the vast forest. Just as Harrow had said, a necromancer was walking in the middle, leading the army of the dead. They all looked extremely formidable and smug. "All right, everyone, listen up. Tomorrow is finally the day we begin. The Holy War. Are you ready?" "Ready." The flags fluttered gently in the wind, accompanied by enthusiastic shouts. The knights will be in the vanguard, while the guards and swordsmen defend the rear. Many lives are at stake, so prepare yourselves. Ready for battle. Afterward, the guards and knights broke off into small groups. They talked among themselves. "I still can't believe we have to face that horde of the undead," a guardsman said. Noticing the dazed look on the young man beside him, he asked, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, this. At times like this, I usually think about my family. Instead of praying, I also tend to think about my family. I should have visited them before heading to the battlefield." "I think so too. Praying is the last thing on my mind." I happened to overhear this from the officers. "Apparently, a new saint will be joining us in this battle." "Really? Are you talking about the one who can control meteors?" "Even so, it's a 4-day journey from Selena." "That's right. And the problem is whether we can hold out until the new saint arrives." Both of them looked up at the clear blue sky, worried. "Please, may God be with us." Scene change. It was now late afternoon at the Holy Temple. Iriel frowned and sighed repeatedly. She said in a low voice, "The Pope has requested the new saint to head to the border." "That's right. The order was issued by the Pope himself." She thought to herself, "To think we have to face a force so great that even the Pope had to summon the new saint to join the battle." Iriel continued to ask, "Do we have reinforcements from neighboring countries?" Harrow quickly replied, "We've sent a request for aid, but it seems it will take them 5 days to reach the battlefield. In that case, who will accompany the new saint?" Harrow frowned slightly and said, "Let the 3 knights. Along with the Holy Altar and the Royal Guard, they are all on their way to the border." Hearing this, Israel was stunned. "Don't tell me. That's our entire force." He just looked at her silently without answering. Israel was now completely enraged. She slammed her hand on the table. She shouted, "Is the Pope insane? Our opponent is a necromancer from the Age of Magic. I bet he knows full well that's not enough to fight them." The Age of Magic. From ancient times, magic has been a subject of interest and study, and the entire continent at that time flourished due to the development of magic. However, the forces that worship magic brought about the fall of that era, and the one considered the deciding factor for that collapse was the King of Death, the Necromancer. "He has been resurrected," Harrow said in a low voice. "We are not only facing foreign forces, but we must also be wary of the seeds of civil war, so we cannot send more forces to the front lines anymore." Iriel looked at him coldly, and because of that, the border is considered lost. "That is why the Pope—" She gritted her teeth thinking, how dare that Pope treat God's representative as a sacrificial pawn? Just then, the door burst open and a panicked voice rang out. "Holy Maiden, we received a warning that the enemy has approached earlier than expected from the southern mountains. The Holy War has begun." Hearing this, Holy Maiden Iriel bit her lip. She rushed outside. Seeing this, Harrow called out loudly, "Holy Maiden." Iriel ignored him and ran straight outside. "I can't waste any more time like this. Scene change. As dusk fell, the warning horn sounded. All the guards and knights were ready to fight the undead army. The enemy is approaching, arm yourselves, attack. They all fired arrows towards the forest at once, and the charging undead horde took the full brunt of the volley. The fully armed knights also charged forward, fighting them with their swords. On the castle walls, those who could use magic cast blessings, quickly chanting, "O Lord, please have mercy. Let our bodies stand firm against the enemy's spears. Give us the strength to fight back. Grant your blessing." Immediately after, a brilliant light shot out, enveloping the bodies of the knights. "This is great. I can feel the power surging through me. This makes things much easier. Maybe we can end this before the reinforcements arrive." The commander warned sternly, "Don't let your guard down. Not all our enemies are weak. The strongest ones are just now arriving." Sure enough, just a few seconds later, white spirits emerged from the armor of the undead. "Damn it, they're here. Forward! They have undead swordsmen too. Everyone retreat and regroup." The commander couldn't finish his sentence. A spirit appeared before him, blocking his path. Immediately after, a scream of agony rang out. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, the others fled in unison run. But it was too late. They were continuously wiped out by the undead and the spirits. In an instant, everything was enveloped by the smell of fresh blood and screams. The lead necromancer stood calmly to one side, watching everything. He laughed gleefully. "It's wonderful to see these humans being torn to pieces. Now my undead leave no one alive." The knights quickly realized, "Commander, something is wrong. The enemy is getting stronger and stronger." "Stop retreat, wait for reinforcements," the commander thought, gritting his teeth. "Lord, have you abandoned us?" Just then, someone stammered a warning. "Commander, watch your back." Behind him was an undead, with a massive body, its hand raised, ready to strike. Before he could process anything, a blue light suddenly appeared. The dazed commander turned to look behind him. Day frowned at the bloody scene unfolding here. So it's true, there are so many of them. Then Day quickly dashed forward. As he moved, he recalled what happened before. "So you want me to go to the border in this situation?" Because of the urgent situation, the Pope has no other choice. From the reports on the border, it seems this is a suicide mission. We'll be dealing with a necromancer, so there are internal conflicts as well. Even if we manage to protect the border, there's not much we can do. If we get caught in internal affairs, it will be very complicated. After listening, Day told them, "Relay this to the Pope. I will go and protect the border." Now he was on the bloody battlefield. Everyone was astonished at his appearance. "The Holy One, why are you here?" Day did not reply, but ordered them to separate the wounded holy knights immediately and have the priests heal them. The royal guards will protect the holy army. "Thank you, your holiness." The commander and priest both frowned upon hearing this. "If we divide our forces to treat the wounded, we won't have enough men to stop the undead army." "That's right, we should wait for reinforcements," he asked in a low voice. "It seems we are in a bad situation." "Huh, what do you mean?" They quickly realized. The nearby undead were melting. "Is it because of the Holy One's sacred power?" "I knew it. It's the Holy One." Day frowned slightly and let out a sigh. He thought to himself, becoming a saint and then dying, it seems being sent to your death is part of a Holy One's duty, huh? Just then a loud shout rang out. He quickly glanced behind him, then a golden light simply appeared, destroying those skeletons. Day watched as the horde of undead grew larger and larger. He thought, even though I've used my sacred power to take care of most of them, there are too many. I need to take care of them. A little fireball blazing, red flames shot forward, burning them all to ashes. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the center. The necromancer had created a shield to protect himself from the fiery explosion. Day frowned and asked him, "You look like a necromancer, right?" He was panicking internally. "What is this? He can't possibly use magic as a saint. This is no time to fool around. I can't let my guard down." The necromancer began to chant, "Refuse the call of hell and return from the dead. A regret so strong it makes even death kneel resurrection." He summoned another horde of skeleton swordsmen. Seeing this, the commander shouted, "There are so many death knights." But Day remained as calm as ever. He chanted in a low voice, "Heal." Instantly, a stream of blue energy enveloped the death knights, causing all of them to collapse. The necromancer was completely stunned watching this. "My death knights." He yelled in a panic, "You can't stop me, bone spear." But in a flash, Day used Destroy to block his attack. Bind chains quickly bound his 4 limbs. The necromancer was so shocked his eyes rolled back. This terrifying power? This guy is a saint. A saint cannot possibly possess such power. He must be an angel or a god. Just then, a surprise punch landed straight on his head. A priest couldn't contain his anger and bitterness. "You bastard, because of you, Jarenia, the pride of the Holy Knights was destroyed. You will face your retribution." Day glanced around the battlefield. Red flames still blazed on the ground where corpses lay scattered. "I see, even the soldiers who died have become undead. Those undead were once someone's family members, their children, friends, and lovers. The least I can do is let them rest in peace. That's why I'll give them a final farewell area heal." A gentle blue light shone down from above on the soldiers and priests who had become undead. Their bodies slowly dissolved, merging into that gentle light. Then raindrops began to fall slowly, gradually extinguishing the blazing flames. The rain fell harder and harder, as if wanting to wash everything away. The guards, Swordsmen and priests could not hold back their tears and began to sob. Day pursed his lips, wondering to himself, if I had been faster, could I have saved them? Calm down. Before I think about that, I need to deal with him first. He looked towards the bound necromancer and asked in a low voice, you sure talk a lot. After living your whole life among corpses, are you afraid to join them? But he burst out laughing maniacally, afraid that's hilarious. This border isn't the end. We should have conquered Salonia by now. Why don't you just surrender? Ray frowned and ordered Commander here, take him back to the Holy Nation. I need to go back, he thought with a serious expression. Just as I guessed. The rebel forces within. I have to hurry. At the same time, in the small town, continuous screams echoed. The skeletons had invaded the residential areas. They ran around in fear, shouting, help me. Just then, a sword slash flashed by, destroying one of the skeletons. Wow, Jack is amazing. A true sword master? No kidding. Fia smiled, looking around. So serious. I wonder where our saintess is now. Plumes of white smoke continuously rose into the night sky over the town. Hordes of skeletons were swarming in. They emitted an extremely powerful dark aura, making their opponents feel suffocated. The swordsman hurriedly shouted out a warning. The enemy is approaching. Everyone, retreat. Ariel quickly used her holy sword to destroy them. She frowned, thinking, no matter how many times I kill them, they just keep coming like this. They're not just undead, they're like an endless army now. The other swordsmen were also fighting relentlessly, but the numbers were extremely lopsided. Now, the available options were becoming limited. Just then, a soft shout was heard, followed by a sharp and decisive sword strike. That single strike shattered the skeletons to pieces. Ariel was stunned. This sword style, she immediately recognized them. Fiha, and Lord Jack too? Jack spoke politely with a serious face. Greetings, Saintess. I apologize for the late greeting, but I hope you understand my situation. On the other hand, Fia approached with a cheerful smile. But I'm here now, so please don't worry anymore. She hugged one of Ariel's arms tightly. Ariel paid it no mind and asked Lord Jack, what are you doing here? And what about the saint? He immediately replied, these were the saint's orders. What do you mean? Jack suddenly pressed his lips together in silence. Going back a little earlier, Jack had been flicked hard on the forehead by Ray. He frowned and said, where do you think you're going? Stay in Salonia for me. If you come with me, you'll only get in my way. Jack, though still dizzy, still respectfully replied, I will do my best not to be a burden to you, your holiness. So please, let me come with you. Hearing that, Ray sighed tiredly. Then face me. You claim you're strong enough not to get in my way, right? Then prove it to me. Jack looked seriously into his eyes. He moved his lips and agreed, I understand. Then, as Jack swung his sword at Ray, he thought, I am truly sorry for this, your holiness. But in a flash, he easily blocked his sword strike. Jack's eyes widened in shock. Sword aura, he smiled and asked, do you understand now? He was completely stunned, unable to believe it. No way. Even if he could really control sword aura, to so easily block my attack with a sword that small? Ray said seriously once more, you need to be somewhere else. That is where you need to go. Returning to the present, Jack gently explained to Ariel, being by his side wouldn't have helped. That's why I was worried and came to assist you, Saintess Ariel. Fea, seeing Ariel's serious expression, called out softly, Miss Ariel? But she didn't answer, thinking, no way. He can't possibly not understand the danger of a necromancer. She couldn't help but resentfully think, that idiot doesn't understand what kind of dire situation he's in. And Ariel had no idea that. Ray had already returned to Salonia. What a shame. He stood looking at the bloody scene around him. I'm really worried about Mary and Chris. Just then, a voice called out, Your Holiness. Ray heard it and immediately turned his head. Behind him, Mary was crying and hugging Chris. Both children's bodies were covered in fresh blood. But Chris was lying still, not moving. Mary, His Holiness Ray rushed towards them. Mary, are you okay? And what about Chris? He reached out his hand to check. There was no pulse or sign of life. Judging by her condition, she's probably. Mary sobbed and said, Your Holiness, Chris, she's been frail since she was little. As her older sister, I should have protected her. He pursed his lips and said, Mary, I was wrong to bring you here. It seems I've only caused you more pain. I'm sorry. Hearing that, the little girl quickly retorted, That's not true. You did the best you could to give us a better life. It's not your fault. Even so, if only I were stronger. Could I have protected my sister then? I want to become stronger. Ray fell completely silent. He quietly looked at the corpses around them. Looking at the knight's body behind the two kids, these injuries weren't caused by a warrior of the Holy Nation. Based on the surrounding evidence, it seems Mary killed him, so the kid has talent. If that's the case, he said in a low voice, You people hiding over there, show yourselves now. But he was met with complete silence. Then Ray frowned, looking angry. Well now, you dare to ignore my words like that? 2 on the roof, 3 hiding under the tree, 1 by the fountain, and 1 more following me. You better come out. Immediately, a group of people with their faces completely covered appeared. The Black family, 7 messengers. We greet you, Your Holiness. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hong Yang, one of the 7 messengers of the Black family. And, from the right are Huk Yang, Jun Yang, Sai Yang, Yuk Yang, So Yang, and Hyung Yang. After hearing that, Ray's face went blank. Whoever named them was so lazy. Setting that issue aside, he frowned slightly and said, All right, the reason I called you all here is, of course, to ask you to take care of this child. Hong glanced at Mary. That little girl? Yes. This child has a natural talent for being an assassin. She used her sharp eyes to observe the little girl once over. I see. Observations do show that this girl managed to survive even after the enemy swept through this area. But even so, you're training this girl to be an assassin. Before she could finish, Ray cut her off bluntly. I don't intend for her to follow that path. I just want her to have the chance to fulfill her potential. So Yang said softly, You mean you want us to teach her the techniques? Spot on. So Yang here really gets it, but Hong immediately refused. We can't. We've been ordered to follow and protect you 24/7. Where will we find the time to teach anyone? That's right, and moreover, some of us cannot reveal our identities to outsiders, because the leaked information could directly or indirectly bring you harm. So what? Jay frowned, thinking, I knew this would be difficult, but these guys are too stubborn. He asked in a low voice, even if it's my command. All of their bodies flinched. Jay couldn't help but be surprised. They're reacting to the word command. He smirked. In that case, I command all of you to teach and train Mary in the necessary skills of an assassin. Although reluctant, they all had to obey. We obey. Very well. Oh, right. And hold a proper funeral for that little girl. I'm counting on you, he gently said to the bewildered Mary sitting beside him. All right, Mary. Now, go with them and try to study hard. Okay? They are all trustworthy people. Can you do it? The little girl asked worriedly. Yes, but what about you, sir? I have to go help everyone before it's too late. The saint reassured her gently. It's okay. It won't be long. Scene changed to Ariel, who was giving blessings. She continuously used her blessings to strengthen the swordsman. Oh, it's a blessing. Perhaps God is on our side. She shouted loudly, Now, march forward and seize victory. Fia, beside her, was extremely worried for the saintess. Are you all right? I think you've used too much holy power. Ariel replied softly. The road ahead is still long. It's okay. For now, Fia, can you take care of the left flank for me? Of course, leave it to me, she thought silently. Even though I say that, it's just a temporary measure. I still don't know the enemy's strength, and I can't just keep casting blessings indiscriminately. The best thing I can do is to lower the enemy's morale, and make them retreat. Besides, he's a 9th Circle Archmage, after all. He probably won't die that easily, right? She clenched her fist. Just wait, I'm coming. At that moment, a sword slash suddenly flew towards Ariel. Lost in thought, she didn't sense it in time, but Ariel quickly used her holy sword to block it. Immediately after, a soft laugh was heard. A pleasure to meet you, Saintess. Jack immediately recognized the opponent, Duke Rahat. I didn't expect you to be involved in this. The swordmaster, Duke Rahat, smiled casually and said, Oh my, it seems the Saintess doesn't appreciate my greeting much. Huh. Jack quickly moved to shield her. Saintess, are you all right? Seeing him, he spoke with a flippant attitude. Well, look who it is. Isn't it little Duke Jack? You look stronger since the last time we met. Jack frowned and retorted. Shut up, Duke Rahat. You should be ashamed for betraying God. He sneered nonchalantly. The Holy Kingdom is about to be destroyed. You must have realized that yourself, right? The Holy Kingdom is insignificant before our superior power. Ariel gritted her teeth and thought, as always, this guy really pisses me off. But even though he's infuriating, I really don't stand a chance. He's a master swordsman. I'm not sure I could beat him even at my best. Especially not now, with my holy power depleted. He's one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent. Even if I attacked together with Jack, it would still be difficult to handle. Rahat lowered his voice and suggested, Saintess, why don't we take a break and have our troops fall back? Hearing this, Ariel was bewildered, not understanding what he was planning. Is he overestimating us? If not, did I miss something? Contrary to Ariel's worries, the immense amount of holy power she used had actually helped them gain the upper hand and successfully lowered the enemy's morale. He was also calculating in his mind, our troops are gradually being pushed back. Even for me, it's difficult to face a high-level swordsman and the Saintess at the same time. It's best to retreat and regroup for now. Those were Rahat's exact thoughts. Ariel was also considering the offer, which wasn't bad. It's very beneficial for Feta if we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Then let's have a temporary truce. Hearing this, Rahat smiled. A wise decision indeed. Then it seems we have nothing more to say to each other. Just then, another voice suddenly interjected. Hey, you think you can just leave as you please? Hearing the voice, he was startled and looked up. The others were equally astonished. This voice. It can't be. Don't tell me it's. Jay slowly walked towards them. Do you think this place is a market you can just come to and leave as you please? The saint muttered an incantation in a low voice. Rockstorm, psychokinesis, fire. It's been a while. My hands have been itching for a fight if I happen to lose control now. Up in the sky, a large fireball quickly formed. I can't guarantee your life will remain intact. You see, while a human body is only supposed to contain a single type of energy, for saints chosen by God, their magical energy inside them is converted into holy power. Therefore, they can no longer use magic. Rahat witnessed this and couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is happening with this kid? Jay said nonchalantly. Any last words? I'll give you some time. The fireball descended lower and lower. He gulped and stammered. How about a battle of representatives? He raised an eyebrow and asked back. Huh? Representatives? Rahat forced a smile and continued. I'm sure this will be a beneficial deal for you. If you intend to kill everyone here, I'm sure it will become a difficult problem for you in the future. But if you face me one-on-one to decide the outcome, Jay couldn't understand what nonsense he was spouting. What the hell? I know you're scared of that fireball, yet you still think you have a chance against me one-on-one? Jack, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. Your Holiness, I advise you not to listen to him. He might be trying to manipulate you. He clicked his tongue and said, I know it's best to eliminate you right here and now. But I'll admit you've got goots. Dispel. Immediately. The fireball in the sky shattered into pieces. Jack cried out in surprise, Your Holiness. Seeing this, Rahat's eyes lit up. He smiled and thought, did he really accept? Is he an idiot? Rahat, was it? Jay gestured provocatively with one finger. Come at me, he sneered inwardly. This brat. He has so many openings, it looks like this is my chance. Even if he's a mage who can summon meteors, it's all meaningless if he can't cast his spells in time. If so, he quickly moved forward. Then he leaped high into the air. I'll finish him quickly. But Jay remained as calm as before. He used magic to create another sword and blocked his slash. Seeing this, Rahat's eyes widened. Sword aura. He immediately retreated. My sword. His sword now has a small crack on it. Oh, looks like your sword is still intact, huh? He smiled and asked, what are you planning? How about I attack first, then? Rahat thought to himself. Summoning meteors, using holy power, and now he can even create sword aura? Where did this monster come from? Even so, he continued to charge forward. The two clashed, continuously attacking and blocking. After a while, Rahat suddenly realized something. Huh? Wait. This kid, his swordsmanship. Don't tell me. Jay smiled faintly and said, I get it now. So this is how you do it? He leaped high, raising his sword aura. He's copying my technique. Rahat felt utter panic. I've made a mistake. How can I fight an opponent like this, even in a one-on-one duel? Jay asked calmly. Hey, do you know why I accepted your one-on-one duel? When it comes to people who like to play with the lives of others, like you, I make it a point to not let them live peacefully. As he spoke, he swung an extremely sharp sword slashed towards him. This time, Rahat couldn't predict the sword's trajectory. He didn't just copy it, he made it his own. Is this what they call a genius? His leg was now deeply slashed. Rahat knelt in pain as Jay pointed his sword at him. Are you satisfied now? I suppose we should end it here. He struggled to say, I lost. I surrender, so please. Feeling no pity, he said coldly, a duke and a sword master like you would cast aside his pride to take orders from whom? You're the one who started that rebellion, aren't you? And the revenge against the nobles too. While Jay was speaking, Jahat gripped his sword. All I wanted, then swung it forward with all his might. All I want to do is to let those cowering nobles know that even brutal methods like this can change the holy nation. But Jay easily blocked his attack. Then, his energy blade suddenly shattered into pieces, and another one appeared. Jahat was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The sword was disappearing, not giving him time to understand. Jay decisively delivered the finishing blow, beheading him as Jack stood by. Witnessing it from start to finish, he could not help but admire the unstoppable sword strike. Meanwhile, at the other fortress, what are you talking about? So you are telling me that the new saint is the kingdom's #1 knight commander? Vabon Gaiman said blankly summoned thousands of fireballs and wiped out an entire legion of the undead. Standing next to him was the kingdom's #1 knight commander. Raymond Klain, who was also skeptical, defeated the necromancer and saved everyone. The kingdom's #2 commander mage, Lemon Philia, also found it extremely hard to believe. I cannot believe the magic power in his body. Is he a necromancer? Hario smiled and explained, just as you have seen, we are very grateful for your help. But everything has been resolved. Suddenly, someone called out Lord Hario. What is going on? We have just received word from the Saint. It seems they have defeated the rebel forces. On Ariel's side, can I go first? I still have a few things to take care of. Yes, of course, we will handle the rest. She let out a sigh of relief. It seems we have cleared most of the areas. Fia smiled brightly and praised. Well done, Lord Iriel, but I wonder about what the Saint has done. Could he be a powerful being sent down from the Holy Kingdom? Hearing this, Jack frowned and reminded Fia to watch her tone when speaking about the Saint. All right, settle down if you want to hear what I have to say about the Saint. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light appeared from a distance. Seeing this, Fia shouted in confusion, "What is happening? What is going on?" This is magic power, but where is it coming from? The air is so cold. Jack gritted his teeth and warned Saint, be careful, that magical energy is getting denser. It is gathering to form some kind of object. Iriel quickly realized. It cannot be that thing is a bone dragon. The sky was covered in a terrifying red color. Countless bolts of lightning of various sizes continuously struck down. At this moment, at the holy temple, Acleus saw Jay and hurriedly said, "Sir." Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. "You feel it too, right? We must leave quickly. I am counting on you to handle what I have instructed. Of course, that child Maria, I will take good care of her. Please do not worry." He glanced inside the room. "The messengers will also be watching, so there will not be any problems." The messengers, you do not know, I will introduce you later. Yes. Travel safely, Sir," Acleus thought to herself. The messengers, could it be referring to them? The scene changes to Salonia. The bone dragon roared wildly at the swordsman. Anyone who charged forward was controlled by its magic and forced to kill themselves. Iriel was trying to use her holy power to restore the holy protection. But the situation is getting worse. There are too many of them, and holy magic is useless. Saintess, we have to retreat. Before they could move, the bone dragon suddenly flew towards her and let out a loud roar. The magic power it emitted was more terrifying than ever, so powerful that Iriel could not move. She could only stand still. This is a dragon's pressure. I cannot bear it. The fear is crushing my body. I have to stay conscious. But Jack and Fia quickly stood in front to shield her. Iriel's eyes widened as she realized the fear pressing on her was weakening. No, it was not weakening. It was because the two of them were shouldering part of the fear for me. Jack and Fia said in unison, "Saintess, do not worry. To live until now, and only now face the fear of a dragon, it has truly been worthwhile. Thank you for helping me. The fear makes one's body immobile as if paralyzed. Even if it is just a skeleton, it is still a dragon." Just then, a sound came from behind Fia. The sound, could it be? A skeleton took advantage of her distraction and swung its sword to attack. In the nick of time, luckily Jack managed to block and destroy it. Seeing this, Feiha was extremely surprised. "Jack, you can move again." A little, he struggled to destroy the remaining ones. "I can move, but the fear prevents me from using my full strength." While affected by this dragon's pressure, the Saintess already needs 2 people to protect her. "I can only stall for time until the Saint arrives. At least I can do this much." Jack shut his eyes tightly to compose himself and continued to charge forward. To be worthy of the honor of being his servant, he swung his sword again and again. But there were too many monsters, they just kept coming one after another. Because he could not use his full power, Jack revealed an opening and the skeletons surrounded him. Fia cried out worriedly, "What should I do? Jack is going to die." Iriel gritted her teeth and thought, "Oh gods, please. It is impossible even if I use my divine power. I still cannot move in this situation. I can only pray for Jack." Right after that, from within the pile of bones, a flash of light suddenly appeared, knocking them away. Jack struggled to get up on his body now. Various wounds, large and small, had appeared. Feiha asked with tears in her eyes, "Jack, are you okay?" "I am fine, do not worry." Jack had to use his sword to support himself. Since becoming a high-level swordsman, this is the first time I have been this tired. But luckily, that bone dragon, aside from spreading fear, has not made any other moves. He struggled up to fight again, thinking, is it because it has difficulty moving? I am a sword genius, the youngest high-level sword master. Right after that, a sharp claw suddenly lunged at him from behind. Jack swung his sword repeatedly, but his body could no longer hold out. "I cannot believe I am this helpless. If only someone stronger than me were here. At least if I were as strong as Jay." In the end, Jack could no longer resist. He was attacked by 3 skeletons at once. "I cannot face the Saint anymore." Fresh blood flowed down as Jack collapsed to the ground. "I am sorry, I can no longer be by your side." Suddenly, Jay's voice rang out from behind. "Jack, you have worked hard." He quickly used recovery magic to destroy all the remaining skeletons. Then Jay faced the bone dragon. "Is that it? You damn dragon, you are causing too much trouble." He was completely unaffected by its fear pressure. Jay observed while preparing a spell. Jay's mind recalled an old memory. "When I was young, I read articles about dark magic, a great weapon that ended the ancient magic era. It nullifies all magic below the 7th circle. A 1,000-year-old undead that even a holy sword cannot cut." He looked at the monster, calculating in his head, if such a powerful bone dragon appears here, it means there must be another necromancer nearby. Jay's eyes glowed. "I cannot pinpoint their location because the bone dragon's aura is blocking it, but I can deduce that they are behind this." So Jay decided, "Once I am done here, I will find you." Then he whispered a word. Heal instantly. A stream of pure power surrounded the monster. The magic animating it was broken. Iriel was completely astonished. He defeated the bone dragon, with a single healing spell. Fiha tried to move. I can move again. The dragon's fear aura was dispelled. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flashed. A purple light pierced through his magic. It officially transformed into a new, upgraded version. Panic screams were everywhere. It is using its dragon breath. Jack worriedly turned and shouted, "Saint, get back," before he could do anything. The monster shot forward in a straight line, causing the ground to crack and rocks to jut out. Jay's tone was still very calm as he looked at the crack on the barrier. I did not expect this mana shield could crack. It truly is a powerful weapon. He stood in front of the others and gave an order to the monster. But don't you dare destroy this town any further. Ray continuously chanted a magic spell to attack it. Heal, heal, to the final word, heal. A blinding light shone brightly, radiating outwards. Jack looked towards the gate. A magic portal just appeared. He mumbled, "Necromancers, I can't feel their presence. They must have fled." Meanwhile, over here, Iriel was desperately using her magic to heal Jack. "He's not recovering, Sir Jack. Please wake up." Fia panicked as well. "Saintess, why isn't Sir Jack being healed by the holy spell?" Her expression turned serious. "The demonic energy inside his body is rejecting the holy magic," Ariel said. "Even though we can still save him, if we continue to channel holy energy into him, it's possible, but I don't know how much longer Sir Jack can last in this state." Hearing this, she cried out in sorrow. "No." Just then, Ray called out, "Ariel, wait." She turned her head slightly surprised. "Your Holiness." He grabbed scissors and cut away the tattered clothes on Jack's body. "His condition is critical." Looking at his wounded body, Ray observed and analyzed his lower abdomen. His intestines are torn apart. "It's a miracle. He's still alive." "At least his lungs are still okay," he said with a determined expression. "I will do my best to save Jack," he thought to himself, "even though we're in the worst possible environment for this." Then, Ray raised his hands and cast a wide-area healing spell, knowing that if he wanted to perform surgery on him, we can't miss the golden hour. He then ordered Iriel, "I need you to make sure no poisonous gas or demonic energy gets near me." Though still shaken, she accepted the order, replying, "I understand," seeing him take out a knife to prepare for surgery. Feha panicked. "Your Holiness, what are you?" He cut her off, reminding Feha. Iriel didn't dare speak up, and she just tried to hold back her tears and watch intently. This time, Ray focused on healing Jack. "I don't have any instruments or any readily available artificial parts in this environment. I have no choice but to reconnect the damaged parts as quickly as possible. Although it's not that simple, the biggest problem is the demonic energy inside his body. If that's the case," he placed his sealed hand on the man's wounded area, "I guess there's no other way." Right after that, streams of demonic energy immediately poured out through his fingers. Ray gritted his teeth and endured it. Even evil energy is just another form of magical power. I use the beneficial properties of healing magic to treat the parts of the body with low concentrations of demonic energy. First, as the areas damaged by the demonic energy shrink, I'll be able to treat the other parts. That way, I can slowly absorb the evil energy from Jack's body. Ray lifted his hand. His hand was covered in a thick layer of the aura. He muttered in frustration, "Damn it. There's too much demonic energy. What happened to him?" The inside of Jack's body was cleaner than before. He looked inside, then prepared for the second step. "All right, I'm done with one part. I've successfully extracted all the evil energy. From the less damaged areas, I'm running out of time. Now, I'll begin." He resumed chanting the healing spell. As he worked, Jay thought, "I'll connect the aorta to ensure the heart can function normally again. I'll also reconnect the damaged veins and restore the blood circulation." As for the abdomen, suddenly a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to cry out. Ray stared at his hand. "Damn it. It hurts so much, this demonic energy." He then observed Jack's complexion. "He looks better. I can tell from the color and the surface of his lungs. It seems he can hold on. I knew a swordsman like him would pull through." Ray chanted the healing spell, his raised hands glowing. "Next, I'll start on the abdomen." His entire focus was on the task. His small intestine is a complete mess. At least there's no infection and the internal organs still look okay. I can save him. Ariel stood at a distance watching Ray, working tirelessly to heal Jack. In her mind, she softly called out, "Your Holiness." She was conflicted. "To be honest, I didn't believe in you at first. I even stopped Feha. I was still suspicious. I couldn't accept the methods that he used to save Sir Jack, and yet I can feel it. Sir Jack's life force is returning." Not only that, Ariel was just as worried about Ray, but His Holiness's left hand, it has completely turned black. Will he be all right? Time passed. After finishing the final stitch, Ray's voice came out. "It's done." He staggered to his feet, about to announce, "I'm finished," but the very next second, Ray's entire body collapsed. She rushed to his side. "Your Holiness." Ariel hurriedly used her power to save him. "Purify." However, it was more difficult than she thought. No, the demonic energy has already seeped into his bones. I need to precisely control my holy energy to purify it. Ariel's solitary figure was getting anxious. "I can't do this alone. If only someone with medical expertise were here." Suddenly, someone appeared. Ariel looked at Hong's group with a strange gaze. "Those people..." She quickly ordered her subordinate Jia Okeyong to protect His Holiness. She spoke, "Are you His Holiness's protectors?" Hong coldly confirmed, "That's right." Then she made a request. "From now on, we will take His Holiness to Salonia. We hope you will return with us to continue his treatment process." And Ariel, having no intention to resist, immediately agreed, "I understand. I will meet everyone at His Holiness's mansion soon." But she couldn't help but think, these people, even though they're standing right in front of me, their presence is terrifying. It's like seeing ghosts. She replied politely, "Thank you." Then Ariel turned and signaled to her Feha, "Take care of the rest." Feha firmly reassured her, "Of course, once we're done here, I will definitely return to Jack's side." Ariel's eyes couldn't hide her worry. She softly called out, "Your Holiness." Jack was brought back resting on a white bed, a luxurious one as usual. In his dream, voices echoed in his ears. His colleague Du Sung reminded him, startling him awake, "We need to get to the operating room. What are you thinking about?" The surgical assistant held out the patient's chart and said softly, "I'm sure you can rely on the monitoring chart." But before he could finish, he was cut off. Calmly, he put on his scrubs and entered the operating room. That's right, the cardiac surgery patient is confirmed. He entered while thinking to himself, "For some reason, my spirits are a bit low." Surgery monitoring chart. In the dream, Jack was wearing a modern-day patient gown. Jack was a bit dazed looking at him. "This patient, he looks familiar." Then he shook his head to dismiss the thought. No way, I need to focus." As usual, Jay asked for a scalpel, but the reply was just a confusing sentence. "What is scalpel, doctor?" The two assistants were performing magic. They looked at him with puzzled expressions. "We just need to use magic." Immediately after, Ray woke up with a start, letting out a loud shout. Once he calmed down and looked out the window, he asked in a daze, "Where is this?" A voice answered immediately. "Ah, Claudia Mary." She greeted him formally. "You're awake, Your Holiness." The young girl's eyes welled up with tears of joy. "Your Holiness, thank goodness you're awake." Ray reached out and patted Mary's head. "Thank you, Mary." The young girl scolded him lightly. "Why were you so reckless?" He looked at Claudia, who was trying to hold back her emotions. "You look like you were worried about me." But she covered it up with a childish excuse. "I was just worried I was going to lose my job." He sighed helplessly. "You really can't bring yourself to be nice to me, can you?" Suddenly, Ray remembered something and asked the two of them, "See, come to think of it, where is Sai?" Mary hesitated. "Sai about him?" Claudia's face darkened as she began to accuse him. "Not only did he fail to save you when you were in danger and cause you to get injured, but now he's unconscious himself." Seeing her about to fly into a rage, he tried to calm her down. "I'm fine, so there's no need to blame him." Ray propped himself up on the mattress, changing the subject. "In any case, why are you two always picking on each other? Can't you just get along?" The sensation in his hand startled him, and he raised it to take a look. "Wait, how can I move my arm like this? It hurts a little, even though it looks strange." She reported that the Saintess and the Archbishop have treated you. He couldn't help but be surprised. "What? Eclair?" Eclair nodded to confirm. "Yes, no one in this world has healing magic that can compare to Lady Eclair's." Then she hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell him, "Although it is unfortunate that I must tell you this news, but there are a few things I need you to see." Day wondered, "A few things I need to see? What is it?" Acleus replied, "It's in the basement. If you wish to see it, please follow me." The two left the room and headed to the dark dungeon. The moment the cloth was lifted, Day froze. She explained the presence of the item. "It seems one of your envoys brought it back with you." He mumbled, "The heart of a bone dragon. I can feel the dark energy radiating from it." Acleus presented, "Although we have wrapped it in a holy light membrane, we still can't completely block the evil aura from spreading. According to the records, this heart was left behind where the bone dragon was defeated." Day turned and asked, "So what is the reason you're showing me this?" She explained, "You have been tasked with bringing it to the auditorium." He picked up the demonic heart, his voice rising slightly as he questioned, "The auditorium? Don't tell me they want me to explain how I killed the bone dragon." She confirmed, "That is correct. It seems some nobles do not believe your words. The Pope has ordered you to come, to give a direct explanation of the events that transpired." A sense of mockery rose in Day's heart. "I captured a necromancer and drove back the rebels. I even defeated a bone dragon, and now they want me to act like a diplomat? What is the Pope doing?" Finally, he ordered, "Acleus, take it and follow me." She obediently followed. "Yes, Your Holiness." Day's mind was troubled. "I can hardly manage, with so many things happening one after another." The scene shifts to a large lecture hall. Almost everyone was present. The sound of bustling chatter rang out. He defeated a necromancer by himself? That must be a lie. This is like a play he staged. Someone approached and whispered something in Eclair's ear. She replied in a low voice, "Really? All right." Then Archbishop Eclair stood at the podium before everyone and began to speak. "Now everyone, please calm down. I'm sure there are many answers you want to hear." Someone interrupted, "No, before that, Archbishop, do you really think this is possible? It's not just that he defeated the bone dragon, but also the rumor that he was able to use mana." "The one who just spoke was Count Leon from the Vibin Kingdom," Eclair calmly replied. "We also do not know the exact details of the incident. Only God knows the truth." The old man immediately looked angry, questioning the role of the holy nation. Isn't it to find this out and explain it to the representatives of other kingdoms? Just then, the door burst open and the person in question appeared. Now, I'm sure you are all very curious. Day strode in and announced, "Ask whatever you are suspicious of. I will answer." A red-haired girl spoke up first. Then, "Allow me to ask a question. It's an honor to meet you, Your Holiness. I am Marchioness Philia from the Lemon Kingdom. I heard that you use magic to defeat the Necromancer and the Bone Dragon by yourself. Is that true?" He answered directly, "Yes, that's right." She was stunned. "That is his answer?" Day ordered gruffly. "Now, the next question." Another person spoke up, "Your Holiness, what we need now is proof." He introduced himself. "I am Gregory from the Regent Empire. It's a pleasure to meet you." The woman next to him continued, "I am Selena from the Regent Empire. Your presence is our honor, Your Holiness." Hearing that question, he glanced at them with contempt. "Proof?" Gregory expressed. "Yes. We came here to assist in preventing any further dangers that might befall the Holy Nation and these 6 lands. The recent events are not only dangerous for the Holy Nation alone, but for all 6 lands. Don't you think we deserve proper proof? To be sure, we can leave this territory in peace," Selena chimed in. "Although I'm sure the captured necromancer is sufficient proof already." Selena's provocative demeanor was deliberately twisting his words. "That alone does not prove you captured the necromancer by yourself." Eclair glanced and smirked, assessing the fearsome sword of the Regent Empire, and the youngest, Mage Princess of the 6 realms. It seems some big shots have started to make their move. In other words, they perceive the saint as a threat. They fear someone who single-handedly defeated a necromancer and a bone dragon. That's why they see this as an opportunity to determine whether to eliminate him immediately. She looked at him with an interested expression. "Now, what will you do?" Day just scoffed. He countered that foolish argument. "Whether I defeated the immortal by myself or with others. What does that have to do with your kingdom?" The man stubbornly justified his jealousy. "Gathering accurate information is not only an important task for our kingdom, but for other kingdoms as well. If we only take the Holy Nation's word for it, it would be difficult to plan our next steps." He took a step closer, repeating the words, "Proof? You demand proof?" Before he could react, a sword was pointed right at Gregory's throat. "Is this enough proof?" The man recoiled in fear. His swordsmanship is so fast. Selena saw this, but stubbornly asked, "Is this an official declaration from the Holy Nation to the Regent Empire?" He reached out his hand and ordered, "An official declaration? Interesting. Acleus, bring it to me." She walked over carrying a white cloth bundle. "Yes, Your Holiness." Day decisively removed the cloth. He held the dark heart in his hand, his every word a challenge to those sitting here. "Is this the proof you all need?" The heart of a bone dragon. "I'm sure you all know it's real when you see the dark energy radiating from it." Selena stared blankly at the object. "This is really the heart of a bone dragon." Day simply replied, "If you don't believe me, then touch it." Solon hesitated, looking at the heart being presented to her. But to prove he was a fraud, she grabbed it with both hands immediately. The heart erupted with a powerful field of dark energy. Her face turned pale, and she stammered, unable to form words. "I can't breathe. This demonic energy." Day bluntly replied, "The Holy Nation has given you every right to interrogate the captured necromancer." He took the heart back from Selena's hands and continued, "Regardless of who defeated it, the Holy Nation has enough power to defeat even a mighty bone dragon." Day's expression became fearsome as he questioned them in return. "And this is your attitude towards us? I just don't understand. Would you mind if I ask a question now? Your actions today, are they an official declaration from the Regent Empire against the Holy Nation?" The two of them huddled together in fear, not daring to make a sound. Eclair witnessed it all and smiled. In the end, the two of them were forced to stand up and bow respectfully. "We now conclude. Regarding the disrespect shown to the Holy Nation, I, Gregory of the Regent Empire, sincerely apologize." Though unwilling, she still had to admit fault. "I, Selena of the Regent Empire, sincerely apologize." Day handed the wrapped heart to someone to put away, reminding them, "I hope you two understand that. Just one wrong statement from you could lead to conflict between us." He clicked his tongue, showing his annoyance, and emphasized again, "I don't care about your status in your kingdom, but please understand that when you come here, you are representing your entire kingdom." Then Day turned, hands on his hips, and looked at Eclair. "Is this enough? I was in the middle of something when I was summoned here, so I hope you understand. Now I must return." She replied with satisfaction, "Yes, thank you, Your Holiness." The verbal spar went smoothly, which made Eclair very happy. She asked one last time, "So, does anyone else have any more questions?" The sun shone brightly outside the castle. Having just escaped a headache of a questioning session, Jay had an idea. "Should I go visit Jack?" Suddenly, Acleus called out to him, "Your Holiness." She began to explain in a serious tone, "As one who serves you, I have no objection to you showing us kindness. However, among those who are not of equal rank, A certain distance should be maintained to ensure everyone is treated equally. The reason I'm telling you this is because, recently, I've noticed that you are showing favoritism. Jay was startled by her long speech. He quickly denied it. No, no, all I'm doing is just checking on the condition of a patient I'm treating. Favoritism. But he was a little surprised. I can't believe she wants this much attention, he thought. Acleus added, and besides that, there's a long list of people who want to see you. Jay was surprised. Me? Why? She reported truthfully. After you left the trial, the rumors started spreading. The one who had a few more questions for him was Selena, capturing the necromancer and defeating the bone dragon, and the saint who did all that with magic. Could you tell us how many circles the saint has achieved? Eclair calmly addressed the issue. Right now, not even the Holy Nation knows how many circles the saint is at. However, a smug smile played on her lips. In our empire, we recently estimated that he is at least at the 8th circle of mana, or even higher, she declared. Eclair's declaration at the trial was based on the magic Jay used during the baptism ceremony, and it was merely a guess. The head of the Magic Association is a 5th circle mage, and the heads of each nation's royal magic academies are only 6th circle mages. That declaration left a lasting impression on the trial's attendees, and Selena was one such person. She was shocked and couldn't believe it. It's absurd. The Saint of the Holy Nation isn't at the 5th circle, nor at the human limit of the 6th circle, but the 8th circle. Therefore, she proposed, the Regent Empire wishes to spend more time in the Holy Nation. We want to confirm the High Priestess's statement. Naturally, this sparked a wave of curiosity. Other members also chimed in. In that case, can the Lemon Kingdom also spend more time here? The Vibin Kingdom also wishes to stay in the Holy Nation. Eclair smiled with satisfaction. Of course, anyone who wishes to stay in the Holy Nation is welcome. Inwardly, she sneered. Oh, Jay, you're going to be very busy. After hearing the story, Jay held his head helplessly. Even though I expected this to happen, I didn't think it would be so sudden, and Acleus added, the Regent Empire requests a meeting with you. If you have a preferred time to meet them, he refused flatly. No. Jay ordered, cancel it all. We're going to Duke Jack's residence right now. She spoke with some difficulty. Your Holiness. Acleus's tone was a reminder. Although I've already mentioned this, you shouldn't favor Jack like this. Knowing Acleus had misunderstood him again, he quickly corrected her. I already told you. It's not like that. Sunlight shone through the leaves. The two of them finally boarded the carriage. They set off. Jay looked out the window and remarked, the residence seems to be quite deep inside. It feels like we're entering an elven village. Acleus asked, have you been to an elven village before? He smiled and replied, yes. I lived in an elven village before I came here. A wave of emotion came over him. Thinking back now, Jay raised his pitch-black hand, looking at it and wondering, I wonder how they're doing. The coachman turned back to announce, Miss Acleus. She then spoke formally to Jay. We have arrived at Duke Jack's residence. Let's go, Your Holiness. Jay replied cheerfully, okay. The carriage door opened, and the two walked to the castle gate. Jay looked at the vast space in awe. It's huge. This place reminds me of Jack. Acleus, following behind, added, Jack designed the exterior of the residence. The interior furnishings were from the previous owner, so the current master only had to make his selections. A maid waiting at the gate politely announced, Lord Jack is in his bedroom. Please follow me. He said his thanks, then looked at Acleus. Shall we? Walking down the hallway, Jay remembered a question he had. By the way, why was Jack moved here? He could have recovered at Salonia Castle just fine, she explained as they walked. When you were unconscious, Jack was the one who took care of you, despite his own exhaustion. He was a little surprised. Jack took care of me. Yes, Acleus confirmed. Then she recalled Jack's indignant shouting, How dare you touch the saint's precious body with those unworthy hands? Do you wish to die by my hand? Acleus recounted with irritation. That's what he said, and he wouldn't let me get near you. He said that he couldn't stay and care for you in such a weak and exhausted state, so he returned here. He's very kind, but I didn't think that was necessary. Jay felt a deep sense of sympathy. You must really hate Jack. The maid stopped and gestured respectfully. We are here. Though she said nothing, her expression clearly said, I don't hate him. I just don't like him. I have no interest in him. Jay thought. The three great families are all surrounding me. Perhaps that's why. There's a struggle among them. His hand reached the doorknob. I can't put this off any longer. I need to hurry. He stepped inside and greeted with a cheerful smile. Jack, are you here? Seeing him, Jack shot up in surprise. Your Holiness, Jay quickly said with concern. Stay resting. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. But Jack, agitated, immediately threw off the blanket to get out of bed. I can't. How could I possibly do that when Your Holiness is here? I'm here to check on you. I need you to lie down so I can examine you. Hearing that, he lay on the bed and opened his shirt, revealing his bare chest. Really, I understand. Please look as closely as you wish. Jay replied shyly. All right, thank you. He was surprised after just a single glance at the wound. Jay's mood immediately brightened. Wow, you've recovered quite well, haven't you? That's a fast recovery speed. Is it because you're a sword master? He blushed and replied shyly, it's all thanks to you for treating my wound. Acleed, standing to one side, looked annoyed at the scene and sternly suggested Sir Jack. How much longer are you going to show off for the saint? I suggest you put your clothes on. Jack immediately retorted sarcastically, why are you here, Miss Acleed? You're so busy, I don't think you need to be here at all. She coldly denied it without looking Jack in the eye. I merely followed the saint here. Did you think I came all this way to see you? Seeing the two about to argue again, Jay cut in, please don't fight anymore. He put his hands on his hips, exasperated. Why do you two always argue? Are you going to be like this during important moments too? Acleus immediately softened her tone. I apologize, Jack, however, solemnly took a jab at her. Yes. You are right, Your Holiness. I believe they are the worst kind of people in this world. They're people who argue a lot. He finally stated his purpose for the day. I came here to check on Jack's wound, but there's something more important. The two looked bewildered. Something more important. He ordered messengers come out. Before Jack could even see a figure, a voice quickly interjected. If you keep summoning us out in the open like this, there will be consequences. Your Holiness. Hong appeared swiftly at Jay's call. He thought to himself, even though I couldn't sense their presence, I didn't think they were this close. Jack grabbed the sword beside him on guard and warned, where do you think you are? For an assassin like you to dare step foot in here. Suddenly, the tip of his sword was gently pushed back into its sheath, unbeknownst to him, so had appeared right beside him. He said softly, we are not your enemies. Please sheathe your sword. Jack was caught completely off guard. Another one. Although they often bickered, the situation was dangerous. Acleed remained alert and on guard, preparing to strike. Even though he was injured, a sword master like Jack couldn't react in time. These people, could it be? She shouted, get back. Just then, Sa suddenly appeared behind her, grabbing her hand to restrain her. Calm down. If we were enemies, you would have been dead long ago. Then Jay finally spoke up to calm everyone down. All right, stop. This must be the first time Acleed and Jack have seen them right. He introduced them. You two greet each other? Messengers of the Temple Clan. Acleed was surprised. Those people are from the Temple Clan. The messengers spoke up. Your Holiness, we wish to know the reason why you have summoned us. Jay got straight to the point. All right, no more beating around the bush. I've summoned you for an important reason. Hong, listen carefully, please tell us. Everyone focused intently. This is an order. From now on. All of you. Suddenly, he paused for a moment. A smile curved his lips. Between the two groups, Jay declared loudly, we'll have dinner together. Everyone had the same question in their minds. Dinner. Elsewhere. The atmosphere was much heavier. A shout echoed. A failure. Do you have any idea how meticulously I planned this? The person in the green cloak retorted, our identities were exposed, and the necromancer was captured. Don't you think we should just destroy the Holy Kingdom? The person in the red cloak added, there's a monster in the Holy Kingdom. Until we eliminate him, we cannot touch the Holy Kingdom. The person in the yellow cloak asked, a monster? Are you talking about the magic swordsman who defeated the bone dragon? The one in green spoke impatiently. What should we do now? We have to come up with a plan. How can we possibly fight against a magic swordsman who defeated a bone dragon? The red cloak's voice lowered schemingly. I think I have a plan. The saint. We will send him to another empire. With his skills. Jay quickly prepared some heavenly-smelling grilled meat skewers. He asked softly, why isn't anyone eating? Is it that hard to swallow? They were all a bit hesitant. Your Holiness, may we ask, why you decided to organize an event like this? Hearing this, Jay smiled brightly, urging them to eat as he replied, I just want everyone to get to know each other so we can cooperate better in the future. Isn't the point of forming a team to help each other and make up for what's lacking in each other? Working separately as we are now isn't very effective. Of course, you all probably don't see much meaning in this, because you are all already very familiar with each other. It might not have an immediate effect, but eventually everyone will see its long-term benefits. Of course, I'll help too, Hong spoke in a low voice. If that is what you wish, we are willing to follow. He quickly said, about that, I want this to be based on a spirit of voluntariness, not coercion. If everyone feels that way, I'd rather keep things separate like they were at the beginning. Just then, Jack spoke clearly with a serious face. House Che will also cooperate with everyone. Acleus looked at him with suspicious eyes. Lord Jack, doing this means you will be breaking your family's traditions. I'm sure you understand what I mean, right? But Jack's attitude remained unchanged. The mission of House Che has always been to protect the saint from the very beginning. I am simply making a decision that helps fulfill my family's duty. Hong Sa and Jao all looked at each other. Hong raised his hand and made a decision. We will also cooperate. The duty of the Black House is to carry out the saint's orders regardless of our mission. The Black House will also participate. Seeing this, Acleus frowned and thought, oh, this is going more smoothly than I thought. Now only she was left. She said sternly, I understand. In that case, House Bellicris will also join. The duty of House Bellicris is to deliver news to the saint. Our family will fulfill our duty well and always be by your side. Jay couldn't help but be bewildered. He looked at Acleed, his head full of question marks. The duty to always be by my side. She quickly noticed his confusion. In other words, it means marrying you. The entire group was instantly dumbfounded, including Jay. He felt extremely panicked. I don't understand what's happening. Marriage scene changed to the next morning at the Holy Palace. You must have heard about the pleas from the neighboring countries, right? Iriel, seeing Jay's dazed and foolish expression, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong, Your Holiness?" He just replied tiredly, "Nothing." His gaze turned towards Aklud, who was standing quietly nearby. Flashing back to last night, after hearing Aklud's words, So couldn't help but ask, "That's a family duty." Aklud let out a slight smirk. "This is why I never wanted to bring it up. However, everyone, don't worry too much. Marriage is just one of the means to complete the mission. It's not mandatory. Besides, I have no interest in a saint who is only 15 years old." She glanced at Jay with her sharp eyes, for now at least. Returning to the present, Jay remembered those red eyes of Aklud's. He couldn't help but get goosebumps. He thought, come to think of it, that's the look she gives me every night, as if she wants to kill me. Iriel frowned, seeing his constantly changing expression. She couldn't understand Lord Gregory from the Radiant Empire is here to see you today. Let him in. Immediately after Gregory walked in with an apologetic smile, I came here today to see the two saints. I want to apologize for my rudeness during our last meeting. Please accept this as a small token of my apology. What's this? A necklace, he explained in a low voice. Sometimes at the tip of a wyvern's tail, a small crystal will form. However, this is a very rare occurrence. This earring was crafted from that special crystal. Hearing this, Iriel was so amazed her jaw dropped. Is this Cecil's tear? Jay, on the other hand, was clueless and asked what Cecil's tear was. She raised an eyebrow and replied, Cecil was a famous elven artisan from a few hundred years ago. One of the treasures she handcrafted herself is this pair of earrings. Although only one side remains now, legend has it that with magic, you can find the other one. This is a legendary treasure. Gregory smiled faintly and said, Your Holiness, please don't be alarmed. This is just a small gift from us. But Jay just said calmly, Iriel, what do you think? Does it suit me? Gregory, being interrupted, was baffled. When was he ever alarmed? He doesn't look worried at all. Jay smiled brightly and replied, All right, thank you very much for the gift. You can go now. I have a long line of guests waiting. Wait a moment, I still have something to say. He coughed lightly and said, We came from the Resident Empire to visit you because we want to build a friendly relationship between our two nations. Would you be interested in visiting our empire? Hearing that, he thought, a visit to the Resident Empire. It's considered the most powerful nation on the continent in terms of economy, military, and politics. Forging a political alliance with such a nation surely wouldn't be a bad idea for the Holy Nation. There are also many famous people in the medical field thanks to the exchange of information. So their medicine is certainly far superior to that of the Holy Nation and other countries. Lord Gregory continued, We have heard many rumors about you, Your Holiness. You not only tripled the farm's output with new methods you developed, but also gained many benefits from hiring surplus priests as mercenaries. Jay humbly replied, That was all the result of everyone's hard work. Of course, your influence on the Holy Nation has truly inspired us a great deal. If you agree to come to the Resident Empire to combine your methodologies with our technology, it will surely boost the economic growth of both nations threefold. After speaking, he thought to himself, How about that? The terms are very attractive. This is like giving you everything you want for free, Your Holiness. If we can attract your attention, then the technology of the Resident Empire is just a small price to pay. The truly valuable thing is this young man. After a moment of silence, Jay finally spoke. Thank you very much for your offer, Gregory. However, I'm afraid I must refuse. Right now, in the Holy Nation, there are still many matters waiting for my attention. These matters also involve the other nations, whose envoys are waiting outside the door, so I have no intention of visiting any other country. The others standing outside were startled when they heard this. Even Gregory couldn't have expected this answer. If that is your intention, then there's truly nothing we can do. Then, if you ever have the chance, please feel free to visit. Our empire will always be ready to welcome you. Of course. Thank you. Acleus then spoke up, asking, You refuse the invitation for the sake of the Holy Nation, right? Jay glanced at her and said, Of course. The border between the two nations hasn't been clearly drawn, so wouldn't it be foolish for me to go over there? Even so, you don't really have any urgent matters to attend to, do you? Of course I do. He smiled and gave an order. Gather the nobles from the neighboring regions. Tell them the saint has something to discuss. She immediately agreed, Yes, I'll do it right away. After Acleus left, Jay smiled and asked Iriel, who was sitting beside him, And could you possibly help me express my opinion? Like last time, Iriel? She replied calmly, If it's for political purposes, okay, I'll listen to you first to review it. He slowly stood up and said, Well then, I'm planning to build a dedicated facility to teach medicine. You mean medical science? We will establish an academy to train doctors to treat illnesses and save people's lives. You must have seen the situation on the battlefield. There were many wounds that couldn't be healed with holy power alone, and not everyone can use holy power. The warm morning sunlight gently shone through the window, filtering into the small room. A very familiar voice rang out, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Jay. I have been appointed as a professor for this academy. While I specialize in medicine, we will have a lesson on magic every week as a special lesson. Thank you for listening. I hope we can all work hard together." Everyone below shouted in agreement. Jay pursed his lips and thought to himself, "By the way, why are there so many people here? I don't think it's just students here. There aren't any professors here, are there? What are they doing over there?" He was right. The news of Jay becoming a new professor had created a sensation. The newly appointed professor with a high-level magic circle. That professor is actually the saint. Following that, rumors continued to spread. Among those stories, the one that garnered the most attention was about his appearance, with his bright, smooth white hair, along with his sky-blue eyes and soft skin, and chiseled face, along with the teardrop-shaped earrings. His magic perfected his appearance. In this normal academy, open to all classes, Jay's stunning appearance was more than enough to attract the attention of the young students. He lightly tapped the board with chalk. "All right, focus. The first lesson will be on magic materialization. Magic materialization is one of the factors that makes a mage, and it is also the ultimate goal. What elements does it consist of? Does anyone want to answer?" Immediately, a student below raised their hand and answered, "The convergence of mana, incantations, and the specific methods of casting." That's correct. There are 3 main elements. However, there are exceptions. Let's take the fireball spell as an example. You need to concentrate mana, gather what's needed for the incantation, and create friction. However, what would happen if you reduce the amount of mana from 3 to 1? That student answered again, "The spell won't activate and the mana will be wasted." Wrong. The spell will be easier to cast and the amount of mana needed will also decrease. Until the spell is cast, it's very difficult to determine what spell it is. I can only say it will take you a long time to understand it. But below, many students and professors, after hearing Jay, all frowned in doubt. "I'm sorry, Professor, but what you're saying seems impossible." Jay didn't say much and directly demonstrated it on the spot. "Let me show you an example. Look at my right hand." Immediately, a red flame appeared. All the students below were endlessly amazed. He cast a spell without an incantation. I didn't see anything, not even the movement of mana. He really cast the spell with a single gesture. He said as he took the chalk and wrote on the board, "As you've seen, what I just said is entirely possible. To make it easier, now I will show you a diagram of a level 1 water system spell. Now, this is the mana before it's materialized. And if the mana is gathered like this, you don't even need incantations or techniques. If you cast the spell this way, the mana will mix together and make casting easier. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can try it right now." Below, an ice attribute mage, Clarice, with a level 4 magic circle, was completely stunned as she witnessed the scene. "I thought it was just a theory until he mentioned it. How could he have thought of this? It's just a few lines and circles, but it makes me think of the true fundamental principles of this spell." Just then, that student suddenly shouted, "It worked! I can do it without an incantation." The others also shouted in unison, "I did it too! Look, it worked! It really works." Seeing this, Jay smiled faintly. "I never thought I'd be teaching others, but I'm really proud to see their expressions. I hope the medicine lesson is this effective too." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. "Professor Jay." The professors present here all rushed up to him. "I have never attended such a wonderful class. Allow me to express my utmost respect. It was amazing. We need to tell everyone about this. What is this theory called?" Bombarded with questions, Jay forced a smile, a name atomic theory. And that night, after the class ended, a major event occurred at the academy. Professor Claris, he and the other professors were all so shocked their jaws dropped. He had leveled up. Professor Claris became a 5th circle mage after grasping the truth from Jay's lecture. He had finally broken through the wall of the 4th circle and leveled up his magic circle. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Jay was awakened by a commotion outside. "Why is it so noisy so early?" Continuous knocking was heard. Professor Jay. He frowned and opened the door. "What is going on? It is still early." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "He is awake." Outside, a large crowd of students was waiting. "Professor, could you repeat yesterday's lecture? I have a question about the magic theory. Could you teach magic more often? I have already petitioned the academy for it." Jay replied with a grumpy look, then slammed the door shut. He even cast a reinforcement spell to lock it securely. "Silence!" The disappointed students cried out, "Professor." However, Jay could not ignore the students' request to get his personal space back. He had to increase the magic class to twice a week. He was completely exhausted. "Damn it! This is not what I had planned." Meanwhile, at the small treehouse, the elder smiled and asked Chief Era, "What do you wish to do with the elven villages by the request to move in? Let them in." Era said softly. "However, tell them everything must be completed by next week." A week later, "Is not there a place I need to go after all this?" "Oh, a place you need to go." The elder simply smiled without asking more. "I understand. Tell Jay that I am well." Hearing this, Era frowned. Her face flushed slightly. When did I say I was going to the Holy Empire? Really? You are not going, Era. Became extremely flustered from the teasing. All right, I will give your regards to Jay, she thought to herself. It has been nearly half a year. Though half a year is nothing for an elf, I still wonder about you, Jay. Every time I think of you, it feels like 1,000 years have passed. Back at the academy where Jay was teaching, it is quite crowded today, huh? He smiled and introduced Claris. This is Professor Claris. The professor of ice magic will be my assistant for today. The students below immediately started to buzz. Professor Claris is the TA. How did someone like him become so approachable? I heard he leveled up his magic circle after Professor Jay's class. He must have changed a bit. Claris immediately glared in their direction. They all fell silent, thinking with a start. How scary. Jay slowly picked up a piece of white chalk and reminded them, stop chattering and focus. We will now begin our second lesson. Mana is a self-balancing element. Since the environment is a component of the atmosphere, mages have no choice but to use homogeneous mana. Therefore, it does not matter who casts the spell or what kind of mana they use. What does this mean? I will show you, Jay smiled, looking at Claris. Professor, please cast Wind Blade on me. Claris, suddenly being put on the spot, looked dumbfounded. What? Wind Blade? That is right. You said you would help me, did not you? Well, yes, I did say that. But that would be dangerous. Down below, the students were also bewildered, not understanding his intentions. Is this a new form of suicidal Wind Blade? Jay said decisively, it will be fine. If you are still worried, aim for the board next to me. Despite his hesitation, Claris finally agreed. Understood, he began to chant, become a sword of wind and strike the enemy. Wind Blade, a spherical orb, shot straight towards Jay at a speed like lightning. But in an instant, he raised his hand to block it, seal. Just like that, Claris's Wind Blade was completely stopped. Without causing any damage or harm whatsoever, Jay smiled and said to the students below, that is it. If you can determine the point of spell deployment and force the mana to collide at that very spot even when the spell is cast by someone else, you can seal it too. All the students were astonished. You can seal another person's magic. That is unbelievable. He added in a low voice. Class is now dismissed. For the remaining time, pair up and practice the sealing spell I just taught you. Huh. No way, Professor, only you could do that. This is an impossible task. Jay sighed lightly. Come now. Have you all forgotten what a true mage is? With a stern face he shouted, magic is a power that defies logic. The moment you stop accepting new things is the moment you cease to be a mage. Even if you lose your weapons, forgetting your goal is the greatest taboo for a mage. The students all looked at him with admiring eyes. Professor, I will not. I will start practicing the seal right away. Me too, Professor. He smiled brightly as he left the classroom. All right then, good luck, kids. That is what he says to motivate people. And so, the second class came to an end. The gentle sunbeams continued to sparkle, slowly filtering through the academy's window panes. Jay yawned wearily. I am so tired from staying up late. It is not a physical exhaustion, but a mental one. At least I have got everything ready for my medical arts class. That is pretty great, right? All that is missing are the students. Medical arts are less popular than swordsmanship and magic. How do I get people to sign up? Suddenly, he noticed something nearby. Not far away, a female student was being surrounded by a group of bulky male students. The girl stammered, please let me go, but the most muscular boy said, it has been 276 days since I confessed to you, Greya. I Minnows need your answer. The others were cheering him on. Seeing this, Jay thought to himself, who are these guys? Are they harassing that student? The girl, Greya, was flustered, not knowing what to do. Just then, Jay shouted, hey, why are you three blocking a female student's path? Cannot you see that she is frightened? Hearing this, the student Minos became flustered, scared Greya. That was not my intention. Greya mustered her courage and said, Minos, I am sorry. I will be honest, someone as brawny as you is not my type. I cannot go out with you. Wait, Greya, is it because of... Minos pointed at Jay and asked, is it because of that bastard? You are rejecting me because of him or not you? Hearing this, Jay froze in bewilderment. His slender, girly limbs and that smooth, foolish face. You are dumping me for that pretty boy. Jay could not help but frown angrily. Huh. What? Was that a compliment or an insult? But Greya replied hesitantly, it is not that, but he is still better than you, he immediately shouted. Hey, why would you say that? Are you adding fuel to the fire? Minos was crushed. He pulled a sword out of nowhere. Damn it, I will not forgive you. Fight me. What are you scared of me? You should be. He threw a glove towards him, then declared loudly, rank 30th. Level 3, Royal Swordsmanship. I will send a pretty boy like you flying. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he was struck on the head with a wooden stick. They all immediately fled. We will remember you. Jay tossed the wooden stick aside, mumbling, who do you think you are to call me a sissy? This is so annoying. Suddenly, other voices chimed in. That was awesome. Are you new here? Hearing that, he glanced behind him. Yeah, the other students cheered joyfully. You defeated Minos with just a tree branch. So cool. So awesome. Being praised, Jay felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I suddenly became a hero of justice. Then, Rhea spoke to him softly. Thank you for helping me. It was nothing. I hope I didn't interfere with you handling it yourself. Suddenly, he noticed a scent wafting by. Huh? This smell. Is this alcohol? Jay couldn't help but ask curiously. What is that scent? It doesn't smell like other perfumes. Hearing this, the girl was a bit startled. Oh, is the smell that strong? I'm just brewing some potions. It's probably the smell of the potion. This student brews potions. He asked a bit hesitantly, if you're brewing your own potions, you must be interested in medicine, right? Ria quickly replied. That's right. Actually, I'm really looking forward to the upcoming free medical arts class. With that class, people from the Swordsmanship Academy, like me, will have a chance to learn. Really, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm also very excited about that medical arts class. Just call me Jay. I've got my first student. Oh, Jay, is it? You have the same name as the new professor at the medical academy. By the way, my name is Greya. You can call me Greya. Okay, it's a pleasure to meet you, Greya. I'll see you in class. Okay. After that, they quickly said their goodbyes. Jay smiled to himself, thinking, for some reason, I feel like things are going more smoothly than I expected. Over on the other side, right after he left, a female student immediately ran up to Ria and asked, Ria, what were you talking about with Professor Jay? He's so much more handsome without his glasses. Hearing this, the girl was completely stunned. Ian, a professor? He's a professor? Yeah, you didn't know? Yeah, I didn't recognize him. What should I do? What if I offended him? Ian smiled teasingly. Huh, what? What are you worried about? Don't tell me you have a crush on him. Unexpectedly, Greya just blushed and smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, Ian was dumbfounded. Huh, for real? Scene changed to his room. A tired Jay sat down on his familiar bed. Phew, why can't I have a single peaceful day? But seriously, what am I supposed to talk about for the entire class period? It's one problem after another. I can't handle it. Just then, another voice suddenly spoke up. The saintess, Ariel, suddenly popped her head out from under the bed. She said with a frown, What were you doing out there? I had a hard time hiding here. You know. Jay jumped in fright. He yelled in panic. Huh, what are you doing under there? And what about the Holy Nation? Ariel replied casually. Who do you think I am? I took care of everything before coming here. Then why did you come here? Did something happen? Nothing. I was just curious to see how you were handling things at the academy. Really? Aren't you doing too much for me? Ariel smiled and said, To be honest, you're right. I came to see you. It was to see you, Saint. No, I should call you Jay, right? As she spoke, she moved closer to him. Suddenly, the mark on his hand started to glow. Right after that, a magic circle appeared, and Era slowly walked out from it. Seeing her, Jay's jaw dropped in surprise. Era, what's going on? Is there a special event today? Ariel was just as surprised as Jay to see Era appear. A high-ranking elf. Era, what are you doing? He silently marveled to himself. Is that teleportation magic? That's amazing. Era gently landed on the ground and asked in a reproachful tone. After all that, is that all you have to say? I'm here because I wanted to see you. Isn't that obvious? Hearing that, Jay forced a smile. I'm happy to see you too. But Era scowled at Ariel. However, what are you doing with this human woman? Ariel also frowned and retorted. Is there a law that says I can't be here? While the two were bickering, Jay had already taken out 2 cloaks. He handed them over. First, take these and let's get ready to go. Ariel saw this and was confused. Huh? Cloaks? Then Jay gave a wry smile and said, Yeah, we're going to leave the academy, he thought to himself. If I don't do this, I might get caught. Being seen with a saintess and a high-ranking elf will attract too much attention. Why can't I have just one peaceful day? After that, the 3 of them left the academy together. They went to a diner in town. Era looked around for a moment and said softly, It hasn't been long since I last visited a human village, but it seems a lot has changed in this short period of time. Hearing that, Jay thought to himself, a short period of time. I wonder how long that really is. Just then, a waiter came over and said, Excuse me, I'm very sorry, but would it be all right if you all shared a table? Following him was a group of rather burly-looking people. I don't mind. I'm fine with it. I guess there's no other choice. Thank you so much. Then, this way, please. The tallest man among them spoke in a low voice. Thanks for agreeing. We've been waiting for a table for a while. Jay smiled warmly. It's nothing. Are you 4 adventurers? He silently assessed them based on the flow of their mana. Looks like 1 mage and 3 swordsmen. The man gave a forced smile in reply, Adventurers. Actually, we're mercenaries. The bearded man next to him said softly, You could say that. Among the 4, one of the swordsmen was a woman. She softly introduced them. We are members of the Boloko Mercenary Corps. Jay thought to himself, Boloko. I've heard of them before. Most of their members are quite skilled. And recently, they've been expanding. This is a mercenary corps on the rise. Ariel smiled and asked them, I've heard a lot about you. What brings people like you to this village? Oh, about that. We received a direct quest from the Holy Nation. We were asked to suppress the resistance forces and the surrounding monsters. Both Iriel and Jay were dumbfounded when they saw the quest form on the table. She tried to laugh it off. Is that so? It's impressive to receive a direct request from the Holy Nation. He just silently glanced at her. I thought you had already finished the job. So, you just pushed it off onto mercenaries, huh? At that moment, Era spoke softly. Perhaps because I've always lived in the forest, I'm very interested in this story. Tell me more. The group of men all looked stunned. Their jaws dropped at her radiant beauty. The mercenaries began to talk about their life experiences. From their stories, I gathered a lot of useful information. First, after Jay arrived at the academy, the resistance forces and the number of monsters decreased sharply. However, this only applies to low-level monsters. The number of mid-level monsters remain the same, and it's as if someone is controlling them. They've started to work efficiently and use tactics, Jay thought with a serious expression. It would be difficult to use my own people against such an opponent. That's why she hired mercenaries. Iriel must have thought this through. Just then, outside, strong winds began to blow relentlessly. The diner staff all looked outside at once. In just a moment, everything became more chaotic than ever. It's monsters. Iriel hurriedly told Jay, let's go, okay? I'll follow you. The mercenaries were now outside. Their jaws dropped at the sight before them. Wyverns. A monster that looked very much like a dragon was soaring through the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale as they stood frozen in place. What is this? I can't move. Don't tell me this is fear. How interesting for a wyvern to use a fear-based ability. Era calmly stepped forward. She held out 2 fingers. First of all, fear is only for playing with the weak. Immediately, the wyvern furiously charged at her. It let out a loud roar, but Era remained unfazed. She gently waved her hand. Just like that, the wyvern fell from the sky, crashing straight into a nearby market stall. She frowned in contempt. How dare you use that on a stronger opponent? The wyvern was completely enraged and roared continuously. But in an instant, it was sealed and bound tightly by Jay's magic. They both frowned at it. This wyvern, it was able to cast a spell after experiencing my fear. Iriel also chimed in. It's strange. It's like it has no consciousness, Jay. There are more monsters over here. I'll take care of them. He frowned slightly, thinking, there are more? I underestimated this situation. There's definitely someone other than Rahaz behind this. I need to talk to that damn necromancer first. Scene changed to the dungeon where the necromancer is imprisoned. A group of people are surrounding and interrogating him. You're still silent. I appreciate your loyalty. Do dark mages usually endure pain this well? He remained determined to keep quiet. But I can't let my grand plan be exposed so easily. There's no other way. Let's try a mental spell, Lord Philia. I understand. Allow me to assist. Allow us to read his mind. Mind reading. Mind reading. But the necromancer just smiled nonchalantly. Do you really think this kind of magic will work on me? I don't know where you found this 6th-tier magic circle, newbie, but the low-level spell she's using is just unbelievable. Don't you think you should bring the saint here for me? He thought smugly. Do you think I don't know what's happening outside? I use my dark magic to know that the saint has come to the academy. If the saint comes here for information, I will target areas he cannot reach. With the monster tamer, this is possible. Then, we will use the merchant guild to pressure the Holy Nation's economy, and soon, the Holy Nation will be destroyed. Just then, Eclair's voice rang out. You want to see the saint that badly? Perfect. I received information that the saint is here, and it seems you're misunderstanding something. Whatever you've planned doesn't matter at all. Don't you understand? She smiled at him. Your plans are just fantasies. The necromancer, not backing down, laughed in response. Then do with me as you wish. We'll see who has the last laugh by sunset. His savage laughter echoed throughout the dungeon. By now, it was late afternoon. Jay and Era had defeated most of the monsters. It seems we've taken care of most of them. Why did the monsters cause this incident? That's what we need to find out. We need to strengthen the Academy's defenses for situations like this. But what should we do with these bodies? Iriel immediately replied, let the reinforcements handle it. Their hides can be used to make good armor. Era suddenly frowned deeply. Seeing this, Jay asked, what's wrong, Era? Jay, I need to talk to you privately. Huh, right now? The two of them went to a small corner together. He quickly got to the point, what is it? But she even created a barrier around them to prevent any sound from escaping. Silence. Then Era said with a serious face, I don't know much because I've always lived in the forest. That's why I'm only sharing what I can feel. Right now, including the area you call the Academy, large-scale magic circles are being set up in countless places. Hearing this, Jay was completely stunned. Magic circles? That's right, there's a giant magic circle there. At first, the flow of mana was very weak, but now it's gradually getting stronger. Right when the monsters were captured, he asked in a low voice, what kind of magic circle is it? Era looked at him and said, I don't think you know. I can only detect a faint trace of magical energy that I can feel. But breaking a magic circle of this size is not easy at all. At the very least, we have to anticipate that several areas will be destroyed. Jay, I didn't expect it to be this serious. Can we get rid of the magic circle right now? That's nearly impossible. To destroy a magic circle, we need to remove at least 30% of the formation. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw the formation, it makes things even more difficult. He thought in silence. That's right. If the formation were drawn with chalk, it would have been erased long ago. An active magic circle means it was placed there beforehand and hasn't been erased yet. The size of the formation is also a problem. But to think, how could I not even feel it? A magic erasing formation of this level, let alone erase it. I don't even know if I can stop it. We need to evacuate everyone immediately. Jay started preparing the evacuation order, and as soon as Fia learned of this, she calmly sought a way to evacuate the people. Generally, the academy is divided into north and south sectors. It's best to evacuate the north to Garen and the south to Julian. However, because there are many mountains between the north sector and Garen, they can't accurately redraw the detailed map of this area. Understood. Jay entrusted the evacuation of the north to Fia, as she was familiar with the Holy Nation's terrain. He also entrusted the protection of the people in the south to Era. He looked around anxiously. We need to inform the people here. Is there any high ground? Should I climb onto a roof or something? Jay, just stand still right there. Immediately, a tall mound of earth was created where he stood. Thanks, Era. Then, he used magic to amplify his voice. Everyone, evacuate to Garen immediately. Hearing this, the people all turned to look at him. Everyone looked confused. Evacuate? What are they talking about? Oh, but this voice. Jay took off his cloak. He continued to shout, in the name of the Holy Nation, I command you all. Everyone, leave this place immediately. This area is dangerous. The people kept murmuring. That's Saint Jay. What does he mean? Leave this place? Seeing this, Jay gritted his teeth and thought. We don't have time to talk, to convince the crowd. I have no other choice. He secretly created a large explosion below, causing the people to flee in a panic. An explosion. Run. Jay continuously created various explosions and tremors. There's no time to explain, so this is the only way. After the area below was left in chaos, he finally stopped. Phew, this should be enough. All right, I'll leave the rest to them. Now, to the outskirts, Jay leaped down from above. He sped forward quickly. I don't know who's behind this, but they'd better not think they can get away with this. Scene change. The sky was now completely dark. Ariel moved deeper into the dense forest. She thought with a serious expression. The emergency evacuation of most of the people is expected to take over 3 days. Before the riots break out, we need to meet the essential food needs for the city's residents. Not to mention the north sector, which has a longer distance and travel time, so they're more likely to face danger than the south sector, from monsters, or someone like the people chasing me right now. She warily glanced behind her. Their mana is quite strong. There seem to be 5 of them, at least at the supporter level, or perhaps even higher. After running for a while, Ariel finally chose a place to stop. This place is suitable. She took off her hood and looked around. Do you all have some business with me? Immediately after, a group of masked people emerged from deep within the forest. Wow, a real saintess. Hey, don't talk in front of the enemy. So what? She's going to die soon anyway. Ariel silently observed them. 3 young men and 2 middle-aged men behind them. The middle-aged men have a mana level and power comparable to Jack's. This is trouble. One of them clicked his tongue and said, I'd rather fight a saint than a saintess. Ariel remained calm and said, for something like this to happen, despite you knowing who I am, if I punish you, will you tell me which kingdom is behind this? They quickly surrounded her, each holding a sharp sword. Don't look down on us like that. Unable to hold back, one of the young men rushed forward, attacking Ariel. But we have silenced countless priests who treated us like a joke, just like you. But in an instant, she used magic to blow the entire group away. How ruthless. Just lie there and count the stars or something. It'll be killing you soon enough. The men, now terrified, cried out, save me. Just as she was about to deal the finishing blow, something unexpected happened. Another one rushed forward and blocked it, and Ired quickly observed him. This level of swordsmanship and flow. As expected, this is a high-level swordsman, but which kingdom would send 2 high-level swordsmen? It might be the Legion Kingdom, but they have no reason to target me. More importantly, they can't handle a saint, so they wouldn't do something this foolish. A dark force consisting of a necromancer and a bone dragon, and a high-level swordsman as well. I don't have time to think about this now. She took off her outer cloak and threw it aside. If they catch any of my mistakes, I will be killed. Ariel slowly advanced, her approach different from a typical swordsman. My holy magic has a wider combat range. I can reduce the distance little by little. But before she could make a move, the man suddenly vanished. Then he and another guy quickly surrounded her, attacking at the same time. Ariel did not expect this at all. They attacked at the same time while I was aiming at one side. Did they plan this? To lure me out of the other's blind spot was one of them ready to sacrifice himself. And they are not even low-level warriors but high-level swordsmen. But she smirked, and then Iriel shouted loudly, "Holy light!" Immediately, a blinding yellow light appeared, forcing both of them to take a few steps back. This was a completely wrong move in a head-on battle against high-level swordsmen. Just a small variable, she continuously cast Blessing Holy Seal Holy Release. It could also decide who the winner is. Iriel used a holy sword in each hand. She used her swift speed to take advantage of an opening and slashed, causing one of them to lose a hand. The man knelt down in pain. Blood flowed out continuously. Iriel said in a low voice, "You give up your life as easily as a piece of paper." The man struggled to speak. "You are strong," she immediately replied, "because I tried." He continued to ask, "But what if? Even if you are that strong, there are still forces that make you powerless. What would you do?" "I would try to reconcile or compromise." The man forced a laugh. "So there is that solution too, huh? But you know that force does not understand the concept of reconciliation? Then the only way is to destroy it, even if they are stronger than you. Is that possible?" Iriel smiled at him. "If it were me, that would be impossible. But I know someone who can make it possible. Do you have anything else to say?" The man smiled gently. "No, that is all." Immediately after, red blood splattered everywhere. A life ended just like that. Iriel let out a soft sigh. 3 guys left. They fled in that direction. At all costs, I will not lose track of them in this forest. Frost was angry. Damn it. Who would have thought that Saintess was so strong? He became bewildered. Even 2 high-level swordsmen could not fight her. How can we capture someone like her? His comrade next to him also looked hesitant. "If we go back now, we—" A sound suddenly cut them off. "No, that is not going to happen." Iriel appeared from nowhere, one hand on her hip, threatening them coldly. "Just as I thought, you could not get far. All right now, come here," one of them spoke up. "I did not think she would get here so fast." Iriel maintained her cold expression and asked them, "Why did not you just quietly follow me when I was being nice? Even if you refuse, I will still take you with me." Suddenly, Frost screamed, clutching his arms, his face covered in sweat from panic. "Instead of standing here and surrendering, I would rather." Then he bit down on something in his mouth. And Iriel, seeing that, was stunned. Is he chewing on something? Iriel only saw Frost and his comrade were constantly foaming. At the mouth, their faces pained. She seemed to have guessed something. Did they hide poison in their mouths? They are using suicide to protect a secret. But she immediately cast a holy healing spell on the 2 of them. Iriel looked disdainfully at their petty trick. "Do you think you can die that easily? Just obediently follow me. Or should I chop off your legs and drag you?" The 2 guys whimpered. One of them spoke up. "Can you promise to untie us if we go with you?" "No." She immediately crushed their hopes. "Do you think you are in a good position right now?" she said coldly. "Assassinating a Saintess is a crime where the culprit can be easily punished on the spot. Of course, after being interrogated, you will be executed." Frost shut his eyes tightly. "Even if we tell you everything, the Holy Kingdom cannot do anything." And Iriel replied, "We will be the ones to judge. You just need to honestly confess everything you know." At this moment, he was kneeling pitifully on the ground, persistently negotiating with her. "If we tell you, just promise me one thing, or at least consider it." Iriel replied leisurely, "If you swear, you will only speak the truth." "I will try to do that." As she finished, his comrade shouted in panic, You bastard. Are you really going to tell them?" They could not help but be afraid. "This is not just about you. We will all die." Ignoring his comrade's words, Frost immediately placed his hand on his chest and made an oath. "I, Frost, swear on my mana that I will only tell you the truth." Hearing his oath, Iriel whispered in surprise, "A mana oath. If the person who makes the oath breaks it, the mana inside their body will flow in reverse. Indeed, what he says from now on must be the truth." He began to tell her the story. "The Holy Kingdom does not know, but we, I mean our group. Phroxia infiltrated the Holy Kingdom over 25 years ago." Hearing this, Iriel was once again surprised. Phroxia. And 25 years ago means she put a hand to her face, recalling something. "The great massacre of the people in the Garen suburbs." Frost, now standing, continued. "So you know that was the beginning." To Iriel's astonishment, he continued to reveal the truth. Everyone said it was a monster attack, but that is not true. He stated that everything was Phroxia's doing. He recalled that time. One-eyed monsters bared their teeth and captured the people, he recounted sorrowfully. "We are the survivors who were kidnapped during the massacre of the people of the Garen suburbs. They only chose to kidnap a few healthy-looking people." Frost remembered the scene of his countrymen being crushed by giant pythons to death. He continued. "The rest were thrown as bait for the monsters." He also remembered the 2 middle-aged swordsmen with sympathy. Those 2 high-level swordsmen from earlier seemed to have been kidnapped from other kingdoms as well. "They took our families hostage and would kill them one by one if we did not obey them." Frost's emotions surged and tears streamed down his face. "They even took my own sister hostage, so please promise me you will destroy Phroxia." And Iriel, after hearing the whole story, her expression darkened. "I understand, now leave." His eyes widened in astonishment. "What, you are letting us go?" She turned and walked away. Waving her hand nonchalantly, she replied, "That is right. Whether you choose to return to your families or die alone, do as you please." While the other two were looking at each other in confusion, Iriel spoke up. "Oh, and do not worry about Phroxia. I cannot guarantee I will annihilate them, but I can still push them to the brink of destruction." Suddenly, one of them spoke up, making her stop. "Excuse me." The bald man scratched his head as if he had made up his mind. "I also want to tell you a few things about Phroxia." The one next to him did the same. "Me too." Iriel turned her head back and told them, "In that case, follow me. I will listen to you on the way." Meanwhile, in the suburbs of the academy, Zay could not help but wonder to himself. "It is strange, I do not see anything like a magic circle, but there is definitely a magical reaction here." He seemed worried. "If I do not quickly break the magic circle, the magic will continue to activate." He looked around the academy, gradually deducing in his mind traces of mana-based explosions, and blood spilled on the streets. And above all, the villagers have turned to stone. Also, strangely, not a single building was damaged in this mess. It seems like they intentionally prevented the buildings from being harmed. Zay seemed to realize something. No way. He remembered the words of Chief Ara. To destroy a magic circle, we need to eliminate at least 30% of the formation. In this case, since we do not know what they used to draw the formation, it makes things even more difficult. Zay gradually came to a conclusion. It is not chalk powder or bone powder, but a giant magic circle still will not be broken. He quickly cast a holy explosion spell, creating a huge blast. Seeing the fire in front of him, Day was certain of his guess, just as he had predicted. Even though it was just a little, I could still feel the magic circle scattering. That means he became even more certain when he saw the giant barrier appear. The village itself formed a giant magic circle. Suddenly, a voice called out, "It's about to collapse. Get out of the way." Day was shocked. "There are still people here?" He said to the two people who had just spoken. "Everyone, all of you were ordered to evacuate. Why are you still here?" The two were shocked to see him. "Oh my God, that's a saint." The one in blue spoke up. "It's not that we disobeyed, it's just." The man in yellow next to him chimed in with an urgent look. "People were being turned to stone and killed." The other one added, "Yes, that's right. We thought we would also be turned to stone if we evacuated, so we couldn't run." Hearing this, Day asked, "So, who turned everyone to stone?" The two of them started to explain. "Well, I'm not sure if you know, but there are monsters called ghosts. They often use dark magic. By the time we sensed them, some of them were already running around the village." He nodded as if he understood. "So, it was the monsters." The man in yellow gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, "We hid, so as not to disrupt the magic circle's activation." The man in yellow narrowed his eyes as if in an internal conflict. "I can't believe some people started destroying the buildings over there, and over here. And who knew that madman would be a saint?" Suddenly, Day asked them, "But why didn't you two think of catching the monsters? After all, you're both support players, aren't you?" Hearing that, the two of them turned pale. He's figured it out. He continued with his argument. "And the red blood on your clothes. It can't possibly be from ghosts, which are bloodless. Besides, you said you were hiding inside the entire time." At this point, Day's face grew cold, filled with killing intent. "So you killed the warriors who were trying to fight against the ghosts and help the monsters escape. And after eliminating the reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom, you laid low in the building. Isn't that right?" The man in yellow knew he couldn't deny it. He bit down on something in his mouth. "If we've been discovered, then we have no other choice." As he finished, their bodies began to melt, releasing a strange gas. He was stunned. "They're melting. Is that poison?" Looking at the two people in front of him, who were now just two murky puddles, Day's mind was reeling. A poison that can melt a body instantly. I've never heard of this type of poison before. I can't believe they took poison to avoid leaking information. Who is the mastermind behind all this? He covered his face with one hand in frustration. "Damn it, I have so much to figure out, but I don't have time for this. I have to destroy the magic circle first." Immediately, Day's expression changed. 30% of the city. Just destroying it won't be enough. He activated his mana-detecting eye. He silently concluded. The people around here, the two who just died, were probably the last ones left here. As he thought that, a magic circle appeared around him. "I need to end this quickly by drawing out as much mana as possible." Day created a blue mana orb and threw it forward, creating a shockwave like an earthquake. Instantly, the holy temple in front of them shattered into pieces and collapsed. Elsewhere, Frost spoke up. "That's how we were kidnapped by Phroxia." He followed behind Iriel, scratching his head in embarrassment. "After that, we had to undergo harsh training, and I think we've done every kind of evil and dirty deed there is." Her face remained expressionless as she listened to him, but inwardly, she was analyzing everything. They were at the bottom of the group, so they didn't have much intelligence. But Iriel thoughtfully considered the information they provided, the scale of Phroxia, a rough idea of their forces, their skills, information delivery methods, and more. Compared to knowing nothing before, learning this much was a pretty good result. Suddenly, Frost timidly asked, "Excuse me, Saintess, what about you?" Iriel looked confused, so he scratched his head and explained, "I mean, about your childhood. You look like you grew up in a wealthy family." Hearing that, she was lost in thought. When I was a child, she recalled her past. In a peaceful, sunlit home, a fond voice called out, "Ariel, are you there?" A young Ariel smiled sweetly. Holding a laundry basket, she answered brightly, "Yes, I'm here." In a church for orphans on a small island within the Holy Empire, lived a beautiful girl named Ariel, with brilliant pink eyes and soft, shimmering blonde hair. Among the other orphans at the church, Ariel stood out like a swan among ducks. She was like an angel, with outstanding intelligence and a kind heart. One day, "Ariel, would you like to see the outside world?" "The outside world?" Priest Josh said with a smile. "You're always so curious about the village. Don't you want to see the world?" Ariel replied, "I am curious, but what would I do if I left? I'd be sad if I had to leave my friends." He said gently, "You're a smart girl, Ariel. I'm sure you can do anything you set your mind to. I will help you. Your talent is being wasted in this church. I can see your potential. You'll have more opportunities to grow out there. Until you find what you want to do, I will be there to help you. Of course, you can come back to visit your friends anytime." Hearing this, the girl looked excited. "Okay, in that case, I want to go." "Good girl, how about we leave today?" "But I haven't said goodbye to my friends. I'm telling you this because a very good opportunity just came up. If we don't leave now, we'll miss it," Priest Josh urged. "Now, let's hurry." Ariel felt a bit confused. "Okay," the girl thought to herself. "Father said I could come back to see my friends anytime." Afterwards, the two of them got into a carriage that was waiting outside. Ariel was still full of regret. "I'm so sad I didn't get to say goodbye to my friends." Priest Josh chuckled lightly and said, "It's all right. You can write them letters, can't you? You're right. Everything will be okay, right?" As she spoke, her eyes widened at the unfamiliar scenery outside, through the carriage window. "Oh, Father, we've already passed the village." He replied, "Oh, we're heading to the port." "The port?" "Yes, we're taking a ship to Gio." Gio is a large city. It's much more wonderful than this village. You'll be able to explore so many places. It's time to go now." Hearing his sweet words, Ariel wondered, more wonderful than the village. "I'm so curious. I wonder what Gio is like." After that, Josh led Ariel onto a large wooden ship heading for the open sea. The girl looked at everything with great excitement. "We're here, Ariel." "That's Gio." Before them was a large, unfamiliar city, looking lively and bustling. He smiled and asked, "Do you like it, Ariel?" Ariel exclaimed with delight, "It's amazing." "Where are we going, Father?" The two of them quickly disembarked onto the port. "We need to go have a little talk." "Oh, Ariel, take this," Josh said, pouring water into a cup. Ariel held the cup to catch the water. She couldn't help but ask, "Huh, what is this?" He answered, "It's tea made from holy water. It's not much, but I prepared it to celebrate our new beginning here in Gio." The little girl glanced at him. "Father," Josh said softly, "shall we drink?" "Okay." Ariel thought nothing of it and took a big gulp. Immediately after, her head began to spin. "Huh?" Her eyes slowly closed. "My eyes are closing. 2 platinum coins? This kid for only 2 coins. She's worth at least 3. Tease, Kive, fine." Ariel woke up to the sound of noisy chatter. "Where am I? Did I fall asleep? I drank the tea that Father gave me." Ariel struggled to open her eyes and called out, "Father." Hearing her, Priest Josh turned around and smiled. "Oh, you're awake. I hope you'll have a good life here." Next to him was a strange, large-bodied man. "Here, take your money." Ariel asked in a panic, "Is this the place Father mentioned?" But this place, before she could finish, he cut her off. "Yes, this is the slave trading post. I just sold you as a slave." And Ariel couldn't believe what she was hearing. "What are you saying, Father? I thought you were taking me to a wonderful place. You said you'd help me find something I wanted to do." Then he nonchalantly burst out laughing. "You're so naive." "Of course, I was lying." "Sorry, but you're a smart kid, so I'm sure you'll be fine." "It can't be." George slowly opened the door to the room. "But I'll promise you one thing. Just write home whenever you want to see a friend." He gave a distorted smile. "I'll send that friend right over here." Then turned and left. That big man quickly went over too, Israel, and urged her, "Follow me." Just like that, after being tricked, Israel sat still, staring at the wall. For 4 days, as if she had gone mad, she sat listlessly like a soulless corpse. "No, I was just pretending." After a while, they started to let their guard down. And after analyzing the surrounding area, I had memorized every action, characteristics, and even the smallest habits of everyone who entered and left this house. Then, the day I was to be sold arrived. Israel fumbled with the cross attached to her necklace. "Israel, I'm sorry. As a mother, I should have protected you. But always remember, as long as you hold this, the God of Thorns will always be by your side. That's why you will never be weak. Israel, become stronger." She clenched the cross in her hand. Outside, the murmuring voices of the traffickers could be heard. This girl is special merchandise, so she'll sell for a high price. Iriel frowned and thought, it's time. Although I've hesitated for the past 4 days, I only have one choice. That big man, as usual, took a lamp to check on her. That stupid priest, he only took 3 platinum coins for this girl. This slave manager. I can't match him in strength. Even if I'm lucky enough to escape, a little girl like me can't outrun a big man. He saw Iriel sitting motionless against the wall and called out, Huh, is she sleeping? Hey, wake up. She's not moving. Is she dead? That's why I'll make him let his guard down and kill him to escape. She quickly pulled out the cross on her neck and stabbed it straight into his neck. Back to the present. Iriel, holding that cross in her hand, said coldly, That past could probably call me a murderer. Frost forced a smile and said, Is that so? Oh, we've arrived at the front gate of Gio. Immediately, Priest Gio knelt and greeted respectfully. Greetings, Saintus. Iriel looked down emotionlessly. Long time no see, Priest Gio. Or should I call you father? Hearing this, sweat started pouring down his face. His eyes were filled with confusion. In a certain town, night had fallen. A shout rang out. That brat went this way. A man with a scar on his eye yelled, This time, I'll definitely catch her. Following him was a bald man with a long scar on his cheek. His fierce expression was clear. I recall those dark memories. Father tricked me and sold me into slavery. After that, I killed for the first time in my life and escaped. The slave traders relentlessly pursued me. Little Iriel was hiding behind a wall. Her hand tightly gripped a rope on guard against the pursuing traffickers. Those painful memories flooded her mind. They relentlessly chased me for months. And every time it happened, the slave traders running forward would trip on the rope that Iriel had set up. They stumbled forward into a pile of scattered broken glass. Pitiful screams echoed. She recalled how she escaped that nightmare. I escaped them using the very same method I used the first time. As they writhed in pain among the glass shards, little Iriel jumped out, holding a silver knife. She continued to recall, the most heinous sin, taught as a doctrine in the church, is murder. Little Iriel ruthlessly swung the knife down. She pondered the past. As my body became more stained with blood, the stains would cling to my hair. Just as that sin was etched deep into my being, young Iriel was filled with sin. Her hair was still stained with the trafficker's blood. Her face then was like a blind person with no way out. And unlike the blood stains, the traces of those sins never disappeared. Instead, they grew clearer, while the feeling of guilt gradually faded away. In the end, her eyes grew dark. I resented the world for pushing me into this situation. An innocent soul had become empty. Little Iriel was filled with resentment. Seaport, ships, the island city. Geo Grace, that bastard. I need to kill people. Why do things like this happen? And Iriel recalled that moment. There was only despair. And by the time I arrived, my soul had completely become that of a murderer. But God does not abandon anyone. At the moment that seemed to be the end of Iriel's life, a warm ray of light appeared. The Supreme Goddess appeared, reaching out her hands towards little Iriel. She recalled that image. For some reason, the goddess chose me. In Iriel's empty eyes back then, a glimmer of light that saved her life appeared, and it changed her murderous thoughts. Standing before that gentle light, I gradually realized how precious life is, and how meaningless revenge is. She continued to recall, and that is why, even when I stare at the face of this shameless man, that shameless man is the priest currently bowing his head. In the present, Iriel seems to have let go of the resentment in her heart. I don't feel anything at all, which is strange, she mused, her face still devoid of any emotion. Elsewhere, Jay was demolishing buildings one by one. I can't just simply destroy it like this. He continuously deployed his mana. I'm finding all the magic circles deployed throughout the city, and determining their types and purposes. As Jay cast a spell, different symbols appeared on each building. Seeing this, he was certain of his speculation. Indeed, the city center, and even the structure, the weight, and the shape of the buildings all carried the mystical language of a magic circle. Comparing the mystical language of the buildings, the design of each floor creates a magic circle. He continued to deduce, there are definitely fewer than 6 magic circles, and I just need to stand here and pinpoint them. Suddenly, Jay's nose started bleeding, and the mana around him dissipated. A giant magic circle appeared. He looked up, stunned. Another magic circle. Before he could recover, a stream of purple energy surrounded him. It relentlessly attacked Jay, causing him to cry out in pain. The mana of another magic circle is interfering with me. When did I stop sensing it? Wait, did they overlap? The building's magic circles disrupted the mana flow, and I couldn't sense this one. Jay hypothesized in pain. Is this a type of magic circle with a curse seal? The maximum amount of mana in an active magic circle will amplify the sealing magic, increasing its power. Despite being surrounded by dark mana, he kept his composure and analyzed the situation. On top of that, after using a massive spell that caused an earthquake throughout the city, my mana reserves can't hold out much longer, so I can't release mana from my body while I'm sealed. Suddenly, Gloomy auras began to emanate from in front of him, Jay thought. Not to mention this scent. No way. He seemed to realize something. Isn't this the same magic Era was afflicted with? Instantly, another magic circle appeared on the ground. Along with the circle, endless black holes opened up. One by one, grotesque-looking monsters fiercely emerged from those black holes, startling Jay. Even monsters, were they also summoned here? Faced with the current situation, he was a bit panicked and tense. I can't fight them in this state. But suddenly, a green-skinned monster swung a blow at him. At this moment, Jay resolved, if I don't stop them now, they will definitely chase after the evacuees. He quickly cast a spell, creating a mana sword. Isn't one this big a bit overkill? Not giving the monster a chance to touch him again, Jay swung his sword. The monster was sliced into 100 pieces. Suddenly, he froze, the mana flowing through his body. He collapsed to his knees. His face contorted in extreme pain. It feels like my blood vessels are being torn apart. The mana is flowing backward. While Jay was distracted, arrows flew from out of nowhere. They pierced straight into his back. He fell flat on the ground, his back soaked in blood. However, he struggled to turn his head and look toward where the arrows were fired from. Did they anticipate this would happen? I was too careless to be attacked like this. I was too arrogant. Suddenly, the growls of beasts echoed. Monsters with glowing red eyes surrounded him. Elsewhere, people were moving into the city. Era stood up high, observing the crowd, witnessing the supplies being delivered. It seems she's handling things well. They're moving faster than I thought. At this rate, the request I received will be completed soon. I should go to Jay now. Suddenly, someone called her name in her subconscious, Era. She was startled. Jay? The mark on the back of her hand flashed. This is... Era immediately realized something was wrong. She quickly cast a holy spell. Jay's life force is fading. What exactly is harming that child? She shouted, teleportation gate. Then she quickly flew through it. Seeing the monsters preparing to pounce on Jay, Era shouted, stop. She was filled with indignation. Vile monsters, how dare you? In the blink of an eye, Era annihilated all the monsters. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Her face filled with utter shock as she saw Jay lying unconscious in a pool of blood. She shouted his name, Jay. Era rushed to his side to check on him. Worriedly, she tried to wake him. Jay, are you okay? Wake up. In an instant, her face turned pale. I can't believe it, this scent. That haunting past came flooding back. Ever since Era was afflicted by that scent, she could never forget it. A disgustingly sweet and fruity scent that had imprisoned her for 25 years. At that time, Era fell into a deep sleep. That is a sign of the curse that put her into a long slumber. Those around were also shocked to see her like this, as demonic purple smoke still enveloped her. And now, Jay is also emitting the scent of a curse. Remembering that painful memory, Era suddenly burst into tears. She hugged Jay and softly called his name. The situation is not looking good, because Jay has been in a coma for a month now. This information came as a great shock after the news of what happened to Jay. As news about the kingdom's hero spread, his supporters were greatly surprised. As a sign of gratitude, the kingdom held a ceremony to honor him as a hero. Solemn rituals were performed as Pope Glacier praised Jay's glorious achievements, then he bestowed upon him a hero's title. No one in the Holy Kingdom had ever received the title of Aben. From then on, many troubles arose because the figure symbolizing the kingdom's strength, the Holy One, was currently absent, so the kingdom was at risk of a foreign invasion, and without wasting any time, Brocasia began to spread throughout the kingdom. Finally, war broke out between the two sides, and Iriel excitedly unleashed her attacks. At this rate, is the sky going to fall down? Jack fought hard to destroy the enemy. You must be pretty relaxed to be joking. The current situation made her a little concerned. It is already the third day the enemy has been attacking continuously, and even while holy magic can resolve physical fatigue, it cannot erase the mental fatigue for everyone. At this point, someone suddenly shouted for the Saintess. Iriel looked bewildered towards the source of the sound. That person was none other than Harrow riding towards them. We are here to help. She quickly recognized Marquis Harrow. Then Iriel mustered her strength to unleash a martial skill, defeating the enemy before her countless lightning bolts struck down under her power. Deafening claps of thunder echoed. Suddenly, a figure flashed past. It was Barry, vigorously swinging his sword to destroy the enemy. Yeah, if the Holy One saw this, he would be very happy. Then she smiled. That's right, Jay needs to rest until the battle is over and he wakes up. Suddenly, a wounded soldier cried out in pain. A woman approached with a smile. How can a low-ranking soldier possibly fight against the Saintess? Seeing this, Jack grew worried. Saintess, those people. Iriel was just as surprised. This is absurd. Rumor has it they only appeared in Selene a few days ago. Well, I have to admit, her face is quite beautiful. She was quite chubby as a child. Oh, what else is there besides that? Abu burst out laughing. That's a bit embarrassing. She found it extremely confusing. How could they have gotten to Salonia so quickly? Then Iriel began to analyze the current situation on their side. Only Jack and I have reached the rank of high-level swordsman, despite some difficulties. Looking at the color and intensity of his aura, there is no doubt about it. He is at least a mid-high level swordsman, otherwise we stand no chance against him. After a moment of thought, she glanced over, sending a telepathic message to Jack. He got the signal and turned his head. To their astonishment, Aura aggressively charged forward. The way you two look at each other is so pathetic. Ariel hurriedly raised her hand to cast a defensive spell. The man looked at her with contempt. You want to block my attack. Then Aura launched another powerful attack. Block this one. Jack realized the situation was bad. Saying to get back quick, but it was too late as the attack was right in front of him. Then an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The injured Jack let out a soft cry of pain and thought to himself, he can do this much damage with just one attack. He then knew the opponent was not to be trifled with. Clearly, he is far superior to us. He is a mid-high or high-level swordsman. The situation was not good, so she immediately ordered a full retreat. Retreat from here at once. He would not let them go easily and quickly charged forward. You think I will let you do that? Suddenly, Ariel thrust her hand out in front of Aura, immediately after she cast a spell. Only then did he realize it was holy power, angelic light. After being hit by the spell, he was on full alert. Have you ever successfully avoided this power? Then Aura stared in astonishment at the desolate scene before him. I immediately felt all my hostility disappear. Could she have borrowed the power of the gods? How interesting. Back at the camp, a voice rang out. While the 7 holy knights defend the front, have Marquis Harrow's cavalry prepare to attack the rear. The one giving the orders was Rhea. Let the Saintess manage the holy knights' actions. The battle will take place in the northwest forest. Rhea thought this, observing young Ariel. She looked at Rhea with satisfaction. She is an outstanding girl. Among the academy students who volunteered for the war, she has a keen eye for planning, which makes up for her lack of physical strength. Her physical strength. After a moment of thought, Ariel praised it. That is a good plan. Let's execute it. If this operation is successful, the situation will be balanced again. We can do this. Then she placed her hands on the command table. This meeting is now over. Let's relax a little since they do not seem to be attacking yet. Rhea obeyed. Yes, Saintess. Next to a blazing bonfire, a lamenting sigh was heard. Jack approached with curiosity. It is not that difficult with one holy one absent, is it? Ariel replied awkwardly. It is actually very difficult. Now I understand just how much he did for us. Then she smiled and turned her head. But I can't keep depending on the Holy One forever. I am also a Saintess of this kingdom. Just then, someone approached. That's right, Saintess, now is the time to repay the Holy One's generosity. Ariel was stunned by Berith's appearance as he politely greeted her. Welcome, Saintess. He asked curiously, why did you leave that comfortable chair to come here? Ryan laughed and explained, what good is that comfortable chair when a war is raging? Looking at everything happening, she guessed, perhaps this is the result of the Holy Kingdom's restructuring that Jay had planned. Thoughts ran through Ariel's mind. They are nobles who only work for their personal and family interests. But now everyone is joining hands to pursue a common goal. I could never have imagined a day where I would feel so close to them. In the end, she remarked that it was a strange feeling. Night fell at the luxurious palace. At this moment, someone was performing a purification spell. Seeing this, Aklu asked curiously, how is the Holy One? After an examination, Chelsea turned back. It is still the same, although his mind is conscious. His body still can't move. You should stay by his side and talk to him, so he will not feel lonely. Before leaving, she did not forget to add, I will be going now. Take good care of Jay. Serving him well is also good for you. When only the two of them were left in the room, she said sorrowfully, a person who receives the love and care of the high gods, no one but you could do that, Holy One. Acleus's hand adjusted Jay's hair, and not only that, do you know how many people are worried about you? So her plea echoed in the night. Please wake up soon. Suddenly, his finger twitched. At the same time, from Jay's arm, a purple dark energy appeared. The stories about him are truly miraculous. The way Jay absorbs mana is very strange. He does not need to create any magic circles or any magic within his body. Instead, he absorbs and uses the mana in the air. Therefore, his body has no mana reserves. However, there are currently 2 sources of mana coexisting within him, containing a large amount of mana. One of them is Bone Dragon magic, and the other is an Earth-type sealing magic. It is similar to Era's magic mana from a magic circle. Jay's recovery method is also different from ordinary people. The method once used to treat Era, verbal tea is the antidote for the cursed magic remaining in the body. The main feature of that method is that for the outside of the body, one simply uses mana to heal. A series of images flashed in his mind. He realized what he should do. So just like that time, I have to eliminate the cursed magic from my body. However, my mana control has been suppressed, so I cannot push it out on my own. So Day started to think of a way if I can just move and activate a little bit of mana to activate the dragon art. Now, the Bone Dragon has reacted. It is looking at the opposite side with confusion. Because the magic is leisurely coexisting with the Bone Dragon, of course, it does not like this at all. Because according to the nature of mana, they cannot coexist in the same place. So those two things rushed at each other. The Bone Dragon will drive the cursed magic out. He looked satisfyingly at the scene before him, destroying the enemy from within. Then Day told himself the dragon art will win if it gets some help. Before him was an evenly matched battle, but no matter how powerful the Bone Dragon magic is, My enemy has also used powerful magic for decades. If the dark magic circle defeats the bone dragon, then I will be done for. I do not want anything unexpected to happen, so Day has to take action. To prevent risks, I will need to store as much mana as possible. He also realized the dangers he was facing, but all this crazy stuff happening inside my body will harm my body. Even though he was in a coma, Jay's consciousness was still clear. I do not know who created this magic circle, but if I catch him, I will make him pay. Outside, a voice was heard. Is it true that Froxia is very close? The maid holding a tray discussed. Except for children and the elderly, everyone else was drafted. The maid holding the water basin added, Miss Aquarius has gone to the battlefield. They could only pray for Miss Aquarius, wishing her well. On the battlefield, sounds echoed. 8th Cavalry Legion, fall back a little. Yes, sir. Now 5th Magic Legion, release your magic. Attack after attack was launched with ear-piercing screams. Fireballs slashed the enemy with the wind blade's sword. Seeing the situation was not good, the opposing sides shouted to each other, 5th Magic Legion retreat. But Chelsea would not let them go so easily. She cast a spell and blew them away. Blizzard. The crowd screamed in pain and quickly realized that is magic, fall back. Seeing the situation, she ordered let the soldiers return to the camp, no need to pursue. Back at the camp, the place was bustling with chatter. I am back today. The battle was very difficult for everyone. Lauren, commander of the 8th Cavalry Legion, was extremely excited. Lauren, if we were with Miss Aquarius, I think we could destroy them all together. All of them. Garcia, vice commander of the 8th Cavalry Legion, shared her feelings. Thanks to that, the soldiers' morale will be greatly boosted. We should feel especially proud. For successfully defending Celine despite the praise, Chelsea remained cold. Everyone did well. In her mind, she was calculating. Obviously, if we keep fighting like this, not only Celine, but also Gariel and Salonia will be exhausted. Chelsea calculated carefully. But I also have to consider the variables. They are mainly stationed at Gariel. If they suddenly attack, I might not be able to hold out. We definitely need more reinforcements. After a moment of thought, she ordered Lauren out. Garcia, go to Gariel. The two of them were overjoyed. Yes, Commander. At this moment, Chelsea was frowning, thinking about something. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. Immediately, Chelsea turned in one direction. This mana flow impossible. At the same time, Day woke up. Looking at the ceiling, he felt extremely happy. I did it. I am finally awake. Day's attention focused on his left hand. Amazing. The dark magic on my left hand has completely disappeared, just as I expect. Combining the two mana types was a good idea. His body was undergoing a change. The dragon art weakened as soon as the curse completely disappeared. He quietly felt the change in his body, but now I am much weaker. The most important thing is that my whole body still cannot move, but I can still absorb mana from the air. Streams of mana were healing Jay. I do not need as much mana as when I healed Era. It will be fine. I cannot absorb much right now either. Heal Day then closed his eyes seriously. It cannot compare to casting magic normally. I have to concentrate more. To avoid being distracted at this moment, Day suddenly felt something strange in his hand. My left hand, which once absorbed the magic for some reason, now feels incredibly light. For a moment he was stunned. Not only that, every blood vessel, every muscle cell is filled with mana. Joy quickly spread. The mana in the body has been activated. Is it because my hand has become familiar and more sensitive to mana, so it absorbed more of it? Day could feel that the mana in his left hand was being absorbed very strongly. This makes my body recover faster. I can achieve optimal efficiency when casting magic. With just a small amount of mana, joy filled his mind. This means I have gotten stronger. This is all I need. I will perform a full body recovery. But Day in the room was still carrying out the procedure. Healing was very fast. He was able to sit up. Currently, Day was very excited, because my whole body feels so light as if I am flying. My health has never been better. His hand suddenly clenched into a fist. So is it time to go back? Day had never been so confident. Now I am free from all restrictions. In the dark night, the atmosphere was suffocating and oppressive. Iriel's voice echoed in the space, explaining the current situation. The appearance of the high-ranking swordsman has dealt us a heavy blow. They attacked the capital Salonia at midnight. It was a surprise attack. Her face showed sheer terror, her eyes wide. Her mouth was wide open and her eyebrows were furrowed together. She shouted to the people behind her, if we lose more soldiers here, it will be difficult to hold the capital, but we must find a way to escape this situation. Everyone fall back. Do not look back. Iriel clasped her hands. She whispered, I have to find a way to hold them back. Otherwise, Zik was holding his sword firmly, standing opposite her. He declared loudly, Your Holiness, we will protect you, and the capital. We will do whatever it takes to do so. Iriel hurriedly tried to stop him. She screamed, You cannot do this alone, not when the strongest among us is absent. Before Iriel could finish, Zik shouted, I will try faced with his determination. She could only sigh. He confessed his feelings. If you die here now, this battle will be over. Iriel raised her hand forward. Her two hands opened. A stream of light shone down from the sky onto the soldiers, making them overjoyed. Holy protection, holy seal's blessing, great holy art. This is the Saintess's blessing. Counterattack. Spare no one. and Ariel ran in the opposite direction from them, her eyes filled with worry and sadness. She told herself, everyone do not die. Her figure flashed away, followed by rustling winds that seemed to scream. The treetops swayed in the wind. Zik instructed the knights behind him, everyone, hold your positions and do not let them pass. The knights shouted, yes, sir. Suddenly, a whining voice rang out, sending a chill down Zik's spine. His eyes widened. Oh, Lord, are we a little late? Why do not I see the Saintess? The dwarf Aura stroked his thick braided beard. He joked with the old witch next to him. This is getting more interesting, but shouldn't we go after her too? The old hag glanced at the person beside her and smirked. Ah, I will let you decide. The middle-aged man with a few stubbly whiskers under his chin replied, I agree. Zik tightened his grip on his sword. Alarm bells rang in his mind. As expected, they have arrived. We must stop him from pursuing the Saintess. He bravely charged towards the dwarf, raising his sword ready to go, all or nothing against them. Do you think I will let you do that? The sword in his hand was quickly blocked by the middle-aged man's blade. With a few strands of beard on his chin, the middle-aged man chuckled with interest. I heard you're the youngest high-ranked swordsman in all 6 lands, aren't you? His gaze on Jack was like looking at an ant. I'll take good care of you. That title made Jack flinch. He wanted to deny it, but couldn't bring himself to say, no, that's not true. The old witch following Aura glanced at him with a sly look. She spoke in a strange voice. Go easy on him. He's kind of cute, don't scare him off. The 2 swords clashed repeatedly, flashing, dazzling sparks with a deafening clang. Jack gritted his teeth. He reluctantly continued to charge into battle, sweat dripping down his face. He struggled to utter a curse. Suddenly, Rhea appeared like a savior. The little girl yelled, Witch Squad, fireball. It shot towards the middle-aged man. It created a massive cloud of smoke and fire which billowed up to cover the sky. Though her face still showed a hint of fear, the little girl bravely shouted, Jack, I'll back you up. Jack was stunned. He turned to look at her, muttering Rhea through the thick smoke. The smoke cleared, revealing the middle-aged man, surprisingly, had not a single scratch from that last attack. But I can't believe there are so many talented people in the Holy Kingdom. Your passion is a little annoying, but I suppose I can't just ignore you. Jack was horrified. He's not hurt at all. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. He yelled, Rhea, behind you. A black-haired figure had appeared behind her without anyone noticing. The person's dead eyes stared at the little girl. She warned, you're in my way. Hearing Jack scream, the little girl looked behind her in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she kicked the little girl hard, giving Rhea no time to react. Rhea, Jack screamed. Her feet moved as nimbly as a cat's. The moment her toes touched the ground, she launched into the air. With her every step, the air seemed to be torn apart. The soldiers could no longer keep their composure. They were like sheep encountering a wolf, scattering in every direction. They screamed chaotically, she's coming, run. A sword flashed from beneath her cloak. Unsurprisingly, they all fell to her sword. Red blood sprayed amidst agonizing screams. Chaos. Jack was terrified. His pupils contracted and his brows furrowed. He realized, our army has been wiped out. Only the 2 of them are left. The middle-aged man charged forward to attack, announcing, well, young man. Sparks flew as their 2 swords clashed. I'd like to see how I fare against you. He cursed helplessly. Damn it. Jack's face was tense as he thought, damn it. His attacks are too strong. There's no way I can beat him. A snowflake suddenly appeared beside Jack. The world was abruptly enveloped in a cold draft and fragile, sparkling snowflakes. He seemed to recognize the signal. It's the frozen field. A figure in a blue cloak soared through the air and landed gently on the ground. The middle-aged man was stunned. Is this a mage? Acleus's voice was soft yet firm. Don't move, she then said sternly. Surrender quietly. The enemy was frozen, stiff. They could only marvel. In the Holy Kingdom, there's still someone who can cast this spell. Meanwhile, Ariel darted forward. She thought I've escaped and tried not to leave any traces. Maybe this will buy me some time, but her steps gradually slowed down. Ariel looked down. She bit her lower lip nervously. But what do I do once I get to Salonia? I don't have a plan at all. The dwarf Aura and the old woman beside him emerged from the direction she just came from. He casually remarked, how unlucky. If you had run straight ahead, you might have gotten farther. A sort of light formed in her hand. She couldn't help but feel tense. I expected this, but I didn't think they would be this fast. She hissed. One by one, she took a stance, ready to fight for her life. She declared, I promise you, I will take you both down one by one. The old witch seemed to dismiss her completely. Her words were full of contempt. How interesting. Well, so what? The eyes of Aura and the old woman beside him gleamed like predators. Bloodthirsty, they lunged at Ariel. They threatened. That is, if you can. A sound cut through the night. A spray of dark red blood flew out. Strangely, the blood belonged to Aura. He stared in shock as his beard was sliced off. A gash was carved across his chest, while Ariel looked as if she had seen a star fall from the sky. Her eyes sparkled. Jay had appeared like a god standing in front of her. You're the one who attacked Aura, Ariel exclaimed joyfully. Jay. The dust from the magical aftershock slowly settled, revealing Aura and the witch who had been thrown back. Jay stood protectively in front of Ariel, the remnants of a flickering blue light still on his hand. He spoke. Having fun, making a mess while I was away. That damn magic circle gave me a lot of trouble. Aura was furious, yet equally shocked. Even That curse only put you in a coma for a month. Blue light began to gather in his hand. Jay replied, annoyed. Just a month, I thought I was going to die of boredom. The blue orb in his hand grew larger. He said casually, well, I'm a busy man, so I'll just kill you both at once. The old witch stared at that power stunned. This enormous flow of mana, I've heard about him, but it's hard to believe he's this powerful. Aura and the witch glanced at each other, exchanging a silent signal. They both lunged and grabbed Jay's shoulders, surprising him. Behind him, Ariel seemed to realize something. Her mouth fell open, speechless. They grabbed him. Don't tell me it's mana pressure. The witch cackled excitedly, her face triumphant, as if she could already see Jay's demise. No matter how much mana you have in your body, you're still only human. There's no way you have more mana than 2 high-ranked swordsmen die. His eyes widened as he vaguely realized they were trying to make their mana sources clash, but the loser's mana flow will shatter. A blue light flashed in Jay's eyes. He thought confidently, however, you've picked the wrong opponent. In the middle of the forest, a pillar of blue light shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire region. At Jay's feet lay the bodies of the 2 unfortunate souls. He stepped over them and spoke softly. You should know who not to mess with, even as they took their last breath. Aura and the witch still couldn't believe it, but you're the only one who could survive. Jay called out to Ariel, snapping her out of her daze. He instructed, we don't have time. I'll go on ahead to Gariel. You follow me as fast as you can. She replied, oh, okay. Meanwhile, Jack's battle was coming to an end. His body was already covered in wounds. He panted heavily, struggling to hold his sword. Seeing Jack's condition, Acleus cried out in fear, Jack, can you still hold on? Before she could get a reply, Acleus had to create a barrier to block the attack from her opponent, the black-haired woman in a hooded cloak, who was attacking her relentlessly. Acleus mumbled an incantation, her worried thoughts leading to a mistake. But Jack can't hold on much longer. I can't stay calm. Sharp icicles materialized in the air at Acleus's command and shot towards the black-haired woman Ice Lance. She gritted her teeth silently, vowing, we can't drag this fight on any longer. The black-haired woman dodged the icicles with ease. She calculated internally, that mage. Her eyes widened as she stared at Acleus. She concluded, just as I thought, that's no ordinary spell. She observed Acleus's steady composure and the spells she cast, silently speculating. She dispels one spell and immediately casts another to counter her control over the angle. Timing and casting speed for her attack spells is truly astonishing. So this is a 6th-tier archmage. A scream echoed from Jack's direction, causing Acleus's eyes to fill with panic. Over there, the middle-aged man stabbed Jack straight in the chest. Blood gushed from his throat and sprayed from the wound, making his situation more critical than ever. Jack's eyes gradually lost their spirit, becoming lifeless. He collapsed to the ground, motionless, as his comrades screamed, Jack. The middle-aged man pulled out his sword and said with satisfaction, you've held out long enough. All right, then he turned to look at her. His eyes radiated aggression and bloodlust as he smirked. It's your turn, my lady. Acleus didn't even have time to grieve. Her face tensed, her brows furrowed, and she gritted her teeth. Just you try. She made up her mind there was no other way and uttered a spell. Procia carrying a cold breath of ice and snow, the soldiers suddenly scrambled to their feet and fled. They screamed in terror. Everyone run, a soldier announced. He's here, as someone landed on the ground. The air compressed and exploded from within the cloud of smoke, dust, and debris. Ray stepped out, a faint magical light still lingering on him. The middle-aged man was startled and stepped back, thinking to himself, it's that guy. Ray ignored the soldiers walking past them and heading towards the fallen Jack. Blood from his body stained the ground red around him. Ray reached out and touched Jack's neck pensively. His body had lost its warmth. Ray's face darkened, his expression unreadable. He realized he died about 20 minutes ago. His voice echoed, tell me. A moment later, he asked who killed Jack. Eric lowered her head full of remorse. She said apologetically, I'm so sorry, it's all because of my limited ability. He cut Eric off. No, that was a meaningless question. Ray's eyes blazed with killing intent. He declared, I'll just cut them into 1,000 pieces. The middle-aged man warned his comrade. He has a violent amount of mana. The black-haired woman agreed. That guy is dangerous. We have to avoid him. I'll open a path out in the meantime. The black-haired woman planned, instructing her companion, protect the front line, but before she could finish, a blue blade appeared at eye-level. Blood splattered from the person beside him, causing the middle-aged man to freeze. Ray slowly emerged from behind the middle-aged man, analyzing him, assessing the angle and size of the wound. It definitely wasn't her. He turned and questioned the man. His eyes filled with killing intent. It was you. Fear enveloped the middle-aged man. His voice became strained. Is he a monster? Red blood splattered into the air. On the ground lay the corpses of the middle-aged man and the black-haired woman. Ray asked, can I entrust this battlefield to you? And Acleus agreed. Yes, your holiness, I will control this place so you won't have to worry. He carefully carried Jack's body. As he walked away, he said, thank you, I trust you. Acleus quickly replied, thank you, my lord. She watched Ray's actions, bewildered. Holy saint, what is he planning to do with Jack's body? Magical light radiated, illuminating a corner of the forest. Jack's armor was removed, and his body was carefully cleaned, the wounds stitched up by Ray. He looked down at Jack's body and mused, I've tied up the torn spinal cord. and stitched his kidney, but there's no way to transfuse blood. There's no way. Iriel approached and called out, "Your Holiness," she said in despair. Has Jack gone to the Lord? Ray remained silent and Iriel comforted him. A yellow light emanated from her hand. She couldn't bear to look at him anymore and could only suggest, instead of this, he should have departed in a better state. Rest in peace, Jack. Everyone will remember your deeds forever. A warm yellow light enveloped Jack. Something seemed to surprise Iriel, making her eyes widen. Ray whispered, "We can save him." She was stunned, what he said firmly, in a loud voice. "We can save Jack." A voice suddenly rang out. "I'm sorry, but divine arts are not omnipotent. This may seem obvious, but you cannot resurrect someone who is already dead." Another voice rang out in the darkness of the forest. "I know that," he replied, a calm expression on his face. In his hand, streams of blue light gradually condensed into a blue-white surgical knife. Hovering in midair, Ray calmly spoke. "Divine arts may not be able to save him, but I will try." As soon as he finished speaking, the surgical knife hovering in his hand immediately shot forward, cutting a line across the chest of the man on the ground. Iriel's voice loudly tried to stop him. "I completely understand how you feel. It's hard to accept this right now because you cared for him so much." At this moment, Jack lay on the ground, his body covered in gruesome and terrifying wounds. Iriel's voice was still loudly trying to stop him, but this time it was different. "Jack is truly dead. Life and death are in God's hands. Mortals cannot interfere." Hearing this, Ray turned to her with a serious face and said firmly, "No, if I give up on a life that can still be saved, I cannot be at peace. Even if God doesn't want it, I will do my best to save him." Hearing his words, she suddenly shouted. Ray, then Iriel continued to speak with worry. "Why would you say such forbidden words?" Then she seemed to realize something. Her eyes suddenly widened in amazement. She mused. Is he still determined to do it? Ray sighed awkwardly and said, "Iriel, I can't explain it to you right now. But please trust me." Then he clenched his clothes and thought to himself, just like that time. Then Jack, seriously, picked up a pair of scissors created from his power. Preparing to save Jack, Iriel stood beside him, still watching in surprise. A blue light from his power immediately appeared on Jack. Iriel still stood behind, watching Ray, trying his best to save Jack. His hands moved nimbly with the thread created from his ability to stitch Jack's wound. At this moment, Iriel's inner voice was echoing. "While I was watching him, he used that strange method to resurrect." Iriel continued to ponder. "I definitely felt divine power from him. Even though he uses mana and says words that conflict with piety towards God, but in reality, those forbidden words didn't cause anything to happen. This is absurd." But then she sighed and said, "All right, if there's anything I can do to help, just tell me." Hearing this, Ray looked at her, smiled, and replied, "You've done enough, thank you." At this moment, Jack was still lying peacefully on the ground. Looking at his condition, Ray silently calculated. Jack is brain dead, a condition caused by the lack of treatment, but right now, just by using divine arts, his physical condition has improved as if he were a living person. An image of a heart and a timer appeared along with lines of calculations began to flash nonstop within 4 minutes of his heart stopping. "I will save him now. Let's begin within this golden window." Then a beam of blue light immediately slashed down as calculations appeared in Ray's mind. "First, I'll cut the ribs surrounding the heart besides the heart. Everything else is normal. I wish I had an automatic defibrillator, but there's no way to get one now." Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, Ray's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, "That's it." Lightning. At this moment, an image of electric currents running through the heart appeared. At the same time, Ray continued his calculations through the steady electric currents. The heart's activity was gradually restored, starting from the ventricle and atrium. Actually, an AED is a device that transmits an electric current for first aid on cardiac arrest victims. It helps increase the victim's chance of survival, so I'll use magic to do the same to control that small electric current and deliver it to the heart. And at the same time, I'll follow a specific rhythm. Then he pictured a hand grasping tightly on the heart in his mind. Then he continued to calculate silently. "To use my hands to massage the heart and promote blood circulation." Ray's expression immediately became tense. Continuing the life-saving process, he repeated over and over, silently praying in his mind, "Please, please, please." Electric currents continuously ran into Jack's body, creating small crackling sounds. At the same time, Ray, treating him at his side, was still silently praying. "Start pumping blood again." The electric currents entering the body flashed a brilliant yellow edge. In the complete darkness, continuous sparks of electricity stimulated, causing the heart to immediately beat again. At this moment, both Jay and Iriel could not hide their surprise. They both looked in the same direction in astonishment. Then, Iriel dazedly looked at him and asked, "Jay, just now, was that?" Jay immediately called out to her, "It worked! Iriel, come here! Quick, heal him!" Hearing that, Iriel immediately went to use her power to heal Jack. However, she still could not believe her eyes, exclaiming in amazement, "No way." A sparkling golden light from Iriel's power enveloped Jack's body, who was still unconscious on the ground. She continued to exclaim, "Jack's complexion is so much better. He's breathing again, too." Then she looked over at where Jay was standing and asked him, "Jay, who are you? Really? How did you do that?" Hearing that, Jay replied, "I couldn't have done it alone." Then, to her amazement, he turned back, winked at her, and continued, "We did it." After that, Ariel seriously refuted Jay. What are you talking about? There's no way I would perform black magic. Hearing that, he immediately made a speechless face and replied, Hey, don't call it black magic. That's medicine. Then their voices echoed throughout the dark forest. Jay spoke up. More importantly, we need to move Jack quickly and get to Phroxia to help Aqueous. Ariel immediately asked back, Aren't you coming with me? Hearing her question, Jay turned around and answered, I need to go see the Pope. All right then, I'm off. Then, he immediately disappeared, leaving only a streak of light where he had just stood. Hearing where he wanted to go, Ariel panicked and called out after Jay. Then she bewilderedly muttered to herself, I'm not sure if going to see the Pope right now is a good idea. Elsewhere, a large town was engulfed in flames from a fire, creating a desolate scene. The light from the fire lit up the entire sky. At this moment, on a cliff, a dark figure stood from afar, looking towards the fire. He spoke up. At this rate, Gariel is done for. Then, he laughed excitedly and said, Soon, they will take me to a safe place. As long as I hide quietly, I can save my own life and get what I want, just as they promised. Suddenly, Huck appeared behind the cloaked man and subdued him while he was still happy with his thoughts. He spoke in a threatening voice, Don't move. Hearing that, the cloaked man was startled and turned his face. At the same time, Hook's blade immediately swung in an arc of silver light. He asked in astonishment, Who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, his arm was slashed by Hook's blade, causing blood to splatter. The man in the cloak was immediately in pain. He screamed loudly, then collapsed to the ground, groaning, My arm! My arm! Seeing his condition, Hugh immediately spoke. Now, answer my question directly. The man's face contorted, tears streaming down from the pain. However, he still hadn't understood what was happening and was secretly thinking to himself, Damn it, what is this? I'm sure I placed defensive mana stones all around this place. Moreover, why couldn't I sense his presence? Who is this monster? While he was speculating, a foot from behind kicked at him, making him scream. The owner of the foot spoke. I just warned you not to move. Hearing that, he only had time to think. A different voice. The one who just spoke was Hong. She kept her foot on the cloaked man, pressing him firmly to the ground. Who is your superior? Seeing the people standing behind, the cloaked man cried out internally. It's not just one of them. He tearfully said, Archbishop Xavier. Hong's voice rang out again. I'm asking who in Phroxia gave you the order. Hearing her question, he was terrified and thought to himself, How? How do they know? It seemed like he wasn't going to say anything. Hearing this, So Yong sighed and said, Why can't you just tell the whole truth at once? What a troublesome person. Then, a golden light immediately appeared on the girl's forehead. Along with that, a gleam also appeared in her eyes. So spoke with regret, You see, the feeling of having your mind controlled is the worst. At that moment, on the cloaked man's forehead, a golden light also appeared, identical to the one on So's forehead. No way. Is this an unconventional interrogation method? Using holy magic to strike a person's consciousness? How is that possible? Even the Archbishop and the Saint can't do it easily. Then, in the pitch-black night sky, a golden ray of light suddenly appeared. By now, the cloaked man had fainted, with white foam coming out of the corner of his mouth, looking incredibly horrifying. At the same time, So also spoke up. It's done. Most of it was useless information. All right, let's go now. After finishing, So rubbed her eyes and said to Hong, I'll hand over the rest to you. Then, Hong started assigning tasks. Du-Yak Yong, carry her. And Xiong Yong. Du-Yak heard this and immediately replied, Yes, Hong Yong. Then, she turned and walked away with So and Du-Yak, calling back to Chiang, Make sure you clean up everything here, then catch up with us. We're going to the Saint's location. Hong thought to herself with a cold expression. He must have reached the Vatican by now. At this time, outside a magnificent, luxurious palace in the Vatican, Jay silently contemplated and assessed the current situation of the nations. Neighboring countries have formed an alliance and established the Phroxia Union. It's not a weak, single force, even though it's newly formed. If I only infiltrate the Holy Nation's central organization, it still won't be enough. My influence alone will have a hard time resolving this. I don't want that. But in this state of war, the person with the most power in the Holy Nation. Then, Jay asked, Is the Pope inside? Aaron saw him and, surprised, stammered a greeting. Welcome, Your Holiness. Seeing this, Jay remained calm and said to him, Go in and inform the Pope that I wish to see him. He calculated silently, The Pope's help is my only option. A moment later, the Pope's loud, astonished voice echoed through the hallway. What? There are traitors within the Holy Nation? In contrast, Jay calmly explained in detail. In short, the Phroxia organization didn't just appear out of nowhere. In fact, to be more precise, it's an alliance of neighboring kingdoms. And now it turns out that our Holy Nation is also involved with that organization. His reaction was very strong. How dare they do this under the benevolent rule of Gaia? I will find them immediately. But he quickly stopped the Pope. Don't, he said, just leave them be. However, the old man disagreed. How can that be? Then Jay calmly advised, you must wait if you want to pull them out by the roots. Right now, any action we take will only make Phroxia act more cautiously. But the Pope vehemently opposed that idea. Impossible, I cannot let this happen. He was extremely angry and went on a rant. How can you expect a pastor to turn a blind eye to those heretics? The Pope will strike them down one by one. I am certain that every citizen of Gaia will support this. Even if it means turning the holy nation upside down, I must punish those heretics. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. I didn't expect him to react like this, even for a devout person. Why is he overreacting like this? Jay sighed helplessly and repeated, Father, I must say it again. You must leave them be, he suggested in a serious tone. Please, do not let your emotions control you, and use your wisdom to lead the holy nation on the right path. I have said my piece. Now I must go. The Pope's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the armrest of his chair, his expression suppressed. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly as that insolent brat left the room. After the conversation with the Pope, Jay walked down the hallway, deep in thought. I don't understand what the Pope is thinking anymore. His mind was in turmoil. His worries. He's focusing all his attention on one issue, while the very survival of an entire kingdom is at stake. I shouldn't have told him. Unbelievable, for someone like that to be a nation's leader. Anyway, moving on to another matter, Phroxia. So far, the number of high-ranking swordsmen they have that we know of is 6. Are there any others at this level in their army? He analyzed thoroughly. An army like that is enough to destroy a small or medium-sized country in an instant. If they give up attacking the holy nation and switch to attacking another kingdom, in the worst-case scenario, they could grow so strong so quickly, so much so that I couldn't stop them anymore. Grasping the core issue, an idea sparked in Ray's mind. It would be great if I could predict their actions and stop them beforehand. But I need information to do that. He stroked his chin, pondering as he walked. Maybe I should try working with her. The sun set behind the mountains and the castle glowed in the dreamy twilight along the road, flanked by forests outside the castle. Jack was riding his horse slowly, his face grim, frowning in thought. A flood of memories reminded Jack of Iriel's earlier order. Jack, you are no longer allowed on the battlefield. He vehemently questioned, what do you mean? With all due respect, Saintess, I am a high-ranking swordsman. Excluding me would be a great loss for our army. But she just raised her hand to cut him off. No, in fact, it's the opposite. Iriel's expression was serious as she analyzed the situation. The entire army sees the high-ranking swordsman as a pillar of support. Therefore, you always need to be on the front lines. The enemies that are about to appear may be even stronger. The last battle has helped us understand the army's mindset. If you were to command, you would have to face those dangerous enemies again. I need you to rest. She emphasized each word as a subtle reminder. I'm sure you don't want the saint to resurrect you again, do you? Hitting a sore spot, Jack was at a loss for words. He hung his head dejectedly and regretfully uttered 2 words. In that case, Iriel declared, the 3 clans and I will handle this battle. However, she didn't let Jack stay idle, giving him another mission. So I want you to leave the battlefield and go find the saint. That's why he was now in the situation of riding off on his horse. Jack began to reminisce about the long time before now like a child. Those who had high hopes for me called me a prodigy swordsman. I became the youngest person to achieve the title of high-ranking swordsman. As a citizen of Chai, my destiny was set to assist. God's representative, the saint, he firmly affirmed his absolute loyalty. I have never had a single doubt about this faith. And every day I lived with that pride. God had chosen a new saint. Jack recalled the fateful encounter. I met him a little early, and he blocked my sword with his bare hands. Jack's feelings from that moment were still fresh. My heart suddenly pounded. That was the first time in my life I felt so overwhelmed. A firm thought formed from that very moment, and I felt that I could offer everything to him. I wanted to serve him for my entire life and become the sword in his hand, but things went far beyond reality. His hands holding the reins trembled with self-blaming agitation. That's just what I thought. Far from being his sword, I became a nuisance to him. Tears of torment welled in his eyes as he clenched his teeth. Not just once, but twice. He had to save me. Jack whipped the reins hard and shouted, urging his horse to speed up. In his mind, an apologetic, self-reproaching voice lingered. What kind of damn guardian am I? In the tower, Iriel closed the window after standing there, looking down and observing his movements. She let out a sigh. Will he be all right like this? She raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to herself, I've removed Jack from the battlefield as you said. But what exactly are you planning? The ancient bricks were built together. Ray walked up to his cell and began to speak. It's been a while. The other person laughed eagerly, showing no surprise. I was wondering when you'd arrive. The necromancer asked as if stating a fact. The Holy Nation situation isn't good right now. Is it? He honestly confirmed. You're right. Whether it's because of Phroxia or someone else, they are a complete mess. Ray stated his purpose clearly. So I came here to ask you a few things. The man's attitude was still slightly resistant. You think I'll obediently tell you everything? Obviously, he was not fazed at all. On the contrary, he scoffed contemptuously. Of course not. Do you think I'm asking you for nothing? Then Ray exposed the physical ailments the man was currently suffering from. Creaking joints, declining vision, aging, and wrinkled skin. His hand fumbled inside his coat pocket while rambling on. And tooth loss, muscle loss, as well as the cardiovascular system, the coronary artery system, kidneys, urinary organs, the immune system, and many other organs are all deteriorating. Your body isn't what it used to be, is it? If I were to cure them for you. At this point, a cunning glint appeared in his eyes. He took out a small saw. Then you won't be able to resist for no reason anymore, and you'll tell me everything I want, right? Ray's tone became increasingly menacing. You know, I've always been curious why centaurs and orcs have bodies similar to humans. Between these two races, which one do you think is more compatible with the human body? That sight made the necromancer tremble, instantly sweating profusely as he hurriedly shouted, "What the hell are you planning?" Wait. As for Ray, a master of modern medicine, he knew countless ways to inflict pain on the body. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the dungeon. A moment later, the necromancer with a plump, pretty face, sparkling eyes, and a bald head shed tears and begged, "Stop, I beg you to stop, I'll tell you. Let me tell you, Phroxia's true identity is the magic fortresses." Ray was holding a syringe and a bottle of strange medicine in his hand. "Why are you telling me so soon? I still have many things to try," the man yelled in reproach. "You demon. Granting you the title of saint is truly a waste." He didn't care. Oh well. All right, just keep talking. They were said to have disappeared when the Age of Magic ended. They are the Black Tower, the Red Tower, the Green Tower, the Gold Tower, and the Imperial Tower, a total of 5 magic fortresses. The magic fortresses maintained a balance with each other and the magical order among nations. However, fearing the growing power of the magic fortresses, an army from the Alliance of the 6 Continents attacked the magic fortresses. That battle dragged in the Black Tower, which summoned bone dragons and zombies, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the Age of Magic. The necromancer's face was as smooth as a young girl's as he hastily recounted everything he knew. After that, the remaining magic fortresses joined forces, waiting for the day they could take revenge on you. Phroxia still has 15 high-ranking swordsmen and 7 level 6 mages. And the Grand Mage, the first human level 7, is also sharpening his sword for revenge. The man laughed loudly, extremely pleased, and stated with certainty, "No matter how strong you are, you don't stand a chance against them." Ray rolled his eyes and cleaned his ear, not taking it to heart. With that arrogant attitude, he continued to ask, "All right, so where is their headquarters?" The necromancer's lips curled into a suggestive smirk as he answered, "The Francia Mountains." The Francia Mountains, that is the first mountain range on this entire continent, where dwarves and elves live together in a neutral zone that does not cooperate with any kingdom. It is also a prosperous land, with fertile soil and countless resources. However, that is also why the dwarves and elves are always fighting, and that is also why humans are not suited to live here, Ray pondered thoughtfully. It's indeed hard to think of a better place for them to gather their forces and build their organization away from the prying eyes of other kingdoms. He weighed each plan and move. A part of me wants to rain down a meteor shower on that mountain range to solve this damn problem, but I can't let those innocent dwarves and elves suffer for it. By the way, another issue came to his mind: 15 high-ranking swordsmen, 7 level 6 archmages, and also the first level 7 archmage. Things seemed to be becoming clearer to Ray. Ray's gaze was profound. I understand why the necromancer was so happy now. With a team of 5 like that, conquering all 6 territories would not be just a dream. This battle will be tougher than I thought. Suddenly, he called out to his subordinate Hong. "Are you there?" Standing right behind him, she answered. Present and awaiting orders, he turned around and seriously gave his orders. "Each of you go to the neighboring countries. I want you to monitor Frosia's activities there. Report everything to me, no matter how small." Hong replied briefly, "Understood," seeing she had not left and looked hesitant as if she had something to say. Jay asked, "Is there something you want to report?" Hong expressed honestly. "We will obey your orders at all costs, but we just thought we could also help you in the battles on the front lines." He was a little surprised. "You guys," she tried to explain further. "Yes, the enemy has a large number of vanguard troops." So before she could finish, Jay interrupted with a pleased attitude. "You have a point, but it's okay. This situation requires us to act more efficiently, as well as use accurate information." He specifically reminded them to act before the enemy makes any surprising moves, not just to have more reinforcements for the front line. A single battle on the front line is not as important as the mission you've been assigned. Jay turned and walked away, his dark laugh hiding a scheme. "Also about the vanguard. We can also organize some small troops to assist them." Night had fallen. The castle windows were brightly lit. A soft sigh echoed in the quiet space at that moment. Jack stood dazed before the luxurious royal door. "I've finally come to the Holy One's place, but I don't know if I can face him." While he was hesitating, the maid beside him announced, "Your Holiness, Sir Jack has arrived." The person inside ordered, "Let him in." The white door slowly creaked open. As soon as he stepped inside, Jack bowed to Jay. "Greetings, Holy One." He softly called his name as a greeting and returned Jack, seeing his annoyed frown. Jay thought he looked so dejected, but I guess that's understandable. Then suddenly he took steps forward. Jack closed his eyes tightly, a drop of sweat rolling down, showing his anxiety. ready to be reprimanded, yet contrary to his expectations, there was no shouting at all. Instead, a gentle hand patted his shoulder with the words, "Come to the training grounds tomorrow morning." He was surprised. Holy One Jack's hands clenched, misunderstanding his action. "Are you planning to kick me out?" Jay immediately raised his voice in helpless denial. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kick you out?" Every word he spoke was full of encouragement and trust. "I will make you into someone no one can defeat, so just focus on the next 10 days. Forget everything else, your only goal is to become stronger." Jay also didn't forget to mention his past contributions. "I know how much you suffered in that battle, to fill the void and save everyone while I was in a coma," he stated firmly, causing a very bewildered look. "If there's anyone who deserves my support, it's you." Don't forget that Jay's bright, radiant smile and absolute praise had incredible spiritual power. "You are my sword." He pressed his lips together without a word and knelt on one knee, showing his respect. Jack bowed his head loyally and shouted before Jay, "As you command, Your Holiness." The next morning, a resounding, powerful voice echoed, shaking the entire castle. "Greetings, Holy One." Jay yawned, tears of vitality streaming down, still looking sleepy as he looked at the energetic Jack. "You're here so early, the sun hasn't even risen yet." In contrast to him, he was extremely excited, filled with determination, and shouted clearly, "Yes, Your Holiness." Jay saw Jack. The Holy One's sword cannot keep his monarch waiting. So seeing his attitude, Jay felt a bit helpless and thought to himself, the pressure is now double what it usually is. However, he couldn't extinguish that burning will either, so he immediately gave a task. "All right, first create a wind blade, like you usually do." Jack replied very quickly, "As you command," but as soon as he created a blade, glowing red like a hot coal, Jay spoke up to stop him. "No, stop." He stepped closer, guiding him in detail. "Now you must abandon your old habits. This isn't just about shaping your mana into the form of a sword." According to Jay, the wind blade is all about balance, a term Jack was hearing for the first time. Jack felt the novelty of the concept of balance. Jay continued, "So imagine a sword with 3 equal parts, the tip, the body, and the hilt, and distribute your mana equally to all 3 parts." His hand touched Jack's and began to radiate a stream of power. "Slowly, now. Start controlling the mana in your body to create a wind blade on your own." Suddenly, the sword in his hand shot out bursts of fire so unexpectedly that even Jack couldn't hide his astonishment. He clearly felt that the power of this sword had reached a completely different level, as if the surrounding air was swirling towards the sword. "It's hard to believe that with just a little balance my aura could turn into a sword like this." After finishing the instructions, Jay asked again, "All right, do you feel it? Try again." He nodded. "Yes." Jack focused his energy, looking at the sword in his hand, with the exact same feeling as when I practiced before I was able to do it. However, it seems the first time wasn't quite right. The burst of fire and power wasn't as strong as before. He let out a disappointed sigh. "It's quite difficult." Jay immediately explained the result. "That's because you're trying to force something formless into a specific ratio and trying to hold it together. I guarantee that if you succeed in this step, your wind blade will improve by leaps and bounds." Hearing that, he immediately became excited. Really, he seriously made a request. 3 days, Master. This skill in 3 days. You must do it." Rick was filled with confident determination. "Yes, I will do my best." Back in Jay's luxurious bedroom, he sat at the dining table, tilting his head back, remembering what happened this morning. "I told Jack 3 days. But I don't expect him to only train for 3 days because training with aura is extremely difficult." His gaze went out the window past thousands of houses towards a distant place, thinking, "My goal is to wait until Jack is strong enough for me to entrust the Holy Nation to him while I'm away in Grandia." The corner of Jay's mouth lifted slightly. Now I just have to wait. Suddenly, he sensed something, this mana flow. A magic gate opened. Era slowly appeared. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked around. Seeing who had arrived, Jay quickly stood up and happily called her name Era. She was just as emotional, exclaiming, "Jay." Immediately after, Era jumped and threw herself at him, hugging him tightly and affectionately. Jay smiled, gently stroking her hair to soothe her in Jay's bedroom. After the emotional moment passed, Era spoke first. "Rencia." He confirmed and asked back, "Yes. Do you know anything about that place?" She rubbed her chin and answered honestly, "I do not rule over the forests there. That place is ruled by another high elf." Hearing that answer, Jay had a strong reaction. What his brows furrowed as unease grew. Things are even more complicated now. Whether the plan to eradicate Frosia is large or small, there's no way they would overlook any movements, even the smallest one. The elves are known for being suspicious of outsiders. Naturally, they would be even more unhappy if strangers entered their territory to fight. If I end up fighting against the high elves, it won't just be the elves in the village, but also the elves in the neighboring regions won't leave me alone. Jay wanted to get more information and asked further, "What is that high elf's power like?" Era replied, "All high elves are 1 level more powerful than ordinary elves." But she paused for a moment, then smiled. "They are not on my level because I am the guardian deity of all such high elves." He was a little surprised. Guardian deity. Jay connected the dots and guessed, so if I become an enemy of those high elves, even Era would be troubled. Thinking that, Zai expressed his firm stance. "I will try to avoid any conflict with the elves," Era casually replied. Of course, thank you. Then she raised a finger and lightly summoned a magic portal. It's time for me to go. I'm relieved to know you're awake. He replied politely, thank you for your concern. I know it wasn't easy for you to find time to come here. Thank you for visiting me so often. She gave a polite smile. You've helped me a lot in the past, so I should be thanking you. Zai rubbed the back of his neck, a bit embarrassed. Come on. Before leaving completely, Era lingered for a moment to give some advice. And don't worry too much. The elves in Grancia are quite easygoing, so as long as you don't do anything outrageous, you'll be fine. He waved goodbye. He thought back to what she said and muttered to himself, easygoing? That bunch from Phroxia. They chose such a detestable place to set up their lair. I don't think worrying will solve the problem. If I go alone, something might happen to me. But then Zai remembered Jack, feeling expectant. I wonder how Jack is doing. I hope he's made a lot of progress this past week. 3 days later, at the training ground, a loud shout was heard. Jack, with dark circles under his eyes, was practicing the moves he had been taught before. Zai reminded him, this isn't what I told you to do. He was startled and stammered, I apologize. Then Jack honestly recounted the feeling he had experienced. When you controlled my aura and guided my magic, it felt like something inside me awakened. I kept thinking about that strange sensation, and it seems I can reach the state I was in when I fought Jihad. His words left Zai utterly surprised and shocked. He can not only control aura, but he's even reached a level where he can maintain the shape of a sword with aura for that long. Zai knew very well that activating mana had indeed awakened the senses in Jack's body. But to be able to do this in such a short period of time, truly, he deserves to be called the youngest genius, to reach the level of a high-ranked swordsman of the Holy Kingdom. And so, he silently decided, this is enough. Now I can entrust things to him and leave. Zai smiled relaxedly and continued talking to Jack, a state similar to that time, huh? Excellent. You want to become even stronger, don't you? He replied without hesitation. Yes. A blue stream of power emanated from him, along with Zai's voice. Then you need one more thing now. He held the newly manifested sword and challenged. Are you ready to use all your strength to try and block my sword? Jack, full of spirit, said, yes, come at me anytime. His footsteps retreated a little. Zai silently observed, not acting hastily. Jack exuded an aura of high alert. You're underestimating me. When their swords clashed, he could feel the difference in energy. The turquoise aura was like the very essence of mana, refined and pure. But I can feel the proportion of aura in his sword. It's not that different from my own aura. I can block it. But an unexpected incident occurred, leaving him stunned. Zai smirked, the amusement clear in his eyes. This is the last lesson you have to learn. What it feels like to experience it for yourself. Watching the turquoise sword pressing down, Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. An unbeatable sword. He hurriedly asked, is there really no way to block it? Zai waved his hand, making the weapon disappear as he answered, who knows? Just keep figuring it out until I return. He vaguely understood something. You mean? Jack decided to be direct. Jack, I'm planning to go to Phroxia's lair. Hearing this, as if by reflex, he immediately said loudly, then I will go with you. But Zai cut him off. No, not you. Zai flicked Jack's forehead hard, making him cry out in pain. I've already told you, you are the right person to take my place while I'm not here. You haven't forgotten, have you? Jack, with a gloomy face, sulked in a corner with the mark on his head. He obediently accepted the order. Forgive me. I will protect the kingdom with my life. That's more like it. He replied softly. All right, I'm counting on you. Then Zai suddenly asked about something else. But you must have been training hard. Jack answered honestly. Thank you for thinking so. Since the day you taught me, I have been training non-stop. Hearing that answer, Zai was startled, a thought flashing in his mind. A question arose. You've been training non-stop since then? Don't tell me. He asked for more details. What about eating? Jack's answer was obviously not unexpected. Your Holiness, you grace me by teaching me such a great lesson, as vast as the boundless ocean. How could I possibly stop training to eat? That's unthinkable. That fierce spirit left Zai speechless. All right, he ordered, I'm taking you to eat right now. Follow me. He immediately complied, yes, Your Holiness. A voice echoed from within a room. So you did as I told you, right? Someone replied respectfully. Yes. The saint's journey is a pilgrimage. No one will be escorting him. Eclair unrolled a scroll full of text and exclaimed, excellent. The other person spoke up again. Lady Eclair, one more thing. She glanced, signaling him to speak. The male assistant reported, it seems the Council of Heresy investigation has started to make its move. Eclair raised her voice in surprise. What? She shot up, slamming her hands on the table with a strong reaction. They're acting without my permission? When I am the head of the archbishops, he added. They said it was the Pope himself who ordered them to act. Eclair gritted her teeth, trembling with anger, cursing internally. That crazy old man. He's needlessly complicating things. Then she grabbed her coat, put it on, and ordered, "Come with me." He meekly followed behind, quietly replying, "Yes." Scene change. Footprints on the white snow are gradually being covered up. Zai, alone, carrying luggage on his back, moves step by step through the harsh weather. Because it was too cold and he wasn't used to snowfall, Zai sneezed continuously, despite wearing an extra cloak. He thought to himself, "I can't get used to the weather in this snowy mountain range at all. I'm wearing clothes with moisture-retaining magic, but the weather is still too cold. This place definitely wasn't like this before, but now the weather is changing little by little." Zai stopped, crossing his arms, feeling uneasy. The snow is falling more and more heavily. "I can't see anything ahead. Should I set up a tent right here?" A while later, he had put on gloves and was sitting, warming himself in front of a fire with a satisfied look on his face. Seeing the fire wasn't strong enough for this weather, Zai told himself, "I need to make the fire burn stronger. Is there anything over there I can use, like firewood?" As he was looking around, his eyes fell upon a strange, chubby tree trunk. "What kind of tree is that? It looks so weird." "Well, whatever, as long as it burns." So Zai approached it, about to break off a branch, when a voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, you! Let go!" He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Right after that, the tree turned around, revealing a talking face. "I said let go." His heart was filled with curiosity. Is this a monster? No wonder it looks so strange. It crossed its arms arrogantly and spoke. "I didn't expect to meet a human here," Zai said. "I didn't expect to meet a treant here either." It immediately denied it. "I'm not a treant. I'm a tree spirit." Thinking of the beautiful and splendid appearance of normal tree spirits, he immediately retorted, "How can you lie so blatantly?" The tree spirit got annoyed. "What? You punk, I'll show you." Then it pulled one of its root legs up from under the snow. To prove its point, it said confidently, "See, even if I pull my roots out of the ground, I won't die." Zai's face was a bit dazed. The tree spirit also remained silent. Although he didn't speak, he couldn't help but wonder, so what? The tree spirit turned its face away, clasped its hands behind its back, and broke the awkward silence. "Hey, human, you possess extraordinary holy arts. Are you a saint?" He's trying to change the subject, Zai thought, but still introduced himself politely. "I am a saint. My name is Zai." It made a serious proposal, I see. "Powerful human, Zai. Can you share some of your power with me? I need power. If you help me, I will grant you one wish." Granting one of my wishes to a spirit. Specifically, a forest tribe spirit. The existence of a tree spirit is very valuable, since they help make the forest soil fertile. If this little one is really a tree spirit, I'm sure the goblins in the Grancia Mountains will like him too, and they'll help me search for Phroxia. At the very least, they won't get in my way. However, he wasn't in a rush and continued to probe. "You mentioned power. What kind of power do you mean?" The tree spirit repeated my exact words. Its voice was serious. "Make me stronger." But Jay skillfully refused. "Forgive me, but I don't know any way to make a tree spirit stronger." Jack was a different case. The tree spirit was surprised by that reason. "Why?" It looked downcast and sad. "No, I need power to return to the forest." This time, it was his turn to be surprised. "The forest? Is that your home?" The train then recounted the entire story. "A group of humans entered our forest and depleted and destroyed it. Their dark magic killed us slowly. Then they also stripped us of our power and drove us out one by one, leaving us as wanderers." Coincidentally, it was something he was interested in. Jay thought to himself, dark magic. Is he talking about the forest in the Grancia range, Phroxia's people? His voice rose and his hands clenched into fists. "Isn't this a wonderful coincidence?" Jay's expression was excited. "Coincidentally, I'm on my way to punish the people in your forest." The tree spirit was suspicious. "Really?" Jay shared frankly, "I can't help you get stronger, but I can take you back to your forest." Then he coughed lightly, pretending to press the issue. "So, where can I get some firewood? Do I have to use magic to keep the fire going? I'm tired." Seeing this, it quickly replied, "Wait a moment." After that, the tree spirit decisively broke off half of its arm. To Jay's astonishment, it threw the piece of wood straight into the fire. "My body burns quite well and holds a flame for a long time." Looking at that innocent face, he secretly made a decision. "I have to get him back to the forest quickly." And so, time passed. The next day. This time, Jay had left the snowy area and reached a sun-drenched, dense forest. He exclaimed in delight, "This is what mountains should look like." Looking at the marks on the tree trunks, Jay deduced, "Based on the map and the peeled bark, I guess I've entered the elves' territory." He walked while planning in his head. "First, I want to talk to a high-ranking elf." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Hey, you! Why is a human here?" Seeing the girl in front of him, he thought to himself, "Are they the guardians of this village?" Jay stepped forward with a friendly smile. "Hello, May I meet the high-ranking elf who governs this forest? The girl and her companions staunchly refused. What are you talking about? You think we let a strange human into our village? Does he think he can just meet Chelsea? He was a bit surprised. Chelsea, is that the name of the high-ranking elf here? Jay still tried to show his goodwill. I understand. That's why I'm asking politely. But the other party was very stubborn. No. In short, get lost now. Their attitude gave him a headache, and he sighed. I never expected everyone to give me a warm welcome, but talking like this is just. Just then, someone spoke up. What's all this noise about? Light footsteps approached, and the group greeted her politely. Chelsea. Jay was a little surprised by her appearance. That elf is Chelsea? She looks more like Era than anyone. She seems friendly enough to talk to. A high-ranking elf with a pleasant disposition. Chelsea smiled cheerfully. Hello, what business brings you to our village? He stammered shyly. Well. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a small detail. The earrings he was wearing looked a bit familiar. Chelsea was suspicious. Is that? She realized with a start, Cecily's eye. Then, her attitude changed instantly. Radiating hostility, she approached him and interrogated, Human, where did you get those earrings? Jay started to worry and tried to explain. They were a gift. Chelsea's face darkened, and she spoke bluntly without any courtesy. A gift? Those earrings are a treasured item of our village. They are also a memento of my mother. I'll ask you again. I will ask you again. Who gave you those earrings? He scratched his head helplessly and had to introduce himself. I am the holy son of the Gaian holy nation. A high-ranking swordsman from the Legion Kingdom gave them to me as a diplomatic gift, I'm sure. After hearing this, she gritted her teeth and muttered, the Legion Kingdom. Then she immediately extended her hand towards him, preparing to gather her power for an attack. Everything is clear now. There's no need to say any more. An ally of that kingdom is also our enemy. His face fell as he thought to himself, is this how it's going to be? Immediately after, a large explosion occurred, accompanied by a piercing scream. Under the fierce attack from Chelsea's group, Jay turned and ran for his life. She rushed at him with all sorts of four-bladed shurikens as he fled. You're fast, aren't you? Give me back those earrings right now. He glanced back and yelled, I know that. Even if I gave them to you, you'd still kill me, you murderous elf. She shouted in anger, who are you calling a murderer? A magical root began to form at Jay's feet. He cursed inwardly, damn it. I wanted to approach Froxium quietly. Seeing his swift leap, Chelsea became more wary. This guy, she frowned. How can a human move like that? The sky turned red, signaling the end of the day. The green trees stood out against the beautiful sunset backdrop. Jay's sigh of relief could be heard somewhere. Why those damn elves? Except for Era. He looked at the small stone in his hand with a headache. I was planning to ask the elves for help to eliminate Froxia, but I didn't expect that from the very beginning. Well, everything's already a total mess. This earring can find its pair, huh? Who would have thought this would be the way to find the other one? Jay clenched his fist, gradually planning his next steps. The plan went a little off track, but it's not too bad. Running through this forest all days has also helped me get a feel for this place. Then, the terrain goes from high to low, near a water source, and the location of the area most suitable for human habitation. Considering other aspects, like the distance to the elven village, I estimate their hideout is located. Jay looked into the distance, thinking, I should check that direction first. It's getting quite late now. He set up a small tent, put his things inside, and decided, I'll camp here. Jay's clothes were torn in many places. Looking at the shelter he just built, he gave a wry smile. I'll try to avoid harming the forest as much as possible. Those elves won't complain about this, right? I'll go find them tomorrow morning. The next day, Jay looked at the map for a moment. Great, my guess was right. The sky wasn't fully bright yet. He rolled up the map in his hand and paced, calculating the location of the magic fortress where they were stationed. The boundary of the elven village and the dwarves' home. I've found them all. I can feel a source of evil magic from the magic fortress. It seems they've layered multiple magic circles for defense. Attacking hastily could get me into trouble like last time, so I need to think this through. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Who are they? Jay looked at the group in astonishment. Elves? And so many dwarves, too. He pondered, it looks like they're in danger. It's true, they chased me away and didn't let me into the elven village, but before he could even process it, Jay rushed forward. He stood in front of the two elves. I can't just stand by and watch them die. He raised his hand and summoned holy power. The blinding light made the opponent complain. My eyes! The man shouted angrily. Who are you? But a second after the light vanished, there was no one left. The man was bewildered. Where did he go? On the other side, the fire near Jay's shelter was burning again. He spoke gently and caringly. Now, let me see your wound. But the dwarf stubbornly covered his wound with his hand, not letting him get close. Human, get lost. Although a bit annoyed, Jay still put on a fake smile. This must hurt a lot. Then he decisively slapped the pile of medicine right onto the wound, making the dwarf gasp in surprise from the sting. "Don't worry, I'll fix you up right away." In just a moment, the dwarf felt a difference. The pain had greatly subsided. He calmly answered their questions. "You two know there are countless herbs in the forest, and I use them to make medicine for your wounds." Sophia said softly and cautiously, "You're quite knowledgeable. We owe you our lives. We are extremely grateful for your help." He also reined in his recent hot temper, feeling appreciative. "Thank you, human. Please forgive my insolence just now." Jay just smiled, not holding a grudge. "It's no big deal, but why were you fighting with those dwarves?" Sylvia was the one who recounted everything. "That happens all the time. It's due to a territorial dispute. Recently, we discovered a mine near my village, and those little people keep eyeing that place." Her expression was grim. "They just destroy nature indiscriminately. It's a really serious problem," he added savagely. Jay didn't say anything to refute it, just thought to himself, "That makes sense. The concept of good and evil is not the same in these two races at all." He changed his expression to a friendly one and said, "Compared to them, I prefer the concern you've shown us. My name is Deb." She also agreed and introduced herself. "That simple hut shows how much you love nature. My name is Sevilla." He looked at the simple hut she mentioned and smiled sheepishly. "I'm Jay." He sighed in relief inwardly. "Good thing I built the hut like this." This time, it was Sevilla's turn to ask, "But Jay, why did you come here?" He hummed and then probed, "Do you know about a group of people who came here to form an army a while ago?" She interjected calmly. "Of course, I know. I guess they have about 150 people." Jay's mouth dropped open in amazement. 150? He rolled his eyes, full of doubt. They had to climb over a cold, snowy mountain range and cross 2 kingdoms to get to this mountain range. There's no way that many people could have made it all the way here. Unless Phroxia has already taken control of the 2 nearby kingdoms, Jay stated bluntly. Right now, that army is trying to destroy this entire continent. The 2 of them couldn't help but be surprised. "Destroy the entire continent?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's why I came here, to stop them. Or rather, to make them disappear." "In the name of justice, is what you just said the truth?" Sophia clutched her chest, unable to believe it, and mumbled, "Destroy the entire continent?" Deb spoke up, "Jay, is there anything we can do to help you? The elf tribe never forgets a favor. You saved our lives." He was extremely serious. "If there's anything we can do to help, we want to do it to repay you." Jay tried making a request. "Then, can you 2 lead me to the elf village?" He stated his purpose. "I want to talk to the high-ranking elves in the village." She hesitated a bit. Deb apologetically refused. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to decide this," he explained. "Only the elders have the right to decide whether to let other races into the village." Jay clicked his tongue in regret. "I got my hopes up for nothing." They expressed their embarrassment. "We can't help with this." Seeing this, he didn't get tense and just replied, "It's getting dark. You 2 should head back right away." They became flustered again. "Sorry, we couldn't help." Jay simply replied, "Goodbye, wait." He held out a stone. "That's right. Please give this earring to Chelsea." Sevilla was surprised. "For Chelsea?" Although hesitant, Deb still agreed. "All right." Watching the 2 of them leave, Jay mused, "So I guess I'll have to give up on entering the elf village." He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. In that case. That evening, Jay moved to a place not too far from Phroxia's camp. For the next 3 days, he recorded Phroxia's every move, whether it was daily life, culture, or the surrounding environment. After that, Jay devised an ingenious plot. The corner of his mouth curved into a knowing smile. In the notebook filled with symbols and writing, that morning, the sky was clear with few clouds. A small mouse appeared, sniffing around. Suddenly, it was trapped under a wooden basket. It was trapped and let out a squeak. Holding the bag with the mouse in his hand, Jay's face showed a scheming expression. A large, magnificent castle was shrouded in darkness. A voice spoke up, "Let's organize all the information we've gathered." Someone replied, "All right." Hong and his comrades discussed Vibon, Lemon, and Heron. The investigation in the 3 kingdoms has revealed that after a successful infiltration, Phroxia began to participate in political activities, but their influence on the current situation is insignificant. So, in the end, the main enemy is concentrated within the Holy Nation. So nodded in agreement. Hugh added, "Recently, there have been many changes within the Holy Nation. Recently, many merchant guilds have transferred a large amount of capital to the same place. That place is not only related to the noble families," Trong also reminded them, "but it's also in an area where those noble families frequently investigate heresy." Hong crossed his arms and asked, "You once said the Pope personally managed the Heresy Investigation Council, right?" He lowered his eyes, his voice flat. "Yes. It's necessary to investigate the internal affairs of the Holy Nation." Suddenly, So raised her hand, signaling him to stop talking. "Wait." In Yang, the little girl's eyes lit up brightly, as if a current of electricity flashed through. So's eyes were pensive, as if peering through space. I've just detected a mysterious source of holy power from the Vatican Holy See. It's moving outside the Holy See at a very high speed. Hong was a little surprised. The Vatican Holy See? How many people? The little girl answered immediately. 2 people. 8 people outside. Hong immediately went on high alert. He ordered in a stern voice, "Everyone, pursue them. You're authorized to eliminate them, but leave one alive for questioning." The night covered the citadel, which was submerged in silent darkness. In the warm room, Eclair sighed forcefully. "That Pope, he's so childish." Suddenly, a sound rang out, drawing her attention. The door opened and a group of tall, burly masked men rushed in. Eclair sneered mockingly. "I never gave you permission to enter. Who sent you?" But inwardly, she couldn't help but be surprised. They got past the guards. One of the men drew his sword and declared coldly, "You don't need to know. You're about to die anyway. Just quietly depart from this world, Archbishop." Facing the sharp tip of the sword, Eclair remained silent. Just then, Hong's team kicked down the door and rushed in. She hurriedly and worriedly asked, "Archbishop, are you all right?" Eclair's face was completely bewildered by the current situation. "And who are you?" On the other side, Jay was scheming. "It's time." He released a swarm of rats. Time for the bubonic plague to return. The bubonic plague, an acute infectious disease with the highest death toll in modern history. Spread by fleas that live on rats. The plague bacillus, Yersinia pestis, is the vector of transmission. It was a terrifying epidemic that killed half the population of Asia and Europe. At the same time, the sanitary conditions in Phrygia were too poor. Even with magic here, the lives of the people were still backward. This place was no different from medieval Europe. That was when Jay had an idea. A question arose. What would happen if the plague bacillus spread? In these living conditions, in a world where antibiotics had never existed, penicillin, the only way to fight the plague was to use holy magic. Jay rolled his eyes, calculating from what he had observed all this time. The chance of there being a bishop in Phrygia who can use holy power is very low. Spreading the plague will be a piece of cake. I just need to introduce the pathogen to these rats, and wait for the fleas on the rats to spread it. Jay's expression was extremely smug. I can secretly wipe out Phrygia. Then he decided, all right then. I'll go back and start producing the cure. The next morning, looking at the results of his creation, he was extremely satisfied. It's perfect. Jay's pile of sliced bread now had patches of green mold on it. Luckily, it was only a short while, but they've grown quickly. First, let's throw away all this brown mold. Next, he took a bag, put the rest inside, and separated the white and green molds. According to medical knowledge, the mold needed to create antibiotics. Penicillin is this blue-green mold. Jay measured each step precisely. Add moisture to the sorted mold pile, and if we let it sit longer, we can easily turn them into the medicinal substance needed to make the drug. While healing them, he was startled to realize a serious problem. Jay realized that if he did this alone, it wouldn't be enough. One person's strength can't do everything, he sighed in frustration. I'm sick of my holy powers. I have nearly purified the entire place. Meanwhile, among the villagers, arguments started to break out. The Black Tower has cast black magic on everyone, haven't they? Watch your mouth. We didn't do anything. Looking at the unconscious man, his 2 hands stained with black marks. Everyone was scared. He has so many black spots like this, and you still deny it. That it's not because of black magic. And that's not all. Everyone has a high fever and is vomiting. The conflict grew larger and larger. The whole army is dying. The Black Tower has nothing to do with this. Then Jay, hiding in the forest, observed everything. As expected, they could no longer trust each other. A side effect of this disease is causing a civil war? He said casually. Holy magic won't have any effect, just curing the disease. It won't change the contaminated state of the living environment. Looking down at the whole scene, Jay predicted, but Phrygia will collapse on its own without any further intervention from me. However, he was still worried about one issue, but I'm a little worried about the first level 7 Archmage of Humanity that the Necromancer mentioned. That guy will definitely cause a lot of trouble later, so I have to pull out the weed by its roots. He thought about a future scenario, and since they have many scholars from the Age of Magic, I can naturally take what they know. Finally, in a cheerful mood, he walked away humming in the forest. Travel magic, using it. I won't need to cross snowy mountains anymore, my dear. Spells teleport and fly. At the tall pointed tower, hurried footsteps rush by along with urgent voices. Has climbing the fortress, stop him immediately. Don't let him get there at any cost. Jay looked back smugly, not a single person. You guys just keep running around. No one is coming to stop me. The reason he was so confident was because the plague had also weakened the guards, so breaking in became much easier. Looking at the sword-wielding men trying to stop him, Jay guessed it seems all the fortress guards are high-level swordsmen. Then there must be something very important on the highest floor of the fortress, right? Is it treasure? Magical tools? A magic book about travel. The Iron Knights from above moved down to block him. Who are you? How did you get here? But with just a magical wave of his hand, he could easily toss them aside. Get out of my way. Do you have any idea what I've been through? If it weren't for you, I could have lived a happy life. Jay excitedly moved forward. It'll take a few valuable things as compensation. The door slowly opened. As soon as he stepped in, what caught his eye were tens of thousands of stored books. Carefully, just as I thought, this room is filled with magic. It seems this place contains all sorts of magical tools. Jay prepared to gather them. All right, now where should we start? Suddenly, he felt something below. It seems there's something at my feet. As soon as he looked down, he immediately found a person lying unconscious on the ground. Who the heck is this? You woken up? The other person propped himself up and slowly sat up. He asked in a daze, who are you? I've never seen you before. Jay was momentarily confused, thinking to himself, I should be the one saying that I know. Before he could answer, the man continued, you must be the one who released the rats to spread the plague. He felt an aura emanating from the person opposite him. Jay was a little surprised. This mana source. He carefully recalled, it's similar to the mana source in the magic circle that sealed me. It's so much mana. So that means this person is Jay seemed to know his identity and said casually, I didn't expect you to look like this. A name popped into his head. A level 7 archmage, the leader of Phroxia the Lich, didn't beat around the bush. He directly saw through his abilities. You're so young, yet you've also reached level 7. He narrowed his eyes. Have you also reached the rank of a lord? Then he slowly poured out his knowledge about Jay. You defeated the bone dragon in an instant. You broke the magic seal by weakening the spirit, and you also possess enough knowledge to destroy an entire city with the plague. I don't know if you're even human anymore. How interesting, he directly denied it. I'm not a lord yet. I'm just an ordinary human. Or let me ask you a question. Jay asked directly. After all, is Phroxia's only goal really revenge? He looked puzzled. Revenge, he continued. I can't understand how you can use such a reason to justify these inhuman acts. The Lich revealed, indeed, many people wish for revenge, but I have absolutely no interest in that. This time it was Jay's turn to be confused. No interest. He coldly explained, all I want is to explore knowledge. The recent actions were just for experiments and research. And yet, the ignorant fools in the fortress thought it was a way to get revenge. Jay's eyes showed clear contempt, questioning him to the end. So all the wars, the massacres you caused, and all those innocent people, were they all just tools to satisfy your thirst for knowledge? Unexpectedly, he confirmed it. In my grand plan, that is indeed the case. They made a request, so I made a plan. Things just repeat like that. The Lich explained the whole process. All the experiments and research I've conducted didn't have much meaning. But now having a human like you find your way to me is a wonderful result. Not everything was in vain. To be able to say such horrible things with such a nonchalant expression left Jay in shock. What kind of monster are you? At this moment, the Lich's attitude changed. He raised his hand. Now he summons his power. A magic circle appeared in the middle of the floor. The Lich declared, let me show you. Jay wasn't afraid, either raising his hand to shoot out iron chains. He glanced at the chains heading towards him. Are you trying to bind me? That magic circle uses this spell better than you do. The Lich's tone was full of contempt. You're not even a lord, so any binding spell you want to cast on me. But he was in for a surprise. His whole body was wrapped in iron chains. An expression of disbelief. I can't move. No way have I really been bound by a spell. A level 7 archmage like me. Meanwhile, Jay focused his power and declared a death sentence. I can't let you live. In his daze, the Lich was bewildered. So that means this guy, a light flashed in his eyes. From outside the tower, a jade-green circle shot out. That was how Phroxia was completely destroyed. The sun slowly set behind the pine forest. Jay hugged his luggage, crying his eyes out as if a burden had been lifted. I'm finally leaving this miserable life. The battles and the nights sleeping rough are officially over. If I go back, there will only be medicine left. He held the book in his hands, smiling triumphantly, and on my way, I also conveniently picked this up as a spoil of war. I didn't take the other things, because they were just useless spells. But this forbidden book is different. It was even protected by a sealing spell. It must contain some kind of divine spell, like teleportation, for example. He raised his hand, casting magic onto the book's cover. Let's see, Jay said. Release seal. But nothing happened. He was bewildered. What's wrong with this thing? Then they continued to chant, break the seal, release seal. The book remained still unmoving. Jay got angry and frustrated, sweating all over. His helpless, furious roar echoed throughout the forest. Why won't it open? On the side, the masked people were completely annihilated by her. They were from the Moonlit Knight, the top assassin guild in the 6 eastern regions. It's known they received an assassination request from the head of the guild. We've been tailing them from the Vatican. Looking at the aftermath and connecting the clues, Eclair deduced the Pope was definitely directly involved in this Phroxia incident. Hong agreed. Yes, that's right. Eclair lowered her head, deep in thought. The Pope tried to assassinate me. She remembered that day. She had gone to meet the Pope to discuss a matter. Your Holiness, I just found out that you have personally been managing the Investigation Council for heresy. The old man angrily spewed a stream of curses. How could the holy nation have become so corrupt to think it has come to this? Instead of being a country of God, this place seems more like a den for those vulgar Phroxia. This familiar scene no longer surprised Eclair. She calmly continued, I know the saintess said to put this matter aside, but the Pope interrupted. As if giving an intimidating reminder, only the Pope can decide the future of the Holy Nation. I want to intensify the hunt for heretics more than ever before. It is the will of the goddess, and the sacred mission bestowed upon me, the Pope. He lowered his voice, deliberately forcing Eclair to choose a side. Archbishop, will you follow the will of the saintess, or me, the Pope? She didn't answer, but asked instead, I want to ask one thing. Does that mean your holiness will ignore the declaration that the saintess is God's representative? At that moment, he didn't say a word, just silently looked at Eclair with a calculating gaze. Hong asked probingly, this is also related to the saintess, isn't it? Turning to look out the window, she replied, yes. Jay's reputation is growing day by day. An archbishop like me, who is close to him, is also gradually becoming an eyesore to them. Suddenly, Eclair asked, you're the messenger Hong Yang, aren't you? Her expression looked like she had just devised a plan. She then said, I want to ask you for a favor. The bag on Jay's back emitted a golden magical aura. Observing the entire residential area around the tower, he concluded that it was indeed the den of the Phroxia. It's completely isolated from the surroundings, but there's still a chance the disease infecting from one object to another. Jay raised his hand and made a slight gesture. I must be very careful with prevention. Auras of light began to cover the area. According to his plan, a 3-kilometer radius around the Phroxia's den, I think I've purified almost all the places the pathogen could have spread to. Jay thought to himself, sometimes holy magic is incredibly useful. Suddenly, a voice called out, there you are. Startled, he turned towards the sound. This voice, Chelsea stopped in front of him, panting. I finally found you. Jay was surprised. Chelsea. As if by reflex, he immediately turned to leave. He silently prayed, I can't get involved in another argument. Seeing him avoid her, she called out helplessly, wait, I want to apologize for last time, and thank you for returning the earring. Chelsea closed her eyes and explained everything. I heard you saved the children from my village. I think I misunderstood you. My mother died because of the Legion Kingdom. Just thinking about another kingdom, just like them. Coming to return my mother's keepsake, I just couldn't stay calm. She said, honestly, I sincerely apologize. But Jay became bitter when he caught a detail in her confession. Those monsters from that kingdom, they actually dared to give me something they looted. He then regained his composure and continued, I see. But why were you looking for me? It can't be just to apologize. Chelsea was a bit flustered. About that. She recounted, you said you're the saint, right? Actually, many children from my village have come near here recently. They've contracted a strange disease. Black spots have appeared on their bodies. Chelsea's voice couldn't hide her worry. We're not sure if it's some special curse, but healing magic doesn't work. Jay broke out in a sweat. The children in her village have contracted a serious illness. But inwardly, he was extremely anxious. Who would have thought the elves would come here at a time like this? She put her hands on her hips, frustrated. I'm sure this disease was caused by those humans, he thought. Indeed, the Phroxia caused this disease to spread. Although I'm the one who ultimately spread the pathogen, Chelsea finally stated her purpose, pleading. About that disease. Can you heal the children of my village? Jay immediately gestured his agreement. Of course, I will heal them. Seeing that, she was overjoyed. Really? Thank you. And so, they returned to the elven settlement. Nature was in perfect harmony, with lovely houses and windmills. Looking at a weak victim lying in bed, Jay began to feel the gravity of the situation. Is this the result of healing magic? Good heavens, the situation isn't good. The plague is an extremely dangerous disease, but it's also a simple one. It just needs to be treated with antibiotics. Chelsea turned and said sincerely, Jay, thank you for your holy magic. But he rejected that method. No, I will make medicine. Jay said, I can cure them without using holy magic. I will make medicine. She seemed to find the idea novel. Medicine? You mean those pills humans use? He began to list what he needed. Something like that. First, I need medicinal herbs to make the medicine. Suddenly, a voice called out, Jay. Sevilla looked like he wanted to help. Do you need some medicinal herbs? Zeph also joined in. Just name them. Whatever types you need, I'll bring them all. Being received like this, Jay was very pleased. Wonderful. Then I'll write a list of ingredients. I'll need everyone's help to find them. A while later, Chelsea looked at the items laid out on the table, still a bit skeptical. Can you really make medicine with these ingredients? He confirmed. Yes. Actually, to be more precise, they aren't exactly medicinal ingredients yet. They are charcoal, rapeseed oil, white vinegar, and lime water. Jay picked up a bag. I will turn them into medicine. She looked hesitantly at what was inside. Isn't this? Chelsea was stunned. Moldy bread? He understood her confusion and reassured her. I'm not going to use it as is. Then, Jay's medicine-making process began. First, I soak the bread in water to soften it. Then I filter the mixture. After that, I'll pour in the rapeseed oil and mix them together. He explained the principle, the impurities will dissolve in the rapeseed oil, while the medicinal components will dissolve in the water. After filtering this mixture, it's almost medicine. Chelsea watched his skillful movements intently. Listening to Jay explain, we need to repeat these steps a few more times. Then, add charcoal that has been heated for sterilization, in order to absorb the impurities. Then pour the mixture into a funnel and use clean water to wash away the impurities. Sevilla and Zeph watched him with curiosity. Then, we'll pour in acidic vinegar to remove the alkaline impurities. Alkaline. Acid. Finally, we will pour in the lime water mixture. This is an alkaline solution. Only an extremely pure medicine like this can fight off the plague. This solution is the cure. He held a syringe dipped in a solution of 8 liquids, now brimming with confidence. Let's go try the medicine. Just like that, I injected the patients with the antibiotic. Then I went around and purified the entire village. 3 days later, the young man who was sick before was amazed at the change in his body. I've completely recovered. The fever is gone. Standing to the side, Chelsea was just as excited. I can't believe this medicine is effective without even using holy magic. Seeing the patient recover, Jay was happy too. He instructed, I've prepared it so you don't need injections anymore. So remember to take it once a day for the next 3 days. She was extremely grateful for his help. Thank you, Jay. You have been so kind to help us with all your heart. I know my elven race has always lived in seclusion, but this incident has helped me understand many things. He just gave a polite and humble smile and replied, Come on, you don't have to say that. But in his heart, he was very clear about his actions over the past few days. I'm just cleaning up the mess I made. Chelsea came up with an idea. We should throw a party for Jay, our savior. The boy who had recovered also agreed. That's a great idea, Chelsea. What's wrong? Jay quickly intervened to stop them. Don't do that. Both of them turned and looked at him with pleading eyes. Why? Jay stammered, unable to form words. It's just. A look of helplessness appeared on his face. He had to find an excuse to refuse the party. We don't have much time left. We have to return to the Holy Nation immediately. The two of them could only sigh in regret. Really? What a shame. In the end, even though the plague had spread everywhere, the people Jay had helped survived. The next day, in the mountains covered with thick snow, a sneeze echoed. He huddled in his cloak, making his way through the pass while muttering, I can't believe I have to cross these snowy mountains again. Jay cursed to himself, damn those Phyrexian bastards. They were no help in the end. How can a holy see like this not even have a single travel spell? Suddenly, someone called his name, Jay. The Treant appeared, bowing to him. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to return to the forest and see its new form. Jay praised silently. His horns have grown quite a bit. The Treant explained, I can feel my power gradually returning. So I want to give you a gift to thank you. But Jay only noticed something different. His tone has changed. Has he lost his mind? Before he could say anything, a branch on its body was broken off. The Treant gave him a long horn from its head and declared solemnly, Only once in a Treant's life, I will give you my strongest branch. Jay paused for a moment. This is truly a rare item. Thank you. Jay held the wooden horn in his hand. He thought, I should give this to Jack. After all, I only see it as an ordinary branch anyway. A scream rang out. The entire village was now engulfed in flames. Cries for help echoed, one after another. Help me. But it seemed the killers would show no mercy. One of them exclaimed, Men or women, children or the elderly, kill them all. This whole town is full of demons. He held an iron mace and rushed towards a woman holding her child. The mother begged, Please, spare our lives. Just let my child live. He sneered, You heretics. You opened the city gates, let the Phyrexians in, and colluded with them. Didn't you? The mother screamed in reply. No, we never did such things. The child beside her trembled, whimpering, Mommy. The man became furious and swung the iron mace high into the air. You still dare to lie at a time like this? Pay for your sins with your death. Suddenly, a voice from behind shouted, Stop! Someone was slowly approaching and laughing loudly. I just got back to the Holy Nation, and what the hell is this? Jay approached with a bewildered look. At first, I thought you were robbers, but that's not it. Who are you? Hearing him, the man scowled. Who is this ragged bastard? You bastard! How dare you forget your place? You dare to have an attitude like that with an inquisitor of the Investigation Council? Hearing this, Jay gritted his teeth. Forget my place? I don't think so. A beam of light appeared. Jay's body began to emit a brilliant golden light. He muttered, It seems you are the one who doesn't know their place. His body continued to emit the strange light. Extraordinary holy magic. A blinding light. It made the aggressive killer fall to his knees. No way, you are the saint. He asked softly, What group are you a member of? The man replied, The Investigation Council. Jay frowned, The Investigation Council. So that means the damn culprit behind this insane order is the Pope. Before he could finish his thought, the mother also knelt down. They shouted, The saint! She cried, I swear to God, we didn't do anything. but those people started slaughtering us. They accuse us just because we are heretics. Others also clasped their hands. That's right, Your Holiness. Please, Your Holiness, please stop this. If you just leave, we will all die. But the voices kept echoing, Your Holiness, please save us. He closed his eyes. Right now, you are the only one we can believe in. At least the children. He was still thinking, then replied, Don't worry. I promise on my honor, I will definitely resolve this matter. Hearing this, everyone rejoiced. Thank you, Your Holiness. We are eternally grateful to you. He turned to the killer and said, You heard that, didn't you? In the name of the saint, I order you to withdraw, the man replied. But we have received orders from the Holy Father, the Pope, so we cannot act hastily on our own. He replied, You are not wrong. You cannot disobey the Pope's orders, he added. Then how about this, he said sternly. If you obey the Pope's orders, then you will die by my hand, right here. The man trembled. We will follow your orders, Your Holiness. All right. Inform the Investigation Council to obey my orders. Cancel all operations. He added another order. Also tell the Investigation Council. If they do not obey my orders, I will tear every single one of them to shreds. You too. Quickly withdraw and gather at Salonia. Yes, sir. His eyes darted around. I have to stop this madness quickly. Looking at the chaotic scene, he wondered, why is it that every time I complete a mission, a dangerous one at that, and return, the holy nation is always in a huge mess? As night fell, in a certain castle, Rhea spoke to the Saintess. Saintess, the Investigation Council is becoming more and more aggressive. Our family has tried to put pressure on them, but the Investigation Council is an independent religious body of the Vatican, so it hasn't been effective. The Saintess looked down and replied, It's the same for me. I can't act as I wish. With just one small slip-up, every arrow from the Investigation Council will be aimed straight at me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising Rhea. How dare you come here? How dare you come here to beg? Get out. She sensed that source of holy magic. Jay appeared. The guard outside quickly said, I'm sorry, sir. You're dressed so strangely today. He replied, Yeah. I'm just a ragged beggar who came here to plead. Seeing Jay, the Saintess was overjoyed and shouted, You're back. He replied, Ariel, I'm a little late because I had to stay behind to clean things up. She replied, I understand. Come inside. He then grumbled, Can a ragged beggar just waltz right in? The guard panicked, Your Holiness, my crime is worthy of death. Inside, Jay immediately asked, How are things with the Froxians? They won't be able to continue attacking us anymore. Even if any of them survived, there's nothing to worry about. He emphasized, More importantly, I heard the Pope is managing the Investigation Council, right? At this rate, the holy nation will be blockaded. After hearing this, she replied, After slaughtering our own people, other nations will also blockade the holy nation. Once faith is shaken, neighboring countries will see this as an opportunity. The holy nation's influence over the 6 continents will decline, he added softly. That's right. That's why I need to ask for your help with this. She asked, What is it? He immediately said, The Inquisitor from the Investigation Council is still here, right? Order him to withdraw the entire Investigation Council. She was bewildered. Do you know what you're saying? He remained firm. I know. I've thought this through carefully. Just pass down my orders. She retorted, What? They're following the Pope's orders. What the hell are you trying to do? He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. I'll make them take responsibility. At the Vatican headquarters of the Investigation Council, an announcement rang out. All members of the Investigation Council, assemble. A grumpy member turned around. What is it? How dare you? Everyone saw Jay and suddenly panicked. The saint. He announced in a commanding voice, Who is the head of the Investigation Council? That would be me, a voice called out. He approached and gently greeted, Your Holiness. I am Dios, Chief Inquisitor of the Investigation Council. He asked further, What wind brings you here so unexpectedly, without notice? Without wasting words, Jay gave a direct order. I want to assemble. All inquisitors of the Heresy Inquisition Council are to return to Salonia. Immediately, Dios frowned and replied, Forgive me, Your Holiness. This is an order to be carried out within a month, issued under the seal of the Holy Father. He said softly, So you will not follow my command. He smiled. Yes, this is beyond my capabilities right now. Jay was furious. He unleashed a powerful aura. The man was terrified by this insane holy power. Everyone was terrified. He felt as if his body was about to explode. Jay arrogantly asked, Have you changed your mind? The man shouted. Stop it. Doing this won't change the Pope's order. Your Holiness, do you really think you can go against the Pope? He said coldly. Call it a confrontation if you want. He said angrily, I'm only doing what helps the people. Because this is the duty of the saint, a position given to me by the people and God. His eyes grew even colder. I'll give you 1 week. Call every single one of them back to Salonia. If they don't, he waved his hand, shooting a spark at the ceiling, blowing a large hole in it. I'll destroy the rest of it. Understand? The panicked man hastily replied, I will do as you wish. He looked up, thinking, now, all that's left is. He stared deep into the main hall, where the Pope was. Jay walked straight into the hall. He met the Pope and asked, you've made quite a mess. The Pope rubbed his chin and replied, a mess? I, the Pope, am simply punishing heretics. He coldly questioned, punishing heretics? How ridiculous. Slaughtering innocent people without a conviction. And you just call it punishing heretics. He frowned. A conviction? Why would I need to do that? He beat his chest. I am the Pope. My word is the law of the holy nation, the will of God himself. But Jay didn't back down. Listen to you, spouting such eloquent nonsense. Tell me the truth. That's not the real reason, is it? Before I came here, I infiltrated a village. You're investigating? Hearing this, the Pope clenched his fists. He asked, what are you trying to say? Jay replied, no matter how I think about it, I simply cannot comprehend your faith. He criticized. You use your faith to justify the slaughter of innocent people. You must be trying to hide something. Hearing this, the Pope screamed frantically. How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you use such falsehoods? To belittle me, he ordered. Guards, force the saint to his knees before me. Jay gritted his teeth. So this is how you intend to play this, is it? He swung his hand, creating a blast of power, but a voice called out, wait. The door burst open and she walked in. There's no need to dirty your hands, your holiness. He thought, Eclair. She calmly presented a holy edict and said, from this moment on, Pope Glycio will be arrested and tried for heresy. He shouted, arrest me? How ridiculous. What are you all waiting for? Arrest those traitors at once. She held out a document and said, it's useless, Pope. This is the construction agreement for the Academy's buildings. All construction was entrusted to Phrygia, and the Holy Nation received 1,800 platinum coins in compensation. She added, in the future, if those buildings are not up to standard or if they break the law, she affirmed, the Holy Nation cannot question them. That is what is written in the agreement. He scowled angrily. Where did you? She smirked. I had help from some very capable friends. And this is an official document bearing the Pope's seal, so don't even try to make excuses. She shouted, now, all of you, seize the Pope and throw him in the dungeon. The soldiers replied in unison. Yes, ma'am. The Pope was stunned. Don't be ridiculous, he protested. I am the sovereign of this nation, the Pope chosen by Gaia. He raved madly. Anyone who defies my orders is defying the will of God. He went mad. With the divine power granted to me, I will punish all of you. Jay shouted, shaking his fist. What a pile of trash. Afterwards, Pope Glycio was imprisoned. His voice echoed, the gods will never abandon me. You must hold a trial for me. It seemed the whole mess was about to end. A long night passed, and the sun began to rise. But now, the throne was vacant, and the archbishops and nobles were fighting over it. The position of Pope. Jay's voice boomed. Eclair, I want you to become the Pope. She was surprised. What? He explained. You haven't joined any faction, and you're the most powerful among the archbishops. She looked bewildered as he continued. You'll also bring a breath of fresh air to this tainted position as the first female Pope. The first one ever, she quickly replied. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm capable. The saintess laughed. You worry too much. Here's a list of those vying for the papacy. She looked at it, her jaw dropping. What the hell? This bunch of scumbags wants to be Pope? She gritted her teeth. Don't worry about a thing. I will become the Pope, with the strong support of the saint and the saintess. Eclair became the first female Pope of the Holy Nation. They happily congratulated her. In a small room in the main hall, the saintess was working. Jay walked in, carrying a cup of tea, and exclaimed, You have a mountain of work. She sighed, It's nothing new. Thank you. He thought to himself, I can't believe she went straight back to work. She's such a workaholic. Without a word, she picked up the cup and gulped it down. He was stunned. That tea is hot. He watched her, thinking to himself, Come to think of it, Iriel has always been helping me, countless times since we returned to the Holy Nation. Just then, Iriel's hand glowed with a faint golden light. She looked surprised. Purification. She stretched and said, Magic is truly amazing, but holy magic can't cure my fatigue. He quickly replied, Well, if you need more, just tell me. She was exasperated. What's gotten into you? Did you eat something strange today? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? He said softly, I'm helping you, and you're making a fuss. She said suspiciously, Don't tell me you like me, do you? He was suddenly speechless. She quickly added, Just kidding, just kidding. You're just doing this to thank me for always helping you, right? He mused, just like a ghost. She, on the other hand, kept rambling. But it wouldn't be strange if you did like me. A beautiful woman like me is helpful both physically and mentally. He chuckled softly, then walked over and patted her head. You're right, thank you. Her face flushed red as she yelled, What are you doing? Do you think I'm a kid? I'm older than you. Including my past life, I'm over 50. Her eyes widened, then she said, "Oh, that's right. I was so caught up in work, I almost forgot. If we only start now, we'll be in a difficult position." She added, "Jay, this is not the time for you to be acting like this." He asked, "What is it? Is something important happening today?" Suddenly, Jay was also shocked. They both shouted in unison, "The Pope's inauguration banquet." The sky had already turned dark. Jay put on a formal suit and said, "Great. If we leave now, we won't be late." From behind, an announcement was made. "Your Holiness, Jekka has arrived." He turned and said coldly, "Let him in." Jekka entered. "Your Holiness." He looked at Jekka's appearance and said, "You look great." Jekka smiled and replied, "Thank you. But why are you here?" "Where's Clute?" Jekka immediately replied. "I heard the war is over, but you still have a lot to deal with. So I came to work for you today." He replied, "All right. I have a gift for you." Jekka was surprised. "A gift for me?" He held something out. "Here." Jekka wondered, "What is this?" He explained, "It may not look like much. It may not seem very valuable, but..." Before he could finish, Jekka started crying. It was Jekka, sobbing his eyes out. "The first gift you've ever given me. I'm so moved. I will treasure it like a family heirloom." I thought, I don't even need to make him believe this is a branch from the fairy tree. Then he asked, "Oh right, have you figured out how to block my sword?" Jack replied, "Yes, I found it." Day was surprised. "You found a way?" In a flashback, a sword fight was taking place, and Jekka was still struggling. "I can block his sword." He struggled. "I can't block this sword." Jekka asked again, "Have you really found a way to block the sword?" Jekka replied, "If it's the same sword you attacked me with the other day, then I'm confident I can block it." He thought, "You're truly a genius." JK said eagerly, "I will prove it to you soon." He thought helplessly, "Where is he looking?" At the banquet, the Saintess looked stunning. Rhea, walking beside her, spoke up. As expected, all the noble families have gathered for the banquet and to celebrate the Pope's inauguration. She replied, "I know." Then she turned to look behind her. "I don't think I've met these people before," Rhea said. "They are the diplomatic delegation from the Horan Kingdom." She added, "They didn't help when we asked for reinforcements, and now they show up. Their goal is clearly..." Day approached and said, "To re-establish relations between the two nations." Hearing his voice, she excitedly turned and called out, "Day." He smiled and said, "You're here early. Rhea, long time no see." At that moment, she gently bowed her head. "Grayer Teps, greetings to the Holy One." He continued, "I heard you contributed a lot in the recent war." The Saintess beside him smiled and replied, "That's right. She has also decided to help me with the affairs of the Holy Nation in the future." Jekka exclaimed, "What a great honor." Jekka then asked, "So you're not going back to the academy?" He added, "I suppose so. It's only difficult at the beginning, right?" Then he thought, a future medical student. "Yes." Rhea, standing beside him, grinned and said, "But if you were to open a medical institute, then by all means. I would definitely make time to attend." Day was overjoyed. "Really?" She replied, "Yes, I'm really looking forward to it, Professor Day." Suddenly, a group of people approached and said, "Venerable Holy One." He spoke, "Eloi from the Horan Kingdom greets the Venerable Holy One." He thought, when the Holy Nation was in danger, they didn't show up at all. And now they have the audacity to shamelessly come here and talk to us. Then he said coldly, "Nice to meet you." The man gushed, "It is a great honor for us to meet. All the heroes who fought Phroxia to protect the continent." He waved his hand. "That's enough with the pleasantries. Just say what you came to say." The Saintess spoke. "I'm sure you realize that those who just stood by and watched without helping are not welcome here, are they? But we are willing to hear you out, since you've come all this way." The man began to speak. "Currently, trade activities between the Heron Kingdom and the Holy Nation have been suspended due to the war." He further explained, "But according to the trade agreement, as a friendly kingdom, we are the only kingdom with the right to import grain from the Holy Nation." Not stopping there, he continued, "So we have come to request the restoration of trade." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Shut your filthy mouth. Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you can spew nonsense. Like that? Get lost." They were stunned to hear that. At this moment, the Saintess said in a low voice, "You heard him. This is the Holy Nation's stance. You've come a long way, but now you should leave." He didn't give up and questioned, "Are you now trying to cancel the trade agreement between our two kingdoms? It seems you haven't considered the things that could happen to the Holy Nation's diplomatic relations. You cannot unilaterally cancel the agreement," Day said with a cold smile. "The Horan Kingdom is completely dependent on trade, but now they're facing difficulties. I'm sure the goddess would also want us to help this neighboring kingdom." Hearing this, the man smiled widely. As expected, only the hero, the savior of this continent, truly understands reason. Before he could rejoice, Day spoke up with an excited smile. "Import grain at double the price." Hearing that, the man was surprised. How ridiculous. You would also. Day replied with his arms crossed. Don't tell me you're planning to break the agreement. Then he continued, as a friendly kingdom, that wouldn't be very polite of you. He gave a wry smile. You don't want to become an enemy of the holy nation, do you? At that moment, the Pope appeared and spoke. It's wonderful that both kingdoms can ease the tension. What could be more joyous today? Everyone shouted in unison, Your Holiness, the Pope. Then he added, Come now, let's put these complicated matters aside. I hope everyone can continue to enjoy today's party. Everyone cheered loudly. They began to enjoy the party. The atmosphere was very lively. Outside in the hallway, Day was standing with the Saintess. She spoke up. I once thought this war would never end. But somehow, it has ended. He smiled. I know. Then he explained, But are you sure you can handle everything when I return to the academy? She replied. Of course. I can manage everything here on my own. Then she smiled and emphasized, You've only just arrived in the holy nation, and you've already gone through so many hardships. Now you should go do what you want. He smiled brightly. Well, seeing you occasionally and asking for your help with paperwork would be great too. She replied coldly, Well, as you wish. At the ruined lair of Phroxia, an eye opened in shock. He wondered, Am I dead? He sat up. I can't believe humanity has a mage stronger than a corpse. Like me, he thought. Mana. His mana pierced through my heart in an instant. He recalled that scene. Then he clutched his chest. It was an immense and pure source of mana. He praised, and beautiful. He mused. It was like the origin of all magic. He looked up. From now on, I will search for you. In a ruined space, someone sat dazed. Oh my God. After the war ended, the academy began calling for students to return to the lecture halls. Perhaps due to the war's aftermath, many students were unable to return to the academy, but when news spread that the Holy One, the hero of the kingdom, had returned to the academy and started holding free medical classes, students from all over gradually returned. At the board, a person writing with chalk spoke. All right. That person was Day. Let's begin today's lesson. He explained. Today's lesson will focus on this topic. He taught enthusiastically. Throughout the war, we have often seen bishops performing healing, but they are not the only ones who can save patients from the Grim Reaper's grasp. He added, In the recent war, some of you have experienced or witnessed. He explained that bishops, priests, or even the Holy One cannot cure all diseases. The students were bewildered. Even the Holy One? They thought. Then those people must have died for sure. Suddenly, Day slammed the board. But by studying at the medical academy, you all can. He emphasized loudly. Starting today, the Medical Institute will begin accepting students and will focus on treating illnesses and injuries, including those that even bishops cannot heal. The academy buzzed with excitement at his words, so if you want to learn, just come and enroll. On the stage, he was in his element. From now on, all external wounds on the body will be called external injuries. A student asked a question. Before we begin today's lesson, I have a question. Why did many soldiers who were saved during the battle later die from very minor wounds? Was it because the church lacked the manpower to treat those minor wounds? He heard this and replied, That's a reasonable thought, but why do you think they died from such minor wounds? It certainly wasn't a severe injury. He explained enthusiastically. It's because the external wound got infected. He continued, All around us, there are millions of microorganisms that we cannot see. For example, on the palm of the student in the front row, who just answered the question. The girl behind him also spoke up. He said there are creatures called microorganisms that live everywhere. Why is that? The girl said, but I can't sense any of them right now. Of those species around me at all, he explained. Microorganisms are so small that you can't see them or sense them with mana. A student was surprised. What the hell are these microorganisms? How do you know about them? We will only believe it if there is proof. He rested his chin on his hand thinking. Proof, huh? He started with an example. If you leave bread at room temperature for a long time, it will get moldy. Right. What if I told you that mold is also a type of microorganism? Would that make it easier for everyone to understand? He explained the characteristics. Microorganisms have very unique characteristics. They are divided into microalgae, protozoa, bacteria, yeast, and many other types. He began to elaborate. Even the decomposition of corpses is caused by microorganisms. He pointed to the board. When microorganisms infect an open wound, it can lead to severe inflammatory reactions, also known as blood poisoning. He gave another example. That is why in the last battle, many died from very minor wounds. But you can't give up on treatment or amputate a limb just because of a small wound. A student wondered, so what should we do? Jay instructed enthusiastically. As long as the open wound is carefully disinfected, there is nothing to worry about. You can think of disinfection as the act of killing microorganisms to prevent infection. He analyzed, most people have had the black before. You probably all know that if you get the black, and it is too severe, you can die in this world. Is the black a disease like the flu? A student asked. Are you saying the black is also caused by microorganisms? He smiled and replied, Not exactly by microorganisms. This disease is caused by a type of virus. We will learn more about viruses later. He returned to the topic. We can prevent the black with proper disinfection. The method is very simple: water. He emphasized hand washing. If you wash your hands regularly, you can prevent this disease. The same goes for wounds. Just using a little clean water to wash the wound is already effective. A student was curious. Is that all? Just wash the wound with clean water. He gave an example. Housewives who often do laundry are living proof, as they rarely get the black after all their hands are in contact with water very often. A student spoke up. Professor, may I ask a question? He replied. Of course. What do you want to ask? The student asked. Then how do you explain the magic of dark mages? They use cursed talents, not microorganisms. He remarked. That is a very good question. He began to speak. In the case of a disease caused by a dark mage, it does not just appear out of nowhere. To be more precise, the magic only creates a favorable environment for microorganisms to grow. Jay continued. We have gotten a bit off topic. Now, let's talk about. Suddenly, the bell rang. Class is over. But I have only just skimmed through a few things. This is bad. The first class is always the most important one, he thought worriedly. How can I capture the students' attention by just giving a brief overview like this? Just then, the classroom erupted in applause. Thank you, Professor. Professor J, your lectures are always so interesting. Today's lecture was really good. He was extremely surprised. After Jay's lecture on medical science, along with the hand-washing craze among the students, the lectures on medical science became increasingly popular. At the same time, the Medical Institute was officially established. Thanks to the Institute's popularity, the number of students enrolling skyrocketed. Jay was overjoyed. He was excited. Excellent, things are only just getting started now. The sun was gradually rising. Suddenly a thought appeared. He is here. I can feel it very clearly. It is the Lich. He thought I followed the faint traces of mana to get here. He assessed his rank. I think he has associated with the Legion Kingdom. But who else from the Holy Kingdom is in that academy? It is quite surprising. He was determined. I want to see him immediately, but if I thought I had already killed my enemy, and that guy suddenly appeared right in front of me again, that would be quite rude, wouldn't it? He might feel insulted. This corpse also knows how to be considerate of others. He pondered, how can I meet him again without making him feel insulted? He analyzed. These humans are all dressed alike. That must be the academy uniform. An idea came to him. He stepped into the academy. Now he was dressed like a student of the institute. This should be fine. This is crazy. Of course, there is no way he would be that meticulous. There are 3 types of students in the academy. Some carry swords, some wear robes, and there is another special type. Some wear white lab coats. For some reason, this corpse has taken a liking to the lab coat. A long-haired student was wearing a lab coat. This is a wonderfully beautiful outfit. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Hey, are you a new student? The young Lich looked at them and thought to himself. Are they in the same course? He replied. That is right. The female student was surprised. Really, no wonder he is so handsome. There is no way we would not have noticed him before. The 2 female students asked the Lich, do you know your way around yet? You know, class is about to start, right? The Lich answered, honestly, I do not know the way yet. The female student said excitedly, then come with us. We will take you to the lecture hall area. The other girl reminded her, maybe that is not necessary. Today is a practical class. Did not you say we need a group of 3? That is great. The other student became listless. I cannot believe that today we are going to dissect a whole pig. It is so scary. The Lich asked back foolishly. We are going to dissect a pig. Is that some kind of dark magic? The 2 female students burst out laughing. You look like this, but you like to joke around, huh? When studying medicine, understanding the internal organs of the body is very important. The Lich was pensive. Medicine. He sneered in his mind that was once a trend in the age of magic. But this method was far from being as effective as magic, so it quickly disappeared. The Holy Kingdom's academy teaches such useless things. Suddenly, a tall, aggressive student walked by. He bumped into the girl with short hair. He angrily yelled. What the hell? Do not you have eyes to see where you are going? The short-haired student was timid and scared. I am sorry. The Lich felt indignant on her behalf. How strange. Was not he the one who bumped into you? The student with braids was helpless. He really knows how to stand up for his friends. She softly explained to him about the fierce look of the other young man. The Medical Institute was just recently established. Most of the students are just commoners. In contrast, the students in swordsmanship or magic are all from the nobility, so they feel insulted having to study alongside commoners like us. But the Lich acted as if he heard nothing. He waved his hand. How rude! Hey, let us go. We are going to be late for our practical class. The Lich's calm attitude made the 2 female students' hearts skip a beat. The thug was confused. He strode menacingly towards the Lich. You guys. You give a half-assed apology like that and think you can just walk away. The Lich found this very annoying. Did not. She already apologized to you. The other student roared. That is not sincere enough. At the very least, she has to get on her knees. The Lich understood his meaning and revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, the thug was pulled to his knees by an invisible weight. The Lich's eyes turned a dark color. Like this, huh? He looked down and lectured him. You dare to be so arrogant based solely on your lucky social status. You are truly vulgar beyond compare. The pressure from the Lich almost crushed the student. He commanded, "From now on, you are an orc." The student who was aggressive just moments ago now seemed to have lost consciousness. His face went blank as he received the curse from the Lich. "You will go into the forest and build a village, and you will wallow in the mud." Luckily for him, the Lich was just kidding a little. The student ran for his life, screaming his head off. The Lich snorted with laughter. "You have finally returned to your true nature." After everything was settled, the Lich called out to the two female students who were still stunned and confused. "Come on, take me to the lab." The girl with braids quickly replied, "All right, let's go." Now, these were tools that were all too familiar to the medical students. But what Lich was concerned about was what would happen after this class ended. "I'll go find the Great Saint." Suddenly, Jay opened the door and walked in. "Is everyone ready?" Lich stared at him without blinking. "I can't believe I'm meeting him right here. But I haven't mentally prepared myself yet." Jay also immediately noticed the different individual in the class. "Wait a minute, you." He placed his hand on Lich's shoulder and asked in a frightening tone, "You remember me, don't you?" Lich was quite surprised. Jay glared, his hand preparing to cast a spell. "Come on. You have to remember who I am. Right? It's me. Tell me you know who I am." Lich hesitated. He quickly turned away, avoiding Jay's gaze. "I don't know you, sir." The defiant answer made Jay furious. A beam of light that could pierce through anything shot out from his hand. "You don't know me? Nonsense." Luckily for Lich, he dodged it in time. Jay was still furious. "You bastard. I don't know how you were resurrected, but I'll grind you into 60 billion pieces so you can never be resurrected again." Lich broke out in a cold sweat. He pleaded, 60 billion? Are you really going to kill me like that, Great Saint? Please, listen to what I have to say. 3 seconds. I can be generous. I'll give you 3 seconds. Lich panicked. "How is that enough time? First, I have no intention of attacking you. I only came here to assist you, Great Saint." Jay was very skeptical. "How can I trust you?" Lich looked at Jay with teary eyes. "It's always like this for lower-level mages. It's our duty to show the utmost respect to higher-level mages." Jay was blunt. "That's a load of crap." Lich hugged his leg. "I'm telling the truth. Please believe me." Jay pondered. Now that Froxy has fallen, there's no way he'd come here to meet me just to turn himself in. It seems like he really doesn't intend to attack me. But he moved his fingers. Chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Lich. Jay's voice rang out, "Bind." Jay turned and walked away. "You. Stay still right there until this class is over." And Lich, noticing he had calmed down, cheerfully complied. "As you command, sir. No matter what happens, I will not move." Jay's voice echoed across the practice room again. "All right, don't pay any attention to him. Let's begin practicing lessons 1 through 5. A moment later, Lich gritted his teeth. This is so frustrating. He was fed up with the fools in front of him. A moment ago, I was curious about how good they were, but their practice is just pathetic. Lich chimed into a pair practicing nearby. "Are you guys chopping meat? Do you think you're mincing meat or something? Why don't you just use a hammer?" Suddenly, Jay appeared in front of him. "Do you know how to dissect a pig?" Lich said confidently. "That's my specialty, Great Saint." Jay snapped his fingers, releasing the binds. "Then let's see you try. You know what will happen to you if you do anything. Stupid, right?" But Lich put out his hand and bowed formally. "That will never happen. I will use my skills. To prove my loyalty to you." He glanced at the scalpel. "Those idiots, here I come." Lich demonstrated clear professionalism. Every cut was decisive. The amount of blood splatter was also perfectly controlled. After the surgery, he was ecstatic. This is the right way to do it. Lich confidently awaited praise from the Great Saint. To be fair, Jay also had to admit, "Indeed, your skills are very good. Good enough to teach others. This was an excellent surgery." Lich blushed shyly. "Oh, Great Saint, this is just a regular thing for me." Jay asked him again. "I know you said you came here to assist me, right?" Lich quickly replied, "That's right. Please give someone as lacking as myself an opportunity." The Great Saint stroked his chin, looking at him with a meaningful smile. "I understand. You know, I just got a job for you to do. Scene changes to the Holy See. Someone asked for permission. Professor Jay, may I come in?" Jay immediately opened the door. "Yes, what is it?" The messenger handed him a carefully tied scroll. "It's from your hometown, sir." Jay was a bit surprised. He looked at the scroll with a bad feeling in his heart. The messenger finished. "Your family sent you a letter. The scenery of the Holy Nation was peaceful in the Sunday. But somewhere in this Holy See, it was incredibly gloomy. Saintess Iriel collapsed on a pile of documents. Her face was pale, completely drained of strength. "I can't do this anymore." A young maiden, running back and forth arranging documents, worriedly said, "Saintess, leave the rest to me. You should take a break for a few hours." He hasn't slept at all. Israel was still holding on. But she remembered the scene where she confidently told Jay, "I promised I would finish everything before Jay returned." Saying that, she motivated herself again. "I was so confident when I let him go. I've already done more than a normal person, but Ariel's eyes involuntarily grew detached. Meanwhile, in the Great Saint's office, Jay read the newly delivered letter. I just need the Great Saint. He used magic to burn the letter to read the hidden content inside. The letter read, the Kingdom of Legion is the most powerful empire on these 6 lands. Its powerful king is His Majesty George Z. The King of Legion is currently gravely ill, so you are summoned to treat him. The letter also emphasized that Jay is the saint chosen by God, the one who possesses the ability to heal all diseases in the world. That is common knowledge in this world. Then Jay broke out in a cold sweat thinking of the horrific outcome if he couldn't cure the king's illness. Legion will think that the Holy Nation doesn't want to heal their king, which will immediately fracture the relationship between the 2 kingdoms. He pondered, it's not that I can't heal him, but this probably won't be simple at all. Jay was almost a puppet in the hands of royal politics. He was still very worried. Healing him is different from healing other patients, so there's nothing I can do. Jay strode down the hallway, thinking as he walked. If that's the case, then first. Later, at the academy, Jay had appointed Lich as an honorary professor. Wherever he went, everyone had to bow and greet him as professor. But it seems Lich is a bit of an introvert. Hey you, once you're out of the classroom, don't talk to me. He sighed. The Great Saint requested it, so I have no other choice. Lich cried internally, thinking of his true goal. But I want to understand the academic world. From the Great Saint's perspective, the student from before was still hesitating, not leaving. Lich shot him a death glare. I believe I told you. Once you're out of the classroom, don't talk to me. The student trembled. Professor Jay is looking for you, sir. Before the student could finish his sentence, Lich dashed off to find the Great Saint. He panted. You were looking for me, sir. Jay cheerfully introduced, you're here. Go on and say hello. Due to an intentional error, Jay's voice and the appearance of Jack didn't quite match. He glared at Lich. This is Jack. He will keep an eye on you while I'm away. Their gazes met, sparks flying. Lich tried to remain calm. Keep an eye on me? Also, what do you mean you'll be away? What are you talking about? Jay handed him a scroll and explained. I will be leaving the academy for a while. Here, take this. He calmly instructed Lich. I've written down almost all the lessons in this scroll. You can study them on your own first. Wait until you thoroughly understand these lessons. Then you can teach these lessons to the students while I'm away. Lich looked at the scroll, which was full of words, and felt weary. What? He whimpered. But I came here to assist you. A cold voice spoke up. You dare to talk back? Jack raised his voice. Do you have any idea how much the Great Saint values this academy? You should be grateful that he has entrusted you with such an important task. Is that not clear enough for you? Lich was bitter about being lectured. What kind of attitude is that? Who are you to interfere in this matter? Jack grandly announced his name. The head of the J family, one of the 3 families that serve the Holy One. I am J X Jack. Lich sneered. And yet, a lowly, nameless person like you dares to come and serve the Holy One? Jack retorted. A lowly, nameless person is talking about me? A 7th-tier mage like you, the master of the Black Tower? So what if you're an arrogant Lich? I'm a swordsman too, a high-level one at that. Look at those 2 damn guys. I have a really bad feeling about this. Lucia turned to Jay, her expression doing a 180. Great Saint, I will perfectly complete the mission you have entrusted to me and earn your trust, without needing this lowly creature watching over me. Jack also chimed in sweetly. Don't worry, Your Holiness. You can set off with peace of mind. I will watch him very carefully. This cunning bastard. I won't miss any of his actions. After they finished speaking, the 2 of them started bickering like cats and dogs. Why are you acting so much? Just wait until His Holiness leaves. I should be the one saying that. Ray was full of regret. I shouldn't have put these 2 together. The sunset fell, painting the entire Holy See in a fiery red. Ray cracked open the door to Saintess Ariel's room. Ariel had fallen asleep at her desk at some point. Ray looked at her. Just as I thought. She said she could handle everything, but it seems things have been very tough. He gently brushed a strand of hair from the Saintess's face. Right after returning to the Holy Nation, I started so many things. The war had also just ended then. This and that. Things must not be the same as before. He glanced at the pile of documents stretching from one desk to another. Let's see. Suddenly, Ariel startled awake. Oh no. Did I fall asleep? Ray's voice sounded beside her. You're awake? She immediately shot up. Ray. He just smiled brightly. You've worked hard during this time. Thank you. And Ariel hurriedly fumbled around the empty desk. The scrolls that were here. Ray replied leisurely. I've already taken care of those things, so don't worry. Ariel stared blankly in the direction Ray pointed. The pile of documents had been sorted and neatly arranged. Ariel couldn't believe her eyes. It's only been a little while, and you've finished everything? She rushed over impatiently. You're lying. It would have taken me at least a whole week to do all that. You didn't just do a sloppy job, did you? I bet you did a sloppy job. Ray shrugged. If you want, go ahead and check. Ariel hurriedly unrolled a scroll. Her face froze. Everything was perfect. Ray said cheerfully, I wish I could help you with more, but I don't have much time. Ariel was speechless. There's nothing left to help with anyway. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Sir, a maid announced. Your Holiness, your luggage has been prepared. Ray's voice was regretful. Is it time already? In the Lessian kingdom, the sky was gradually darkening. The night seemed to lick and swallow the magnificent castle, accompanied by worries about the political situation. At this rate, if the king dies, there will be big trouble. In the room where King George was in a deep coma, the third prince, Gialessian of the Lessian kingdom, was whispering to him. He knelt by the bed. It seemed they no longer hoped for their father to recover. He confided in the king, even though he couldn't hear. Moreover, it seems this time they only covet the position their father has protected for so long. He touched the king's motionless hand. I have requested the holy nation to send the high saint here. Father, you need to wake up quickly and take control of this kingdom. Once again. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. You should go back. Father needs to rest. After all, the third prince turned his head, his expression changing. I was about to leave anyway. You are the one caring for father. I only stopped by because I felt ashamed. To leave you to handle everything alone. This person was the second prince, Lessian of the Lessian kingdom. His face remained emotionless. Don't worry about it. From now on, just leave all of father's affairs to me. Gilles didn't say much more. All right, I'll be going now. The door closed after the third prince left. Lucre was still speaking. I will let you live, so please. He looked at the dark sky through the window, muttering to himself, don't meddle in this dirty war, little brother. The next morning, in the Lessian kingdom, Ray was looking fresh, in his holy vestments, and a stole bearing the special cross of the High Saint. I have arrived. The castle sparkled in the morning light. Ray was overwhelmed. The most powerful empire on these 6 continents is truly vast. From behind, a voice caught his attention. Welcome to Lessian. A man with a goatee bowed politely. Greetings, your holiness. I am Count Obel, the one who will be receiving you. Ray also returned the courtesy. Thank you. I am the High Saint. My name is Ray. Ah, Obel said hesitantly. The journey was long, you must be tired. So even if you have many questions, please, Ray understood. Ah, all right, let's just go, he asked. We don't have time, do we? Obel immediately led the way. Thank you for your understanding. This way, please. The Count led Ray to a luxurious room, but there were no guards outside the door. We've arrived, please come in. Thank you. Opening the door, Ray was quite surprised. This smell, a foul odor coming from the bed, filled the entire room. Ray wondered, even if they had to keep the king's illness a secret, does that mean they haven't bathed him all this time? He approached the bed where the king was in a coma. Let's see. Let's check his condition. Ray massaged the king's arm. This is, he immediately guessed, the muscles all over his body have stiffened due to ankylosis. It's definitely because he hasn't moved in a long time. Ray looked at the king lying still on the bed. The muscles are so stiff that I can't stretch any part of his body. However, muscle stiffness alone isn't enough for a definitive conclusion. He worried. There are quite a few causes that can lead to muscle stiffness. Congenital dystonia? Wait, no, the king is old. So it's not this syndrome. The problem here is his consciousness. Ray analyzed. When an acute illness impairs a patient's consciousness, from alert to lethargic, stuporous, semi-comatose, and comatose, it will soon lead to disorders of consciousness. He observed George's pupils. Recovery, on the other hand, occurs in the reverse order. Moreover, I still don't know which disorder of consciousness the king has. I can't make a hasty diagnosis. Ray pondered. Lower back pain from overexertion or muscle injury usually doesn't lead to a disorder of consciousness, so either there were complications or he lost consciousness for some other reason. Suddenly, he found something unusual. Is this a bruise? Ray quickly lifted the king's shirt to check, revealing other similar marks. Don't tell me. He looked all over, from top to bottom, around his abdomen. There were many other bruises as well. Ray narrowed his eyes in thought. His eyes couldn't help but feel pity for the patient. The next day, Ray thought about the symptoms again. He could have been in shock for a long time due to internal bleeding. And because all his muscles are tensed up, I suspect his muscles were also injured. He pictured the king's bruised body. Like those bruises, they are much more dangerous than muscle stiffness. They were definitely caused by an external stimulus. Ray sighed. I don't want to get involved in a mess. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Your Holiness, are you in there? Ray cracked the door open. Who is it? The second prince bowed his head. Greetings, Your Holiness. I am Lessian, the second prince of the Lessian kingdom. All right. Ray tried to recall. The second prince? Huh. Then he introduced himself. I am the High Saint, Ray. Why have you come here? Lucre said. I heard that you visited the king last night. Then he asked, what is the king's current condition? Ray also gave a vague account. Nothing is certain yet. I can only say that the treatment will take a long time, Lucre was also at ease. It's fine. It doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as he is cured. More importantly, as he asked this, his expression changed. The king's illness couldn't possibly be due to poison, right? Ray calmly replied, It's definitely not that. Seeing the High Saint's attitude, Lucre also softened his tone. What a relief. I understand now. I will entrust all matters concerning the king's illness to you. I am extremely grateful. I'll take my leave now. Watching Lucre's retreating back, Ray pondered. Poison, huh? It makes sense to be worried about that. He grew restless. I should go back there and figure out a treatment plan, but another voice stopped him. Oh my, I almost forgot. With cheek-length hair and a flashy fan, that woman approached Ray. I wanted to be the first one to welcome you here. Ah, she said with an excited voice. Welcome, Your Holiness. I am the third princess, Luciella Zeppelin. Ray was starting to lose his patience. I'm so busy, and yet they keep coming, one after another. Can't they all just come at once? But to be polite, he still replied, I understand. I am Great Saint Jay. You are also curious about the king's health, aren't you? Lucia confirmed, that's right. And what's more, she boldly caressed Jay with her fan. Should I be honest and say I am more curious about you? With a sly smile, you are as handsome as everyone says. I do not understand kids these days. What the hell is this brat doing? Me? He brushed her hand away and started to leave. Is that so? If you do not mind, I am busy with a few things. Lucia cut him off. I was just joking. Did I offend you? Or was I being clingy? Or have I disturbed you? Jay replied concisely, yes. Luciella felt like she had been splashed with cold water. She retorted, Jay did not deny it. To be honest, yes. You are bothering me. He did not try to be subtle anymore and was direct. If you have no other business, do not come looking for me. I am busy enough with the king's treatment right now. The sound of the door closing was like a blow to Lucia's pride. She was stunned. I am the princess of this kingdom. How dare he ignore me? Embarrassment turned to anger. She gritted her teeth. Let us see how long you can remain so arrogant. Luciella stormed off in anger, unaware that the entire conversation had been overheard by Huan. She signaled to Hong. That person will surely make things difficult for the great saint. Should we deal with her first? Cao stopped her. Should not we wait until she tries to do something? He did tell her not to come anymore. Hong agreed. You are right. Let us just leave her be. We just need to watch and wait diligently. Hong signaled decisively again, but Huan attentively read the signs. If anyone in the Lesian royal family is truly plotting something, or tries to harm the great saint, Hong's eyes turned grim. Even her sign language radiated killing intent. We will eliminate them immediately. Jay walked, lost in thought. The Letian Empire sent a formal invitation to the Holy Nation, inviting me, the great saint, to come here. He exhausted all methods. It must be a very important matter. That is why they invited a great saint. They have probably tried everything once or twice already. They must have used holy magic too. Opening the king's door, he still looked pensive. But even with holy magic, they could not cure his illness. That means the king's condition is not some external wound, or some internal injury, Jay was certain. Muscle strains or lower back pain can be cured with holy magic. So the answer must be an immune system disease. He concluded, stiff person syndrome. Jay recalled the condition, an autoimmune disease. Stiff person syndrome is a condition where the immune system malfunctions, causing abnormal muscle stiffness. He compared it to the last time. Even when I treated the princess, the duchy, it was the same. Holy magic alone could not cure the disease. So, it is understandable that no one in this kingdom could cure the king. Jay was still puzzled. The question here is why. Did he lose consciousness and why are his muscles so stiff? Suddenly, he was startled. Jay pulled open the king's shirt. How did these bruises get so much worse? He deduced, the body stiffens due to muscle tension. It should be treated with care due to the nature of muscle spasms and cramps. Muscles can easily tear or bruise, Jay was certain. But even so, this is too much. I am sure someone tried to massage these stiff muscles. According to the medical knowledge he had, this would damage the musculoskeletal system, causing internal bleeding, causing shock and making him lose consciousness. Jay hurriedly used magic to lock the door, creating an isolated space. I need to perform an abdominal surgery to stop the bleeding. Then he used purification magic on the entire room. I need to cancel the control of the holy magic. I need to prevent the wound from getting infected. Jay's surgical knife started to make a straight incision on the king. Jay reassured, it will hurt a little when you wake up. Looking at the internal organs, Jay felt a bit relieved. No peritonitis, and luckily, no severe bleeding. He quickly stopped the bleeding and skillfully sutured the wound. Just a few stitches will be enough. Is it because of the muscle stiffness? He has an intestinal obstruction. Although this is just a temporary measure, I should pay more attention to this issue. Jay sighed in relief. For now, the emergency has been controlled. The problem now must be the stiff person syndrome. His eyebrows were still furrowed. it is not going to be easy at all. Scene changes to what looks like a secret basement. A slow voice speaks up. Hong Yang, report. Cao came forward. Indeed, there are conflicting tasks regarding the person who rules the Lesian royal family now. The first in line for the throne is the crown prince, followed by the second prince. Currently, the third princess, Lucia, is supporting the crown prince, and the first princess supports the second prince. Hong asked, any information on the others? Cao explained, the rest are not as prominent as the crown prince and the second prince. Although the second princess is a 6th-tier archmage, it seems she is not interested in inheriting the throne. He added one more thing. It seems the fourth prince is dead. Cao was a bit surprised. Dead? Yang reasoned. He became a sacrifice in the struggle for power. Cao continued his report. That is right. After his death, even the fifth prince who was close to him eventually joined this power struggle. It seems they suspect a member of the royal family is the culprit. With the current situation, it is likely the work of the crown prince or the second prince. Hong turned to Cao. Has the third princess made any moves? Cao reported. Not yet. We have a plan to monitor her and the crown prince. Yang looked at Hyuk. Yang, then I will leave this to you. Hyuk agreed. Yes. Yang assigned, you will stay here with Cao. The rest of you, return to the Holy Nation. Cao was a little worried. Just the two of us? Yang explained, that is right, because what the Great Saint needs now is information, and the detection of danger, she instructed. The Great Saint's safety will now be entrusted to one person. In special cases, the two of you have the authority to act on your own. Huck replied, understood. After saying that, all those without a mission immediately vanished, leaving only the echoing voice of Yang. Hyuk, Yang, dig deeper into the royal family. There is still much we have not uncovered. Hyuk replied firmly, as you command. Cao also accepted his duty. I will continue to monitor the princess from now on. We will report here every evening. Yang's voice sounded satisfied. All right, split up and go. At this time, the entire castle was deep in the night. The next morning, Jay was informed of something. He was a little surprised. Now, the informant replied, yes, that is right. The members of the royal family are waiting for you in the Great Hall. All right, Jay thought. It is about time. But this is quite unexpected. He was also pleased. I should take this opportunity to get acquainted with them. Jay replied to the maid, all right, let us go. The maid led the way for him. She stopped at the door, bowing for Jay to enter. This way, please. Inside here, in the room was a long table. All the princes and princesses were gathered. Jay felt weary on the king's behalf. There are 7 of them. It seems the king has great stamina. He scanned for faces he had met. I have seen a few familiar faces. Lucia and that childish princess. In fact, one of the princesses has been to the Holy Nation before. Jay suddenly realized something. But those people? He was annoyed. Those people invited me here. And now what the hell are they planning to do? According to the etiquette of the nobility, the person of lower rank must greet the person of higher rank first. Jay's gaze instantly changed from gentle to sharp. The rank of prince or princess is lower than the rank of a great saint by 1 level. Jay felt like he was being disrespected. And yet they don't follow these social etiquette rules. Are they trying to test me or publicly humiliate me? Day spoke up first, his voice deep, but it was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear every word. Even common dogs know how to greet each other when they meet. The 4th prince and the 3 princesses immediately shot up. How dare you utter such ridiculous words? How rude. Dave frowned. Do you think I wanted to come here? He turned and left decisively, ignoring the fury of this arrogant group. If this is your attitude, then there's no need for us to meet. As Day walked, he worried. Their behavior makes me worry about the family's educational methods, the Lesian royal family. He then thought about the king's illness. Business is business. Their attitude has nothing to do with saving the king's life. I need medicine for the treatment. I wonder if they have chamomile. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Day wondered who it was. He was surprised. It was the 2nd princess. She bowed and greeted him. Greetings, your holiness. I am Selena Z. Lesian, the 2nd princess of the Lesian Empire. She apologized. I am sorry for what just happened in the Grand Hall. I sincerely apologize, your holiness. Selena hesitated. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Would you mind if I came in to speak with you for a moment? Ray's voice was slightly surprised. About what just happened in the Grand Hall, he asked. She replied, that happened because of the psychological warfare for the throne, didn't it? Selena confirmed that's right. She then explained, it was a critical issue concerning which faction would be the first to bow to you. So Day stroked his chin. It's just like what I heard from the 7 apostles. Selena promised I will take responsibility for this on their behalf and apologize to you. On behalf of the royal family, I will wholeheartedly assist you. Day's tone softened. If you say so. Selena was still worried. Thank you. I know that we were rude earlier, but please continue the king's treatment. Jay reassured her, don't worry. I'm going to continue his treatment anyway. Selena replied gratefully. "Thank you, Your Holiness." She bowed her head, expressing her sincerity. "From now on, if you need anything from me and I'm not here, please feel free to summon me." After their business was concluded, Selena left. Jay was somewhat satisfied. At least this princess was promising, but he was still annoyed with the others. "I'll figure out what to do with them later. For now, I must prepare the king's treatment." His motto was that kindness could be forgotten, but grudges must be remembered. A few days later, on the table was a small bouquet of chamomile. Day sighed in relief. "I was worried at first, but I never expected finding these herbs would be this difficult." Day was overjoyed when he saw it. "I finally found it after 4 hours. I stumbled upon some chamomile on my way back. It's a miracle." He dried the bouquet with magic. Day rolled up his sleeves. "All right then, let's start making the medicine. After grinding the dried herbs, you can squeeze them dry to get the concentrated medicine, then add water to roll them into pills. The antioxidants in blueberries will be concentrated just like in a pill. Once these substances are boiled, some of the antioxidants will disappear, but plenty of vitamin C will remain. This will lower the king's cortisol levels." As he prepared the medicine, he considered the next steps. "Now I need to deal with the internal bleeding. His shock symptoms should also lessen. This therapy will help him relax and also allow him to move. At that point, I can start physical therapy," he decided. "The moment he wakes up, I'll give him the medicine." The king looked haggard lying in his sickbed. He slowly opened his eyes, his expression dazed. Suddenly, pain shot through his entire body. "It felt like my entire body had been crushed." His consciousness started to return. "Have I been lying here all this time? I can't even utter a word." The door creaked open and Day walked in holding medicine and water. But it wasn't a surprise as he had expected it. "You're awake." The king couldn't speak and could only look. "Who is this? I've never seen him before." Jay understood. The king must be confused. He introduced himself. "I am Jay, the saint from the holy nation. I was invited here." George felt a little more at ease. "So it's him? I've heard about him." Day dropped the pill into the glass of water. He explained to George, "This is a type of medicine, similar to what mercenary groups often use," he said as he fed the king. He then told him the schedule. "From now on, you need to take this 4 times a day. I will bring it to you in the morning, afternoon, evening, and before you sleep." The king was surprised. Isn't he using holy magic? I can only trust him now. He is a saint after all. Day slowly fed the king, the medicine 1 spoonful at a time, lost in thought. This is a natural remedy, so it might be a little less effective, but it won't have any side effects. Ray's expression was serious. After finishing the medicine, he cleaned the king using purification magic. George's body felt more comfortable now, but Ray was still puzzled. It's very strange. He didn't mind caring for the king, but he couldn't understand something. Aren't there countless servants working here? There's no way. No one is taking care of the king. Someone must have forbidden them from coming here. Day began to deduce. The first prince would gain nothing from this. He's already first in line for the throne. But if the culprit were the second prince, wouldn't that be far too reckless? Jay couldn't help but be suspicious. If the second prince was involved, with the king's internal bleeding and the restriction of the servants, he wouldn't escape execution. Jay suddenly slapped his own cheek. "Enough! Stop overthinking it." He refocused. "The only thing I need to focus on right now is treating the king. Who succeeds? The king has nothing to do with me." George gave him a strange look. He just slapped himself. Jay looked back at him with bright, confident eyes. "I will cure you." George was a little worried. Is it really okay to trust this boy? Time passed quickly. A week later, Day was walking through the palace corridor. He was thinking about the king's condition over the past week. He has recovered a lot. He still can't speak yet, but at least he can move his head and slowly chew his food. Day felt reassured. Just as I expected, his recovery rate is increasing. In that case, if I increase the dosage, his muscles should relax faster. He planned I can probably start increasing the dosage gradually now. Suddenly, Day sensed killing intent approaching from behind. He was instantly on alert. An assassination attempt. Day quickly assessed the situation. An assassination? Are they after the king? But upon sensing the enemy's killing intent, it became clear. No, it seems they're targeting me. Day lowered his voice and called out So Young. The girl immediately emerged from her hiding place. "Yes, Your Holiness." He ordered eliminate all of them. "Just leave one alive." "As you command." So Young's voice was clear. "Your Holiness." Contrary to her petite frame, she possessed superior combat abilities. The hallway echoed with the screams of her opponents. So Young silently dispatched them one by one. When she was finished, she brought one survivor, just as Ray had ordered. He praised her. "Good job, So Young." Then Ray used magic to bind the man. The assassin lay still completely bound. Day gave him an order. "From now on, if what I ask is true, blink once. If it's false, blink twice." "Did the royal family send you?" The assassin blinked once. Day continued his questioning. "So you're a trained assassin?" Suddenly, So Young interrupted, her eyes glowing. A golden light appeared on her forehead. "Your Holiness, I will take care of this." Immediately after, a blinding golden light filled the castle. The next day, The usually peaceful castle was no longer quiet. An explosion rocked the entire palace. Day stepped forward and yelled, "Bring out the third princess. If you don't, you will all die." His hand was already charged with mana for a second explosion as he furiously threatened, "I will blow up this entire castle." Amidst the chaotic scene with smoke billowing everywhere, a soldier frantically ran out to ask about the situation. "What's going on, great saint?" Day is still insisting on finding the culprit. "Bring the third princess here," a soldier relayed. "The princess is currently having a meal." Day was furious. Having a meal? He also raised his hand, casting a spell in agreement. That's right. A royal princess's meal should be prioritized, shouldn't it? Instantly, the flames flared up again. The soldiers panicked. "Please, your holiness, stop. I'll bring the princess out right away." "What's all this commotion?" "Great saint, what in the world are you doing?" Day looked clearly outraged. "Last night, someone came to assassinate me. Is this how the Empire shows its hospitality? By plotting to assassinate an honored guest?" Jian was stunned. "An assassination?" Luke also feigned disbelief. "Is that true?" Day was irritated. "Do you two think I'm doing this for nothing?" The first prince fell silent, then suddenly bowed deeply. "I sincerely apologize to you." Not only that, but Jian also spoke firmly. "This apology will not be just empty words. The royal family, myself included, will take part in investigating the culprit." The royal butler panicked. "First prince, even if his holiness says so, you don't have to bow. We don't even know the details of the assassination attempt." Jian's voice was stern. "That's enough. No matter who the culprit is, this assassination attempt occurred within the royal family's domain. As a prince of the empire, it's my duty to take responsibility for this incident." The second prince also bowed. "I apologize for this incident. I will accept any punishment for allowing my own carelessness to put the great saint in danger." Day thought cautiously. "The first time we met, he completely disrespected me. And now you want to show that you're a true prince? So what?" He was still adamant. He presented a long scroll-like order. "Whatever. Just bring the third princess here. She's the culprit I'm looking for." Everyone was shocked. The evidence was undeniable. It was Luciella's handwriting. It was clearly an assassination order. The second prince immediately gave the order, "Bring Luciella here. Now. Tell the princess I will not accept any delay, not even for a second." Day curled his lip, listening to the master and servants scurrying about. "Yes, your highness." Luciella struggled as she was dragged in. "Let me go. How dare you do this to me?" Jian interrogated her. "Is it true you tried to harm the great saint?" Luke scolded her harshly. "Repaying kindness with hostility like this. Have you really lost your mind?" Luciella stubbornly denied it. "What are you talking about? Me? Trying to harm the great saint? What are you talking about?" She shrugged in denial. "I swear I know nothing about it." Day presented the evidence. "This paper is yours. You can have it back." Luciella glanced at it and recognized it. She panicked. Where did he get that? Huktron and So Young had helped him. Luciella immediately made an excuse. I didn't write this order. Someone must have forged my handwriting," Day asked. "Who?" She was speechless. "That," Day growled. "Just because I can let some things slide, you think you can fool me?" He radiated an immense pressure. Both Jian and Luke were stunned. What a terrifying amount of mana. Are the rumors that he even fought a necromancer true? Day's voice was no longer gentle, replaced by a heavy tone. "So what the Legion Empire wants isn't help, but war with the Holy Nation?" Jian quickly interjected. "Great Saint, I think you're jumping to conclusions. Legion has never wanted to be hostile to the Holy Nation." Day frowned. "Am I jumping to conclusions?" He pointed out, one of Legion's own princesses conspired to assassinate a key figure from the Holy Nation. And you still say Legion doesn't want war? Jian looked at the third princess and yelled, "What are you standing there for? Apologize to the Great Saint at once." Luciella was defiant. "Brother, there are so many soldiers here," she squirmed. "How can a princess like me bow down before?" Before she could finish, she was slapped. Jian gave her a deathly glare. "You know I taught you not to be ashamed." Then he turned to plead. "Great Saint, once again, I beg you. Please accept my sincere apology for what has happened," Jian proposed. "We would like to negotiate a resolution to this matter." "Why don't we gather together and discuss it?" Day agreed. "Negotiations? Fine," he demanded. "Summon all the princes and princesses to the hall, immediately." Before leaving, he didn't forget to add one more threat. Day pointed his finger threateningly. "But if you all maintain the same attitude as before, things won't end this simply." Afterward, the entire royal family gathered in the Great Hall. After hearing the full story, the rest of them apologized to Day. Even if they were just empty apologies, Day accepted them. Then he started talking about compensation for the danger he had faced. Day demanded two things as compensation: diplomatic relations between the Empire, Legion, and the Holy Nation would be strengthened, in addition to active trade between the two kingdoms. This was an agreement that could double the Holy Nation's revenue from its current trade with Legion. From Legion's perspective, this wasn't a losing proposition for them either. Of course, there was one condition. 65% of the gross revenue would be paid to the Holy Nation. But But the Legion Empire still accepted the terms in the name of compensation. After the negotiations, Day laughed heartily. This is a better outcome than I expected. Should we be thanking the third princess for this? He suddenly remembered that it was about time for the king's body to be able to move. I should go see how he is. The palace space was quiet as always. The king was trying to move, wincing in pain. My body still aches. The bruises have turned yellow and are starting to heal. The king was grateful. But thanks to that medicine, I can move a little bit now. The door creaked open. Day entered and praised him. You're recovering better than I thought. Can you talk now? The king whispered. Thank you. Day replied cheerfully. Don't worry about it. Let me check your condition for today. Please try to move. Day glanced at the bruises. Those bruises are taking longer to fade than I thought, but it's fine. After trying to move, the king was exhausted. He fell back asleep. Meanwhile, King George of Legion slowly regained consciousness in a daze. A figure was sitting by the king's bedside. Father. George was vaguely aware but couldn't recall whose voice it was. This voice. Suddenly, the person knelt. I'm sorry, father. Immediately after, they began to strike the king with great force. George couldn't process it. What the? That voice was full of pain. I'm sorry, father. The person continued to strike him hard. The apologies continued, intertwined with the sounds of blows. Father, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father. The king's body couldn't take it anymore. He grew listless and slowly slipped into a coma. Why? Why? The person showed no signs of stopping. The person's hand glowed with magical light. Father, they delivered one last, powerful blow. Tears of sorrow streamed down their cheeks. Please, never forgive me. At the request of the Legion Empire, Day departed to treat their king, who was in critical condition. Eventually, he realized that the king was suffering from stiff person syndrome, but one mystery remained unsolved. The inexplicable bruises found on his body. This was surely the work of someone close to him. Nevertheless, Day remained focused on treating the king. Meanwhile, the 7 apostles had launched an internal investigation to ensure Day's safety. They discovered a fierce dispute, a tense power struggle within the Legion Imperial family. In this struggle, Princes Jian and Luke held the upper hand. It was confirmed that they wouldn't hesitate and kill their own siblings. After a chain of events, as the king regained consciousness, someone came to his room to visit. Demented apologies mixed with the sounds of beatings. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father. A few days later, the princes and princesses gathered on the lawn in black formal attire. An officiant's voice spoke. We shall now begin. In the middle of the courtyard is a coffin. The officiant begins the memorial service for Prince Ian, Zalesian, the 5th prince of the Legion Empire. But when Ray heard the news, he could not believe it. This is crazy. He paced back and forth in the room with Huck and So. Why did it have to happen now while I am here? So called out to him. Great sage. Ray looked at. So did you find something out? So reported. Yes, the first one to act was Prince Luke. Ray was surprised. Prince Luke, that is unexpected. Tell me more about that bloody battle. It started with him secretly attacking the policies and actions of the 5th prince to damage the 5th prince's reputation. Cornered, the 5th prince tried to send assassins to poison the 1st, Prince Jen, and the 2nd Prince Luke. In response, Prince Jen and Prince Luke heightened their security and began hiring assassins to kill members of the family. This went on for a week, and early this morning, the 5th prince's guards were found dead at the mansion's gate, and the prince was found dead with a neat hole in his neck. Ray was curious, so who killed the 5th prince? So reported what she had investigated. All members of the royal family have alibis, but after verification, Prince Jen and Prince Luke were not where they claimed to be. Ray frowned, creating false alibis. He speculated. There is no assassin organization in Legion capable of taking down so many guards out of the royal family in silence and then sneaking into a bedroom like that. The only person who can move freely within the palace without raising suspicion must be someone everyone knows. He said firmly, from the moment I saw him, his amount of mana. It was astounding. Not yet at the level of a high-class swordsman, but he is close. 2nd Prince. Luke Zalesian is a very likely suspect. He acted alone. Ray gave an order. Soyeon Hukion. I need you two to do something for me, they replied in unison. Yes, great sage. He instructed, gather more information about the power struggle within the royal family. Focus on corruption or anything that could tarnish the royal family's name. So, and Huck acknowledged, understood. Ray added emphatically, the dirtier the better. The day after the 5th prince's death, the king was still undergoing treatment. He endured the pain to sit up. Ray was excited. That is great. He pushed the king back down to rest. All right, now, George tried to communicate something, but the words he uttered were just mumbles. Ray still replied, I understand what you are saying, but you need to repeat it. He felt truly relieved. It seems the atropine in the medicine is working. The muscle stiffness has improved significantly. I was worried the ingredients might have a different effect in this world, but luckily they work the same way. Ray was startled. He sensed movement. Someone is here. Ray immediately put the king to sleep. The 3rd prince opened the door and walked in. Are you in there? He greeted. Friendly, hello, your holiness. "How have you been?" Ray replied politely. "I am doing well, thanks to you." He glanced at the king. "He is fast asleep," Ray then asked. "I heard about the fifth prince. I heard he had an accident." Gil turned his face away. The royal family is ashamed. Ray probed did something happen while he was in his carriage. Gil also told a brief story. "I think it was a pack of wyverns. I heard some nearby villages were also attacked." Ray considered the logic. It is true, there is a wyvern nest in the rear of the empire. The fifth prince left the palace for a change of scenery and was attacked by wyverns at the perfect time, huh? Ray suspected is that the story they all agreed on. What a ridiculous reason. Gil changed the subject. "By the way, how is the king?" Ray calmly replied, "He will wake up soon." Gil exclaimed joyfully, "Is that so? That is great news. He promised if he needs anything, just tell me anytime. I will help as much as I can." Ray teased, "I would be very happy if you could bring peace." Gil frowned. "Peace?" He gave a wry smile. "Of course, that will be achieved naturally." Then Gil entrusted Ray. "Then I will leave the king in your care," Ray replied. "Do not worry." Before leaving, Gil added emphatically, "Your Holiness, do not try to dig too deep into the royal family's affairs." Day secretly scoffed at that. "It sounds like he is preparing to do something," he chuckled, his smile twisting into a look of contempt. "It will not go your way, you bastard." "What do you mean peace will come naturally? I will force you to be at peace a few days later." Ray stood with his arms crossed. "Everything is going as I planned." By now, Huck and So had also completed their mission. "Great Sage, we have gathered the information about the royal family's dirty deeds." Ray was grateful. "Thank you for your hard work." He took out a scroll. Looking at the documents, he could not help but curse. "These bastards, they are freaking crazy. The Merchant Guild bribed the first prince to give them an economic monopoly. And the second prince is having an affair with his brother's wife while also ignoring his brother's numerous dirty deeds." Ray turned and called Huck Dong So Young. They replied in unison. "Yes, Great Sage, your orders." He requested return this to its rightful owners. So asked worriedly, "Will they not try to eliminate the threat?" Ray explained, "No, they will not dare to act recklessly, because that would mean a mysterious person that they do not know about has grasped their fatal weakness." He said confidently, "Before they can act, I will have cured the king." Suddenly, a voice called him Great Sage. The king in a neat outfit stood before him. Ray was delighted. "You can dress yourself now. That is impressive." George was grateful. "It is all thanks to you, Great Sage." He asked about the situation. "I heard that the family is in chaos while I was bedridden." Ray confirmed, "Yes, as you have heard, it is quite chaotic." George lowered his voice. "Is that?" So he turned to adjust his clothes. "Then I must see my children." The king hesitated. "Will you stand by my side when I meet my children?" Ray asked. Suddenly was a bit bewildered. "Me." Joseph explained in a deferential tone, "You have healed me and even refused. The reward I offered your character, your patriotism and selflessness are commendable for saving me. You have my gratitude." He had no idea what Ray was thinking. "That is because I do not want to be indebted to you and get a stomachache over it." At this point, his expression became a little awkward compared to that. "I have not raised my children well." Ray smiled and said bluntly, "You really did not raise them well. Now is the time to discipline them." The king's tone was hesitant and troubled. "It is because I did not raise them well, letting them be spoiled without a mother's love. But even if I scold them, will they listen obediently?" Ray hummed for a moment, the corners of his mouth turning up in a confident smirk. "I think I can help you with that." They quickly moved to the main hall. A cheerful yet fake voice rang out, "You have finally recovered." Below, the royal family was congratulating the king. "Greetings, your majesty. Congratulations on your full recovery." The first prince's wife frowned hesitantly, but she glanced at Ray sitting right next to the king. "Why is the great sage sitting there?" George explained, "I asked him to." His expression was stern. "He worked very hard so that I could fully recover." In contrast, his voice suddenly deepened. "You have committed an unforgivable act. You know what I am talking about, do you not?" The first prince's wife's face stiffened. "I do not know what you are talking about." Joseph sighed wearily, his hand covering half his face. "I am talking about the death of the fifth prince." His disappointment was palpable. "His death was covered up as an accident, but I know the reason is because you children were fighting among yourselves." Selena's face turned pale because of that. Joseph continued to reprimand. "How could you kill your own brother? Did I not tell you to always love one another?" Ray blurted out, "Unbelievable. And these are the princes and princesses of Legion." Ray clicked his tongue in mockery. "Are you so power-hungry that you have abandoned your humanity? You are no different from beasts." These words provoked their pride. They frowned, showing their displeasure. "You've crossed the line, madam. He's even acting so high and mighty. How dare you disrespect a member of the royal family in front of them?" Jay let out a sigh. He was all too familiar with this type. "You've all been so sheltered, you don't understand how this world works, do you?" His words were so arrogant. "What are you going to do? Challenge me? Do you think you can win? Of course not. You know that well." The other two were speechless, but it didn't stop there. He continued, "Here, this is the proof of your wrongdoings." King George's eyes widened as he looked at the young man. "The stolen parchments have returned, so he was the one." Jay calmly presented them. "Your Majesty, you should see this as well." He thoughtfully laid out the details. It contains the entire process of how the fifth prince was framed, harmed, and ultimately killed. George narrowed his eyes in pain. unable to believe the royal family had stooped so low. Jay added, "However, the second princess, Selena, is an exception. She has done nothing wrong and is not involved in any scandals." Selena closed her eyes, her face tense. George became more devastated. "I can't believe it. How could this be?" The guilty parties panicked. He has always been a man of his word. Everyone except Selena will be confined for 3 years. The punishment was delivered immediately. No one has the right to object. If you do not wish to comply, then leave the royal family. Now, all of you, leave. The second prince watched them leave, finding it hard to accept. Jay was pleased. If they live quietly as if dead for 3 years, they won't be considered for succession, and their chances will vanish. Serves them right. George suddenly spoke to the second prince. "Luke, don't you have anything to say to me?" His somber eyes were filled with sorrow. "Why did you do it?" He said sincerely, "I just want to understand why you did it. So don't worry and just answer." Luke seemed to sigh. The information that came next was truly unexpected. It was for the third prince. The king was stunned. "The third prince," he repeated. "Yes, I want the third prince to take the throne." Luke acknowledged it. "Jen and I only think of the Empire's best interests. But the third prince is different. His constitution may be weak, but he cares for the people and can keep the ministers in check. He will become a wise king." As he said this, he clenched his fist. "But whether it's me or the fifth prince, we would both be corrupted by the power of the throne. If that's the case, how can the third prince become emperor? Hidden beneath this human facade is a cold-blooded nature. I thought this was the best way to eliminate the candidates, who bring shame to the empire, rather than leave the throne to those who would just fight over it." Hearing this, George grew more distressed. "Is that why you attacked me?" Then Luke continued, "The war of succession is approaching. After the war, the successor is usually decided. Your Majesty, you were planning to make the first prince the crown prince, weren't you?" Suddenly, George felt weary. "So you attacked your own father. Just to stop that from happening?" Luke's tone was firm. "Please punish me severely, father. I am prepared to accept the consequences for my actions." He held his forehead. "I understand. This is partly my fault." He didn't want to look at his son, "But that doesn't mean I will forgive you. We will discuss this later. Now go." Luke had no choice but to obey. "Yes, your Majesty." After the door closed, there was a long, weary sigh from George. He seemed to find it all ridiculous. "What a headache. I thought they were all grown up. But it turns out they're still just kids." Jay chuckled. "Parents always think that way about their children," he seriously reminded him. "From now on, you must keep an eye on them, even though you've confined them." George smiled wryly. "You're right. It's quite embarrassing for you to witness this." In fact, deep down, he had come to respect this young man. This kid is more interesting than most. His expression was unusually serious. "Can you be sure that this will never happen again?" "No, I don't think so." George smiled to himself. He may be young, but he thinks very maturely. "At first, I thought he was a bit rude, but he is refreshing and interesting in his own way, and with what he has shown these past days, and his unbeatable strength, I don't want to send him back to the Holy Nation at all." He chuckled softly. If this happens again, his mood shifted abruptly. George beamed. "Then I'd want the Holy Nation to send you again." Jay's expression remained indifferent in response. He said cheerfully, "I'm just kidding, don't worry." Jay laughed along. "That's a relief," while inwardly cursing the old man. Suddenly, George changed the subject. "By the way, Your Holiness." Jay replied politely, "Yes?" He suddenly brought up Selena. "What do you think of the second princess?" "The second princess?" Jay considered his assessment. "Among her siblings, she is the best one. More importantly, she is very determined. So when she takes something on, she sees it through to the end with determination." Just as she started, the king smiled slyly again. "I misspoke. What I mean is, would you want to make her your bride?" Jay refused outright. "I have no intention of marrying, and neither would she. But I appreciate your offer." George's cheerful expression faded. "I see. What a shame." He asked the saint directly. "Then would you like to participate in the War of Succession?" For the throne, Jay was surprised by the invitation. A martial arts festival? The king of the kingdom generously invited him. The empire holds a grand tournament of martial arts and military skills every 3 years. Of course, the prize for the winner is incredibly generous. Jay was somewhat interested. A martial arts festival? Huh. In the long festive cultural history of the Legion Empire, countless competitions have been held. The genres and rules are incredibly diverse. From large events like swordsmanship and magic duels to smaller ones like academics, debate, and even archery. He asked curiously, "Can I participate in all of them?" George was taken aback. He had to state the rules. All of them? By the rules, you can only participate in a maximum of 3 events. Furthermore, in the swordsmanship competition, you can only use swordsmanship, and in the magic competition, only magic. Otherwise, you will be disqualified immediately. Even so, he had a certain amount of faith in Jay. The event will be held in 2 weeks. Normally, contestants go through preliminary rounds in various regions to reach the finals, but if you participate, I'll arrange for you to go straight to the finals. He smiled softly, taking a sip of tea. That sounds good. In that case, I will participate in the swordsmanship and magic competitions. The king was overjoyed to hear that. Really? He was eager to get started. Excellent. Then I will make the arrangements immediately. In the meantime, rest up and prepare well. The corner of his mouth twitched as he watched the king hurry away. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. His expression stiffened a little. It feels like he tricked me into competing, but the prize sounds decent, so it'll probably be fun. This doesn't sound too bad. So, anyway, I think it's about time I checked on the Holy Nation's situation. Jay relaxed a bit. All right then, time to contact them. In front of him was a crystal ball, a magical device that allows users to communicate visually through a pair of crystal balls by channeling mana. I left one with Jack, so he should be the one to answer. He had received it with tears of joy back then. The orb flickered to life. After he placed his hand on it, a familiar face appeared. Is that you, Jay? Long time no see. Jay was surprised, remembering Jack's sorrowful face. Why do you have this crystal ball? I definitely left it for Jack. And Ariel replied matter-of-factly. What do you mean why? Because I asked for it, of course. Jay was all too familiar with her ways. Anyway, I managed to heal the Emperor, just as I expected. I knew you could handle it, he asked. So how are things over there? Ariel mused. Well, things are the same as always. The academy is a bit, well, you know. I can smell trouble from this, he urged. You know what that is, don't you? Don't tell me it's that person, Ariel immediately denied. No, it's nothing major. I heard he is respected by the students and is doing a great job in class. He was suspicious that it couldn't just be that really. Then what is the problem? Ariel recounted with a worried look. It seems he is starting to pick fights with other academies. He says things like their standards are too low or something like that. Day set that aside, he had a more exhausting problem. It looks like I will have to return later than expected. Ariel looked confused, but you said the Emperor's treatment was already done. He was hesitant to talk about it, but she was happy to see Ra. I heard the struggle for the throne has intensified, but I didn't think it was this bad. She then tried to reassure him. Well, since you were already involved anyway, and you've handled things well, so just take it easy for the sake of the relationship between the Holy Nation and the Empire. Day nodded in agreement. That is right, I think so too. And Ariel suddenly remembered something. By the way, there is something I wanted to tell you. Did you know that you have been in the Holy Nation for almost a year now? Time passed so quickly that he exclaimed, has it been that long already? Ariel chuckled, time really flies, doesn't it, when you come back? You will have to visit countless kingdoms soon. You are almost used to being a saint now. Now it is time to start your activities as a saint. The bright expression on his face froze. Are you seriously telling me everything I have done up until now was just a schedule adjustment? She replied without hesitation. Yes, exactly. You should get as much rest as you can while you are in the Empire, she said cheerfully. Besides, no matter what happens, I am still in the Holy Nation. Day didn't want to hear any more. He reached out to end the call, all right? Goodbye. Just thinking about it made him want to throw up, starting my activities later. 2 weeks later, a festive atmosphere enveloped the Kingdom Day, was being shown around by Princess Selena. He seemed to be caught up in the lively mood as well. Wow, as expected from the Empire. I can't believe they are using magical tools to light up the sky. Selena laughed playfully. Does that really surprise you that much? I mean, you are a magician yourself. Day still seemed amazed. It feels different, you see. That made Selena burst out laughing. Hearing her laughter, Day thought he had said something wrong. Is something funny? She quickly corrected herself. Sorry, I was just remembering the first time we met. Recalling her first impression of him still gave her the chills. To be honest, I found you quite scary back then, she explained. But not anymore, of course. Day laughed awkwardly. I suppose so. After all, you were even showing me around yourself. Selena cleared her throat, resuming her role as a guide. That is where the swordsmanship competition will be held. And right next to it is a larger arena for the magic competition. It is quite large. Day suddenly noticed a hidden corner. What is over there? Even a doghouse looks better than that, Selena replied. That is the archery arena. She sounded hesitant. Archery used to be a rather popular sport in the Empire. Not many spectators come to watch, and there are even fewer participants. It is a miracle. They have not shut it down yet. He looked at it and agreed that makes sense. Who would want to participate when the arena is in such a state? Selena led the way again. Oh Saint, the qualifying matches are about to start. Day readily agreed. All right, let's go in. In the center of the arena were two opponents with very different physiques. They quickly showed off their strength. Both Day and Selena were left speechless watching them compete. In the end, the one left standing in the arena was the tall, skinny one. After watching for most of the day, Selena was curious about his impression. What do you think of today's competition? Day gave his honest assessment. They are all at a fairly high level. It looks like this tournament is going to be very interesting. Suddenly, melodious music reached his ears. Music, Selena, seeing his interest, said, that is a bard. Would you like to go and listen for a while? Saint Day readily agreed. Sure. We still have some time before dinner. His gaze suddenly stopped. on the musical instrument that person was playing. That instrument, he blurted out, a violin. Even Selena did not recognize it. You know, that instrument Day seemed to be lost in a memory. It reminds me of a very similar instrument. Seeing it brings back so many memories. He closed his eyes, gently enjoying the music. What a beautiful performance. I miss it a little. The music brought a peaceful atmosphere to the day after the festival, and after a moment, the bard stopped playing and thanked everyone. Selena was also moved. That was a wonderful performance, wasn't it? He nodded in agreement. The bard girl suddenly approached them. Excuse me, Selena asked. Is something wrong? Earlier, when you saw my instrument, the girl looked directly at Day, full of curiosity and expectation. You called it a violin, didn't you? Day admitted without hesitation. Yes, that is right. She looked down at the instrument case. How do you know that name? Day had a suspicion. This girl knows the name of an instrument from Earth. Could she be? However, on the outside, he tried to cover it up, saying, I have seen it in a book before. The bard's eyes widened. An arrow appeared in her pupils. A lie. Even Day was startled. The Eye of Justice. He immediately deduced her identity. Is she an elf? No, a half-elf. Half-elves are the children of human and elven couples, having no other choice. Day sighed and set a condition. I promise to answer you truthfully. But first, tell me where you got this instrument from. And how do you know how to play it? The girl replied without hesitation. This instrument is an heirloom from my grandmother. She created it and passed it down through the family. She was also the one who taught us how to play this instrument. Day thought to himself. To create an instrument like this, in a world where nothing similar exists, should be impossible. This time the girl spoke up. Your turn, she said, holding up the instrument case. I will ask you the same questions. How do you know of this instrument and its name? Day pretended to think, his eyes darting to the side. I have seen someone play this instrument before. I asked, and they told me it was a violin. That is all I remember. The bard was silent for a moment to confirm with her Eye of Justice. Day was secretly delighted. Technically, it was not a lie. His own music teacher had taught him about the violin. Of course, the result was clear. The girl sighed in relief. It's the truth. She then politely apologized. I apologize for my rude questions. I just thought you might know something. Day quickly waved his hand. It was my fault too. I am sorry. He then feigned curiosity. Could you tell me about your grandmother? The bard nodded immediately. Of course. Where should I begin? She started. My grandmother was the type of person people called eccentric, but at the same time, she was also a talented and admirable person. She had many ideas that were beyond imagination. One day, she made something called a bicycle. I was extremely surprised when I saw her riding it. So naturally, this made Day's eyes pop. A bicycle too. A violin and a bicycle. She is just like me. The bard suddenly clapped her hands. Ah, I remember something my grandmother used to say. I am not from this world. My curiosity about her world was sparked just like that. Now I am searching for someone who knows more than I do. That is right, you said you saw someone play an instrument similar to this one. Could you tell me more? Day looked dumbfounded. Actually, I don't clearly remember how that went or where they lived. Seeing that the girl smiled faintly with a hint of regret, it seems you are just like me. It's time for me to go. I am glad I met someone who also knows about this instrument. It was a pleasure meeting you too, Princess Jay, replied Selena, gently agreed. Thank you for your performance. The girl smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars. I believe we will meet again. As twilight fell, the marketplace crowd thinned out. Princess Selena smiled. You seem very happy, sir. Did you enjoy that conversation? Jay replied absent-mindedly. Is that so? His eyes still followed the figure of the girl as she left, knowing he was not the only one. It's a strange feeling, but I suddenly feel so relieved. His eyes gently closed. My loneliness has eased a little, but that is not important. He knew the truth. The important thing is the life I have right now. Let us go back. On the last day of the festival, it was the same familiar greeting as always. Saint, are you well? Jay gave a cursory reply. George was in high spirits early in the morning. I am glad. Today is the last day. So there will probably be a lot of spectators. I hope so too. You remember the rules and the rounds, right, Jay? Recall the competition rules. You mean the team competition. In the first 3 matches, the teams will have one-on-one duels. After that, there will be team matches with 4 teams of 5 people each. Randomly arranged, these are the rules for the final sword fighting match, he mused. I remember everyone saying that communication and coordination are the 2 key factors in this match. He could not stay long, so George encouraged him. Good luck. He waved to him. Yes, I will be going now. He walked down the hall and met a guide inside. If you are ready, please follow me this way. The guide suddenly noticed him and asked in a suppressed tone, Excuse me, where is your sword? Jay just then remembered, I forgot to bring my sword again. He looked around and a wooden stick caught his eye. He casually picked it up under the guide's concerned gaze. I will use this then. Let's go. The referee's voice echoed. Everyone get ready for the match. His opponent was an aura user, named Horus. Amidst the cheers, Jay also calmly stepped into the arena. The moment he saw Jay, his eyebrows shot up. He considered Jay's action an insult. Are you looking down on me? Where is your sword? Jay put on a pitiful expression. This is my sword. It is a family heirloom. His voice trailed off. It was passed down to my parents, who then passed it down to me. Horus was immediately affected. He felt extremely guilty. I was so thoughtless. I apologize for my thoughtless words, and just like that, the deception was a success. The referee repeated the rule. Remember, if anyone lands a fatal blow, or is found to have the intent to kill an opponent, they will be disqualified immediately. Jay was a little relieved. He thought, I am so screwed, I need to prepare for the next match. The referee swung his hand down to signal the start. Jay's figure vanished in a flash. Horace was startled, unaware that Jay was already behind him. Where did he go? Jay swung the stick once, sending the man flying into the sky. The entire stadium was dumbfounded. The referee reacted quickly. The winner is Jay, placing the stick behind his neck. Jay chuckled. That was easy. Meanwhile, So and Huck were hiding somewhere and watching, feeling thrilled. Is that not our technique? As expected of the Saint, King George's laughter echoed through the palace. That is Saint Ray for you. Truly unbelievable. You won 3 matches in the blink of an eye. You are the center of everyone's attention now, he emphasized. Especially in your first match. I never expected you to win with just a stick. I have never seen anything like that before, Jay replied humbly. It is nothing special. Any aura user could do the same with enough practice. Still, George could not stop laughing. The tournament was spectacular. Selena also felt it was a bit over the top. You defeated your opponents without even giving them a chance to use magic. And you did not even use magic yourself. Jay glanced at the long table where only the 3 of them were sitting. Come to think of it, where are the queen and the concubines? The atmosphere at the table immediately grew somber. The queen and the concubines were in a carriage accident. It was because of wyverns, George then mentioned casually. Now that you mention it, there's a wyvern nest nearby. That is right, there have been many accidents lately. Jay felt he had been rude. I should not have asked that. I am sorry, Your Majesty. George waved it off with a laugh. It is all right, that happened 15 years ago. But at the same time, Jay was concerned. He wondered, many accidents lately, huh? Until the day of the team match, Jay sat on a log in a dense forest. I am on the red team. He reviewed the rules one more time. The rules for the team match are as follows. The competition begins with teams whose members use both swordsmanship and magic. Each team is given a flag, and the goal is to capture the opponent's flag. Then you bring it to your team's base to score a point. The team that captures the most flags wins. The person who contributes the most becomes the final winner. He was so bored, he yawned until his eyes watered. Is that not too easy? I cannot believe all I have to do is bring the flag back. His teammates gathered a short distance away from him. An older man grumbled. What is he doing over there by himself? We are in the middle of a strategy meeting. A teammate explained to him. You have not seen his match, have you? He is a magic swordsman. The older man clearly did not believe it. A magic swordsman. Nonsense. The other man kept trying to convince him. After all, I saw it with my own eyes. He knocked out his opponent with just his fists in the magic tournament. The rest of his opponents surrendered out of fear. The older man sneered. As if a swordsman cannot defeat a mage with his bare hands, the other mage on the team spoke up. You do not understand. They were all shocked. He nullified all of his opponent's magic, and then he punched them. For someone like that to actually exist, it is truly unbelievable. Furthermore, they looked at each other. Because he is in both tournaments, our team only has 4 active members. That bastard. What a pain. Anyway, we do not have any other choice but to follow the plan. The 3 of them discussed it and then ran ahead. You handle the front and we will go from behind to find a chance to snatch the flag. All right, let's go. Leaving Jay all alone, they just whispered among themselves and left like that. I have to guard the flag here. He then thought about what the king had mentioned. By the way, wyverns, huh? He could not shake the thought. I have come this far to treat his majesty. So I might as well solve the wyvern problem to make them owe me a big one. What if I do this? Jay has calculated all the moves. Should I drop a meteor on them? Just then, someone approached. Ah, here you are. The opponents had arrived. One of them said gloatingly, it seems your team members left you here all alone, huh? But Jay was indifferent. That is because I alone am enough to protect this flag. The opponent, not recognizing him, tried to threaten him. Even so, are you sure you can take on the 3 of us alone? Hand over the flag. Jay's eyes suddenly shone like headlights. He figured it out with a glance. Ah, so you brought the flag with you. What are you doing? There's no way you would leave such an important flag behind when all 5 of you are moving together. Jay guessed their intentions correctly again. Did you think I would not notice the mage hiding in the back? It is not against the rules, and the flag is small enough to hide in your clothes. Smart, the leader realized he could not hide it any longer. He charged forward desperately. Damn it, everyone attack him. A sharp aura swept past as Jay calmly summoned a sword. I was just sitting here and you came right to me. How fortunate. This made the opponents panic. Is that an aura sword? And that is not all. He raised his hand and created 3 fireballs. They never expected to have picked a fight with the wrong person. All right, time to take the flag. But it was too late for regrets. Piercing screams echoed throughout the forest. A quiet curse. Damn it. What a waste of time. His temporary teammates returned in disappointment. Why isn't there a single flag at their spot? What the hell? Someone tried to comfort them. Let's just consider this a scouting mission. Let's go back. The mage in the team was a little worried. Even if it's him, he can't possibly protect the flag alone against a whole group. Suddenly, they saw a column of smoke rising from one direction. Isn't that smoke coming from our spot? That's a lot of smoke. Damn it, let's go back. They panicked and pushed through the bushes. Are you okay? When they arrived, they saw Jay holding the blue flag. He calmly replied, yeah, I got one. What a relief. The older guy was even more incredulous. How could you do that by yourself? Only the mage in the team mumbled. This competition is easier to win than I thought. After that, with Jay's skills, the red team won easily, and Jay was recognized for his contributions. Becoming the final winner, he grinned gleefully in public. Jay weighed the money pouch in his hand, ecstatic inside. The reward was pretty good for what he did. Just then, the king approached Jay. He smiled brightly. You like the martial arts festival, don't you? Jay immediately changed his expression and hid the money pouch. What a fake tournament. The prize is so small, I'll spend it all in one meal. I came here to extend an invitation. Since you're here anyway, how about exploring the Empire a little more? There are many interesting places here. Jay clicked his tongue in thought. I was planning to. I have a few things I need to do. Joseph was excited and curious. That's great. By the way, what do you have to do? Jay winked mysteriously. I'm sure you'll love it. The next day, Jay woke up to the sound of an early rooster crow. He made his way up a mountain. I've climbed quite high. I can feel highly concentrated mana. This must be it. He could draw a clear conclusion, a wyvern's nest. Jay observed his surroundings. Before him was a barrier. So this is the entrance? It seems there's a barrier here. He tapped the barrier a few times. I can't believe they use ancient magic runes to set it up, to create the barrier instead of posting guards here. Well, they are highly intelligent creatures after all. His sharp eyes focused on its structure. This is quite complex, but not difficult. He was quite confident he could destroy it. If I crush everything, they'll come out to greet me, right? Wyverns are a highly intelligent species. They are rumored to be creatures highly skilled in magic and possess great power. They like hot and humid places and often make their nests in such locations. It was so hot that sweat soaked his shirt. This is a bit too much. He could wring out water. Patience has its limits. I've been doing this continuously for 30 minutes. Why does this barrier have so many magic circles? Tesk. I've destroyed enough of them. After destroying this much, it's about time for it to appear. Just then, a booming voice echoed. Human. Jay looked up. A wyvern had really appeared. You're the one who destroyed the magic circles, aren't you? Now the rumor has been verified. So wyverns can use telepathy? I can hear the sound echoing in my head. He spoke in a friendly tone. Yes, I came here to talk to you. The wyvern was also very polite, sitting at a distance from him and speaking calmly. What do you want to talk about? Jay got straight to the point. It's about your nest. Can you move it somewhere else? The wyvern was silent for a moment. My nest. That's not within my authority to decide, it politely refused. We cannot leave this place because our magic circles are too fragile. Do you understand? Hearing that, Jay pondered. That's right. But it's not like there's no way. He held out his hand, a light flashed. So, how about this? Now the wyvern's voice was clearly astonished. You can recreate the stones, crystals to an astonishing degree. Are you skilled in erecting magic circles? You came here fully prepared, didn't you? Even though he hadn't prepared anything, he still said yes. Yes, I've prepared and thought about this for a long time, and I am very serious. A moment later, Jay's face lit up. All right, let's do it. The wyvern praised the new barrier. Truly impressive. You created a magic circle of this size, so complex in such a short time. I suppose I can't call you an intruder anymore. Jay cheered. That's great, so we can talk now, right? It accepted. However, I must warn you first. I can take you to my village, but I can't guarantee your safety. Unlike humans, we only respect the strong. Jay showed that it wasn't a problem. I'll take care of myself. Just take me there. Hearing his assertion, the wyvern immediately spread its wings. All right, let's go to my village. Jay was a little impressed, only to see it fly away in a flash. His mood plummeted, so Jay had to go on his own. This damn bastard didn't even take me with him. At least give me a ride. A long day was thus dragged out until late at night. He finally arrived. The wyvern exclaimed, I thought you were a mage, but you're not. Even so, you run pretty well. He gave a forced smile, secretly wanting to roast it. A voice interrupted, I smell a human. Another wyvern appeared. Why did you bring another species to our village? A guard? The wyvern guide obediently reported. He wants to talk. I found it reasonable, so I invited him. The guard clicked his tongue. Then you must take responsibility for bringing him here. He shrank, transforming into a human form. With a cold expression, he said, lead the way. You are permitted inside. Jay was a little stunned. So you have a human form too, huh? Something flashed in his eyes. This is interesting. I don't think that's magic. Let's see how friendly they are to humans. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, human. Turning around, he saw it was the wyvern guide. If you came all this way without sensing any mana, you must be very weak. It gave him an assurance. If someone tries to capture you, run over here. I will help you. Here, human. After that, he was called away. Come to my house and we'll talk. Since I'm already in the enemy's den, he readily accepted, all right. As he walked deeper inside, everything became clearer. Jay had a novel feeling. It's really different from a human village. It looks quite ancient. The atmosphere is also quite similar to old civilizations. His excited eyes looked all around. Interestingly, they all live in human form. They even build houses and have a lifestyle quite similar to humans. Look, another species. Growls and whispers were aimed at him. The smell of a human. What's going on? There's an intruder here. I'm tempted. Is it dangerous? Jay was completely frozen. I just wanted to talk. The guard saw he wasn't moving and urged him on. Ignore them. They're just curious. He pointed to a simple thatched house. That's my house. At this moment, Jay began to doubt everything. I already felt this way on the way here. They don't care about appearances, but he had no choice but to follow him inside. On the table was only a cup of tea and a few pieces of cake. Jay spoke first. Now, let's talk. His expression was ready to negotiate. As I said, you are a rare species, so can you move somewhere else? The wyvern guard repeated his previous statement. I already told you. That's not within my authority to decide. If this doesn't work, I'll try another trick. Then can you take me to the wyvern who can make the decision? This request can be accepted. Possibly, but there will be some conditions. His eyes burned with fire. Wyverns. Consider the survival of the fittest very important. Jay thought to himself, he seems like a warrior. He guessed it was a characteristic of this species and calmly accepted. All right. Before he could react, Jay raised his hand and cast a binding spell. The wyvern guard didn't even realize he was bound. You're a stronger mage than I thought, he asked intentionally. Is this enough? He didn't struggle. It's a bit too late. But, release me. Jay gleefully snapped his fingers. Good, let's go. Before stepping out the door, the guard's gaze had completely changed. May I ask for your name? Jay didn't mind revealing it. He nodded in understanding. I will try to remember. My real name is Canada. He casually complimented. That's a nice name, I'll remember it well, not knowing Canada was already wagging his tail. One day, I will challenge you, brother. You are treating me like a puppy. Day couldn't hold back his curiosity. We're going to see the leader, right? Kanata nodded. Yes, we're going to speak with the Lord. This title made Day ponder. All I have to do is get that wyvern to agree, and then you'll be leaving, right? Canada asked sternly. No one in the clan dares to defy her. Even the way he spoke was full of reverence. She is the strongest wyvern. Day nodded in understanding, so they're ranked based on strength. How convenient we're here upon arrival. Our protagonist witnessed something so shocking that Day had to ask in disbelief. We're finally here. Huh, this is the oldest house I've ever seen. Kanata spoke up to stop him. I can sense her scent. Wait a moment. He was silent for a moment, although it's a bit strange. Is she sending a signal? At that moment, the door opened. A human wants to see me. A woman from the wyvern tribe stepped out, but she spoke differently from the others in her clan. What's going on? Day was stunned. This is their lord. Upon seeing him, Lord Lilith exclaimed, You're quite a strange one. Her face was cold as if she didn't care. Why is your mana so unusual? Just those words stunned Day for a moment. She noticed my mana circuit. Even Era couldn't. His gaze became serious. Maybe I should be more careful. The woman smiled faintly and turned to go inside. Let's go inside and talk. Day had no way to retreat anyway. All right, the room inside was just as simple. Just sit wherever you feel comfortable, he screamed in his head. Is there any comfortable place here at this point? Day mentioned what he was curious about. You can speak with your mouth. Her dragon tail swayed back and forth. I prefer it this way. Talking with my mind is tiring. The wyvern lord chatted while making tea. I've heard from Kanata. You want us to move? Her pale green eyes smiled. Why? Odd. Day explained the reason. The number of injured people in this area is increasing rapidly. Ah, thank you. We are not only frequently attacked by you, but we are also affected by your magic. She smiled, baring her sharp teeth. I understand, but it can't be helped. The weak will be preyed upon by the strong. That is the law of nature. Aren't humans the same? She's so right, I can't argue she's right. The wyvern lord's voice rang out again. TSK. Actually, it's not like there's no way. Day was a bit suspicious. It's just that the strong should hold power. We should kick you out of here by force, right? She seemed to have achieved her goal. Her mana radiated densely. That's right, Day was on edge. TSK. The strongest should hold power. Let me ask you a question. How did you know my mana was unusual? The wyvern lord's voice was soft as she stood up with him. It was just a simple guess. I couldn't feel any mana inside your body, so I could only guess that your mana is quite special. A shadow began to fall over Day. In an instant, the woman had transformed into a wyvern. A huge one. She got bigger. And what's this? Day looked again in alarm. That's a stone used in Cecily's eyes. No, it's also a condensed mana crystal. The wyvern lord clicked her tongue. I don't know how you did it, but you've gathered quite a lot of mana, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Day quickly regained his composure and smiled faintly. Really, how about this? The mana around her immediately swirled like a tornado with Day at its center. She realized, are you draining my mana now? The other clan members outside were stunned. because the mana vortex had risen high into the sky. Day cast multiple types of magic at once: earth, wind, telekinesis, and fire. A blazing meteorite appeared behind him, its light reflecting in the Wyvern Lord's dragon eyes. She wouldn't give in magic circles appeared reflecting the light. But you still can't defeat me. His meteorite was instantly shattered to his surprise. His face paled. I see your point. Now fragments of the meteorite flew out and fell on the village. Everyone ran in chaos. Day hurriedly shouted, "Stop. Are you trying to burn everything down?" The Wyvern Lord tilted her chin. That blow was a bit stronger than I thought. Her indifferent attitude angered him. Hey, listen just then. A small scream reached his dog-like hearing. It was a wyvern child who couldn't escape in time. Day quickly lowered a barrier. This scene caught the Wyvern Lord's attention. When he ran over to check, "Thank goodness you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" She had transformed back into a human, and without a word, slapped the boy. Day shouted anxiously, "What do you think you're doing?" He was met with her angry voice. How shameful! The boy trembled in fear as his lord's voice boomed. "We are wyverns. We don't need anyone's protection." He couldn't accept this. Why would you say that to a child who almost died? Her reaction was even more intense. It should have died rather than receive help from an outsider. Her next words shattered Day's worldview. "I don't know about the society of you weak humans, but it's different here. The weak are destroyed and eliminated." Her expression was vicious and cold. "The strong will rule, and only the strong will survive. That is our pride. Do not defile it." She looked down at the unfortunate boy. "What is your name?" The boy answered tremblingly. "Kurap." She twisted his name, so Kurap. She raised her voice, "As the Lord of the Wyverns, I banish you from the village." She sighed in frustration, her gaze turning back to Day. "And I understand. Human, I acknowledge your strength. I will consider your request. But for now, you must return." At this point, he strongly objected. "Wait, I think I'm the one at fault here, and I don't think the boy deserves to be banished. Because of me, please retract your order." The Wyvern Lord frowned. "Huh, you're crossing the line. This is our business." Mana surged within his body once again. "Didn't you say the strong will rule?" She pursed her lips. "Are you creating another meteorite? It's just a waste of mana. I'll just destroy them again." When the flames erupted, she was stunned. She couldn't believe it, with 3 meteorites behind him. "I can't believe you still have that much mana." Day spoke calmly. "I'm not saying your way is wrong." At that moment, his silhouette seemed to overlap with someone else's. "I don't intend to change your mind either, but since you are the leader of this species, I just want you to reconsider your decision." That silhouette made the Wyvern Lord freeze. A name escaped her lips. Day was surprised. "You know Era?" The Wyvern Lord seemed to reminisce. "Yes, it's been a long time. Are you curious?" Her tone was light. "We were here for a short time, only about 400 years. So long that Day thought he had misheard. She recounted that time. "We weren't very interested in interacting with each other. Back then, we weren't very interested in interacting with each other." He could guess in the mountains of the Celia Kingdom. She nodded. "Yes, Era and I often met as leaders of our tribes and gradually became close." Her tone suddenly changed. "But I let my guard down too much. One day, a human slave trader appeared. Taking advantage of our lowered guard, he secretly hunted both our races. It didn't take us long to uncover the plot, so the Wyverns and Elves joined forces to reclaim our people. At that time, humans were stronger. That was the period you call the Age of Mages. In the end, we won and got our people back, but we also suffered many casualties. That's when I thought I had been too lazy and let my guard down with our identity lost. Our future was bleak, and then we, as leaders, decided to part ways. Since then, before that, Wyverns had never been friendly with any other race. We stood alone at the pinnacle of strength." At the end of the story, the Wyvern Lord's expression was tinged with sadness. "And I don't regret this choice, but of course, it would be a lie to say I didn't like it back then. We were once very close." Her gaze turned apologetic, looking at him who had almost made that mistake again. "You've made me reconsider." "Thank you, Jay," just smiled wryly. "Whenever you see Era, I'll send her your regards." The Wyvern Lord then scrutinized him from head to toe. "By the way, what's your relationship with Era? At first, I thought you were her son, because you look quite similar, but there's no way Era would have a son like this. Her personality is quite free-spirited. Anyway, let's talk about the matter at hand. You have our respect now," she teased. "Besides, I can't ignore a proposal from Era's lover." Jay quickly explained, "We're just friends." Night fell quickly in the Celia Kingdom. In the palace, a grand banquet was held because tomorrow the saint would be leaving the Empire. The Emperor raised his glass with a radiant smile. "I hope that everyone gathered here today will never forget what the saint has done for the Empire." Jay stepped forward to chide him. "Why did you spend so much money on this banquet?" However, the king didn't seem to mind the cost at all. "The saint is about to leave. The least the Empire could do is this for you." He clicked his tongue and took something out of his pocket. "Anyway, thank you for the feast. It's been a while since I've eaten like this." A piece of parchment was taken out. On it was written in a unique script. "This is a contract written by the Wyvern Lord with her mana. This will prevent the Empire from being attacked by them unless the Empire attacks first." Of course, Joseph tremblingly took the paper, so excited that he stuttered, "What is this?" The Wyvern Lord, "Really, this is." "Saint, I remember telling you this was something we needed to do." Jay calmly replied, "Yes, everything is taken care of now." George's face flushed red. Saint, are you a god in human form? How can you be so good? It seems he's gotten too excited today. Now he's going to take care of it. This wasn't even your job. Thank you so much. I will never forget this favor. Jay stayed behind, smiling smugly. Of course you won't. Someone else called him Saint. He turned around. It was Princess Selena. She greeted him politely. I was told you'll be leaving tomorrow. Jay smiled courteously. Yes, it's time for me to go. Selena was a bit emotional. Thank you for everything. He raised an eyebrow and gave a faint smile. Thank me for what. She was flustered. Please don't say that. You are the Empire's benefactor, she said, her mood becoming somber. I have a talent for magic to the point where I was named the youngest six-circle mage, so since I was young, I was never interested in the political struggles in the palace. I only focused on studying magic. Her gray eyes were tinged with sadness. Because of that, I didn't know what was happening within the royal family. My brother and sister were both left behind. This seems to be my inner struggle. And you've had a great impact on me. I've thought a lot about how you've helped the Empire. And your selflessness. You, an outsider, helped so much, while I, a member of the royal family, did nothing at all. Her tone was a bit sorrowful. I was afraid of being affected by the chaos, so I used magic as an excuse to avoid it all until now. The expression on Selena's face was replaced by confidence. That's why I've decided not to avoid it anymore. I will join the fight and claim the throne. She suddenly became flustered. I've said too much. I'm sorry. But I really wanted to tell you about this decision. Thank you for your courage. The Empire will never forget your grace, yes. Seeing this, Jay smiled gently, reassured. I know you will do well. He didn't hesitate to encourage her. Just keep trying, yes. After that, the party ended. Elsewhere, the gloomy corridor was silent. A vase fell to the ground, shattering along with a curse. Damn it, someone who hated Jay to the bone hissed. That bastard ruined my plans. The throne should have been mine by now. 3 years of probation, he was furious. The bribery case of Grand Duchess Eliza made the nobles side with the prince. This probation period is too long. If this continues, the throne will fall into Luke's hands. Inside the room were figures in white cloaks. It was the Grand Prince Jian. He was going mad in his room. I can't let that happen. What should we do now? Someone spoke up. I have an idea. Speak. Why don't we use the wyverns he presented? If we provoke them, they will surely attack the Empire. If that happens, the Empire will be directly hit. That means the forces will be concentrated here. Jian's expression was blank, meaning that person was directly plotting for him. We can start a rebellion. We will surely suffer few losses, because besides our soldiers, the wyverns will also be fighting. We need to seize this opportunity, or it will be too late. If we prepare for war in advance, we will have the upper hand. Right now, anything is acceptable. Then I'll leave the task of gathering the army to you. The other person looked reliable. Please leave it to me. I will handle it. After giving the order, he continued arrogantly, I trust you. Now, I know what to do next. Gather and equip the soldiers in secret. He thought this was the perfect opportunity. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Coincidentally, the saint has also left the Empire, so attack the wyverns directly for me. Early the next morning, someone came to report to the saint. Your luggage is ready. Jay sighed in relief. Finally, I can go back to the holy city. He arranged his thoughts. When he returned, it would be the pilgrimage. Suddenly, an explosion cut through his thoughts. What now? Just as I was about to leave, Gregory held his sword, threatening, You damn wyverns. How dare you attack the kingdom? Do you want to die? The wyverns had already gathered at the palace. Shut up, you arrogant fool. You were the ones who attacked us first. Someone stepped forward, silencing the crowd. Lilith appeared with an overwhelming presence. Enough, take me to the Emperor, now. I want to talk to him. If you dare to say no, I guarantee the Empire will be nothing but history. Despite that, the kingdom's soldiers remain firm in their duty. We cannot do that. We would rather die here. Lilith's eyes narrowed sharply. Is that so? She was truly angered. Let me show you how foolish you are. I will wash away my clan's suffering with your blood. A loud shout interrupted them. Stop, stop. Jay quickly arrived at the scene. What are you all doing? This is a violation of the treaty between us. Everyone looked as if they had seen their savior, the saint. Someone explained, it's because these creatures attacked first. This startled him. What Lilith recounted with a grim face last night, a group of mages attacked us. It was a group of high-ranking mages, at least 4 circle mages. She would naturally target them. The only side around here that could have such a powerful force could only be the Empire. Gregory still argued stubbornly. That's ridiculous. The royal army received no such orders. Only Jay knew the consequences of this matter. It's not ridiculous. Lilith is right. The only party capable of this in this area is the Empire. And furthermore, Lilith swore on her mana. Her mana would backlash and she would evaporate instantly if the treaty were broken. She would suffer a mana backlash and evaporate instantly, so the fact that they were attacked is not a lie. Jay filtered the information, and the most likely person to have done this is... He tried to de-escalate. Lilith paused the attack for now. Her expression was troubled. I can't do that. I bear the burden of my clansmen's lives. I can't be so lenient. Jay didn't object. That's right, but don't hurt innocent people. His eyes were firm. I will capture the person behind this and bring them here. Every single one of them will be punished. This made her think for a moment. Let's see. Based on this situation, I can't trust the words of a human like you, Jay. Use his final card. If you don't believe me, I will swear on my mana. This statement was truly hard to believe. You must know what would happen if someone as powerful as you breaks an oath. Right, you know that very well. Of course, just wait until tomorrow and everything will be clear. Lily reluctantly conceded, all right, I will back off for now. He quickly thanked her. Thank you, Sir Gregory. Yes, yes, sir. The saint, he specifically emphasized, tell the king to gather all the nobles of the empire. Immediately, Gregory's voice said it cannot be delayed. Yes, a murmur arose. There is trouble in the empire again. Ray scanned everyone in the room. Almost everyone is here, he said. Listen up, everyone knows that we were attacked by the Wyvern tribe, right? As you can all see, nearly half of the capital has been destroyed. I am very busy, so let's get straight to the point. Write down a report of all the military forces owned by each family, and remember, no holding back. This statement immediately caused the nobles to protest. Even if you are the saint, this is going too far. How dare you ask us to reveal our military forces here? I agree, besides you are not even from the Legion Empire. The Empire's problems will be solved by the Empire. Please stay out of it. His eyes grew annoyed. These people. He sighed. Really? Day shrugged indifferently. All right, fine. Honestly, I do not care what happens to the Empire. So if you all want to die, I will not stop you. If you want me to leave, I will leave. Those people started clamoring again. They were furious that he was not acting conventionally. How dare a saint speak like that? All right, then get lost and we will not see you out. King George, who had just entered, was furious. Shut up. How dare you speak to the saint like that? All nobles under the capital's protection obey the saint immediately. If you defy me, I swear on my name, I will make you disappear from this world instantly. Then he looked at him with a pitiful, pleading gaze. Saint, please reconsider. He flatly refused no, and pretended to walk away. I will tell the Wyvern tribe to deal with the ungrateful ones. First, the king immediately went berserk. Your Holiness, let me. I will teach them a lesson. What are you all still doing? Apologize at once. They did not dare resist. Sorry, everyone hurriedly said. We misspoke. We are terribly sorry, Your Holiness. Whoever dared to tell the saint to get lost, just you wait. Jay was fed up. His voice was cold. You know I was going to help the royal family, but now I have lost interest. Accompanied by the king's murderous glare, the nobles became as meek as lambs. What must we do for you to change your mind? What must we do? Just one word, money. The nobles fell silent. What did you just say? He indifferently repeated in more detail. Give me money, each and every one of you. Give me half of your assets for 1 year. No, all right. I will be more merciful, 3/10. The nobles shouted 3/10 of our assets for a year. They immediately changed their tune. That is a bit too blunt. That is too much. How can we possibly survive giving up 3/10 of our assets? Jay smirked and pretended to leave. All right then. If you do not want to, I will just leave. This was followed by George's murderous glare. They had no choice but to grit their teeth. All right, to show our sincerity, we will do it. They began to flatter him eagerly. I thought we should do this from the start. Truly the saint understands the hearts of men. Even Jay was speechless. So shameless, he urged them, then hurry up, write it down, and bring the money here quickly. A while later, do you have the reports on each family's private soldiers? Yes, here they are. Jay checked the pile of documents. Let us see. Aside from a few families, the numbers are a bit different from the reports. This is enough to form a new country. He gave up in frustration. I thought I could help catch the culprit, but this is just too much. I cannot find out who the culprit is. The nobles were immediately alarmed. What do you mean after all that you still cannot find the culprit? But you said you would catch him, he smiled. I did not think the empire was this rotten. Jay took out a piece of paper and explained, however, luckily we have this. A treaty that will grant the Wyvern leader one request in exchange for their forgiveness. Those foolish people immediately cheered as expected of the saint. Meanwhile, his cold gaze swept over them. To a normal person, it looks like a mana treaty. This was all part of his plan, but of course it was a fake. It was just a piece of paper he had scribbled on with some mana. He was luring the mastermind into revealing themselves. So now what? After causing all this trouble by dragging the Wyvern tribe in, you must have a real headache, right? In reality, Jay already had the answer. Who benefits from the Wyvern attack? The answer was obvious. Someone from the royal family with their noble lackeys. It was the Grand Prince. The one who was desperate after being stripped of his right to the throne, how to turn suspicion into certainty. Well, then he cleared his throat's silence. Then he signaled George with his eyes. Your Majesty, listen and do as I say. He looked at him, slightly stunned. Nevertheless, he then clapped his hands. Well, that settles everything. We are fortunate to have the saint here to help us, and since everyone is here, I will make an announcement. He declared loudly, tomorrow morning we will hold the coronation ceremony for the prince, who will succeed me. Nightfall is the perfect time for evil deeds. Especially for Grand Prince Jad. That damn saint, does he have to get in my way? He stormed out of the room shouting. Who would have known he would sign a mana contract? With the Wyvern Lord, his subordinate tried to calm him down. We do not have much time. His Majesty suddenly appointed a crown prince. However, Jad grew increasingly irritable. You think I do not know that he eagerly ordered, we do not have time, call the attack squad just like last time. The other person knew this was a bad idea. Your Highness, do not tell me. But at that moment, hatred and greed had clouded his mind. That is right, we will attack the Wyvern Mountains. Again, he did not know someone was eavesdropping on his plan. It seems he is too desperate to make a sound decision. anymore. So shrugged, he is just going to walk right back into the lion's den. Quetch gave the girl a task. Go send a message to the saint. I will keep watching. Okay. Meanwhile, Jay also quickly received the news. I guessed he would make a move, but he was exasperated by the Grand Prince's intelligence. I cannot believe he chose to pick a fight with the Wyverns again, so stupid. The person opposite him spoke up. You should not have come here without a reason. She asked, have you found the mastermind? Jay answered honestly, not yet. Then what are you doing here to inform you that they are about to come here on their own? You will see even Lilith was shocked but they are coming back. Jay tried to calm her down. We do not have much time. Hide in the bushes and attack as soon as you sense their mana. We can identify and capture the mastermind. When we get back and interrogate them, can you reconsider attacking the Empire? Lilith raised an eyebrow. You have already done that. I do not believe it at this point. Jay was in a tough spot. I am not lying. Have you forgotten about the mana oath? She denied it again. No, that is not the reason. Her scrutinizing gaze swept over him. But what do you gain from doing this, or is it just because you are a saint? The corner of his mouth twitched. I will take that as a compliment. He held his breath and waited. All right, then let us drag the mastermind into the light, shall we? Annoyed so early in the morning, honestly, does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he is the saint? Luciella was furious. There is a limit to his arrogance. How dare he summon the royal family of the Legion Empire just because he feels like it? Only Selena reminded her. Luciella, watch your words. She bluntly pointed out her mistake. He is the one who saved his majesty. You should show some gratitude and act like a member of the royal family. However, this only made her more annoyed. Ha, how noble of you. Her face flushed red with shame and humiliation. Since when did she care so much about the affairs of the royal family? As for Jad, he stood to the side, stunned. Why now? He felt a pang of guilt. Why did he summon everyone? What is that bastard planning? Just then, Jay slowly walked in. Is everyone here? He did a head count. 1, 2, good, all 6 of you are here. Someone spoke up asking, why have you summoned us this time? We came because you said it was important, but Jay feigned an air of mystery. This is very important. One of the people here ordered the attack, Wyverns, and today that person attacked again. These words stunned almost everyone. Someone from the royal family? Impossible. Meanwhile, Ra was sweating bullets. Damn it. I can't believe he already knows. If I'm caught, I'll surely be executed. No. Anyway, there's no evidence. I just have to deny it. Just as he thought so, Ray's voice rang out. You probably think that since there's no evidence, all you have to do is deny it, right? He smirked. But unfortunately for you, I have proof. The soldiers who attacked the Wyvern's lair have all been captured. With mind magic, they'll confess soon enough. He uttered one threat after another. If you get caught anyway, what do you think will happen? The people's resentment will run high. To appease them, the mastermind's head might have to be paraded everywhere. Hearing this threw Jaw's anxious mind into despair. He raised his voice slightly. So, I have a proposal. Why don't you confess to me personally? And we can handle this quietly, right? He acted profoundly. It's quite simple, isn't it? By confessing in God's name, you know you can mitigate your sins, right? Besides, I'd like to have the entire empire owe me a huge favor. Jay continued his psychological game. Simply put, I'll take all the credit, and someone else gets to avoid having their head chopped off and paraded. I can't take it anymore, the man screamed. It was me. I was the one who did it. I, Grand Prince Jia Jailson, ordered the attack on the Wyvern's lair. Please be merciful. Hearing that, Jay smirked. Good choice. He gave the man a thumbs up. Well then, farewell. There is no such thing as God's mercy, but as the saint, I hope you may rest in peace in the afterlife. Jia panicked. Rest in peace in the afterlife? What do you mean? You just said. He just chuckled. Of course, I'm going to say something different now, he said with a smug look. Because I was lying. You think you're going to get away with your crime? I didn't have any proof. Thanks for confessing. At that point, Jaw's grape-sized brain completely shut down. Jay spoke. All right, come on out. Anyway, from now on, and this is the Empire's problem, he only came to his senses as he was being dragged away. Impossible. You liar. You're the saint. How could you lie? He chuckled and denied it. No, not at all. A soldier came to report, Your Holiness. We have captured all the nobles involved in the rebellion. What should we do now? Jay gave the soldier a puzzled look. Your Holiness, Jay's work here is done. You should ask His Majesty, not me. As I said before, from now on, the decision lies with the Empire. Of course, he always knew where his limits were. I'm just an outsider. And with that, Jay left the Legion Empire after a long stay. His Majesty executed everyone involved in the rebellion. As for Jay, who had greatly assisted the Empire, he not only brought diplomatic benefits to the Empire. His Majesty granted Jay a title and land, but Jay only found out much later. At that moment, he was communicating via the orb, and Ariel was shouting, What? It's too late. An official request from the Empire just came out of nowhere? What? Jay tried to reassure her. But there's nothing we can do. Are you busy? Why the rush? At this point, Ariel had to emphasize, We are very busy. The pilgrimage schedule is already planned. His expression was still clueless. So what? I can just leave later. Ariel sighed. It's not that simple. The pilgrimage period is fixed. The more she explained, the more flustered Jay became. The later we leave, the tighter the schedule will be. Fixed time? He asked hastily. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I'm leaving right now. She was staring into the orb, her face beat red. She asked frantically, why did you put the crystal orb there? Jay quickly stuffed the orb into his shirt. Then he got out of the carriage. I have something urgent, so I'll go on ahead. You can take your time. The coachman was bewildered. Your Holiness. Then he ran off like the wind. By the time he reached the Holy Nation, it was dusk. A servant came out to greet him. You're earlier than expected, Your Holiness. Jay replied, I heard the preparations for the pilgrimage are done. Oculus bowed. We plan to depart tomorrow morning. He praised them, then turned to another person. Well done, Hong Yong. What about the task I gave you? The girl replied, yes. Regarding the current state of the Holy Nation, with the exception of Salonia, the outskirts of the Holy Nation are facing financial difficulties. The main reasons are the aftermath of the Phroxia incident and the increasing number of monsters. The lords are raising taxes to form monster hunting forces. Jay frowned. Raising taxes? Didn't the capital send aid? Hong Yong replied, it appears to be embezzlement. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth. Those bastards. Make a list of all the corrupt lords. I will deal with them when I get back from the pilgrimage. Yes, my lord. Jay proceeded to handle the backlog of work. How's the academy? Aklid brought out the crystal orb with a weary look. Coincidentally, we just received a connection signal from Jack. Really? Connected. The moment it connected, Jack's large face appeared. Your Holiness. Jay was at a loss for words. You're way too close. Long time no see. Is everything okay on your end? He was mid-sentence. Per your orders, I am still monitoring. When someone pushed him aside and jumped in. Your Holiness. Jay looked surprised. Are you two together? Nick was teary-eyed. I have read all the books and notes you left behind. They are incredibly detailed and systematic, with vast, elegant, and precise information. Where did you acquire all that knowledge? Jack, who had been pushed away, was furious. How dare you cut in? Get lost. The Lich immediately flipped him off. You get lost. Then he turned back with a puppy dog face. Your Holiness, I will dedicate my life to you. Please teach me more. No, teach me everything you know. Jack immediately shoved his head away. How dare you? Are you insane? Your Holiness, I want to learn more than this fool. Hearing them bicker loudly. If you're going to teach anyone, teach me. Jay felt a headache coming on and ended the call. Yes, he instructed. Take care while I'm away. Hong Yong bowed. Yes, have a safe journey. Cheer up, Your Holiness. So Jay had to get up early for the carriage. He was excited. What great weather. At the same time, he glanced warily ahead. But why are you here? It was Freya, gleefully clinging to Ariel. It feels like a picnic, doesn't it? She explained. One family joins the pilgrimage each time. Freya smiled brightly. This time, it's our family's turn. That's not what I meant. But why are you riding in the same carriage with us? Freya made puppy dog eyes. But it's so boring to ride in a carriage all alone. Jay said coldly, go back to your family's carriage later. It's cramped in here. She whined, oh, come on, don't be like that. I even prepared this, she replied with a proud tone. Tea and cakes for the entire trip. I brewed the tea myself. It's quite a magnificent spread. Ariel bluntly refused, no, I'm feeling a little sick. Freya turned to him. Then, Your Holiness, please have some. I won't be having any either. She pleaded, come on, just one sip. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity. It's my specialty. If you don't like it, I'll get off the carriage immediately, okay? Hearing this, he took pity on her. All right, fine. Jay lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip. Freya looked on excitedly. So? It's delicious, right? A moment later, she was sulking off to a different carriage. By herself, of course. Jay had never drunk anything like that before. What kind of tea tastes like garbage? Ariel chuckled. Freya must have gotten the message. He had a feeling she knew all along. Is this why you wouldn't drink it? She replied cheerfully. Someone had to tell her the truth, right? This is for the best. Otherwise, I'll doze off the whole way. Jay had to force himself to stay awake. That sounds strange. What about the pilgrimage? Ariel, with her vast experience, explained that the pilgrimage is nothing special. We just travel around the villages by carriage. Most of the work is handled by priests and clerics. If you're so critical, then why did the saint have to come? It is all just a formality, and you will not let him object. Exactly, it is to build our image. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out, causing a commotion outside. You cannot block the carriage like that. The two of them looked outside. It seems something was happening outside. A frail man holding a child was begging, I know this is wrong, but please, your graces. The situation is critical. Please heal my child. The soldiers were calm, not chasing him away. Do not worry, the god Gale will watch over you. Go and heal the child. The priest came forward, bowed, and said yes. A holy spell was then cast on the little girl. His expression was strangely troubled. The holy spell had no effect. Hearing this, a soldier said, "Is the child's condition too severe?" "I am sorry, sir, but we have done our best." The poor man looked as if he had fallen into a pit. "No, we have been waiting for this pilgrimage. We endured everything for this moment." At that moment, someone came forward. Everyone step aside for a moment. Jay stepped out. "Let me see." The poor man heard everyone calling in his name and called out as well. "Saint, will you personally heal my child?" "Thank you, your grace." "Thank you." Jay paid no mind and scanned her. "Let us see." The body's condition was obvious. Brittle, thinning hair, severe edema on the skin, an emaciated body with no subcutaneous fat. He asked carefully, "Did the girl suddenly fall ill?" The father denied it. "No, sir." Hearing that he made a diagnosis, "Just as I thought, it is just protein deficiency." No wonder the priest's holy spell did not work. He ordered the commander prepare a meal for them, make sure there is plenty of meat. The poor man was confused. "Thank you, Saint, but why food?" Jay explained, "If the child eats a lot of meat, she will recover on her own. From now on, please make sure she eats properly." The man was bewildered. "But we do not have money to buy meat regularly," he said softly. "Then beans will do. Soybeans, black beans, kidney beans, chickpeas, any will do. Replace her normal meals with beans and the child will get better. But you still have to give her meat occasionally." He earnestly reminded him, "It is all for the child's good. Even if you have to overwork yourself, please try." It was Iriel's turn. "I think I can cure the edema now." A spell made the girl's skin plump again. "Amazing, it is gone." The man kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, your graces. We will never forget this kindness." Iriel said gently, "It is nothing. We are just doing our job." They could not delay here any longer. "Let us go to the Celia Royal Palace." The convoy of carriages moved along the trail. Jay closed his eyes and thought. A curious Iriel tilted her head and asked, "What are you pondering so deeply about?" He suddenly asked Iriel, "How much is left in our treasury?" "Let me see," she calculated mentally. "About 20 silver coins." "I think so." Hearing that Jay was startled, "Is that all? Is it gone?" she added. "I also have my own money, so in total it is about 27 coins. Hearing that made his face light up. "You are quite well off, aren't you?" "That is enough." Iriel's eyes were searching. "Enough for what? Why are you asking that?" Could it be? As she suspected, his expression was serious. "Lend me the money." Iriel was immediately alarmed. What do you plan to do with that money?" Day didn't hesitate to point out the kingdom. "The kingdom of Celia is facing a severe financial crisis. So many people are like the ones we just met. They are suffering from malnutrition and starvation. Do you think people should die for that reason?" Iriel said. "That is right. I also want to help those in need. I will help." Jay immediately perked up. "Great, I will pay you back as soon as we return to the Holy Kingdom." Suddenly, he heard her refuse. "There is no need." His face went blank. "You are just giving away such a large sum of money." Of course, she proudly puffed out her chest. "I am a saintess too." And so the pilgrimage group from the Holy Kingdom arrived in the kingdom of Celia. Under the orders of the saints, they bought many ingredients from various regions and made simple meals for the people in difficult situations. For those with little strength left, this was like a refreshing rain on their withered bodies. And Iriel could not hide her surprise. What do you think the king of Celia wants?" "When we first set foot here, the king of Celia extended an invitation. I have heard that you have helped the people on your way here. I am very grateful for the Holy Kingdom's kindness. We have prepared a banquet to celebrate the pilgrimage tonight." His eyes clearly held a calculating look. "So please make yourselves at home." Iriel was suspicious. "He is even throwing a party." Jay knew it well. He is not that kind of person. He must want something from the Holy Kingdom. Suddenly, Iriel changed the subject. "Well, the pilgrimage is over. We have some free time now." Jay also pondered. "I am planning to go out for a bit." She guessed his purpose, to visit your family. He vaguely confirmed, something like that. "What about you? Do you have any plans?" She shook her head. "Not yet. I plan to just hang out with Fa." Jay teased. "You must be very patient then." "Why not go to the capital?" he asked, seriously. "You are buried in work every day," but Iriel found it satisfying. "This is fine. I should focus on getting some proper rest while I can." Her voice was wistful. "Since becoming a saint, have you ever thought about leaving it all behind and running away?" Her light brown hair fluttered gently. "That figure seems so lonely." "Just leaving everything behind?" Jay looked at her silently. He answered softly. "Of course," he suddenly shouted, venting his frustration. "It is so hard. What kind of God has so many demands? Do this, do that all the time. He gives us a little holy power and then exploits us like this." Seeing Iriel's stunned face, he felt a sense of empathy. She probably wanted to say that too, right? After all, she has been a saint longer than me. She must have had a tough time with all these taboos. He said humorously, "Like a saint, healing the sick, using the national treasury to help people. When I get to do that, I feel really lucky to be a saint. Am I the only one who feels that way? Anyway, I will be going now." His words seemed to soothe her. "Me too." "Thank you, Jay." Jay acted quickly. "It has been a long time since I have been home." He used an invisibility spell, planning to surprise his parents. It must be lunchtime. Should I sneak in and surprise them? Just as the door opened, something flew towards him. Jay instinctively knocked it away. Then a series of plates came crashing down. He was forced to shout, "Stop throwing plates at me." Only then did the two of them stop. His father El laughed it off. "Oh, it is you. You should make some noise when you come in." His mother hugged him tightly. How long has it been? Are you being a good saint, my dear son? He comforted them. I am just stopping by during the pilgrimage, Mom. He smiled cheerfully, his eyes crinkling. Great, just in time. Mom and Dad have just finished preparing lunch. Eat with us. He did not refuse. Yes, but before that, his father spoke up again. His expression was quite triumphant. Go upstairs, son. I bet you will be surprised. His curiosity was piqued upstairs. Upstairs, he was so surprised his jaw dropped. Since when did I have a younger sister? The baby was pretty and fair-skinned. He chuckled with delight. Dad, you are full of surprises, aren't you? His father was full of excitement. You have a little sister now. Jay looked at him with a strange expression. What do you think? Why do you keep asking Dad? It is as if you two cannot stand to be apart, Jay thought to himself. But there is a 16-year age gap. Is that why he used a purification spell on his hand? It made sense to poke her soft cheek with his finger. She is so adorable. Her tiny hand grabbed his index finger. He could not stop smiling. She is cute, isn't she? You were once that small too. Look, she is holding your hand. Then he looked at the baby's grumpy expression. So she is really mad. Well, anyone would be mad if they kept getting poked. It brought back bad memories for him. Dad, she is as small as a pea, but so determined. Just like you. When you were little, you are truly siblings. Just then his mother came up to call them down. Are you two playing with Sha? Come down for lunch. So her name is Ya. He smiled and said goodbye to the baby. See you later, Zia. His father also asked Jay, how is the Holy Kingdom? Anything interesting happen? He chuckled. Anything interesting? It has been a long time since I have visited home. It made him have so much to say. Actually, there have been a few things. The whole family talked and laughed lively. So that happened too. Yes, it has been quite busy. His mother smiled brightly like a flower. I am glad you still look healthy. His father agreed. I am very proud of you, son. At this point, he suddenly spoke up. By the way, there is something I am curious about. Our family is not normal, is it? He seemed to mention something that made both of them jump. They were flustered. What do you mean? Jade chewed his meat. I have been thinking about it since I was a child. My mother is a high-level mage, and my father is a swordsman who has reached the level of a sword master. He voiced the question he'd had for a long time. Why do you two live in such a remote place? The couple looked at each other and then spoke. This day has finally come. You were bound to find out anyway. His father said, seriously, our family carries the blood of heroes. Day was stunned upon hearing this. The blood of heroes? His parents sighed. It's probably faster to show you. Let's go outside. Day looked confusedly at the two familiar people in this life. What are they going to show me? Suddenly, he felt something unusual. This mana. Fire, water, earth orbs. 3 orbs of 3 elements were launched. Day couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. He was more shocked than ever. Father knows magic. Moreover, his mana is superior than anyone I've ever met. Has father been hiding this mana all this time? It was the other person's turn. She leaped into the air. Powerful and decisive sword strokes swept past the two of them. Sword aura. At this level. Day's jaw dropped. She's a high-level sword master. He exclaimed, are you both magic swordsmen? They didn't answer his question right away. His mother began to speak. Let me tell you an old story. Since ancient times, saints like you, who possess quite strong holy power, could communicate with the gods and convey their will. Along with the transcendent race, they protected the world from danger. But for some reason, the transcendent race disappeared, and a problem arose. During the Great Magic War, a group led by a necromancer attacked humanity. The saint couldn't resolve the situation with their power alone, so the Age of Magic ended 300 years ago. Meanwhile, the gods chose 12 potential individuals and granted them their blessings. With the power of these blessings, they defeated the necromancer and were named the 12 heroes before they disappeared. Then she revealed a shocking truth. We are their descendants. That's right. The blessings are passed down through generations, granting the descendants outstanding talent in all fields. They also age slowly and can live for up to 500 years. This is truly hard to believe. 500 years? His face was dazed. So besides us, there are others who carry on this scariest, the hero's blood. His mother replied, yes, while also giving a warning, but Day, I hope you don't get too close to them. Your father and I escaped from that place to live here. It's a horrible place. They are no different from the living dead. We know you're very curious, but they are extremely dangerous. Yes, that's why we've kept this secret from you until now. Day was a little disappointed. Yes, however, this topic was etched into his mind. An extended lifespan and outstanding talent in all fields. The next day, his parents saw him off. Day, take care. Remember to eat well. If anyone bullies you, write home. I'll come and take care of it. He smiled and promised, I'll be back again. As he left, he still couldn't forget about it. My parents warned me not to show any interest in the hero's bloodline. Of course, I can't just let it go. But if they are all talented in every field, then that must include medicine. Plus, they have extended lifespans if they have medical knowledge like me. A plan started to form in Day's mind. I have to learn more about the heroes. He noticed the road was passing by quickly. We're almost at the edge of the forest. While I'm here, I can also visit her? A chiding voice rang out. You're late. The white she wore was always striking. You came all this way and only thought of me now? Era pouted sulkily. Why should I have to come first? Day gave a weak smile. I was planning on coming anyway. He was curious. But how did you know I was coming? Era proudly pointed to her hand. The mark on his hand also lit up. Didn't I say I would always be with you? He had encountered so many surprising things recently. So it has that function too, huh? Noticing his mood, she comforted him. Don't worry. I don't know everything you do. The magic only activates in 2 situations. One is when you're in danger. Era moved closer. Her hand reached out and gently touched his cheek. The second is when you think of me. Her full lips curved up as her eyes flirtatiously seduced him. You told Lilith we were just friends. I guess I'll have to try harder. Day laughed awkwardly, creating some distance. But I think things are fine as they are. He changed the subject. By the way, Era, do you know anything about the heroes? Era crossed her arms. Heroes? You mean the blessed ones? I know a little. They are the ones who receive 2 kinds of blessings from the goddess. You humans call them heroes. Another name he didn't recognize. Who is Prius? Day suddenly realized. Wait a minute. You just said there are 2 kinds of blessings? Yes. The first is the blessing of potential. It helps you become stronger with just a little effort. She seemed very knowledgeable. The other is the blessing of power exchange. Those who receive this blessing gain strength and experience by killing each other. Day exclaimed, I can't believe something like that exists. That's not right. Why would that be called a blessing? Era said nonchalantly, for humanity it was. Thanks to it, they were able to defeat the monsters. But why are you asking about this? He revealed with a calm expression. They said, I'm a descendant of those people. Her eyes widened slightly. He wondered, what's wrong? She lowered her head. It's nothing. So your power comes from your bloodline. She gave him some information. I know of a village in the western 6th district where the descendants live. If you're interested, you should visit them someday. Day was immediately excited. Really? I've always wanted to go see them. Thanks. Okay. Era knew it was time for him to leave. You must be busy. You should get going. When you return to the Holy Nation, we'll talk more. Day felt awkward. I feel a bit bad for just meeting you and then leaving right away. She waved her hand. It's okay. We have plenty of time. Hearing that, he felt relieved. Okay, I'll be back. However, she wondered to herself, could the reason Day became a saint be? Watching his figure disappear behind the trees, Era hoped that she was just overthinking things. His trip lasted until the afternoon. The pilgrimage carriage was still there. As soon as he got back, Iriel was already scolding him. You're so late. Were you on vacation? Day smiled apologetically. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've been home, so I wanted to relax a bit. She was a little annoyed. Unbelievable. I've already prepared everything. Hurry and get in the carriage. He took the chance to praise her. I knew it. You're always so thoughtful. She announced the schedule. The pilgrimage will go to Prius in the western 6th district. Day was a little curious. Prius? Is that a kingdom too? Yes. Prius is a holy nation, just like Gale. A kingdom that worships Prius, the goddess of hardship and trials, and its followers awaken their faith through countless hardships and trials. She explained that the goddess Prius has never chosen a saint, so they aren't very well known. Day was confused. Unlike our goddess, who entrusts everything to humans, but why do we have to make a pilgrimage there? Her expression was nonchalant, because the goddess Prius is Gale's sister. It's not wrong to say they are like sisters. Family members don't need a reason to visit each other, right? He had no objections. That makes sense. A thought flashed in his mind. What a coincidence. We're heading to the western 6th district. The carriage slowly rolled westward. Journey to the western 6th district. Day 2. Day asked wearily, when we get to Prius, will this pilgrimage be over? Iriel nodded. That's right. I think we can conclude it on a relaxed note. He brought up a topic. When we get to the western 6th district, there's a place I want to visit. Oh, what is it and where is it? His expression was serious for some reason. Do you know anything about the hero's bloodline? Upon hearing that, Iriel exclaimed, no way. Her expression was one of complete panic. So, Ray, are you saying you're a hero created by the goddess Prius and also a saint chosen by the goddess Gale? How is that possible? He also found it hard to explain. I also think it's pretty amazing. Iriel still had countless questions. But why do you want to find another hero? Unbelievable. Are you planning to devour all of them? He shouted. Of course not. What's going on in your head? Hearing that, her voice softened. Then what is it? Day had turned to look out the window. The Academy of Medicine. What? He used a nonchalant tone to state his ideals. I will bring them all to the Academy and turn them into doctors. Iriel thought that was reasonable. That sounds just like you. At that moment, the carriage stopped. We're here. Let's talk later. As Day stepped out of the carriage, he was amazed. The sight before him was breathtaking. This is a beautiful port, isn't it? Right? No matter how many places I've been, this one still looks the most amazing. She urged him to get on the boat. Day watched the waves, filled with mixed feelings. It has been a while since I saw the sea. It is really beautiful, but that thought only lasted for a moment. The pilgrimage from the holy nation had sailed for 15 days, and then traveled by carriage for 3 days. They finally arrived at the holy nation of Prius. Day felt completely drained. How long did it take to get here? I'm exhausted. Ariel laughed as if she was used to it. It's not good for you to be tired, she lectured him. The goddess Prius oversees adversity, hardship, and tests her followers. They also consider such struggles a virtue. Her expression was worn from years of torment. And you should prepare yourself. Before he could even ask what to prepare for, the temple door opened and 3 hooded figures stepped out. We welcome the saints. We will guide you from here. Day let out a sigh of relief. Finally, a chance to rest. But first, they clasped their hands and made a request. Although you are tired from a long journey, we must pray to the goddess Prius. Please kneel right here. This made him widen his eyes. What, all of a sudden? He was utterly bewildered. They're making guests from across the sea kneel and pray? Right here? He glanced at Ariel. Is this really okay? But she was already kneeling before him. What's with that resigned and obedient attitude? Having no other choice, he also knelt. Damn it. The guide sobbed, "Oh, goddess Prius, the saints from the Gaia Holy Empire have finally arrived, who always keeps us vigilant and helps us grow through hardship. We sincerely pray that we may take strong steps forward on our pilgrimage, and may we achieve great enlightenment despite the hardships. We must also endure with the saints." Day's head was about to split listening until it was finally time to stand up. They bowed. "I will lead you to the guest rooms where the saints will be staying." Just then, he whispered, "Ariel, that phrase about enduring hardships with the saints. What does it mean?" Ariel answered coldly at first. "We didn't need to make a pilgrimage to the Prius Holy Empire in the first place, since they are a holy empire just like us. So we don't need to help anyone during the pilgrimage. We are simply participating in an exchange. Since the 2 goddesses are sisters, this exchange means sympathizing with each other's doctrines and understanding one another." Day's face darkened as he tried to run away. "I want to get out of here." But Ariel grabbed him. "No, you can't. Where do you think you're going?" She snapped in a low, annoyed voice. "I've helped you so much up to this point, and now you're going to leave me all alone?" Day had no comeback. "I can't argue with that." He gave in. "All right, but what exactly do we have to do to overcome this hardship?" Her expression was weary. "Things like fasting, or being trapped in a dark cave, or soaking in a boiling hot spring. You know, stuff like that." He was speechless. "I really want to run far away." The next day, they led the 2 to a desolate place. "Here we are. For the next week, the saints will endure the hardship of consuming only what you can find in this forest. Of course, you will be forbidden from using any sacred arts. After that, we will depart to endure hardships elsewhere. May hardship and adversity be with you." Day felt dissatisfied. What an unpleasant farewell. And Ariel explained, "Since this is the beginning, they've given us something easy." He understood. We did something similar during the baptism ceremony. Let's see what we can find here." He gave Ariel a task. "Go look around for any drinking water." Understood. 2 hours later, she returned with a weary expression. "There isn't a single drop of water here. I guess we'll just have to endure it." Suddenly, she realized something was off. Before her was an unbelievable sight. "What is all this? How did you make such delicious food?" Day said casually. "Why are you so surprised?" He even thoughtfully showed her a place to sleep. "You can sleep here. I've laid down some soft leaves, and if you bury a hot stone before you sleep, it will be a little warmer." At this, Ariel's eyes sparkled. "You can really do anything, can't you?" Day wondered about the water. "If it's just for a week, we can manage with the food somehow." "All right, let's eat." And just like that, the 2 of them endured their ordeal in relative comfort. A week later, "The saints have returned. You have endured well." The guide who came was surprised because their complexions were no different from the first day. They even looked fresher. It wasn't that difficult. So much so that she suspected they had secretly hidden some food. But she didn't press the matter. "I will escort you 2 to the VIP room." Day paced around the large room. "It's time I start my investigation," he said. "Guards, are you there?" A shadow jumped down. "Present. At your command." He gave the order. "Investigate the hero's bloodline in the 6 western regions. Report every detail you find." "As you command." He chuckled softly. "Whatever the gods created them for, it doesn't matter. As long as I can use them to develop medicine throughout the 6 regions, towards a brighter future." Time passed quickly. "It's been a month since we arrived at the holy nation of Prius. What should we do, Ariel?" Day had a grim expression. "If this keeps up, I'll wipe the holy nation of Prius off the map." She felt a little guilty but didn't know what to do. It's such an ironic situation. Day was speechless. "This is the first time I'm grateful to be a saint of Gaia." Suddenly, Ariel looked desperate. "But we still have to endure it." Because we are saints, we must set an example so that not only we, but others will follow. Suddenly, he quickened his pace. I can't take this anymore. I'm going out. She was startled and confused. Where are you going? He replied with a smug look. Just you wait and see. A moment later, he returned with a pile of cooking ingredients and placed them in the room. Ariel was a bit stunned by the pile. Ingredients? And you bought so much? Day just organized the things. It's not just for us. I'm going to share it with everyone. She panicked a little when she saw him start a fire. What if you get caught? He continued, unfazed. Don't worry and trust me. He focused intently on controlling it so it wouldn't spread. It's not easy at all. The fire mustn't spread. Ariel, I need your help. He was busy with the fire. Cut the fruit into small pieces and lightly fry them. Her expression was awkward. I've never cooked before. He reassured her, it's okay. Just do as I say. Day and Ariel got busy working on it. It's done. The special porridge was ready. Ariel was so happy she could cry. It's so delicious. He smiled. Go ahead and eat. I'm going to share this with everyone else. A few days later, rumors spread. This is really strange. What's going on? The head priest of Priya's, Fenji, started to find it strange. I mean, we're all in the same situation. So why do they look so happy? However, the others disagreed. Are you referring to the saints? Even though they are young. I think they are handling it well, but Fenji thought they would agree with him. That's right. It's understandable for the two saints. They're different from us. He insisted on his accusation. But everyone in the gay or holy nation is like that. Those two are definitely up to something shady. Unfortunately for him, his priests have been won over by Day's food. Sir, you shouldn't say such things. How can you openly doubt the saints? But he was still determined. There are too many suspicious things for me to overlook. And Fenji remained lost in his own world. For the final trial, we must observe them as they travel together. Someone spoke up. Now that you mention it, there's a schedule at Mount Hefria. Everyone became worried. Will that be okay? I heard a monster leader has appeared there recently. It's in the southern part of the mountain, he said, pointing to the map. We will escort the saints to the east and west at the same time. We, the priests, will conduct an expedition to the south. It seems everyone agrees with this idea. Then the saint won't be in danger anymore. All right, Fenji agrees. That's right. I must ensure it's organized and announced to everyone. Suddenly, he stopped. He collapsed to his knees. The priests were worried. Head priest. What's wrong? A healing spell was cast on him immediately. He whispered, thank you. The illness hasn't improved. It seems to have gotten worse. This is very bad. How is your family? Fendi struggled to say, my daughter has the same illness. We treat her regularly, but she's still so young. The priest sympathized. You must be very worried. What else can I do? We don't know the cause, and my wife has to suffer. He trailed off. Perhaps if you ask the Saint of Gale for help. Fenji refused. That's out of the question. How can I, a servant of Prius, accept a favor from another god? The priest felt it wasn't a problem, but they are sisters. What's the problem? But Fendi was adamant. Even so, a taboo is a taboo. The priest could only sigh in sorrow. He's so stubborn. Later, Day was assigned to another place. He complained. Returning to the mountain, Iriel reassured, this is the last time, so do your best. I'm going ahead. The final trial took place on Mount Herfrian because many people from Gaer passed the trial together. The holy ground had become too small, so the group was split into 3 teams. Iredell went to the east, Jay to the west, and the rest to the south. A priest approached to inform him, Your Holiness, you may depart now. He suddenly asked. Mount Hefrin is inhabited by monsters, isn't it? The priest didn't deny it and reassured him. That's correct, but please don't worry. Our holy knights will protect you. He could see that they had sent many people, but he had a question. Aren't those the ones being sent to the south? There seemed to be more people over there. Hearing this, the priest replied, The expedition team? Yes, a monster leader has recently appeared, posing a threat. Day still felt uneasy. That many people should be enough, he said, but if something happens in the south, can you let me know? It wasn't a difficult request, so the man agreed. Understood. I don't think anything serious will happen, but if a problem arises, I will inform you first. He replied, Yes, thank you. I have a bad feeling about this. Just as he thought. Immediately after, a scout yelled, Monsters! It's a raid! A green orc! Wielding an axe, it charged frantically. The priests immediately chanted blessings and holy protection spells. The holy knights of Deepu noticed something unusual. Something's not right. There are more of them than we thought. At this rate, we'll be wiped out. Request reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom. But as they rushed to make contact, something unfortunate happened. The communication orb wasn't working. Even if we send a message, we won't be able to defeat its army. Everyone began to panic. Fengi was terrified. Even though it's a monster leader, a monster army of this size, I've never seen anything like it. What in the world is happening? A shrill scream echoed amidst the chaos. Run! A priest came running. Behind him was a massive figure. The monster leader had appeared. Unfortunately, that single slash took his life. The moment it emerged, all the survivors were shocked. So that's the monster leader. But what's that growing from its chest? Fengi thought. A dark energy. He immediately coughed up blood, and his head began to spin. The pain in my chest has gotten worse. A subordinate urgently said, "Head priest, you must get out of here." No. He turned pale and waved them off. "It's too late. Leave me and go. Quickly." The priest said frantically, "I can't do that. How could I?" In that brief moment of struggle, the monster was upon them. "No." Facing death, Fenji silently prayed, "Lord Prius." A cold voice rang out, "Don't be so loud. My husband is sleeping." Slashes like cutting wind swept through. An elf woman appeared from nowhere. "I told you not to be so loud. You're a naughty child, aren't you?" 30 minutes before the monster invasion. Day stood in thought. "I knew it. My bad feelings are always right," he thought to himself. "I can sense it. Good thing I spread my mana towards the south. There are a lot of them, and they look stronger than I thought." Day quickly began to move. "This is bad. I need to hurry." Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, an elf?" She introduced herself. "Yes, I'm an elf. But I'm a dark elf. Got it? How annoying." The man kneeling on the ground cried out, "Thank you so much for saving my life. I don't know how I can ever repay you." She replied coldly, "No need. I didn't do it for your gratitude." The dark elf asked, "More importantly, aren't you going to check over there?" Just then, a person was collapsed and lying still on the ground. He shouted loudly, "Bishop Fenji." He immediately ran to his side, clasped his hands, and created a yellow light. "Heal." Seeing head priest Fenji's face turning increasingly pale, with sweat pouring down, he was confused. "What? Why isn't the healing working? Is my holy power too weak?" he stammered. "Are there any bishops with holy power left?" Suddenly, someone appeared, saying, "Move aside." It was Day. He cried out in surprise, "Your Highness." Day got straight to the point. "Let me take a look." A moment later, Day had unbuttoned head priest Fenji's shirt. He was so exhausted he had lost consciousness and passed out. Day placed his hand on the man's chest, silently making a diagnosis. Chest pain and shortness of breath. The apex of the lung and the pleural cavity are swollen. It's a pneumothorax. Worse, both lungs are affected. The injury is also in a difficult spot to treat. He lifted Fenji into his arms and observed him carefully. "There's no other way. I have to perform a bilateral thoracotomy. I'll make incisions on both sides of the chest and induce pleuritis to close the hole in the lung." Day outlined the steps. "First, I'll cut through the muscle and pleura to get a clear view for the surgery." He called out to the two bewildered priests, "You two." He looked at the dark elf, "And you as well. Can you give me a hand?" She asked quietly. "With what?" Seeing him like this, she thought to herself, "How interesting. A human who possesses the knowledge of a high elf." The elf agreed. "All right, I'll help." Day thought to himself, "She's more cooperative than I expected." He replied, "Thank you. First, let's find a spot." Day saw a large rock over there. "This place will do." He raised his hand. A blue light appeared, radiating from his hand. Day thought, "I'll use a bit of holy power too." He used his holy power to slice through the rock. The elf couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's amazing." Just then, Day said, "Thank you. Could you find me some cloth? It needs to be clean." She replied quietly, "Mim, all right." Then the voice of the priest rang out. What should we do?" Day turned and asked, "You've never performed surgery on a person, have you?" The priest nodded. That's right." He continued to ask, "Then have you ever seen someone die?" The priest hesitated. "Yes, I have before, but..." Day heard this and cut him off. "That's enough. When the cloth arrives, just follow my instructions." He quickly replied, "Understood, sir." Day thought to himself, a bilateral thoracotomy requires at least one knowledgeable surgeon. A typical surgery needs a specialist for the airway, an anesthesiologist, and at least 2 assistants. He worried to himself, and here I am, planning to perform the surgery alone while giving out detailed, step-by-step instructions. He couldn't help but sigh. The elf interrupted his train of thought, saying, "I have the cloth. Here." She held out a white cloth and said, "This is the best piece I could find." He thought for a moment, then said, "It's a little small, but let's try it." "Thank you." Day uttered the word, "Cleanse." Not long after, Fendi was lying on the rock with the white cloth placed under his back. He warned everyone, "Let me say this first. No matter what I do, don't be surprised. Just carefully follow my instructions. We can definitely save him." The elf replied coolly, The bishops quickly replied, "Yes, your highness." He thought, "I should double-check the anesthesia." Then, a purple mist enveloped Fendi. Sleep. Day took a scalpel and made a horizontal incision across Fendi's chest. He performed the procedure step by step. I'll incise through the subcutaneous tissue and muscle. This left the other bishop dumbfounded while Dave focused on treating Fenji. He thought to himself, using magic instead of an electrosurgical unit. That was enough to control the bleeding. The muscle tissue he had cut on Fengi was now wide open. He decided decisively. Without an x-ray to see inside, there was no other choice but to cut through the ribs. Then Day turned to them and said, "All right, one of you two. Either of you hold the place I just cut and pull it open." The confused bishops said in unison. What? A bishop with a cloth covering his face panicked. "What are you talking about? If we do that, the high priest will die." The one next to him was so scared, tears started to well up. I can't do it." Hearing this, Day thought worriedly, every second is precious. "We don't have time to delay." Suddenly, Elf stepped forward and said firmly, "I'll do it." She arrogantly put her hands on her hips and asked directly, "Just hold and pull it open right." Day looked at her and said, "Please gently hold this part near the bone, lift it, and pull it open without touching the organs." She replied calmly. Simple Elf started to assist him. Day praised her. "Very good. Hold it like that for a while. You should control your strength." Elf coldly replied, "Got it." Day focused on operating on Fengi. He took the scalpel and did what was necessary. The lung is severely compressed. I need to find the hole first. Wait, what is this? He looked inside, Fengi's lung stunned and confused. He thought, why is the lung being eroded by demonic energy? His face grew tense. But Day calmly addressed the problem. First, I must remove the demonic energy from his body. Luckily, it's only a small amount. Simple enough. Activate mana, Day explained. A pneumothorax occurs when a hole in the lung causes air to leak out. This leads to air accumulating in the pleural cavity. He carefully inserted a tube into the high priest's chest. So before closing the chest cavity, we need to reinflate the lung and drain any fluid from the pleural cavity. I need to insert a chest tube. Then Day thought of using mana. Instead, if I let mana flow through the body from the inside out, the air will escape along with the demonic energy. Day's face couldn't hide his joy. All right, the lung has reinflated. Next, I need to perform a pleurodesis. He suddenly shouted, "Hey, you bishops." The bishop, who was watching him intently, was startled and replied, "Yes." He ordered them, "Has your holy power recovered a bit? Heal him now." A moment later, the two bishops were panting heavily. "We're out of energy," they reported back to him, panting. "The healing is complete." Day was pleased and praised them. Reattaching the bones was very difficult. "But you all did it." He also didn't forget to praise Elf. "You did a great job too." But when he turned to look for Elf, she was gone. He wondered, she's already left. He felt uneasy. I didn't even get to thank her properly. Meanwhile, with Elf, she was running away from there, thinking to herself, a human acquainted with a high elf saving a life with such a strange technique? She exclaimed, "How interesting." She kept running quickly as she spoke. "I have a story to tell my husband now." Back to High Priest Fengi. He let out a few soft groans and then slowly opened his eyes. The silence was broken by Fengi's groans as he woke up. Day approached his side and said, "You're awake, High Priest." Fengi sat up, startled. "Your Holiness," he said reverently, "we have been disrespectful. Please forgive us." Day simply replied, "Why are you apologizing? Let's go. We likely won't be attacked by monsters again. But who knows," he quickly added. "Understood, I will inform everyone." As Day left, he didn't forget to add, "Well, I'm leaving now. The West is still on high alert." Hearing that, Fengi understood. "Yes, I will meet you at the city." He picked up the white cloth and wondered, what happened while I was unconscious? The bishop stammered and recounted the entire event. Fengi asked again, "His Holiness cut open my chest to save my life." The bishop replied, "Yes. I truly don't understand. A normal person would have definitely died." Priest Fengi lightly touched his chest. The bishop asked with concern, "Sir Fengi, are you all right?" He wondered. "My chest used to feel so tight, but now I can breathe easily." He looked to the side and realized, I have received a great blessing from His Holiness Day. Returning to the west of Mount Hafrian and reporting the situation in the south, the monsters who lost their leader were easily wiped out by the Holy Knights, and so the final trial came to an end. In a room, a woman's voice rang out, "Your Holiness, I will now report on the hero's descendants." He quickly replied, "Very well, proceed with the report." Standing before him now were the elite guards Jin Jiob and So Jiang. The young girl So said, "Yes, first the anonymous family. They never interfere in any matters, so there is very little information." The girl continued her report. "The information is kept secret. At the Royal Library of the Holy Kingdom of Prius, the documents found had three main points. The cursed ones, their origin and their location." Day listened intently as So continued. "They were formed as a result of an ancient war that lasted for centuries. Created by Saintess Priaz, the Saintess is directly linked to their origin." He wondered to himself, that's a bit different from what I've heard. Then he asked, "So where is it exactly?" The girl presented a scroll and said, "Please take a look at this map." They both unrolled it and looked. The girl So pointed to the map. "According to the information we've gathered, we have determined the location to be here." Day was puzzled. "Right in the middle of the ocean." Jin Jiab spoke up. "According to the map, that is correct, but..." He continued. "Initially, the waves were too strong, making it very difficult to approach and map out. Also, looking at the nearby islands, it's highly likely there is an island there too." Day frowned and sighed inwardly. "I thought this would be easy, but it turns out to be quite a hassle," he thought to himself. "However, being born as a hero's descendant in this world, and being chosen as the saint is not something I can avoid. Since I don't know how strong they are, I need to prepare in advance. Just then the backup plan Saintess Ariel appeared. She asked him sluggishly, "So, you want me to go with you to the Hero's Island? The one that might not even exist," she said coldly. "No way." Day immediately begged, "Please, O most beautiful woman in the Holy Kingdom. We need you," Ariel asked. "Do you really need someone else to help you?" Day quickly replied, "Because they are the hero's descendants. Something could happen that's beyond my control." Ariel froze as she listened to him. "So if I die, you will resurrect me?" Ariel asked seriously. "Are you really entrusting your life to me? Do you trust me that much?" Day smiled brightly and said firmly, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you." "I can't ask anyone else to do this," Ariel thought to herself. "After hearing you say that, how can I refuse?" She replied annoyed, "Fine, I'll go with you." His eyes lit up as he asked, "Really? You can't take it back now?" Ariel asked, "But more importantly, how are you going to explain this to the Holy Kingdom? Have you thought of an excuse for both saints to be absent at the same time?" Day calmly replied, "Oh, that well. Actually, the goddess gave us a prophecy telling us to find the hero's descendants and carry the will of the Holy Kingdom." Ariel was shocked. What Day said with a wry smile, "Well, I'll just use the goddess's name as an excuse." She immediately scolded him. "You fraud," Ariel hurriedly said. "A saint dares to use the goddess's name like that," he simply replied. "It's to save the Holy Kingdom anyway, the goddess will understand." She said wearily, "Fine. If it's for the good of the Holy Kingdom, they might overlook the army's delayed return." He was confused. "What are you talking about? We're not bringing an army." Ariel shouted, "Not bringing an army." Then the two of them continued to argue. "What about a ship? We need one to go. Don't you know what scouting is? We'll find out when we get there." Ariel held her head and screamed, "Why haven't you prepared anything at all?" "Are you insane?" Day replied to her calmly. "Don't worry, just get ready for tomorrow morning. We have to leave early to be on time." Jay mumbled, "We have to get there when the waves are calmest in about 3 weeks. Huh. There's a sea route, but it's been closed. There are giant waves right. They'll smash ships to pieces." Ariel asked confusedly, "What do you mean? It's closed?" Then she burst into tears again, shouting no. Jay could only look on sorrowfully. "All right, I'll have the Holy Knight withdraw for now. Get some rest." The next day at the docks, Jay excitedly whispered, "You're here. Are you ready?" Ariel was confused. Ready for what else, she wondered. More importantly, how are we going to get a ship? Jay laughed awkwardly. "Ha, I've already taken care of it." Ariel was surprised. "It's done." Everyone on the boat was bustling about. "Isn't it too small? This size is the best. A bigger ship is more likely to be hit by the waves." While Ariel and Jay were still talking, the people on the boat were chattering away. "I'll reinforce it with magic, so it'll be fine. Do you know how to sail a boat?" Just then, Gio and So approached them. The man spoke up. "Excuse me, I know how to sail. I will get everyone there safely." So said coldly, "Hello." Jay quietly asked Ariel, "They're members of your house, right? You know them, don't you?" "Specifically, those two," she said with a faint smile. "Yeah, 4 is better than 2, even if we sink underwater," Jay exclaimed. "Don't jinx it." As he finished reinforcing the entire ship, Jay said loudly, "All right, let's set off." "This is the divine will of the goddess Brian." Elsewhere, a voice said, "As per your holy will." Right here, right now, that man crossed his arms and said authoritatively, "The match begins." Gil rushed in to fight a girl with his sword. Haz asked, "Do you really want to kill me?" Gil replied with a faint smile. "If you want to survive, there's no other way." Gil continued to fight, overwhelming her. Haz tried to fight back, thinking worriedly, "I'm going to lose." A voice was heard. The fog then cleared, revealing Haz had stabbed her sword into Gil's heart. Tears streamed down her face. Gil quickly said, "I'm very happy." Blood flowed from his mouth as he said he was content to die by her hand. Not long after, she knelt on the ground as Gil also began to fade away. Meanwhile, Jay and his team were searching for the hero's descendant. Contrary to their worries, the sea route was very calm. According to the map, it seems we're almost there. On the second day of the trip, this made Ariel a little curious. "Didn't you say the waves were very rough?" "They aren't rough at all. It's as calm as a lake." Jay stared down at the sea, contemplating. "It's not just calm." Yes, both he and Gelkian felt something was strange. "Gelkian, doesn't it look a bit strange?" Gelkian replied, "Yes, it feels like something is wrong." Jay used magic on his eyes to see a little further. He said, "Should we look a bit further ahead? The sea ahead has some ripples, but it's not too rough." Jay looked into the distance, sweating, and exclaimed, "I can't see any further. Even enhancement magic is useless." The other person exclaimed in shock. What? The two continued their conversation. "So what should we do? There is a way." "What is it?" At this point, the two of them, they planned to rush through as fast as possible. Ariel immediately stopped them, shouting, "Don't." She asked, annoyed, "Do something with magic. Can't we fly over it?" Jay replied helplessly, "I can't. If I could, I would have already." "How about freezing the sea?" No sooner said than done. He immediately shouted, "Freeze." The sea around their ship immediately froze. Ariel exclaimed, "It's hard enough to walk on." The sea is frozen, but Ariel felt something was wrong. Pointing at the waves ahead, she cried out, "But if the waves are this strong, we'll have to move very quickly. The thin parts of the ice will be washed away and break and melt over time." She put a hand to her chin thoughtfully and continued, "We can't just abandon a ship full of supplies." The masked girl next to her also spoke up. What if we return to the mainland, make a plan, and come back? Suddenly, the sea began to churn violently, causing the ship to shake nonstop. Everyone was extremely panicked. Someone came over and reported in a panic, "Holy One, we can't steer the ship in these conditions." Jay shouted angrily, "Is this sea crazy? What's happening?" All of a sudden, then he raised his hand to cast a spell, ordering everyone to hold on tight. "We're gonna get through this." An explosion rang out, sending the boat flying and water splashing everywhere. Ariel hugged a mast, tears streaming down her face, and screamed, "Are we still going to be okay? Is this okay?" She thought to herself. So that's why nothing was marked on the map. Jay gritted his teeth, silently calculating. The waves are hitting us like a barrage of cannonballs. Even with a magic shield, this won't last long. Suddenly, a wave swelled up high. Someone warned, "Ahead, it's coming straight for us." At that moment, two mysterious people jumped up high and said firmly, "Leave it to us." The masked girl and the other guy relentlessly slashed with their swords. Someone admired them, saying, "Amazing as expected of the Holy Kingdom's phantoms. Well done." The other guy replied, "You're exaggerating." On the boat, Jay waved his hand and instructed, "Everyone, be careful and look around. According to the map, the place should be around here. Do you see an island or anything?" Ariel sweated and stammered, "I'm still looking." Water was starting to flood the boat. She shouted, "Jay, the boat is leaking." The waves were still raging. Jay's voice rang out, "Damn it, we still haven't found the island." "Patch the boat for now and bail out the water," she replied quickly. "Understood," Ariel asked in a panic, her mouth agape. "Listen up, if the ship can't take it anymore, we'll proceed with the backup plan we discussed earlier." "You want me to run on a ball?" Jay turned his head, frowned, and continued, "There's no other way. We have to use Adis with all the power we have," he calculated in his head. Turned the bow to face forward, then his eyes suddenly caught sight of something. An island appeared in the distance. Jay wondered, "An island?" Immediately, Jay gave an order while casting a spell. "Everyone pack your bags." The ice floes began to crack and the group panicked and ran. Jay shouted, "Follow me," a sigh of relief. At that time, two men who looked alike were standing there relaxed. One of them asked, "Why do we have to stand guard?" As if someone is coming, the other one replied, "That's right, unless they're a corpse, no one can get here alive." Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The two men stared in confusion. Jay ran towards them from a distance with a terrified look. They shouted, "Intruder." The sky had now become calm again. Someone set foot on the sandy shore. Jay, with a pale face, uttered, "Land." Ariel, behind him, just as frightened, whispered, "What a relief." Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Hey, you people." Two men walked over. One of them frowned and asked, "Where are you from?" The other one, calmer, continued, "No more," importantly. Then his eyes widened as he asked, "How did they get here?" Ariel sweated and thought to herself, "Their mana is immense, they're so strong." Suddenly, Jay spoke up. "We came from the mainland," he explained, casually pointing to himself. "We were traveling by boat but had to abandon ship." The other guy gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop joking." He interrogated them with a fierce expression. "What's your purpose for coming here?" The other guy, with a dazed look, exclaimed, "Hey, wait, I smell something familiar on them." The two guys rushed over and started touching them all over. Jay asked in disbelief, "No way, is it real?" Jay stood there confused. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Suddenly, the two guys' attitudes changed as they smiled and exclaimed, "You're one of us, aren't you? I've never met you before. How interesting." The other guy smiled brightly and remarked, "You should have said so sooner. We'll talk more when we get back to base." Then he raised his sword and threatened Ariel's group. "Who are these weaklings? I'll get rid of you right now." His expression instantly turned vicious as he announced, "Don't expect to die in the land of heroes. I'll throw your corpses into the sea." Ariel panicked and cried out, "What did you say?" Suddenly, an arm blocked her way as Jay spoke up to explain, "They are my friends, traveling with me due to special circumstances. I hope you won't touch them." The two guys crossed their arms and pondered. One of them said, "Friends, huh, all right. If you say so." The other person warned, "If something's wrong, I won't let it slide." Jay politely replied, "Thank you." The two of them then kindly offered, "I'll lead the way." "All right, let's go." The two masked people were silent and didn't respond. Jay turned and gave a reassuring smile. Iredale was stunned, sighed, and looked at the forest ahead. She had a feeling that something serious was about to happen. A surprised voice rang out, "Did you really cross that ocean?" Jay casually replied, "Yeah, I almost died." The friend next to him rested his chin on his hand doubtfully. "You crossed that ocean, but you look perfectly fine." The other one, friendly, put an arm around his shoulder and said excitedly, "So interesting. Quick, tell us more about the outside world." Jay didn't answer the question directly and changed the subject. "But where are we going?" The friend walking behind immediately ran forward, pointed to the land in the distance, and enthusiastically introduced it. "Of course, to our territory. That place is Sanha. We're here. Do you see that place?" Jay was amazed by the village in front of him. He exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, this is magnificent." As Jay walked, he thought to himself, "This place is quite well organized." From behind, a girl's voice rang out, "Aren't you supposed to be on guard duty? What are you doing?" Hale looked at them and teased, having a lively chat. "Are we? Who's this kid?" The two friends exclaimed in surprise. "Elder." One of them stepped forward. He smilingly introduced him. "We were just about to look for you. This friend shares our bloodline. He says he came from across the ocean." She looked at Jay, doubtfully sizing him up. Sounds absurd. Hale suddenly caught a scent on Jay. It really smells like a user, but a bit different. Jay's face darkened in annoyance. Do I really smell? The friend next to him enthusiastically introduced, see, it's a clean and fresh scent. It's addictive. Hale thought for a moment, then ordered, you follow me, we'll talk in my house. As for you two, go back, they cried out in disappointment. But we want to talk to him too. Hale didn't yield and questioned them. If you don't go back, you'll be punished. Besides, aren't you supposed to be on guard duty? They stood up straight and said dejectedly, yes, we're going back now. After they left, she turned to Jay and asked, what's your name? He hesitated and replied Jay. Hale smiled cheerfully and said politely, all right, Jay, follow me. Nice to meet you, I'm Hale. They walked towards a wooden house. After they went inside, she looked at him and remarked, you look just like those two. To Jay's surprise, Hale suddenly became agitated. You're the son of Sen and Ale, aren't you? He answered honestly without hiding anything. Yes, that's right. Hale crossed her arms and said softly, I knew it. The child returns to the place his parents fled from. How interesting. She then asked a series of questions. So, what are you doing here? Don't tell me your parents never told you about this place. Those two were always troublemakers, having to see everything for themselves. Jay closed his eyes and said hesitantly, well, it would be a lie to say I wasn't curious. Jay looked up and added, making Hal's eyes widen in surprise, but I have another reason. She asked, what is it? He then calmly stated his thoughts. I think it would be a shame for so many heroes to waste their talents here. Jay stood up with determination in his eyes and said firmly, I will lead the entire lineage of heroes away from here and make them all true heroes. Hale suddenly burst out laughing. She slammed her hand on the table and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you're their son. All right, that's hilarious. Then her expression immediately turned serious. Then she said scornfully, but that's an impossible mission. Santa has its own law of the jungle to create a unified god, according to the god's will. That is the destiny of our lineage. Hale waved her hand mockingly. You think anyone will listen to the son of runaways? Don't even dream of it. Leave this island as soon as you can. I'm only saying this for your own good. Jay paid no mind to her taunts. He repeated softly, create a unified god, is that right? That's right. Hale gravely explained the custom of this place. Here battles take place at specific times, and with each battle, they perform a ritual to get closer to becoming the unified god. You've come at the perfect time. You are now excellent prey that everyone will target. She stood up, her voice filled with emotion. You're the son of my best friends. They left to escape this fate. If I let you die here, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Hale reverted to her elder persona. She instructed him, for now, stay here with me. I'll do my best to help you, Jay exclaimed. Hale, you're truly a good person. She looked sad for a moment. Anyone who was close to your parents would do the same. All right, I have to go make sure those two keep their mouths shut. In the meantime, don't do anything to attract attention. After Hale left, he thought nervously. The law of the jungle, huh? If everyone on this island is like Hale, this won't be easy, Jay thought frustrated. How do I change their minds? A knock came from the window. Jay was surprised. The person outside the window said, can we talk for a moment? Jay was suspicious of the voice from outside the window. Someone was looking for him. He stood up and called out, what is it? The voice then hesitated and asked quietly, you're from across the ocean, right? The person's voice grew more urgent. They said in a pleading tone, please help me leave this island. When he didn't answer, the person hesitantly added, if you can't, then just telling me how to cross the ocean is fine too. Jay was flustered. Please wait, let me come outside. The girl outside introduced herself as Haz. She shared her story. She had lost someone very close to her during a ritual. Because of that, she began to resent her own lineage. And not only that, she said she wasn't the only one who hated the island's system. A large portion of the younger generation had begun to question the customs and the rituals. Jay thought to himself, I see. Then an idea suddenly crossed his mind. If that's the case, I think I can do this. A few hours later, young residents were returning home exhausted. They complained to each other. Today's training was exhausting. Haha, if I don't have a drink when I get home, I'll pass out. Just then in front of them, a person appeared wearing a cloth sack over their head, stunning them. The person cried out wearily, why was I born on this stupid island? If I'd been born in the outside world, everything would have been so much better. The two young people looked at each other confused. Meanwhile, the masked person continued to shout, we're not livestock. How can they force us to live on this island for hundreds of years? I want to get out of here, they were surprised to realize. So we're not the only ones who think this way. Yeah, the world outside the island, you're curious about it too, aren't you? Jay, inside the mask, was pleased to see them being swayed. He smirked to himself. Nice. We finally think alike, Jay schemed to himself. If I discreetly provoke the younger generation on this island and instill in them a longing for the outside world, sooner or later they'll doubt the rules here and grow to hate them. And Jay's prediction was correct. Not only did Jay disguise himself, but he also gave masks to Soaring and Jokrang, so they could do the same thing. The disguise campaign continued to work. A masked person shouted in frustration, living like this is such a waste of our youth. He said with a longing voice, I want to go outside. Out there I heard there's lots of delicious food. Rumors about the masked people quickly spread throughout the small island village. Within the masked group, can't you do it right? How could you use such a lame example? There weren't just one but three of them, openly. spreading rule-breaking words everywhere they went. For the young people who had to endure harsh training on the island every day, this became a form of entertainment. Not long after that, another group of people wearing sacks on their heads appeared and started running around. The sackhead community began to pop up. Actually, I want to leave this damn place too. Another person agreed. You feel that way? Me too. An excited person said, ha ha ha, let's get out of here. Another person added, forget being a hero. I'd rather be a merchant. Soon, the island turned into an anonymous forum. Elsewhere, someone was furious. He slammed his hand on the table. Why did this suddenly happen? Those masked outsiders are spreading strange ideas all over the island. The old man questioned, why didn't you arrest them immediately? The man helplessly explained, yes, their movements are very unusual. It's too hard to catch them. He stammered, the number has also increased suddenly. We can't catch them all. Hale was silent, wondering if it was that kid's plan. The old man above shouted angrily, there must be a mastermind behind this. A person standing in the shadows suddenly stood up and said decisively, if even the instructor-level trainers can't catch them, I will take care of it myself. The man from before exclaimed in panic, huh, the elder is handling it himself? Matt frowned angrily. Causing chaos in a sacred place like this. They deserve to be punished. Lead the way. In the middle of the desolate forest, a series of eager voices rang out one after another. Let's get out of here together. I wonder what kind of heroes the others are. Standing aside, seeing this, she felt weary and thought, this should be enough. They'll act soon, the girl thought to herself. Jel Kiong probably went ahead to escort the saint. I'll finish things here and join them. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the distance. It shot forward at great speed. It was aimed straight at the girl, so luckily blocked it, narrowly escaping death. Seeing this, Met laughed in praise. Oh, not bad skills. You're quick-witted too, seeing him. So immediately took a defensive stance. He's faster than I thought, and he even found where I was hiding. This guy's very strong. At that moment, Met, radiating killing intent, spoke up. Well, but that's about it. I was curious to see how strong you were, and yet there's nothing to see. As soon as he finished speaking, So launched a counterattack. I can't read the trajectory of his sword, but before she could think, a sudden blow landed on her arm. Met on this side, threatened in a low voice. Trespassing on the land of heroes is a sin. It is unforgivable. He declared resolutely, you will die here. Just as a series of fatal blows rushed in, a group of people suddenly appeared. They blocked them just in time and kindly asked, are you okay? Hearing this, So was a bit surprised and hesitated. Why are you helping me? Without hesitation, the masked group firmly stated, masked brothers have to help each other. Even the elder won't know who we are. If you want to fight back, this is your only chance. Seeing this, Met laughed scornfully. He, quite the joke. I will catch you and rip off all your masks. But in response, the group resolutely said, it won't be that easy, even though we are of the same lineage. But before they could finish, Met spoke directly in a low voice. Do you know how many rituals I have performed? Speaking of this, he immediately slashed his sword decisively towards the group. Faced with the situation, the group hesitated for a moment and laughed awkwardly. Haha, as expected. Fighting an elder is too much for us. You should go first. But in response, Met threatened again. Not a chance. Kids, anyone who opposes the leaders will be executed right here. As he spoke, he gave a savage smile. A huge explosion erupted right after. A familiar voice rang out, are you really going to kill your own kinsman? So it's Jay. He looked annoyed. Met, you truly are a wicked person. Don't you dare touch my comrades. This is your final warning. Hearing that, Met laughed in surprise. Oh, so it's you. How many people did you kill to get that power? In response, Jay simply said, no one. He immediately stated firmly, I don't want to become stronger by killing people. But hearing those words, Met was instantly enraged and shouted, no one. That's nonsense. Even with a blessing from the gods, humans are still just humans. Necessary sacrifices must be made to cross that boundary. Hearing this, Jay looked contemptuous and said loudly, if you only get stronger by sacrificing others, then your strength is limited to just that. Once again, Met was still stubborn and contemptuous. I can't believe it. How can the child of an outcast possess such great power? In response, Jay sighed in exasperation. You just keep boasting. Since we've already met, why haven't you taken me away yet? Don't you have a lot to say to me? Hearing this, Met frowned and lowered his voice. Fine, follow me. Just then, Jay suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. Then he thoughtfully instructed, So, you did well. Remember to treat your wound carefully. Hearing this, So didn't say much and just obediently complied. Yes, it was entirely my fault, sir. Yes. Seeing this, Jay said seriously again. You did your best. You know what to do next, right? So replied briefly, yes. Seeing this, Jay urged him on. What are you waiting for? Let's go. After speaking, he frowned in annoyance. Stop nagging. Let's go. Let's go. A while later, the scene changed to a house in the middle of a desolate forest. Looking at Jay's cold expression, Met was confused and thought to himself, "You clearly have a death wish, don't you?" Unable to hold back, he immediately questioned him, "What is the meaning of all this chaos?" At these words, Jay replied with a weary look, "Well, of course, it's to get everyone out." Hearing this, Met asked again, "Us? What exactly is your plan for the outside?" Without hesitation, Jay lowered his voice. Let's just say it's to save people." This immediately wounded Met's pride. He became furious and yelled, "You have no foresight. You only chase after the trivial problems right in front of you. You're still so young and naive." Hearing this, Jay scoffed provocatively. "So the grand plan is to live peacefully, stuck on this island like tamed pets. Even animals know to escape their pens when they're not locked in." Hearing that, Met couldn't hold back and scolded loudly. "What an insolent brat. I'll give you credit for having the guts to do this much." After speaking, he stated with a serious face, "But you need to understand the difference between being brave and being foolish, or you will pay with your life." Hearing this, Jay smirked. "I'm not just good at defending, want to test me." Standing aside, Hale suddenly appeared and said, "Calm down. What's with all this talk of fighting and killing?" Then she immediately asked, "Do you believe you can get us out of here?" Without hesitation, Jay replied confidently, "It may seem difficult, but we won't know unless we try." Hale felt helpless and had to agree. "All right. Before I decide, let me ask one thing. Is the reason you want to get us out because of the war?" Without saying much, Jay replied casually, "It's not about using your strength. What I need is the learning ability of the hero's bloodline. Above all, my greatest wish is to rescue everyone from this island. This cruel island." As soon as he finished speaking, Met immediately flared up and shouted, "You bastard." He stubbornly insisted, "Our destiny is sacred. It was ordained by the goddess herself. Who are you to insult it?" But before Met could finish, Jay interrupted directly, "Even if one person is for 10,000 people, the 10,000 are still for one. And that one person is also everything. Killing and death, even when hundreds merge into one. In the end, it is meaningless. What is the difference between the first and the last? In the end, we all return to dust. The past cannot restrain the future, and the future cannot change the past. The effort to determine who is superior between the two is just a meaningless act of a foolish and belligerent person. Look, it's like the power of two is one and one from two." Hearing this, Hale was momentarily stunned and wondered if that was the holy scripture of the goddess Brias. To this, Jay immediately confirmed, "That quote denounces your entire way of life." These words instantly made the crowd erupt in anger, shouting, "How dare you? Who do you think you are, daring to quote the holy scripture to subvert the hierarchy again?" Jay emphasized in a serious tone, "Fighting others, taking their power and their lives. Is that truly the will of the goddess?" As he said this, he instantly unleashed his power. This left the surrounding crowd completely astonished and in awe. This power, divine power. Seeing this, Jay spoke firmly once more. "This is wrong. It's time for a change." Without another word, brimming with killing intent, he declared loudly, "In the name of the goddess Gaia, as a saint, I convey the will of the goddess to the blessed ones of the clan. You must cease the ongoing ritual, and everyone must leave this island." He sternly eyed the crowd around him. Quickly, Jay raised his voice and stressed, "Saintess, the time the saint mentioned is approaching." At the same time, a brilliant aura quickly enveloped the entire house. A girl looked on with a stunned expression and wondered, I'm ready, but what exactly are you going to do?" From a distance, someone couldn't hide their horror and stiffly approached. "Saintess, this is truly from the saint." Hale helplessly agreed, thinking it was time to depart. Standing aside, Jay's face grew serious as he thought to himself, "It's finally starting." The woman, stunned and disbelieving, asked, "What do you mean? You're saying you're a saint?" A barrage of questions rang out. "Even if your level of holy power is real, I don't believe this is the will of the goddess." Jay stared and said in a serious, warning tone, "This ends here. If you invoke the goddess, I will carry out her will, even if I have to use force, because that is the will of the sacred and noble goddess." In his mind, he thought the word lies. The people around began to concede. If so, this needs to be carefully considered after a detailed discussion. What would the elder think? Jay was curious about this person. Elder Hal explained that the elder is the leader of our lineage. Such a major decision cannot be made without consulting the elder. He asked where the elder was. She pointed to a large boulder in the corner of the room, on which several glowing blue characters were carved. He has been in secluded training for the past 3 years. No one is allowed to disturb him until he comes out on his own. Hearing that length of time, Jay exclaimed in disbelief. 3 years? Someone said, "That's right, so don't disturb the elder during his seclusion." However, he paid it no mind and immediately walked past the man. A sense of unease washed over Jay. No one has seen him for 3 years. Something's not right. He manifested his sword from mana and sliced through the boulder in one move. To everyone's astonishment, they panicked and tried to stop him. "What are you doing? You're not allowed to do that," Jay shouted, his face more tense than ever. "Are you kidding me? What kind of secluded training is this?" He thought that even with enough food and water, no one could be okay after being locked up for 3 years. Inside the boulder was a body slumped on the ground with long, silver hair. Someone shouted, "Elder!" The people present began to panic. "Elder! The elder has fainted." Jay looked worried. It happened just as he predicted. "I knew this would happen," someone spoke up. "Aren't you a saint? What are you doing? Hurry up and heal him." Met agreed. "That's right, we're asking you to heal him." "Why are you just touching him?" he said calmly. "Are you crazy?" His next words seemed to strike a nerve. "Do you think saints are omnipotent? What do you people even know? You've been stuck on this island for too long. Even bishops have to ask about a patient's condition. Do you think holy magic can cure everything?" Jay threatened them. He looked very annoyed. "Maybe I should just stop and do nothing, huh?" The crowd was nearly speechless. Hale raised a hand. She signaled for the others to be calm and spoke in a gentle voice. "Jay, we acted rashly. The elder's health is in a critical state. We were just worried about the elder, so we spoke thoughtlessly." A man behind still seemed indignant. "Elder Hale," she explained in a low voice, "just as you said, we have only ever lived here, so we don't understand how outside priests perform treatments. Can you please forgive our ignorance?" Jay was still a bit angry. Some people just talk nonsense, but never apologize for it. Then he looked at Hale's kind face. He didn't want to escalate things. Besides, he wasn't sure if it was because Hale was close to his parents, but she reminded him of his mother, so he couldn't say anything more. She was also very kind. After a moment of hesitation, Jay made his final decision. "Since Hale put it that way, I'll examine him a bit more and report back." She immediately thanked him. He used his holy magic on the elder. "There's nothing unusual. It's not that he's asleep." Then, as expected, Jay found the source of the problem. "The problem is with his mana circuits," he said calmly. "We can treat him now that we've found the cause." Hale exclaimed joyfully. "Really?" Jay confirmed, "Yes." "All right, but please cordon off the area where I'm treating him. Don't let anyone near," he instructed, "and keep everyone else outside. This will take a few days." Hale nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll do as you say." However, one unreasonable man protested. "What? That's ridiculous. We'll stay here and watch over things." Her face darkened as she said in a low voice, "Please get out." "Helpless," Met shouted as he left the cave. "You better cure him," Jay said softly. "Hale, I need to ask you for a favor." His face was very serious. "No matter what happens, do not interrupt me, unless you want the 3 of us to die together." Outside, the others were still in a commotion. Is it all right to leave things like this? A whole day has passed, one after another. They expressed their doubts about Jay's abilities. Even though he's a saint, how can we entrust the elder to an outsider? The girl beside them offered reassurance. "It will be fine, since Elder Hale is in there with him." Met insisted, "No, I can't just sit back and watch. I'm going to check on this situation myself." Inside the cave, Hale suddenly exclaimed, "The mana circuits are twisted 15 times. Jay nodded and said, "That's right, they're all twisted in a complex manner. However, we just need to untangle them one by one." She replied, "That's impossible. There's no way to break a mana circuit and reconstruct it." He chuckled, his face full of confidence. "Don't worry, I can do it. It's not so complicated that it's beyond repair. Besides, I fixed things much worse than this." With that, he began to channel mana into the elder's body. Hale watched from the side, her expression a mixture of doubt and awe. "We can only hope for the best. But I can feel the elder's spirit returning. Can twisted mana circuits really be untangled? That's an incredible technique." From a distance, Met's voice rang out, startling her. "How are things going?" He had entered the cave without her noticing. "We came to check because we were worried." "How is the elder?" Hale, annoyed, questioned him. "Why are you here?" "According to the saint, the mana circuits are twisted." The man was completely shocked. "What?" Met shouted. "Twisted mana circuits? If it's such a critical issue, shouldn't we have held a meeting among the elders first? You are so thoughtless." Elder Hale, annoyed, she reminded him, "Keep your voice down. The saint is concentrating on the treatment." She reassured him. "This boy seems to be very knowledgeable about mana, at least more so than us." However, Matt wasn't listening. No further explanation is needed. He dashed past Hale before she could react. "Elder Matt," he continued to charge forward. "Get out of the way. The Council of Elders will take over this matter." One of his hands touched Jay. Pain immediately spread throughout his body, causing him to cough up blood. His name was called out loudly, "Jay." Hale immediately came forward to support him, frantically calling out, "Are you okay? Wake up." He thought to himself, that bastard finally caused a problem. Blood started to flow from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Injecting mana directly into the elder's twisted mana veins, is an extremely delicate act that requires intense concentration. The powerful surge of energy caused by a temporary loss of concentration due to outside interference had a great impact on Ray. The same thing happened to the Elder's body at the same time. The consequences of the impact also transferred to the Elder. Mess was still screaming like a madman. "You bastard. Not only did you dare to touch the Elder's mana veins, but you also dared to do something to him. You will not be forgiven." Then Jay breathed a sigh of relief. "Say whatever you want no matter what you say or do." He placed one hand on the Elder's body to transfer the rest of the mana. "The healing is complete." That man seemed to have lost his mind. "That bastard, if not now, then I'll never be able to kill that monster." Then Mess drew his sword. "He's just a burden to our lineage. I must take advantage of this moment while he is weak." He quickly rushed forward, a sword piercing through Ray's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Dai, seeing this, Hale's face turned completely pale. Mess smirked triumphantly. He thought he had achieved a great victory. Jay staggered. The previous injury and his sword through his chest was too much for him to bear. Hale frantically called his name Jay. Sometime before, Ariel had asked Jay, "Do I just need to stay here?" He replied, "For now, just rest comfortably." She asked further, "And after that?" Jay smiled and replied, "In about 2 days, when I release my divine power, come to me." Currently, inside the forest, Ariel was walking with Jack Young. "Wait," she said, "the divine power of Jay that I just felt." Joe quickly added, "That's right, we have to be a little faster." And Ariel thought worriedly, since it's Ray, nothing serious should happen, right? A moment later, he spoke up, "They're over there." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop." A man appeared with a sword in his hand, speaking in a cold voice. "Intruders daring to come all the way to the center. Did you come here to die?" And Ariel reminded Jaekyong, "They are quite high-level swordsmen." Joe gave his opinion, "Your Holiness. In the meantime, I will hold them back." Before he could finish, has appeared from nowhere and quickly charged forward. She swung her sword at the opponent. "I will hold them here. Go quickly." The opponent saw her and asked, "What is this? Are you trying to go against the center? You know what the consequences will be if you do this." Has said loudly, "I don't care, as long as I can break this cursed fate." She gripped the sword in her hand, her tone resolute. "This is the Glen that I inherited, and the will of all those who sacrifice themselves in the ritual." Then she said to Ariel, "All of you go now." She turned back and said to Joel, "Joel, let's go." He nodded. "Okay, follow me." At this moment, inside the cave, Hale was calling him, "Jay, wake up, Jay." And then she turned to Mess, questioning him loudly, "Are you crazy? Is this how you repay kindness with malice?" He immediately said, "Or maybe you're the one who's crazy." Hale, even though he shares the same bloodline, how could you entrust the safety of the leader to the son of a traitor like him? "I will bring you to trial before the Central Council. You will not escape the consequences." After hearing his words, Hale's fury erupted. "How dare you say such absurd things?" She lunged forward, slashing at Mess. "I will no longer recognize you as a member of this lineage. I will crush you." He had some difficulty blocking the attack. He thought to himself, "I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. No, if this continues, my power will be absorbed. I have to escape." Just then, from a distance, someone called his name, Jay. A loud noise echoed as the stone wall of the cave was knocked down from the outside. Then Ariel and Geo quickly appeared. She called out worriedly, "Are you okay?" "We're here now." Hel pondered. "They are." The thing that caught their eyes was Jay lying on the ground with a large pool of blood behind him. Ariel asked in alarm, "How long has he been in this state?" Hale replied, "I think it's been about 3 minutes." She stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. "That's enough." Ariel hurriedly used her holy power to heal Jay. She was a little surprised. A huge wave of divine power. Hale stared at Ariel and thought to herself, "This child seems to be no ordinary saint." The yellow light of the holy power brightly illuminated the entire cave. She chanted a regeneration spell. The sword wound piercing Jay's chest was slowly healing. After finishing the treatment, Ariel gently called Jay, "Wake up." He slowly opened his eyes and sat up. She asked cheerfully, "I wasn't too late, was I?" He chuckled and replied, "You came at just the right time." Then Jay looked at Hale and asked, "Wait, where's the guy who tried to kill me?" Her expression wasn't very good. "He probably escaped when your friends burst," and Hal's voice was tinged with sorrow. "I'm sorry, Jay. I should have stopped him more thoroughly." He shook his head and said, "No need to apologize. If such a strong opponent attacked so suddenly, I wouldn't have been able to stop him either. It's okay." Jay added, "We can deal with them slowly, right?" Someone spoke up and asked Jay, "Do you remember when the waterway was closed?" He replied, "Let's solve it quickly." A second later, he looked towards the elder. Then he reached out and slapped his face hard. "Hey, you dozing old man. Wake up now." Jay kept urging, "Hurry up and get up. Don't sleep anymore." Hale watched this scene and exclaimed in alarm, "Jay, it looks like he's awake now. Stop hitting him." Then Elder Heofab sat up with 2 swollen cheeks. She came forward and asked Chief Heon, "Are you okay?" He asked, "Is that you, Hale?" He said, "I thought I would never wake up again. Did someone change my mana path into a new one?" Hale immediately pointed to Jay and introduced Chief. "Let me introduce you. This is Jay." Heofab asked in wonder, You saved me." He replied, "I just touched your mana path a little." By the way, he voiced his thoughts. There's no way someone like you would lack control over your mana. So why did you end up in a state like this? He spoke up, I understand, but this is not the time to talk about this, Hale. Can you convene a meeting of the Council of Elders? Hale was a bit confused. A meeting of the Council of Elders, Hefap explained the reason I came here alone, not for training. She asked again. If not for training, then what for? He replied. I sensed that the magic circle was about to collapse. Hale was surprised, really, how can such a sturdy magic circle, drawn with the ancient magic of our ancestors, possibly collapse? Hefap said I also had my doubts about that, he recalled when he came here. So I came here to check the core and found that the magic circle had been damaged by some kind of interference. I had to repair it quickly without anyone knowing. That's why I came here under the pretext of training in a private room. But this was a trap. As soon as I connected my mana path to the magic circle to restore it an unusual force, it began to invade my life force. It felt very dark and sinister. Hearing this, Jay pondered, a dark and evil feeling. Could it be? Hefap continued his story. I circulated mana throughout my body to repel that energy, and in the process, my mana path became twisted. He speculated, the sea out there wasn't always so rough in the beginning. Even a few hundred years ago, it was a very calm ocean. Then it gradually became more violent, and a few years ago, after I felt something strange, it became so frantic that ships could not set sail. A gloomy, bloody scene flashed through his mind. I think that's when the real collapse of the magic circle began, the one who touched the magic circle. He must have predicted this situation and planned to make me, Chief Hio, sink the island into the raging sea and turn everyone into miserable corpses. After hearing the story, Hio quickly spoke up. That's ridiculous. Who would dare do that? Chief Hio was also a bit helpless. That's right, there are many suspicious things. But first and foremost, his tone became very serious. Everyone needs to leave this island immediately. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Matt was hiding deep in the forest. Damn it, Hio, when did she get so strong? He thought to himself as he walked. And that kid has incredible power too. He could become a threat to the island, so it's a good thing I killed him. A stream of mana appeared, surrounding Matt. It's inevitable that this makes me an enemy of Iriel. Even so, convincing the other elders is the most urgent task right now. As soon as I return. Ah. Feeling this powerful mana, he rejoiced. This immense power. That's right, it's the power of the one I killed. It's finally been absorbed. A massive amount of mana began to fuse with his body. The power was so immense that it shattered the small rocks around him, Matt exclaimed. What incredible power. This is truly a blessing from the goddess. He mused. With this power, no one on this island can oppose me. If I devour everything like this, a terrifying thought began to sprout and grow within him. I will become the one true god. A few days later, at sunset on the coast, everyone was working together to build a large boat. Your Holiness, where should I put this? Hey, Your Holiness. People kept calling him Your Holiness. Seeing this, Day shouted, one at a time, I have to direct you one by one. Wait a minute, it's been 4 days since the chief was rescued. After receiving information from the ancestors, the chief, the leader of the tribe, implemented the migration plan. Under his supervision, everyone began the most important task, building a boat. But he realized that even with magical protection, the boat couldn't possibly hold this mountain of people and supplies. When the others heard this, they all wept bitterly. So they only built the boat large enough for people and essential supplies. However, some people disagreed. A few stubborn people said they would remain on the island even if it sank. The reason was the 2 sister goddesses they worshipped. They considered their words to be undeniable commands. If the goddesses gave the order, they would die without a second thought, or even kill everyone else. Day thought with despair. They're not human, they're rabid beasts. Iriel approached from a distance and asked, Oh, you've already finished building a boat so quickly, she said, admiring the vessel before them. It's really fast, isn't it? They've worked very hard. Now we just need to reinforce it with magic, and it'll be done. Wonderful. By the way, about the one who escaped. And Iriel was getting a headache over Matt. He's hidden so well that even the elite troops can't find him, Day exclaimed. Is that so? That's strange, he mused. I know he's not weak, but at least our troops should have found some trace he left behind. Iriel added one more thing. The aqueduct is about to collapse too. Day nodded. I know. We'll be leaving in 2 days at the latest. She replied, Understood. I will inform the soldiers. Then she asked, But are we just going to abandon those who refuse to leave? He answered helplessly. The chief said he would try to persuade them. But I don't think they'll listen. And Iriel also felt disheartened. They said they'd rather die than leave. We can't force them, can we? So we'll just have to leave them. He teased her. A saint is saying such things? Just then, a loud noise echoed out. Iriel and Day both turned their heads. Looking toward the source of the sound, she wondered, what was that? What was that noise? He was just as confused. Wait, the mana flow around the island is fluctuating violently. Did the formation collapse? How could it suddenly collapse like that? Day immediately ran toward the sound. I can't just stand by and watch. I'll go check on the formation elsewhere. A round crystal fell and shattered. People frantically asked the chief, "What are you doing?" "That's our ancestral relic." Chief Hio retorted, "Isn't my choice clear enough?" A woman stood up to challenge him. "Are you trying to destroy the mana core?" It was left by the follower who directly received a blessing from Lord Rias. "Do you realize how important it is?" "Are you insane?" he said in a cold voice. "I've already told you all. 3 years ago, this mana core was already failing. That this island would certainly sink in the near future. The others erupted in chaos. How absurd. You're lying. Why would the mana core fail on its own?" He replied, "I don't know." Chief Hio continued, "However, I know that the goddess does not wish for this island to sink. Follow me. I will lead you to a new place to settle down and prosper." Just then, Matt appeared and shouted, "Don't let him deceive you. The chief has betrayed us and joined the Gaia Holy Empire." Someone asked, "Matt?" Whispers started to spread again. "Join the Holy Empire? Well, chief, is what the elders said true? Did you really betray us?" He continued to add fuel to the fire. "That's right. He was the one who destroyed the magic formation, causing the island to sink. Everyone is supposed to die, and then he will absorb the power that is contained in the mana core, a power built on our flesh and blood. That is your true goal, isn't it?" Chief Hio spoke calmly. "Matt, since we parted ways, you've changed a lot." Matt said, "It's because I killed your companions and absorbed their power." His tone was incredibly confident. "I don't know why he's still alive, but it doesn't matter. I'll just kill him again. Since I've absorbed his power, I'm definitely stronger than he is," Matt declared firmly. "But before that, I'll deal with you, the traitor, first." The chief replied, "I don't know why you misunderstand me, but I don't want to fight you. We still have time to sit down and talk." But before Chief Hio could finish, the crowd pointed their swords and surrounded him. He said dejectedly, "Very well. This is your choice, isn't it?" Day and Iriel were rushing to where everyone was gathered. He said he was going to persuade them, but what the hell is he doing? Suddenly, the blue light from a mana stream illuminated his face. Then a loud explosion erupted from the gathering place. Day immediately ran to the door, opened it, and shouted, "Old Chief!" Inside the room, countless bodies were strewn across the floor. In the distance, a figure flickered in and out of view through the smoke. "Look who it is." Matt turned and said, "I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to me. You've saved me a lot of trouble." Day exclaimed in shock. "You're..." He replied, "You don't recognize me, you damn brat. You've got a pretty impressive amount of power." He burst out laughing. Such an abundant supply of mana. But his attention was drawn to the mana sword the man was holding. "Is that my aura sword?" Day wondered for a brief moment. The skill swap blessing will. Chief Hio stepped in front of him and said, "Your Holiness, this place is dangerous." He asked wonderingly, "Old Chief, what just happened?" He replied, "When I destroyed the mana core to convince those people, Matt appeared and framed me for betraying the island. While those people were deceived by his cunning words and surrounded me, he took down everyone with that strange power." But after Hio Fap finished speaking, Matt did not bother to hide it anymore. "That's right, but so what? Because you too will fall just like them." Then he offered some advice. "I think we should avoid fighting him right now," but Jade disagreed. "No, we have to do this." Seeing him getting closer to that guy, Hio Fap called out Holy Saint. He ignored him and asked, "Hey, Matt, is your mana impure?" Matt replied, "Yeah. It took me a while to get used to it. I feel like my body was about to explode from all that mana." He then asked, "Aren't you going to use that power for good things?" The guy arrogantly replied, "Of course. We were born to do good deeds." Matt squinted at Day. "Of course, I'm going to kill and absorb the power of everyone here, including your parents in Bilo Village, and I will become the most powerful being." Day was surprised and thought to himself, "He knows about Bilo Village. They said he could only absorb abilities, but it seems he got my memories too." He wondered, "So, does he know?" He then spoke up. "Hey," Day asked him, "do you know what SA is?" Matt was confused, scratching his head. "What? Wait, SS what?" he yelled. "What the hell are you talking about?" He immediately moved closer to him and said, "You can only remember memories after I remind you, so it probably takes time for you to get all of my memories." Met was surprised and asked, "What? Isn't this all of your power?" Day replied, "Probably. How about this? Maybe it's because of my mana capacity." He grabbed the guy's neck and started channeling his mana. He thought, "Do you think I was just wasting my time talking to you?" While we were talking, I was checking to see exactly how much mana you could contain. A huge stream of mana surrounded the two of them. No matter how special your body is, it still has its limits. If you keep trying to force more mana inside, it will wear down and leak out. Met panicked and shouted, "You damn brat, what are you trying to do?" "No way." Day confirmed his thoughts. "That's right, mana overload." The blue light of the mana flared up. It formed a sphere and then it exploded. The ground shook from this energy. A tall pillar of mana shot up from the ground to the sky. After a while, the mana was finally purged. Day let out a soft breath. He felt the mana flow in his body. This mana. I wonder if I can absorb it. The man's memories flowed into his mind. Wait, these memories. Day glanced at Heo-Fap standing behind him. They were memories of the chief. The sails were pulled taut by the wind. A shout rang out, "Lower the sails, now!" A clear voice responded immediately. "Aye." Dayak observed the situation and hurriedly reported, "The wind is too strong. I'm afraid the sails will tear soon." Hearing this, Day turned and ordered, "It's fine. Use magic. Lower the sails at the stern too. Hurry!" The sea was raging with violent waves. The large ship remained sturdy and stable. The core of the magic circle had been destroyed by the chief. The waves around the island grew increasingly violent, but the new ship was sturdier than ever, thanks to everyone's efforts. Day raised his hand and an orange light appeared. Then he chanted, "Reinforce! Reinforce!" The ship lifted from the water, hovering in the air, enveloped in a purple light. Telekinesis. Day cast the spell with one hand while instructing the others. "All right, everyone hold on tight so you don't fall." A brown-haired young man shouted in panic, "Your Holiness, this wasn't in the plan." A loud boom echoed as the ship immediately shot forward. The ship launched through the air, moving at an incredible speed. Everyone on the ship was vomiting nonstop from motion sickness. Day had tried every method. That seemed impossible for a small ship, and they passed through the ocean's vortex in an instant. A few days later, the people on the ship were a mix of surprise and emotional. Some cheered joyfully. Finally, in the dead of night, a city appeared before them. "It's a city! We finally reached the port, so this is the outside world." Looking at the city before her, Ariel couldn't hide her joy after everything they had been through. "We managed to get everyone out." Day looked at her and smiled. "Yeah, the journey was much smoother thanks to you." "Thanks, Ariel." Ariel replied playfully. "Huh? Just words? When we get back, you owe me a proper feast." Remembering the purple-haired boy, Day laughed and said, "Ha ha, of course. I'll have Rage treat you." Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Day." Day replied, Has placed her hand on her chest and smiled. "Thank you for getting us out, and our deepest thanks to you too, Saintess." Looking at the sparkling city before them, Haz's steady voice rang out. "Now that we've left the island and come here, I feel like everyone's potential is limitless. Although I don't know why you brought us here." She crossed her arms, winked, and smiled playfully. "But I'm sure it's for a good reason, right?" Day closed his eyes and smirked. Hey, of course. You'll just have to wait and see." Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Stop." Everyone on the ship was startled. Day's eyes widened in surprise. A fierce-looking soldier holding a weapon yelled, "A ship without a permit cannot dock here. Go back." Below, the soldiers jeered. "Why are so many of these riffraff gathering here? Damn, how many of them are there?" A young man on the ship asked with a worried look, "What should we do? They're chasing us away." Met, filled with rage, rushed forward. "Are we going to have to use force already?" Day quickly stopped him. "Hold on, I'll handle this." Day jumped down from the ship and asked the soldier, "Where do I go to apply for a permit?" The soldier was surprised. Did he just jump down from that high? His voice was full of contempt. "A pass for the Westport can only be issued by the Holy Land of Prius. If you think there's some kind of reception desk, you're dead wrong. Here." Day held out a silver card engraved with a cross and said, "Is that so? In that case, could you please inform them that we will be docking here?" The soldier wondered, "What's that?" He looked at the card, his face suddenly filled with alarm. "This is Bishop Fendi's silver seal. Contact the temple, now." A moment later, the soldiers hurriedly bowed before Day. "Oh, Your Holiness, please forgive our disrespect." Day's voice was calm. "It's fine. May I proceed now?" The soldier pleaded earnestly. "Please wait a moment. We will escort you to your lodgings." Day was surprised. "You'll what?" The soldier reported, "Yes, Bishop Fendi specifically requested that we serve you as best as we can. Please, allow us to show you the way." Day was curious. "Bishop Fendi?" Iriel smiled gently. "He probably wants to repay you." Day smiled warmly. "Someone wants to show their gratitude, and it would be rude to refuse. Let's go." The tables were overflowing with food and it was very crowded. Everyone raised their glasses. Day and Iriel, holding mugs of beer, smiled brightly. In the large hall, lively chatter filled the air. "Thank you for bringing us with you, Your Holiness. I'm glad everyone made it in safely." Day asked Heo-Fap, "How does it feel to leave that tiny island?" Heo-Fap smiled. "Ha ha ha, it seems everyone is still finding it hard to adapt." Day nodded in understanding. It's natural for people who don't know the lifestyle here, but don't worry. I'll do my best to help everyone for now." Heo-Fap asked, "Really? Then could you tell me about this place?" Day smiled, stroking his chin. "Even though you can do anything, the thing I'm interested in is medical arts. Everyone in this world needs it. I will teach everyone medicine." Heo-Fap was surprised. "Medical arts? Why not just use magic?" Day answered, "That's what people usually think. However, magic isn't beneficial for everyone. Out of 10 people, one wears a magician's hat. According to theory, only 1 in 10 people can use magic. The rest, if they're lucky, can only turn to the priests of the Holy Land for treatment, or they have to pay to be healed by magic." A man is holding his small child, tears still glistening in his eyes, but the price for healing magic is about 30 silver coins. In other words, that's a commoner's monthly living expenses. Ordinary people can't afford that. Heo Fap crossed his arms, listening silently to Day's words. With your ability to learn, you can learn medicine, soon become a physician, and then teach others. That way, we can build a world where everyone receives medical care. That is my goal. Heo Fap praised him. You are very intelligent. No wonder Gaia chose you to be the Holy One. A large academy with a vast courtyard. In the future, everyone will learn medical arts in a place called an academy. The academy is located in the eastern 6 lands. To get there, it's a 2-week journey by ship. The people of Israel happily ate, drank, and had fun together during those 2 weeks. I plan to teach everyone about tasting and basic medical knowledge. They're all naturally gifted, so that amount of time should be enough, Heofap chuckled. I understand what you want to do. I will inform my clansmen. In the future, we will need a lot of your help, Jay replied. I'm the one who needs your help. Thank you for understanding. There's one more thing. Jay's eyes widened as he hesitated. On the way to the academy, we will have to pass through Celia. It's my hometown and where my family lives. Hefap's face turned serious at Jay's question. Is it okay for you not to go see my mother? Looking at Jay's face, Hefap spoke. I see. You inherited Matt's memories. He closed his eyes tightly. Then you probably know I wasn't a good father. He added a sentence that made Jay's jaw drop. And I don't think I can stand your father's stupid face. He clenched his fist. To finally meet again in this situation, it feels a bit strange, but for now I think I need more time. Jay's eyes widened upon hearing the other person's words. Moreover, even though we haven't met, she's probably still living well and even raised a fine son like you, right? Jay winked playfully. You still have plenty of time, father. One thing is for sure. Jay's voice was full of sincerity. From what I know of mother, she would want to see you. Hefap hesitated. I'm not sure. Jay gave a bright smile. I'm sure of it. So when you're ready, please let me know, grandfather. Hefap silently looked at him. They both looked at the night sky. Suddenly, Hefap spoke. Jay and his comrades headed to the Holy Land. Everyone stood before a large fortress, along with about 200 people of heroic blood. Night fell. Inside the large building, a voice rang out, Greetings, your holiness. It was Acleus, her voice full of reverence. I apologize for reporting as soon as you returned. Jay was surprised. What is it? Acleus recalled the recent events. When she cooperated with Hong, there were many things to report. First is the matter you ordered me to handle, following your orders. I cooperated with Hong Yang to eliminate the corrupt noble families. But in the process, we suffered significant losses. Jay said, that's a big deal. Then Acleus's words made Jay's eyes widen and his jaw drop. I used the assets of the Belcroy family for this personal matter. I feel ashamed for doing things you did not order. Giving a thumbs up to Acleus, Jay smiled brightly. What's there to be ashamed of? You did very well. I'm proud of you. As expected, you are the ideal Duchess of Belcroix. Aquis was shy upon receiving the compliment. I am truly embarrassed to receive such praise. From the window, the yellow lights inside could be seen. Aquis suddenly remembered. And another thing. Your holiness about the people you brought with you, Jay replied. Ah, those people. Acleus rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I understand the heroic bloodline is quite surprising, but I think we need to be careful. I guess so. Acleus's words left Jay bewildered. It feels like 1,000 swords at my back. That's right. It's no exaggeration to say that your holiness's current influence is the strongest in the holy nation, at least as a swordsman, and this is like bringing an army with you. Under your command, she continued her analysis. Even without this issue, the power of the noble families in the political world has weakened considerably because of you, your holiness. Therefore, you will be seen as a great threat to them. I guess they will try to control this. Jay held his forehead tiredly. We only brought doctors. Eric remembered something. I also have a report related to that. Jay wondered, what is it? He remembered the image of the Lich. While holding the list of new students, Acklet reported, recently, the number of remaining slots at the medical academy is only 10. The academy is very popular right now, so enrolling 200 people now is impossible. At this point, Acleus proposed a countermeasure. It seems this problem can be solved by purchasing some nearby private land from the merchants and expanding the medical academy. Jay pointed excitedly. Excellent. Let's start right away. And so Jay began to buy the plots of land and the abandoned buildings around the academy. Jay stood there, watching. Acleus was giving scrolls to the merchants and even those who initially didn't want to sell. Agreed after hearing the high price Jay offered. The merchants looked extremely surprised as they looked at the price on the paper in their hands, and on the day of the transaction, the bearded merchant had a troubled expression, his hands clasped together, his voice weak. I'm sorry, but we will not sell these lands, Acleus tried to persuade him. The offered price is 1.7 times the current market value, but if you wish, we can increase the price further. The bearded merchant quickly interrupted Acleford. The price is not the issue. Jay's eyes widened as he heard the merchant's explanation. Phew. Even if I hide it, you'll find out anyway, so I'll be direct. Rumors about the group you brought with you have already spread among the noble families. His brows furrowed. The merchant continued to explain, as someone you saved and a worker of Gaia, I also want to sell the land as you requested, but the border nobles have blocked all the uphill roads to stop us. His eyes showed clear worry. If we displease them, we will. The border nobles, they are noble families who received land from the Pope during the founding period of Gaia. After settling in the outskirts of the Holy Nation, they played an important role in the nation's defense line and have had absolute influence in the region. For a long time, as well as having considerable power in the entire political world, the merchant clasped his hands and begged, because I have many family members to care for. So I had to make such a decision. Please forgive me. Jay understood the merchant's plight. I understand. He asked again about the uphill roads. I just need to solve that problem right. The merchant raised his hands, his voice a bit awkward. Solve it. The uphill roads are currently monopolized and managed by the border nobles, so it will probably be quite difficult. Jay gave a radiant smile. Just prepare the documents and the seal. I will pay a good price for the land. In the large building, a conversation was taking place. What is your plan for this matter? First, shouldn't we discuss it, with those border nobles? Jack wondered, but I don't think I've ever seen them in Salonia. Aquis answered, that's right. They are conservative clans that highly value tradition. They are so proud that they never leave their territory unless it's something truly serious. Jack was still puzzled. They don't come even when His Holiness calls. Aquis continued to explain, although they belong to the Holy Nation, they can be considered an independent autonomous territory. Therefore, they don't really follow the hierarchy of the Holy Nation. Jay's face clearly showed his annoyance. How troublesome. Why is everything so complicated? So I have to go find them one by one. Aklu offered an opinion. Asian Os Hag. I don't think you need to go to such lengths. Although they are quite distant from the central noble families, their relationships with each other are very close, Aquarius suggested. If you go see their representative, the clan family, and negotiate, the rest will automatically follow. She volunteered for the task. Your Holiness, if you entrust this task to me, I will resolve it quickly. Jay waved his hand. It's fine. Regarding this matter, it will be faster if I do it myself. Aklu reminded him, talking to the border nobles won't be easy at all. Because they are very stubborn and arrogant, Jay reassured her. I don't expect this matter to be resolved immediately either. Through our conversation, I have another request for you. The brilliant red sunset enveloped the large white mansion. Under the sunset, Jay was talking to a maid. Is this the Quen family's mansion? It's really big. The maid bowed respectfully. Welcome, Your Holiness. The maid opened the door for Jay while introducing herself. I have been waiting for you since receiving your invitation. I am CB, your escort. Please come inside, Jay replied politely. Thank you. It is said that their power in the region is immense. The inside was also impressive when CB's voice suddenly spoke up. Your Holiness, I regret to inform you, CB reported with a respectful bow, the master of the house is currently busy with an important previously scheduled engagement, so I cannot respond to Your Holiness's greeting immediately. I hope for your understanding. Then Jay replied politely with wide eyes. Is that so? It seems the master of the house is very busy. I understand. Hearing this, CB replied, Thank you, Your Holiness. If you need anything, please call for me. Jay's eyes widened as he thought to himself. I arrived at the agreed upon time. I hope my suspicion is wrong. 1 hour later, Jay sat waiting in frustration with his chin in his hand. 2 hours later, Jay continued to wait with his head bowed and hands clasped. 3 hours later, he clasped his hands in front of him, lost in thought. My prediction was correct. They definitely want to mock me. From outside, CB's voice called out, I apologize for the long wait. The master of the house is ready to see you. Please follow me. A foot in a high-heeled shoe stepped in, followed by a voice. I'm a little surprised that you've come here, a woman with blonde hair said, wearing a white outfit, smiled and introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Holiness. I am the head of House Glen, Marchioness Spia. Jay forced a bright smile. Marchioness Spia. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I would be very grateful. If you could reopen the road to the hill, Spia burst out laughing. You are quite direct, Your Holiness, Jay replied bluntly. Yes, I don't like beating around the bush. Spia's gaze turned sharp. Very well, then I will answer you immediately. The answer is it's impossible, Jay asked. Impossible, you say? It's impossible. Is it because we're acquiring land around the academy? Spia answered immediately. That is one reason. It is quite unusual for a saint with such great influence to interfere in politics. Jay listened silently to Spia's words. It is unusual for a saint with such great influence to interfere in politics. That is something that has never happened before. Spia leaned forward to clarify things. However, it is also unusual for us to block the road to the hill, but it is not unprecedented. For those of us who have long been on the frontier, such things happen from time to time, Your Holiness. You are trying to resolve this matter personally, which is somewhat unsettling. Jay's gaze grew sharp. Unsettling, Spia's eyes also turned cold. We the frontier nobles value autonomy and independence. I don't mean to deny your honor and influence. However, if your intervention involves a political matter, it could become a threat to us. Jay got to the point. In short, this is not in your best interest. Is that right? Spia held her forehead and laughed loudly. You are very direct, Your Holiness. I will be just as direct. She gave a cunning smile. So if you want the road to the hill reopened, we require adequate compensation in return? A doubtful voice asked. A reward? The reply came. Yes, you could call it that. Spia smiled and said, 1,000 platinum coins. That should be enough, right? Jay asked doubtfully. 1,000 platinum coins. Are you serious? Spia replied, obviously. Do I look like I'm joking? Of course not, Spia continued. I don't believe this request is unreasonable. This is a vital resource for the city-state. Surely you are aware of its value. Jay replied. 1,000 platinum coins is enough to fill the treasuries of most kingdoms, and still have quite a bit left over, Spia asked. Surely, as a saint, you can afford at least that much, can't you? Compared to your influence, that amount is nothing more than pocket change, Jay quickly replied. Even if I were to pay that sum, I doubt you would actually lift the blockade on the trade route. Spia calmly admitted. You are quite perceptive. Even if I were to receive that money, I have no intention of negotiating, Jay wondered. Then why make such an unreasonable demand? Spia's expression suddenly turned serious. It is to make sure you understand that this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Lifting the blockade on the trade route concerns our house and the common interests, as well as the dignity of the frontier houses. If the trade route blockade continues, it won't just harm the merchants, but also affect all the residents, won't it? The other replied. We have more important interests to attend to. The suffering of individuals is of little consequence. It does not affect our decision. Hearing this, Jay asked seriously. But the residents are the foundation that supports a nation. As a leader, don't you think saying such things is irresponsible? Spia's voice carried a hint of disdain. That foundation is an exaggeration. They are nothing but a temporary, faceless mob. Jay asked. So this means the blockade on the trade routes will continue. Spia replied nonchalantly. That's right, until Your Holiness makes a more prudent decision. Jay thought in shock. I didn't think it would come to this. But aloud he said, very well, I will consider it. Filled with rage, Jay thought to himself, a way to completely annihilate you, frontier nobles. A few days later, the economy of the Holy Nation, with its trade route blockaded, began to collapse rapidly. The prices of agricultural goods skyrocketed. As the supply chain was cut off, merchants were forced to halt their operations. To make matters worse, starving citizens began to flood the streets and loot, and even law and order began to collapse. The poor in the city-state's outskirts were the first to be affected. They were forced to worry about their daily survival. The inner-city nobles had abundant resources, but over time the damage for everyone became increasingly severe. A stunned voice spoke up. I can't believe the frontier nobles would go this far. Jay said to the other person, I should have been more cautious. However, I will handle this myself, so don't worry. The other person said from their chair, putting that aside, are you all right? Jay was a bit surprised. Me, not all right. The other person said seriously, let me be clear. This is not your fault. It's a problem with the current situation and the system of the city-state. First, we need to open the national treasury to address the most pressing issues. If there's anything I can do to help with what you're doing, please let me know. I will support you in any way I can. Jay was momentarily speechless, replying a moment later, thank you, I'll take my leave. Aquarius appeared, Your Holiness. The items you requested have been prepared, Jay asked in surprise. Really? Did everything go smoothly? Aquarius said, I am ready to support any of your plans, Your Holiness. Then let's get going. Then Jay looked up confidently and said, to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. That evening at a common house, Harmon heard a voice and looked up. Jay looked around and casually remarked, this place is quite shabby, isn't it? Hearing this, the man said irritably, I'm already stressed out, and now some kid shows up. Get lost while I'm still being nice. A large bag of gold was suddenly placed in front of him. The man was stunned. It's so dazzling. He wondered to himself, who the hell is this guy? Jay said cheerfully to the man, let's work together. The man gave him a suspicious look. A merchant lives by trust. I can't do any shady work just for money. He raised his voice. Much less from some random guy who just walks into the merchant guild and throws money in my face. Do you think I'm foolish enough to just say, sure, I'll do it? Jay suddenly said, Harmon Carson, 32 years old from the kingdom of Devon. You struck out on your own away from your family who runs a small merchant guild. 7 years ago, you started building your own merchant guild from scratch. Your merchant guild was the first in the city-state to trade with neighboring kingdoms, and you succeeded, overcoming competition from the established noble houses. Hearing his life story recited perfectly, Harmon was stunned. He developed new trade routes, quickly expand his own merchant guild, and gain recognition. Harmon thought to himself, how did he get information about me? Jay stood confidently before Harmon. Although you don't know me, I know you very well. I know you have quick decision-making, excellent negotiation skills, and a broad vision, along with experience in risk management and excelling at overcoming challenges, even in difficult situations. After considering all the above conditions, I decided to give you this opportunity, an opportunity. Jay continued to speak. You must really miss the bustling merchant guild you once owned. Don't you want to revive it? Hearing this, Harmon was finally able to speak. All right, thank you for thinking of me, but he snapped, what on earth do you want me to do for you? That might be true, but right now, it's like a storm has swept through, he said agitatedly. Right now, the high-ranking nobles have no intention of reopening the trade routes. We can't do anything. We have nothing left to sell, Jay smirked. What if we distribute special goods through alternative trade routes? Harmon said, what are you really suggesting this? Without thinking about the monsters swarming the trade routes, Jay said casually, that's not a problem. He then said to the scowling Harmon, come outside with me for a moment right now. Harmon followed while thinking, what are you trying to show me? The door opened, revealing a brown creature with wagging ears. He looked in surprise at the cute creatures before him. Jay pointed behind him towards a cute monster waving, hello. We have the consent of the people, and they even offered to help with this. Well done, thank you everyone. He was so stunned, he stammered, why are there orcs here? Jay pointed to 2 wooden chests and said loudly, all right. These are the goods our guild will sell. In the chest were colorful diamonds and gemstones. Harmon was both surprised and shocked. This is Jay. Hearing Harmon's stuttering tone, Jay chuckled. Do you know what these are? Of course, these are magic tools made by the Belcrosh family, and the magic stones that can only be found in the mines. Harmon looked at Jay with doubt and some hesitation. These aren't items that an ordinary person can easily obtain. How is this possible? Hearing this, Jay replied, all right. So then he gave a bright, confident smile and said, are you starting to feel like you want to work with me? Harmon thought in stunned joy, what the hell? I can't process this yet, but this is an opportunity that I cannot miss as a merchant. Harmon looked at Jay as if he saw money before him. This time I will dedicate myself to the bone to not disappoint the guild master's expectations. He quickly changed his attitude in the blink of an eye. Jay wasn't too surprised by this reaction. Good thinking. Then go register the guild tomorrow morning and come back here. Harmon quickly said, I understand. So what should we name the merchant guild? Jay thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers and said, all right, let's go with this, the Salvation Guild. 1 month since the establishment of the Relief Trading Company, a piercing scream echoed in the large house. Harmon was full of excitement. Look at this pile of money. By using the unique resources of the SI family as strategic resources, the Relief Trading Company successfully opened new trade routes with neighboring countries. Using Harmon's business strategies, who had traded with countless nations, the company established a remarkable foundation in a very short period of time. Harmon praised him generously. You are truly amazing, Guildmaster Jay said calmly. It's thanks to your hard work. I never imagined you could make such a huge profit. Well done. Harmon sat before the pile of gold, laughing nonchalantly, and said, I didn't really do anything. It's all thanks to the excellent products. Jay continued to praise him. No need to be modest. By the way, how's the feedback? Harmon replied. You mean the private merchants, right? They are very enthusiastic. Everyone is very interested in our trade route. All the guests are smiling with satisfaction. If we allow them to use the route and charge a fee, how much could we make? At that point, Harmon couldn't hide his joy, but Jay suddenly said, no, there won't be any fees. Harmon's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Jay and asked why not. Jay sighed and explained, the purpose from the beginning was to counter the blockade of the existing trade routes. If we charge a fee, we'd be no different from those border nobles, right? Harmon seemed to realize and admitted, I didn't think far enough ahead. Jay then said cheerfully, go tell them. The relief route is open, free to use as long as they meet the conditions. Harmon didn't understand and asked again, conditions. The trading companies using this route must include a certain number of food products in their shipments. But remember that the price of these food products must not exceed the standard level set by the Relief Guild. Of course, that price will be set extremely low. Our guild will also actively purchase food products. The purchased items will not be resold. Instead, they will be sent to warehouses in each region. Harmon asked, so does that mean you've decided to donate your quick? That's right. The warehouses will serve as emergency relief headquarters in each region. For those who cannot afford food in the current situation, our guild plans to provide aid directly. Harmon asked, are you talking about the tenant farmers in my territory? Right. However, I'm concerned about the border nobles. They won't just sit back and do nothing, Jay immediately said. Exactly. That's why we should use this relief system as a stepping stone to make the people economically self-sufficient, Jay said, full of confidence and expectation. This isn't just a simple donation, it's about saving society, helping them achieve economic independence, Harmon thought. Economic independence. If the tenant farmers in the territory can become self-sufficient, it could disrupt the power base of the border nobles. Then Jay continued, that's right, we will start by providing aid resources for free, and then we will support them with land so they can manage their own farming and distribution. Harmon seemed to understand. If they can trade their self-grown agricultural products with the Relief Trading Company, they will be able to support themselves. Jay said, this is just the first step towards self-reliance. Jay then remembered something and smiled, saying, don't worry, just because we're doing this doesn't mean your share of the profits will disappear. Harmon jumped startled. What kind of person do you think I am? He said enthusiastically. Of course, initially I also considered the monetary benefits, but Harmon am a man who understands merchant ethics. Now that I'm involved in this, I will do my best with a sense of responsibility, Jay said happily. Very good. Perhaps I've found the right person, Harmon said confidently. Absolutely. I will create a plan based on your instructions and make it a reality. And so Harmon planned to turn the relief warehouses in each region into multifunctional spaces, not just for storing food, but also as agricultural support centers where people were provided with tools and the seeds necessary for farming. In addition, an advisory council was established utilizing the experience of farmers, sharing effective farming techniques and distribution methods within each village, as building a community where the relief trading company and the region could grow together. Sometime later, Harmon's voice echoed on the small street. "All right, has anyone not yet received the necessary supplies? Please join the farming methods training session tomorrow." Everyone around laughed happily hearing this. Harmon thought to himself, yes, this is good. Everything is still going as smoothly as expected in this remote region, where the class system is deeply entrenched for the commoner class to achieve this level of autonomy. At this rate, the accumulated commercial foundation will soon be consolidated for the entire nation. By the way, the guild master, with his ability to provide supplies to those families and his outstanding appearance, he must be a holy saint who does not act openly. Could it be because he wants to hide the fact that he is a holy saint? Suddenly, Harmon saw men in iron armor approaching. He wondered, are those people knights of the border nobles? Wait, is that an edict they are holding? The paper was posted in a conspicuous place and people gathered to read it. Whispers and chatter immediately broke out. Is this real? No way, this cannot be real. Harmon was also drawn to what was written there. He was dumbfounded. This is Captain Harmon's call was very loud. Jay calmly held a kettle. What is wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Harmon said the border nobles, they have reopened the old trade routes. Jay calmly asked back, really? And so what? Harmon stammered, The knight in iron armor read the edict proclaiming to all citizens, the Lord declares that the trade routes have become unsafe due to an increase in monsters. For that reason, the trade routes were closed to ensure safety. People murmured, is that true? I do not know. The knight continued reading. The Lord, as the protector of the border, cannot turn a blind eye to the threats against the residents. So he has deployed his forces. They have annihilated all the monsters and announced that the trade route is safe again. Furthermore, not only the routes managed by the association called the Relief Trading Company cannot guarantee safety due to the monster threat, but their management also lacks transparency. Harmon listened to the edict completely stunned. What is happening? Not only that, the food distributed by the Relief Trading Company also has problems. The food items and goods they import from abroad are defective products that have not undergone quality inspection. Harmon grew angry as he listened. This ridiculous, baseless talk. The people began to stir, so that is why it is so cheap. Is the food we are eating unsafe? The knight continued. The Relief Trading Company uses unregulated trade routes. They are risking the safety of the people to maximize their profits. For the final sentence, the knight shouted, we must drive out these evil people who are disrupting the local community. Harmon recounted what he heard to Jay. That is what they said. Jay suddenly burst out laughing. Harmon wondered, what is this a time to laugh? Harmon said passionately, the border lords have directly interfered. By stirring this up, all our efforts have gone down the drain. Can you not, Captain, announce yourself that the trade route is safe? The situation would surely be resolved quickly, right? Jay calmly reassured Harmon. Oh, rest assured, do not worry about it. Trust me, we do not need to do anything. Harmon was skeptical. What Jay said, do you think things will be that easy? For those who have tasted freedom, how can they return to the old oppressive system? The residents of the territory will make their own choice. They chose to trade directly through their own trade route, and they have found the path to economic independence. In short, they have understood the power of choice. The instability sown by the border lords will certainly cause fear. However, we have given them the means to overcome that fear. We created an opportunity, did we not? Jay handed a cup of tea to Harmon, and if someone wants to go back, then it is simply a chance for them to learn. No further action is needed. We just need to keep things as they are. You see, Harmon. The residents are looking at the knight with resentful eyes, as if looking at an idiot. The knight fell silent. Someone shouted, do you think we are fools? You say this food is defective. It is all delicious. That is right. We have never had any problems. I was about to starve to death, but I survived thanks to it. They call the relief merchants monsters instead of taking responsibility. An indignant man shouted, when we were in trouble, they did not care at all. They are deliberately lying to take advantage of us. Over here, Spia's face was dark with anger. Jay smiled and said, is not true freedom. The ability to take care of oneself. The ability to see things clearly for oneself. The two of them clinked their glasses, no longer feeling worried. War was on the verge of breaking out. The people were also dissatisfied. Despite the provocations from the border nobles, the people remained resolute in their resistance. By promoting activities in various agricultural sectors and accelerating the commercialization process of rural communities, they began to strongly develop their autonomy. The border nobles began to feel the crisis caused by the rapid changes. In the current situation, they quickly changed their stance and bowed their heads in submission. At this moment, Spia was bowing seriously. I am very sorry for the recent incidents, she assured. We will actively promote support for the development of the region. Spia's words made Jay ponder thoughtfully, and Spia offered more persuasive words. The Sun Vision Merchant Guild was established with a noble purpose, to help the people become self-reliant. It would be wonderful if the nobles decided to join us on the path to achieving such a noble goal. After hearing this, Jay blurted out, "Really?" He put on a fake smile. His voice was somewhat sarcastic. "How wonderful. I look forward to seeing how much you all contribute." Spia recognized his disdain, but she was at a loss for words, and so the nobles of the border region compromised with a treaty not to infringe upon the independent rights of the local people's economy. Furthermore, an agreement was made to regularly donate a significant sum of money to the charity fund managed by the Sun Vision Merchant Guild. At the fortress, Harmon's indignant voice rang out, "Should not we have taken more from them?" Jay laughed and replied, "Haha, perhaps we should have." Still, Harmon was a little satisfied. "Anyway, they gave up more easily than I imagined," Jay explained. "Well, no matter how arrogant the nobles are, they cannot resist money, right?" he explained. "In the long run, if the local economy prospers, it will not affect them negatively either." Deceiving them at this moment was a wise decision. The more Harmon listened, the more he admired him. "Wow, just as expected. Your vision is truly amazing, Guild Master. I am sure you will expand the Sun Vision Merchant Guild to become the largest guild spanning all 6 regions," Jay humbly replied. "I think I will leave that to you," Harmon gasped. "Oh, really? Even if those are just polite words, I am truly grateful." Jay affirmed, "Your skills are not just sufficient, they are outstanding. I will be handing everything over to you from now on." Hearing this, Harmon froze. "What does that mean?" "Why do you say it as if you were going somewhere?" Jay confirmed. "Because I need to leave." He smiled. "I am thinking of leaving the Holy Nation, Harmon." Upon hearing that, he was shocked. "You are leaving the Holy Nation?" Harmon hesitated. "Even so, but Jay quickly cut him off. "I have no other choice but to do this." Harmon bowed his head, his expression sad. "A mere merchant like me cannot understand your thoughts, but I am sure you have your own reasons," he said softly. "Everyone in the Holy National Council will clearly feel the absence of the saint." Jacoby figured that might be the case, but looking back at the recent events, you can see it, can't you? The events were played in his mind one by one, like a slow-motion film. Jay feels how people overcome everything by their own strength and the path they have chosen. "I believe in the strength that everyone possesses, and of course, Harmon. I trust you the most." Jay's voice was filled with confidence. "Because of you, I can leave with a lighter heart. So this was your plan since you found me, from the moment everything began." Harmon frowned and started to complain. "If your knowledge, the credibility and reputation of the Sun Vision Merchant Guild combined together," Jay bluntly asked about achieving the status of a top merchant guild. "It's not a difficult task. You would want that, wouldn't you?" But this question made Harmon uncomfortable. He clenched his fists and didn't answer immediately. Treated like an outcast, Harmon had left the kingdom of Devon and had moved to the Holy Nation with no one he could trust. Harmon struggled to survive in a place full of deceitful merchants. A place where trust didn't exist and the trade routes were suddenly blocked, and everything fell into chaos at the moment. Harmon thought failure was inevitable. Someone came looking for him. At first he wondered who this kid was. Day had talent, a good personality, and it turned out Day himself was the saint. He had acknowledged Harmon and created an opportunity for a new beginning. If someone like Day placed their trust in him again and entrusted him with such a great responsibility, then he would have no other choice but to get to work. After a long while, Harmon finally spoke. "All right, let's do it. I will make the Sun Vision Merchant Guild the best merchant guild in the world," he declared firmly, patting his chest. "It will be the best way to repay the opportunity you have given me. Guild Master, I am certain that you will never regret entrusting the Sun Vision Merchant Guild to me." Day smiled with satisfaction, his voice sincere. "Thank you, Harmon." The next day at the palace, someone's praise rang out. "You have accomplished something wonderful." Day Ekle praised him generously, liberating the people of the fief from the border nobles. "You have done something no one else could," and Iriel at his side also chimed in. "When I first heard of something called the Sun Vision Merchant Guild, I wondered what it was about. As expected, it was you." And Iriel asked again, "By the way, you said you had something to tell us, right?" Day replied yes and spoke honestly. "I am planning to leave the Holy Nation." Both were shocked upon hearing this. "What do you mean?" "What do you mean by that?" Day explained. "Because of me, the balance of the Holy Nation has tipped to one side." He continued, "Because of the power and authority I possess, and the central nobles have gradually lost their influence. Even the hero's bloodline is facing misunderstanding and restraint because of their interests. For the sake of the Holy Nation, I think it's the right decision for me to leave." Iriel was alarmed. Why bring this up all of a sudden? But Jay didn't let her continue. "It's not just for those reasons. I've been considering this for a long time during my journey. My thoughts on this have become more and more certain," he asked her. "You've witnessed it too, haven't you? For some people in this world, a doctor is more necessary than a saint of thorns. That's why we are training doctors at the Academy." Day concluded. "It will take time for a medical student to fully take on the role of a doctor," and Iriel still wanted to object, but Ekle spoke up to stop her. "Iriel, that's enough." She turned to question JJ. "The position of a saint is a role chosen by God. Do you think you can just defy it and abandon that role as you please?" He affirmed, "I will make it possible." Ekle analyzed, "Even if you are a saint who defies all the rules, you still can't predict what will happen if you abandon the role of a battle saint." But Day was unwavering. "If I was afraid of that, I wouldn't have thought about leaving in the first place." he said calmly, and if something does happen, I will just have to accept it. Ariel was helpless. You really, she exclaimed, you haven't changed a bit since I first met you. Always strong and resolute, it's very difficult to change your mind. But you always move in the right direction with your beliefs. Ariel clenched her hands into fists. I have always appreciated that about you, Day. I've always thought so. And I can understand what you've just said. But her eyes welled up with tears, her tone upset. So why do I feel so incredibly upset with you right now? Ariel continued, since you came to the Holy Nation, I have always been by your side. If this wasn't happening, I'd be at ease with you. Day was flustered, wanting to reach out to her Ariel. But she suddenly stood up. I understand, I'm leaving. She left without a single look back. Goodbye, St. Jay could only watch in silence as Ariel's figure faded away. The sky gradually darkened. Someone's voice asked, Jay, are you leaving, sir? Jay replied, yes, it might be a little difficult at first, but I will definitely come back to visit everyone, Jack. Oklu seriously affirmed, saying, until the day you return, we will always uphold your will and beliefs. Jack also seemed reluctant. Please come back soon. Sir Hong spoke up. The Black family as your shadow will carry your will to the very end. Day was moved hearing this. The people of the three Lich families also chimed in. We too will always follow your orders. Until our last breath, he smiled. I will stay here for now. But if you need me, I will always return to your side whenever you summon me. Day was speechless. You too, he thought silently. I am very grateful. A lot has happened over the years. He had become a saint that he never really wanted. Looking back now, every moment feels so vivid. Even the most difficult times were full of meaning for him. And so the saint disappeared from the Holy Nation and set off on a new journey. Time flew by. One day at the Adventurers Guild. Someone's voice rang out. The quests here are pretty good, aren't they? After praising the quest level, he immediately mentioned his small wish. I wish we could always get quests with such good pay. Suddenly, the guild door opened, drawing the attention of some people inside. The mysterious shadow was about to enter. The sound of boots on the ground striding forward. It created clear sounds that made a few more people notice. Day wore a cloak with the hood pulled up and a mask covering half his face. He seemed to be contemplating something, thinking for a moment. Day reached out and took a piece of paper pinned to the information board. He brought it to the manager and said firmly, I want to take this quest. The manager looked at the paper and replied, but this quest is exclusively for healers. Then he asked the person to verify their card. Can you show me your card? Day reached into his pocket and took out his identification card. The manager saw it and quickly stood up. My apologies for the trouble, I've confirmed it. Many people have been injured in the recent monster subjugations. Please join the priests in the village that issued the request as soon as possible. Jay quickly accepted the offer. All right. A young man was watching the entire exchange. He watched as Jay's figure walked past him toward the door. His curiosity sparked. The young man grabbed someone in the guild who was standing in front of him and asked, hey, who is that guy? I've never seen him here before. The other person wouldn't know either. He replied, I don't know either. He's probably an adventurer from another guild. The young man only caught bits and pieces. He then asked another question. He's transferring. Is that arrogant healer transferring to another guild? Healer, a concept based on the art of healing. And of course, this word refers to those who specialize in healing others. Healers are usually divided into 3 ranks. Rank 3 is the lowest, representing those who have mastered the basic knowledge and skills to heal others. Rank 2 are those whose credibility has been directly verified by priests, as well as having received their special and important guidance in healing others by blending their mana control abilities in an astonishing way and top-tier medical skills. They are extremely rare. Healers, capable of treating many severely ill patients in a row. Rank 1. Healers. At this level, they are all recognized as experts with extremely high skills. A level 1 healer has enough authority to warn about information security issues and can order the evacuation of an entire village. Healers at this level are all recognized as experts with extremely high skills. A level 1 healer has enough authority to warn about information security issues and can order the evacuation of an entire village during critical disasters like epidemics. With the consent of nearby lords, they play an extremely important role and have enough authority to destroy an entire infected village. The guy from before was probably just a third-rate healer, right? The person opposite hesitated for a moment. You know, the guild doesn't usually give out personal information about others unless it's for some common purpose. Don't worry too much about him. Not getting a satisfactory answer, the young man walked away sullenly, muttering how boring it was. A level 2 healer right after that. The person opposite thought about this and made some assumptions about him. He's also a prodigy, coming all the way from the academy just to take on a strange commissioned quest. Jay, with his backpack, walked slowly forward. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere spoke up. Are you leaving? Jay recognized the familiar voice and called out her name, Kia. Kia is the guardian of Grantal Forest. She smiled, calculating the time. To be exact, it's been 5 years since that day. Kia, face to face with Jay, recalled his words from before. According to what you said, the Holy Kingdom has developed more, and the people's awareness has been significantly raised. So it seems everything is as you expected, huh? Jay let out a helpless sigh. However, we're still lacking many healers. both in quality and quantity. It will take at least another 15 years to fix that. She replied from an elf's perspective. I see things progressing at an unbelievable pace, to the point where I feel a little angry, thinking about how far humans can go. Jay laughed out loud and then reminded her. Anyway, you remember tomorrow, right? Everyone will be waiting for you. How could Kia forget the general medical checkup for the village? Right, of course, I remember. Relieved, Jay said goodbye to Kia. All right then, see you tomorrow. As he walked away, the corners of his mouth kept curling up. He was in a pretty relaxed mood. It's been 5 years since I left the Holy Kingdom. During that time, many big changes have occurred across the 6 lands. The field of medicinal herbs, which was previously undeveloped, has started to grow. With the descendants of heroes joining the medical academy, it has been optimized under these conditions and is spreading more and more, unlike holy magic, which can only heal temporarily. Healers with high skills will find and eradicate the root causes of diseases in villages. There are some cases of illness that cannot be cured by holy magic. Therefore, in the Holy Kingdom, one must have a good grasp of basic medical knowledge to be appointed as a priest. Even so, there are still some difficult issues he needs to solve. Even adventurer guilds prioritize recruiting healers because of their great influence. Anyway, the problem here is the imbalance between supply and demand. The symbol representing healers is stuck straight into coins. Jay knows well that wherever you go, people are always fighting to recruit healers. Their value is getting higher and higher, which means that ordinary people will not have a chance to be treated. Thinking about this, he got a little angry. Do they think the academy was established just for this purpose? Suddenly, a sweet voice called out to Jay. Jay! Sha appeared from somewhere, smiling as brightly as the Sunday. You're here earlier than usual today. Seeing the little girl, Jay quickly spoke. Shia. He crouched down, patting her head while asking, Did you come here to greet me? What did you do today? Shia politely listed her tasks. Yes, today I read books and practiced magic. Can you help me with my swordsmanship? Jay couldn't refuse the little girl's request. I'd be happy to. Of course. You're such a good girl. Let's go now. Holding Jay's hand, Sha was endlessly excited. Yes, but brother. Suddenly, the little girl's expression changed. Sha asked in a cold voice. It seems you haven't met that Era girl today. Some kind of goblin, right? Jay stammered. He froze. How did you know? Shia said innocently. Without hesitation, she replied, It's the smell. You're going to see her tomorrow, right? Jay was a little scared, thinking to himself, this kid, with her race's characteristics, is extremely sensitive to smells. That's right. Xia beamed. Okay, let me go get the sword. You wait here for a bit, okay? Jay didn't understand what was happening. A huge question mark appeared over his head. This kid is strangely obsessed with my relationship with Era. A moment later, in front of Xia's house, the little girl gently asked about the training. Okay, now we're going to have a light spar first, right? Jay slowly took off his mask and instructed Xia. All right, just like always, you're allowed to use mana. The little girl held the sword, looking worried, but I haven't gotten any better at using mana. Jay's face was now revealed, showing a handsome charm that few could compare to. He reassured the little girl, it's okay. As he finished speaking, a source of mana suddenly appeared. It rose from the ground and swirled around Xia. The little girl slowly controlled the energy. Yes, okay. More and more mana flowed into the sword. Xia was ready. The little girl said, Here I come. Seeing this, Jay wondered to himself, is it because I helped her form a mana path that her magic is getting stronger? He smiled and replied to Xia, I'm always ready. Then, Jay also charged forward with all his might. Xia's power was formidable. The little girl decisively attacked straight at Jay. Jay was no slouch either. He immediately blocked Xia's attack. Their swords clashed relentlessly. The shockwave from the impact shook the entire area. Xia was stunned, her eyes wide open. The sword slipped from her hand. Meanwhile, Jay shouted, An opening move. The wooden sword flew straight into the sky, spinning a few times. She watched the sword stab firmly into the ground. Just as I expected. How did you do that without using mana? Jay enthusiastically repeated what he had said before to help the little girl understand. I always say this, but in swordsmanship, balance is the key to strength. Xia looked a little tired. Along with that was a slight disappointment. She sighed, It'll be a long time before I can catch up to you. Jay smiled and encouraged her. You're only 9 years old. You can get much stronger. Hearing that, Xia regained her motivation. The little girl couldn't hide her joy. Can I become as strong as you, Jay? He confidently affirmed, You'll become even stronger. Suddenly, the air grew a bit cold. Xia hesitated for a moment. Brother. The little girl wanted to confirm something she had never wanted to believe. Is it true that you can't use mana anymore? Jay was stunned by this question and fell into deep thought. Many things have changed since I left the Holy Kingdom. But he replied to Xia's question. Jay was still very happy. Until now, he had taken it for granted. That's right, Jay thought to himself. This is the biggest change. Standing in front of Xia, Jay could clearly feel the mana in her body, but he was different. Jay concluded to himself, there isn't a single drop of mana left in my body. A while later, at the elf village in Grantal Forest, outside, a patient's worried voice was heard. Doc, it's not a serious illness, is it? Jay gently reassured him. Don't worry, you'll be fine after taking the medicine. The elf boy stood up to leave. He didn't forget to look back and say, thank you. Seeing the boy looking much better, Jay sighed to himself. This is the last kid. It's finally over. Right after that, a familiar figure walked in. Jay recognized her and called out, Ira. The beautiful Ira approached Jay, thanking him profusely. Thank you for always taking care of the children. Jay acted politely and then asked about something else. I do it because I like it, so it's nothing. By the way, how is the elder? Ira hesitated. She tightly gripped her left arm, as if trying to stay calm. It seems we need to prepare ourselves. Ira's eyes were filled with sadness. She looked away to suppress her emotions. It's strange. Even though we've spent so much time together, leaving someone is still so difficult. Jay didn't expect the elder's condition to be so bad. He considered a last resort, even though it wouldn't last long. But healing magic could extend her life a bit, though she probably wouldn't want that, would she? She gently said that living out one's life and then returning to mana is the natural law of this land for an elf. This is their final honor, so she wouldn't wish for anything else. She advised Jay, don't think too much. This was already fated. I have also prepared myself. But she asked Jay with concern, your body still can't accept mana? Jay replied, rather helplessly. I don't seem to pay much attention to it anymore. Yes, I've tried many times, but it's still no use. Era put a hand to her chin and frowned, trying to understand the reason. Is it the will of the heavens? Suddenly, Jay recalled the past. On the night I left the Holy Nation, I had a dream. Jay was lost in a white space, or rather, it was more like being locked in a room. Strange words were suddenly embedded in his mind. Do not defy my will. The image of a person bound in shackles, both hands and feet. Jay told himself, I can't hear anything, yet every single word appeared. He struggled to think. What is this? Is it telepathy? This feeling is very similar to when I was at sea. Jay looked at the bound person opposite him. The voice held a hint of contempt. When you used me, you left me all alone. Are you saying this because I want to give up? Unafraid, he called out the name Gaia. Gaia threatened Jay. You exist by my blessing. If you continue to defy my will, you will suffer the consequences. Jay found it ridiculous. He put a hand on his hip and replied scornfully, Blessing? You mean the holy power you forced me to accept? To me, that's not holy power at all. It's just an air purifier. Hearing this, Gaia became slightly annoyed and asked a question. So, you still refuse to change your mind? Jay replied bluntly, his face emotionless. That's right. I already said it when I became a saint. Whether I stop or continue is my choice. Gaia no longer tried to persuade him. Since you said that, a giant hand rushed towards Jay from behind. He braced himself as he heard Gaia say, Then I will take it back. Jay began to feel immense pain. Something was being pulled out from all over his body. His face turned pale. Wait. His consciousness grew increasingly dim. The mysterious shadow opened its mouth and whispered something, but he couldn't hear it. Jay's eyes widened, gradually losing focus. When I woke up from that dream, I found that I could no longer receive holy power, nor could I absorb the mana in the air. Seeing Jay staring at his hand in an indescribable silence, Era called out to Jay, her face turning serious. I think you need power. Although he knew Era meant well, Jay could only reply helplessly. I can still take care of myself for now. Era looked straight at Jay sternly. The way you are now isn't enough. Do you know what karma is? Jay didn't understand her and didn't know what it was. Karma? Seeing his expression, Era immediately explained in detail. This whole life, have you never felt the powers around you? The will of the gods, the flow of mana, and the balance point of all those things. The movement of these power sources always causes a reaction. That is karma. Era's voice continued. It's not by chance that you stand in the middle of such a great flow, and if someone is affected by karma, the momentum of this power will surely push those within the flow forward. Until now, you've been very lucky not to encounter any major problems, but you need to prepare. Jay was a bit bewildered. Prepare? Era recounted the previous situation. When your life was in danger on the hero's island, my marking spell was still active. However, thinking back, you were probably being blocked. You were unable to connect to a greater power. She frowned. Her face was pensive. Every time I think about it, I just want to keep you by my side to protect you. But as a high elf, I can't. Jay was also troubled, but my mana circuit has completely disappeared. It can't be regenerated. Unexpectedly, Era revealed some shocking information. There's a way to control mana without a mana circuit. Jay was stunned and thought, there's really a way? Just then, someone came rushing from behind. Lady Era. The person exclaimed in panic, the Elder. Both of them hurried to the Elder's house. Era asked worriedly, Elder, how are you? The Elder called out weakly, Lady Era. She smiled without any fear. I believe it's time for me to return to the Manhwa. Seeing the elder's visibly aged appearance, Jay couldn't help but be surprised. Not long ago, she looked so young and beautiful. Is this what it means to be an elf? Era, however, remained calm. A lifespan of hundreds of years with countless experiences. I hope you have no regrets. The elder slowly reached out her hand. What regrets could someone like me have? But her voice was sorrowful. Having to leave you again, my lady. It breaks my heart just thinking about it. Era smiled and took the elder's hand. Don't you worry, she continued. That's right. Now that child is by your side, Lady Era. The elder sighed. I should be on my way. I must be troubling those waiting for me outside. Era replied softly, yes. The elder's voice was full of gratitude. Lady Era, you are our wings, our star, our light. It has been my greatest honor to serve you. Era was moved. Are you ready?